find something. It's just, let me tell you why I'm not gonna do that. Because some of you think that wearing Louis Vuitton makes you fashionable. All fashions are horrible because the sun does not rise or set on healthy.
Hurricane, why are you trying to wag your finger at everything?
I can tell you why. Because
just engage. We got another one coming.
I need people to have better taste. That's the problem.
Well, if the finger, we
put your D in.
Have better taste, and then I won't wag my finger at all.
His fingers are very long, like our city balls.
that was a long thing.
Remember that thing?
That was very long.
What?
Did they do that on SNL one time? Somebody made fingers. Somebody put a
It was
color. Okay.
So his finger was like 9 inches long. And he stuffed his butt. And he stuffed his
Why did he stop working? Like, he should still be making school. I said, Keenan Ivory Wayne.
I don't know.
He's not
I actually don't know. That's a good question.
So are you okay with still renting yachts when you go to Miami or a beach?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
You should always make it till you make it.
Thank you.
Yeah, the boat thing is fine. But I remember I was in Atlanta one time and I was renting a car. And there were these 3 guys who rented a Corvette. And they put down like $900 for 3 days. I was like, what are y'all doing? I was like, okay, that's not.
Yeah, I'm gonna go then beside whatever car I fucking feel like it. But I don't rent cars in Atlanta. That's crazy.
No, not if you live there. But that's what people do.
How many points you got, Brooke?
You don't worry about that.
I can tell you how many points I got.
You know, I need to check, but whatever.
Do we have another one coming? Do we have another one?
It's working its way. It's like gas.
Okay. Let me know when it comes.
Hold on.
I feel uncomfortable.
First lady.
You've been on one lately.
You know what he's doing?
Yeah, she's not gonna respond because
Now, you talking about working out gas? What, you eating some cabbage? No. You weren't here. That's my sugar detox because I went cold turkey off sugar and it just led to horrible gas.
Oh, I got a suggestion too, since y'all talking about cabbage. For the Black Americans, please stop cooking your cabbage down till it melt in your mouth. Let it have a little bit of crunch.
Jamaicans fix the best cabbage. I like Jamaicans fix good cabbage. They don't wilt it down. And Asians eat good cabbage.
Cabbage and cornbread.
No.
I do love cabbage.
I like it too, but not when it melt in your mouth. I don't like no vegetables
I don't like
that
it
melt in your mouth.
Okay, what's the next one, Dan?
This was gonna hurt. Now, I don't know if I think it's gonna hurt some of the girls more than the boys, but I got the wrong glasses on. But it's gonna hurt some of y'all. It's an age thing. After you turn 25, you can't dip your fries in ketchup no more. Black adults need to stop eating ketchup.
Wait, what?
No, sir.
You gotta explain that.
You have said this.
He said the girls and the men are the one complaint.
no.
You are, I know. You're 35 years old. Yeah, you are 35 years old, and I smell Heinz on your breath. You smell like a high school cafeteria.
You sound like an elitist. Like,
No. No, it's not elitist, no. Because it stinks, and it's covered up. And now I'm going to break it down. I'm going to have to break this down. This is where the girls come in. The guys are a little bit better because the guys might put a little bit on the fry, whatever. to, but I've seen the girl, and this is big in Baltimore. If anybody from Baltimore will remember this. Why are you putting in 12 packs of ketchup for a medium fry, and then after, watch this, after you put the ketchup in the container, you suck the ketchup pack?
Oh, that's
nasty.
no, that's not too much together.
Let me tell you, I'm not at my phone and I switch things up and look at the
That's crazy. I could read that one. All them germs.
I did that pre-COVID, I'm not gonna lie, but after
A
COVID,
lot of people still do it. I see it every day at the restaurant.
I don't think that ketchup in
I
there.
don't do that after COVID, but I used to do
All
that
ketchup
so much.
packets.
Listen, I don't.
Me too. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't never know I was gonna be on the same
Call me
team with
bougie.
Rambo and his girth, but I
Actually, even with burning chops,
What in the wrong journey?
hold on.
Hey,
I actually eat fries and chips with chopsticks because it's better. I like chopsticks with my chips. Thank you.
you like chopsticks with your popcorn too, huh?
Yep, I still use chopsticks with my chips and my chips.
Hey, y'all imagine
She over here burning up Fabuloso in the back.
That's what
Her house smell like Fabuloso.
Not so much.
Eating chips with chopsticks.
Was
The Asians don't do that.
Fabuloso on the list? Did Pam say Fabuloso?
No.
Fabuloso.
That was
I hate Fabuloso.
Not so much of Fabuloso.
So back to the French fries. So was we just doing it with no condiments? Like we just there's other condiments. Like can you get something?
like the areola sauce.
She's shaking the bag.
What the hell?
Or you can do what I do and have it available. And I usually do this when I make duck. I take the duck fat and I make French fries and I use the duck fat.
Duck fat is good. Duck fat is good flavor.
So you need beef tallow.
Do you hear these people? This is not eating duck on a regular. They have
I mean, when you do it.
Oh, that's fries.
Boardwalk fries with the vinegar.
Then do you use malt on your
Yeah,
fries?
I do the malt vinegar.
I like malt vinegar too.
It depends on the fries. You can't do it with every fry.
Yeah, you can't do it with all the fries. A good seat. You can't do it with McDonald's fries. That's just
No.
unique ketchup.
Wait, so you guys decided?
Those fries at all anyway.
I thought you guys were gonna do health talk because you're trying to avoid diabetes, and now you're adding.
Somebody said that. You know.
Who invited him to the party?
Somebody said that.
Who invited this Nigerian to the black party?
Just let him say it and then we move forward, y'all.
Can I just say, Ben, I don't agree with no ketchup rule if it's on the side or whatever.
That's the one you eat.
Hold
It's a little excessive, I'm not gonna lie.
I think the on the side is better when they like slather it on top and
Yeah,
it's
I
like
don't do that.
buried under the ketchup and then you gotta dip your fingers in it and now you got the little nasty ketchup fingers. Now that's insane. But a little dip in
Guess
the
I use chopsticks.
oh my god, so you had it slathered under the ketchup.
Of course she does.
No, I put my ketchup on the side. The only time I do ketchup on whatever is in New York at the Chinese restaurant. Then I get them to put the ketchup on.
Wait, quick breaking news. R.I.P. to Africa Bambaataa of the Soul Sonic 4. TMZ is reporting that Africa Bambaataa has passed away. Go ahead, y'all can.
African Bambaataa thing.
Dan, what else you have on your list?
So the Soul Sonic 4, Planet
How
Rock.
we go? How do I
Planet Rock.
Well, he's the architect.
Planet Rock? I don't
All
know.
you party people looking for the perfect beat. The Zulu Nation looking for Planet Rock. Say Planet Rock. It's the short shot. Oh, yeah.
Well, that is from 2 hours ago.
somebody had allegations. Okay. Okay.
That was put on the statement.
Does anybody like mayonnaise on that pizza?
Oh, no.
I like mayonnaise on my pizza.
I don't believe
First lady, your white son is showing first lady.
Oh, that's nasty. Burn.
Ranch. She likes ranch.
I think, have you ever made
I like to dip it in ranch too.
Oh
But
my
I mean,
God.
if I don't have ranch, I like mayonnaise. Y'all don't like mayonnaise?
That sounds disgusting.
I put some red hot on my pizza. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh yeah, I like those
Well,
crushed peppers.
sometimes a good mustard on the pizza is good.
Mustard?
No,
I put this salt in
You
it.
never use mayonnaise on
mustard
food?
on your pizza?
You never put
I
mayonnaise
don't
on your
put mayonnaise on my
Extra
pizza.
sauce.
but
never
mustard
ran out of
on it.
anything.
It's not a hamburger. Why would you put
I
mustard?
know you like mayonnaise left. You like that white stuff.
Oh, you thought that really? Oh my God. This New York slice is good.
Doing too much. Doing too much.
Y'all don't like tartar sauce?
Yes,
Oh
yes.
my God.
That's mayonnaise and relish.
Is it really? I like
You
it.
on a pizza, man?
I like it.
No.
What's going on?
Lady eats broccoli salad. We can't compete with that. I mean, that's some other shit that don't nobody like.
Somebody said they like
Well, what about the
bacon
broccoli
on
salad?
Sure.
Huh?
What's wrong with broccoli salad? I'm having broccoli and salad.
No. Nothing is wrong with broccoli and salad, but it's her preparation of
I mean, what could you do first lady to
Nothing to
broccoli?
see here. Let's move on.
salad.
Dan has another.
Okay. Because I can see
I want to hear about that broccoli salad.
What should she do with her broccoli? Uh-oh.
I want to see what that broccoli be about.
Like, what could you do?
Tell them about the broccoli salad, first lady. Why are you holding it a secret?
Broccoli salad.
I want to know what that broccoli is.
That's not
Hey, Trent.
It's good. Please, it's terrible.
Sir.
Now we're eating potatoes. Now we're talking. But no, hold on. I can explain. So who wants to fight with raw broccoli?
I like raw broccoli.
What's wrong with raw broccoli?
But raw broccoli
I told y'all to move. Lord, y'all don't pay attention.
Straight up. I'm sorry.
I mean, move on.
Don't you put raisins in it too? It's like
I don't put no raisins in there. Go lay down.
Okay.
She tried you.
He said the broccoli is raw. That's like,
He went to go try it.
like she can't roast the broccoli. What's wrong with raw broccoli?
Yeah, but what you want to do?
Tasteful and sweet.
If they're small, it's fine.
Broccoli, it's not.
Oh, if it's small, it's fine. What's wrong with raw broccoli and carrots?
Besides the disgusting.
Exactly.
It's wrong when you add tomatoes to it. The mayo is wrong. It's the mayo part.
If I'm gonna do broccoli salad, it has to be with like a Italian.
Vinegar base, yeah, like a vinegar base, not a mayo base.
Yeah.
Come on. Who's John? Hey, John.
I know Bob is not talking.
Who's John?
Not so much, because I'm sure Lonnie to eat good food. She
Oh,
don't
okay,
eat
John.
Everybody eat good food. Y'all, Louisiana got good food. I hate everybody cooking down there.
She don't. You don't know. We know.
All the food in Louisiana is good. It's good sometimes.
Let's move on. We don't want to make it about
Y'all gotta stop with your generalizations. Y'all doing too much.
If you look at the best food in America is all coming from Louisiana.
Oh, God.
Easy as hell.
Okay, all right, let her have it. It's okay.
Okay, so
No, you a lie. You a lie. Cause Louisiana got the best food ever in life.
Cause I'm going.
You will not.
Don't dare.
How much you want back?
Don't dare. She likes it.
yeah, collective black.
I know you like the you like the rooms. I know.
I need a little recreation.
The best food in America is coming out of Louisiana. Y'all, oh my God.
Okay, all
Why
right.
did you get the state that I'm from? And I'm telling you.
So wait a minute. Hold still.
I don't even live there. I just think it.
Hold still.
You don't know, girl. That's why you think.
Hold still. Put your hands in the air. Put your hands in the air. Put your hands in the air. No. Like I know what the Lord done for me. Devon, do you have any breaking news for me? Do you have any?
We don't got no more? What?
And left.
Oh, he not. Oh, okay. I wasn't looking.
The Divine broke news. He got swatted down like the Kim Baby.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know the person.
Is y'all
Alright, if you had breaking news
Let me talk about it real
that
quick.
Melania, what were you
Let
gonna
me
talk?
talk about it. After the band matter.
No.
Why y'all doing Divine like that?
Because we just heard about Bombada. I don't know what's up. But I remember people used to say that African Bombada, but that was like a slang
That's New
right
York
there.
shit. They just think because it's important to them, everybody else care.
Oh, no, don't.
We don't.
I know this is another fight. Holy Ghost.
straight up weird?
Divine is straight up weird.
I mean, to be fair,
That's a
I got a little break on me.
to be fair, he was considered the architect of hip hop culture.
Okay.
So it doesn't necessarily mean
He was not.
Okay, can I speak, please? Okay, can I get the mic?
I'm just saying, I'm like, rest in peace, but okay. Okay.
No, it's not. No, it's fine. Y'all can get it.
No, Divine, don't do that.
We want to hear you.
Why did he die?
Alright.
I'm saying he died. Is it like what's the conversation?
Listen.
Well, whether we should have. Okay, just let it go. Put your hands in the mouth like you just don't care. So listen. Since y'all don't want to hear Bombada, since y'all don't want to hear Bombada,
There's only one person.
since you don't want to hear Bombada,
I didn't say I was here.
Trent said
Oh,
that the French.
Oh,
Since you don't hear about Bombada, Trent said that the French got something on Melania, and that's the reason why she came out with the story.
Okay, so even worse. So because Bonnet doesn't want to talk about somebody. Listen, Bonnet.
I know you ain't talking.
She
She
gonna
wanna
boo me.
hear
It's
from her
okay.
friend
It's all right.
Trent.
It's
She ain't
okay.
heard from her in a while.
She gonna
Well,
boo
they
me.
can open a room together. How about that?
Brother, what's going on?
I know y'all ain't talking when y'all trying to get people to move off conversations all day.
All
Like
the
one
time.
time and now it's a problem.
Exactly. She never
But if we don't like Trent.
here. She rarely comes up. I can at least allow her to have one little request. Like, that's the reason why she doesn't involve herself with you all, because she doesn't mean to her.
Yeah, it's fine.
You're right. You know, first lady, we're not about to let you gaslight us. Don't do that.
You are mean to her.
Mean to her, Bonnie,
Yes,
my
you
friend.
are.
I'm not mean to her.
And especially, I had to issue a ceasefire against him, and then he broke it.
Child, fuck him. So, that's all I'm
No,
saying.
what are you talking about?
That nigga named Trent. And all his
It's
damn
time for a
news.
nap. It's time for you to
Okay.
take a nap.
Not
Relax. Everybody chill. Take a deep breath. Okay. I'm interested in this Milani thing because I was out running around and I didn't
we
hear
already
anything about it.
talked about
No.
what is it to break? We
conversation. It's uncalled for.
Brooklyn, are you gonna let First Lady talk to you like that, Brooklyn?
I'm talking to everybody. It ain't just to her. I'm talking to you too.
Oh no, you definitely. No, you can't be talking to me raising your voice like that at me. Oh, damn.
Oh, okay, this is manufactured. Okay, this is all manufactured. Let's just... Where hurricane comes.
Downstairs. You need the rest of the
Gemini. What up, Gemini?
What up, bro?
But,
Jiminy.
now it's about to get loud.
It's not about to get loud, man. I'm excited.
Yo, you know what? Y'all complaining a lot. What's going on today? What's going on?
That's all right.
I don't know. We're trying to start a conversation. We don't want to talk about that. No, we don't want to hear from him. No, we don't want to. All right, so one mic on whoever, whatever y'all want to talk about. Because I'm just chilling.
Now I'm trying to look. I'm talking about how these men. I want to talk about how these men are crybabies.
Oh,
It's not Brooklyn like this.
Brooklyn said she hasn't had a gender war as hours as she wants one.
I'll be over here. How do I have it? That's like a hurricane.
Who you looking for?
Jane, the collection.
Jane from
Accounting.
accounting.
Jane from accounting is here.
Yeah, I'm here.
We have a collections event in real time.
Oh my God, we have a toll tax, Jane. We missed the toll tax.
I saw him,
Sure
but I didn't
did.
see Gemini. I saw him, but I didn't see Gemini.
Yes, ma'am. I
I
need
do.
assistance.
Okay. So what we talking now? What did we decide that the toll tax would be?
Very, very fair person, so I will stay at the agreed upon price without incentives.
No interest?
No interest.
I'm saying interest. It's been about a week.
I was about to say.
There needs to be some interest.
Legal said there should be some
That's what I'm saying. At least 10%. No. In Brooklyn, you already got 50.
Brooklyn.
You already got 50. 10% at least.
Excuse me. Hello?
Journey, not now. We're conducting business.
No, Joy, hold on. Gemini has the floor. Gemini's trying to sort something out with Karen from accounting.
Jane.
Made her a Karen.
I'm sorry, Jane from accounting. So Jane, are we at 10% for the interest? Is that okay?
I think 10% is
The
fine.
client already said no.
Gemini, because these folks don't know how to be efficient, can I just conduct my business with Johnny's from accounting as well?
No, this is actually Gemini's business that is being discussed. Gemini will not abdicate his business.
Stand Jordy to the audience because Jordy don't know how to act.
I think your mama needs to text Gemini 10% because he still ain't come up with those pictures. What you think, Jim?
Oh yeah, I need a toll. Yeah, I need a toll.
We can definitely circle back and address that, but we are getting so far off topic. We need to focus and hone in on this current situation.
I wish you would just go and pay him because I'm sorry, Gemini in this goddamn
Back on topic.
Back on.
As you heard from legal.
Gemini in that bit. I don't know what's wrong with y'all.
Well, anyway, as Jane from accounting and legal discuss interest, do you accept their recommendation?
You know what? If it's settled within the next 4 hours, just as an incentive, I will leave that off. But after, it will accrue days.
Accounting, legal, do we have sign off?
Yeah, I'm gonna sign off on it, but I'm gonna have both invoices prepared, one with the 10% and one without.
Legal?
Okay.
Are we signed off?
Yes, we're signed off.
Okay, thank you.
We have Scottish and Human Resources here. I would like to introduce you to Jordy. Jordy is our new team member. Welcome.
No, yeah, thank you, because like pink tickets are out here telling me I don't know how to act, and that's just crazy. But what I wanted to do is if I could get James from accounting to just assist me while she's already in office, because Brother Messi owes me some bankroll from yesterday.
Oh, we're not processing this right now. Let's get this show on the road. All right,
Really trying to interrupt the whole segment. What's going on?
What's going on?
Brooklyn, they're not processing that. We have to recalibrate. We have to go back to the main topic.
So, Fred, if you can come off mic, we would like to go ahead and try to get you out of collections and go ahead and get that debt settled there, sir. If you make this right within 24 hours. Yes, sir. It's all about you.
I'll be very clear. Like I told you before, I was sending money.
We're not hearing none of that shit, sir. Whatever you gave to Brooklyn is because you wanted to break off on Brooklyn, which is your choice if you like to do, but that has nothing to do with me. She's not associated with me or this debt. This debt was between two grown men, me being one of them.
Instead of using your green thing, just be on the real. I work on net 30 terms. I told you, no, seriously, in all seriousness, Gemini, I said repeatedly, I didn't have a problem with paying you. The $100 is cool. You don't need money. I would rather give it. I know. I got it. I don't have a problem. Hold on, my man. I'll be in Canoga Park soon. Okay. If you want to get together, I'll take you to Larson's, because I know where you at.
That's fine.
I'll take you to Larson's, and we can sit down and we'll have some drinks on it. But let's leave it at that.
First and foremost, I'm not in Canoga Park. My business is, but that's fine.
I know where you're at.
That's very public.
Outside of that. Hey, I've been when that goes Sherman Way, I know where you are.
Oh my God, stop all this snapping and pay the nigga. Oh, what's going on?
No, but I got it. That's my boy. No,
you ain't got him because we're over a week. You are over a week in arrears, sir.
I already paid. What you don't know is I already paid him $50.
No, you have not.
Yes, I have, because you don't know what we're talking about, Hurricane. I paid him $50. I paid Brooklyn $50. That was the $100.
Excuse me.
But I have no problem.
Joining the conversation. You donated into a black woman. Yeah.
Use I statements. Don't tell other people how they feel. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. Brooke can go to the Golden Corral or wherever she want to go. Get in there, whatever she got to do. But you're a stand-up individual. Hey, on the road, you're a stand-up individual like you know I am. And I'm telling you, on the real, I got to go to Vista soon. I'll take you out. We'll go have some drinks, talk about some dogs. I got you. Or you're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait till next bonus, which is Q1. Hold up. Q1 2027. What's up, baby?
When we were making this bet, I recall you telling me that I spent $100 for parking all the time.
I did.
Now, hold up, stop.
I'm about to go take more shots for $100.
Stop, sir.
So we about to go to the elephant room.
Stop, sir. Now you're talking about 30. Now you're talking about next bonus. Now you're talking about when I get my monies together. You would like to go spend money extravagantly on this white man, right?
On the white man.
When you want me as a black brother to a black brother, what's going on?
Because I gave your money because you were bullshitting to the black system.
You can't give my money to anybody. That's not how.
Then you should have taken it when I offered it. You wanted to play this game and hold it over my head.
I want you to understand something, though. Never in the history. Hear me out, brother. Hear me out.
Okay.
Never in the history of niggerdom have you been allowed to donate somebody's bet to another party outside of the whole bet. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Then you should have pay the appropriate party. They couldn't accept the
trying to
funds
pay.
at the time. So I told you very clearly I was giving it to Brooklyn.
Doing is all that matters. Trying don't mean nothing.
Bro, you know you're a good person.
Let me ask you this. When
good.
when you were making a payment to Brooklyn, did she say she had any
I just
association
want to have it not using
where
my
she did
name.
it on behalf? Yes.
No, she didn't. But as a straight up dude, I'm being for real with you right now. I would rather you on this stage. You have many times said that you made $100,000 in a quarter.
Hey, listen.
I'm not in your pocket.
Not in your pocket. Don't pocket watch me.
I'm not in your pocket. Hold on. I'm not in your pocket.
With a bet. Hold on.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with a bet. I'll take it a step further. The last 4 weeks is some of the most profitable 4 weeks of my life. That got nothing to do with it, though.
I got it.
But he said that he's not sending it.
This is not a money thing. This is you made a bet, and you gotta pay your bet.
He's not doing it. So why haven't we talked about it? I'm so confused. Get out.
Gemini, no, sitting on the real here.
What are you going to do about the fact that he's not giving it to you? He said if you want to go out for drinks.
Bonnie, are you his representative?
I will be at this point because
No, it's not needed. It's not needed.
Well, you and Hurricane wasn't needed either, but you jumped in, so here I am.
We got tapped in.
Okay, well then I'm tapped in. Tap in, Trent.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you, Trent. So,
Hey, Bonnie, check the back of your Instagram.
said he will not provide you a
It's about the principle. It's not about who has and who has not. It's the
There have
principle.
been many people on this app that made bets and didn't pay them. And
I mean, he did pay the bet. He paid out $100. He just gave
hello, can I?
Brooklyn 50.
One second. When I make my bets, if I lose,
Well, that's you.
I'm actually going to really pay the person I owe that amount. I don't make frivolous bets.
Again, I attempted to multiple times.
No, I'm not going to.
You said you wanted to hold it over my head. Brooklyn said she got sent her half. And then when you finally came around,
There's a stage, though. You ain't coming on this motherfucker. You pay me my motherfucking money, fuck
This
nigga.
is insane.
Brooklyn, can I ask Brooklyn, please? Brooklyn, this is Spiritus from Customer Excellence Department. How would you rate this conversation?
I rate it a 0 because why the fuck every time I see Trent and Gemini, they running this content over and over. I'm sick of it.
You sick of it because you benefited
You sick of it because you got paid.
You got $50 a month.
Wait, hold on. And another thing, I told you yesterday to make all of this go away, just send me the other 50 and everybody will be paid. Thank you.
Okay,
Go on
no,
here.
back to
Go
the
on
group
here.
too. She needs to join Trent.
You bet not. You motherfucking bet not, motherfucker. I'm telling you now. Because I ain't got nothing to do with this shit here. I'm a black woman. That's all I did was be a black woman. And I feel like y'all should just, you rich. Y'all all rich, man. Y'all should get all
That
y'all
has nothing to
money.
do with it.
You know, mind your business, Johnny. This has nothing to do with
That
it.
doesn't have anything to do with it, though.
You just let me finish.
That's Gene from accounting and Hurricane from legal. What's going
I
on?
feel like every time y'all, wait, hold on. Y'all place these bets on Clubhouse. Y'all need to donate money to a black woman. I just happen to be one of them.
$100 is that bullshit.
What's next?
Trent, it had to be Trent, man. Yeah, it's Trent.
Well, Trent didn't pay that toll, so Trent is in the goo where he belongs. Pay that toll, nigga, if you want to come back up.
Yep, I think that's fair.
It's given y'all got picks and chooses because y'all got moms who didn't pay a bet and y'all don't care. So why are we doing this?
You can't say I've never paid my debt. Nobody else
Thanks
this
for
back.
your review.
You're welcome.
Do we have anybody here from risk management or not?
I legal on the compliance and regulatory side. Listen, at the end of the day, most of the individuals involved with the sports betting are mods. what they do or choose to do as mods in this space, it's above me now. So
That's correct. We can file a complaint about discrimination to whoever legal is.
I mean, sure, but I think the other end of it was we had a very unregulated sports betting space here in PC. At first, me and Mel were going to head up the sports betting ring of PC. It's unregulated. So at this point in time, any losses that occur in the unregulated PC sports betting ring, the PC count sheet for all intents and purposes, the PC poly market, that's just you gotta pay to play. That's just, you win some, you lose some. That's on you. Until we regulate the system, but that also means that Trent now is to do a toll. So it's on him, it's on Gemini. Everybody, wash on your bed and, you're not the mind.
So,
It's not about me being a mod.
It's not about, I mean, it's not about when I said that. Sorry.
no, Bonnie, I was just going to say, so the complaint that you want to file, you definitely can file. But rest assured that if you do file a complaint, it will be reviewed by the board, okay? And in PC, the board is the motherfucking General Assembly in PC, okay?
Right.
So if you file that complaint, the General Assembly is going to hear it. And I can already tell you.
Yeah, the General Assembly is biased. Is that what you're gonna say?
I mean, if it's a complaint, it's
I just want to file the complaint for the record. Right?
Okay, that's
I want to
fine.
make the record clear.
Okay, that's fine.
This is a biased court. If that is what has happened. Okay. Put it on the record, and that'll be.
Wait, Brent, can you be my proxy for the vote, please?
Yes, I can be the proxy for the vote.
Thank you, ma'am.
What vote is it that you are needing proxy for?
If you submit a complaint,
Is he on the board? He's a board member of the board?
I just told you the board is every PC comprises the General Assembly.
Okay. I thought you said the mods at first.
No, not the mods. No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, well.
The board will take the complaint to the General Assembly.
Okay.
The General Assembly will vote on it. And I can assure you, Trent ain't gonna get more than 5 votes in this bitch, okay? That's the most he's gonna get, so.
But the board is who makes the final call. That's what I'm talking about.
No, the General Assembly does. I mean, we already know who will vote for Trent. You, First Lady, let me see who else. And maybe 2 other raggedy people in the group.
Anyway, so I'm not voting at all. Thanks. All right. Well, we can move this along. I just wanted to set the record straight.
Bonnie, I have a question.
Yes, brother.
I have a question. Were you here when they made the
Yes.
with the discussion about where the money was going to go initially before you sent it to Brooklyn? Were you here for that?
There was no discussion about the money was going to go. They made a bet that if
No. I'm asking. Hold on. Wait. Were you there when Trent told Gemini that he was going to get to Brooklyn? And
no, that's what I said.
Were you there? Brother, if you're gonna rewind the tape, you must rewind the tape. Originally, it was supposed to come to me. I said no. And I feel as though other people should take some responsibility, because why give that information out if you know it don't really belong to you? I'm just saying.
That's the fact.
I was just asking because someone who defending Trent so hard.
But I'm not defending Trent. You're missing the point that I am defending.
You're not.
Yeah, I literally said the man said he's not going to pay you. So now where do we go from here? That's my point.
The goal is where he goes from here. But this is the thing, though, right? I think y'all are overlooking what First Lady is saying.
Sonny, I don't know how to understand. I'm trying to get
I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. You didn't defend him, but you inserted yourself into a conversation that you weren't here for initially. Okay.
No, I am inserting myself for the conversation that was happening on the stage. about a paid bet. And so the conclusion is he's in the bet. What are we doing? That's what I inserted myself. We're all subject to that.
Right, but you still not understanding. He overall paid $100.
Correct.
He paid 50,
Who was not affiliated.
right, to a non-affiliate, and 50 to Gemini.
To the source.
So the $100 has been made. I declined it because Gemini said, no, that's my money, and you need to send it to me. So when he asked me for my handle, I said, I can't give you that, because it's not mine.
Which was the honorable and stand-up thing to do.
I said now I'm the bad person because I took money that you just floating in the air. Now listen, I'm from the hood.
It's always gonna be
Let me tell you something.
That's always been a thing.
I ain't none of that, but I'm gonna tell you one thing. You decided that you wanted to get on here and throw it in his face that he owed you $100, and I just seen the opportunity to take it.
There's always opportunity. It's always
That was an opportunity for me.
You know what? One of my things that
To get $50.
The almighty.
And you be out here talking and bawling all the damn time. That little $50 ain't hurt you.
Hustle said something that you need to hear.
Let it go like you should call it, buddy.
He said this on the.
I'm just tired of hearing it, to be honest with you.
I don't
Figure that shit out.
help you out. I'm gonna help you out right here.
Don't
right?
do it. Don't, because I'm
Almighty
not sitting
Nipsey
on my
Hussle.
mama.
The
do it.
almighty Nipsey Hussle said something on the day of his demise. He said, I hope my opportunities survive their opportunities. Right? There's a lot of leeches and, people just waiting in the corners with their hand out, panhandle on the internet and in real life. Right? And that happens. And that happened. Which I'm not even mad at. If you can panhandle when trains is going to supply
I'm
you,
really trying so hard not to
why
hurt
you
you
doing
on
that? And
today.
that's fine. But that has nothing to do
I really, listen, Gemini, you be coming for the wrong person at the wrong time. You the one. Then get your big mic ass on here every day. That's all about the business that we never asked you about.
What's that got to do with the bet?
You do it. You do it. You
That has
decided,
nothing to do with it.
but
What
you
you're saying is
decided,
irrelevant.
but you
If I paid
decided,
$1 million this
you
week,
decided
what does
to
that
not, you decided to not, for weeks he was trying to give you the money. You said
do?
you said that you didn't want it, I took it. But I didn't take it on your behalf. I just took it
Don't
because
let
you
him,
gave
don't
it
let
out.
make y'all, don't let him make y'all argue. That's stupid. Don't do that.
That's true. I ain't got no more words. Take the money from
He don't deserve to be causing that much discord.
That's a fact. It's on Trent. It ain't on Brooklyn. It's on Trent.
That was
I bet you it was you just made it on me with all of the shit you said about Nipsey Hussle.
Okay, he let it go, Brooklyn. He said it's on track.
No, watch out, Sonny. Hold on, because I don't get in your arguments. Don't get in mine. You made it about me when you said all of the things that you said about
I
Nipsey
said, I
Hussle.
hope the opportunity provides the opportunity.
Wait, you tried to call me a panhandler, and that's not what the fuck I am, right? But I could call you a lot of things. So I think that it would be valid for you to just leave me out of it. Just don't mention me at all when it comes to this. And the next time you want to bring up, I don't need to be mentioned. I don't need to be mentioned. You should just eat it if it come to me. But the next time you decide that you want your money, hit them in the back channel. I don't think the rest of the audience want to hear about him owing you $50.
I do.
That's what he does.
I want to hear every single penny that nigga owns. That nigga needs to pay for his own before he comes back off stage. Exactly. I'm with Sonny on this one. Trent needs to pay his
That's
debt.
your own beef with Trent. I ain't got
Fuck
nothing to
Trent.
do
If
with
Trent
you.
wants to get on the stage, his ass needs to pay his debt.
But you can't just send the $50 to Gemini.
Who? Because I ain't collected them Gemini's bags. I just took the money because it was out there to be taken.
She know that shady. She know that's why she cackled after that shit.
I mean, I can't hate on Brooklyn for that. Which
You
is why
find
I'm
yourself
not
to
a
be clear.
Brooklyn.
Like, personally, I
But if you
I
took
wouldn't,
the money,
I wouldn't have took the money from
he
somebody.
said, I'm gonna give it to a person, a black woman. And I said, I'm a black woman. First lady that won, I said, well, you can send it to me. And he sent it. So what was I supposed to do? Be like, I don't know.
Yes, that's what you should have done. Yeah. But you asked the
It's not
question.
my business.
Was it rhetorical? You want to answer?
And that's the only rhetorical I didn't do.
And that's like rhetorical.
I don't have the same moral codes as you guys. Y'all know me.
Okay, well,
It is what it is.
and I mean, to be fair, you know, if you don't know why your name is being brought up.
We're not just randomly throwing your name.
It would be a little.
I'm just saying that he also accepted that he didn't give it to you. I didn't collect it because I was collecting it on Gemini's behalf. I just collected it because he was throwing it out there. So I took it.
Well,
But he's attributing his payment to
I'm
you
not
as
playing
part
that
of the payment.
That is logic. That is consistent. The young person, not an adult, and so I feel like you're playing in my face. Now, do whatever you want. I mean, you did, but don't sit here and say like you don't know why. Like why somebody might be frustrated. You and Gemini always beef with each other, right? For you to take his money, for you to take that money, and then like.
Yeah, I could just, you might as well just stop talking at this
To
point.
continue to, like, why is my name being brought up? Well,
Y'all might as well just stop talking at this point when it comes to me, because it's not coming back.
Well,
So
you
I could
stop
just
arguing
argue
I'm
about
not
it.
even asking for a back, but don't complain when your name comes
Listen, if I gotta sit in here and listen to y'all talk back and forth, then I'm going to continue.
Actually, just left
It's not
for
gonna
a
change
few
anything.
minutes, and I came back, and it was Brooklyn.
They're still
That's
talking
all
about
I'm
it.
saying.
I'm
I've
not
already
saying
hired a hurricane. I already said no money.
We've been talking about it.
Point.
It's not even here, so what are we arguing about? Yeah.
Could we have a derivative bet on whether Trump will pay or not pay by a certain date?
He's not paying.
There are thinkers on this.
Can I make a submission that I'm very shocked about?
Yes, ma'am.
I am surprised at how much he flexes. And he had to wait to the next bonus.
Oh, you.
That was telling.
Being fake, I don't. Okay. Y'all really hating if y'all didn't know that he was being funny. Like, oh yeah, I wait till the next bonus. That's what he said. I mean, Brian, what's going on with you? Like, is he paying you? Like, what the fuck? How is he? Like, seriously, what are you doing? What are you doing and why? So
I
much.
wish I could just finish my submission. I haven't really been into y'all.
Oh, okay. I wasn't the one talking, but go ahead, your mom.
I haven't said your name. Please.
I didn't say you. What's wrong with you? Your mama? What's
D&D.
wrong?
This D&D with me forever and for always.
What is going on with you?
D&E. Do you
home right now, but instead of being childish about it, she
numbers. Like you also could have texted her.
well, all she said was don't engage with her when I'm telling her I'm muting up so she can talk. It's crazy. But go ahead.
I have a request from the go to boom it. Oh no, they're on stage.
No, don't boom it. The stage is quiet now, so your mama can finish if she wants to.
Okay, since you don't want to say anything, let me say this. Y'all not about to sit up here when I say something about Trent is act like because I disagree with you when it comes to him and what he's saying or what he's doing that I want to suck his dick or something. That's absolutely disgusting and y'all act like somebody can't like somebody you don't like. Y'all can move the fuck around with it. If I agree with something, I agree with something. I don't care who the fuck it came from and if you like them or don't like them. You don't have to agree with me. I don't give a fuck. I don't know y'all. This is the app. We on here to talk. If you don't want to talk to me, you don't have to. I don't give a fuck, for real. But if I agree with something and it's coming from somebody you don't like, I agree with them. I don't care. I wasn't saying anybody said that. I said I was just making a statement to clear the air. Because when I said I thought that what Trent was saying was being funny, everybody jumped off the fucking mic to yell at me. So, that's where that came from.
I'm gonna be honest, right?
And they asserted yesterday that I was Bones because I like him as a person.
Because they're
So now I need to
childish.
fuck him. Now I need to fuck him because I like him as a person. Or I want to fuck him because I like him as a person. That's insane. But it's been alleged countless times, and I'm sick of it. You don't like them? Fine, don't like them.
Okay, fine.
Let me say whatever you compare yourself on here, Sonny. I barely talk on here, but they got on my nerves with this shit, and so I'm saying what the fuck I want to say. Now, anytime I agree with somebody, I don't care. I'm gonna do it. I barely
Can't peace bone name.
But I said what I said. Stop saying because I agree with Trent or because I like Trent as a person and I want to fuck him. Maybe y'all do, and that's why y'all trying to pawn it off on me.
Oh, that's
I'm
okay.
sick of it.
It's okay. It's okay.
This part of it, I'm lost. I have nothing to do with this portion. This, right? I actually like Trent as a person. I think he cool as a person. A man with integrity, when you make a bet with another man, you pay that fucking bet, right? This ain't about like or dislike. It's about right or wrong, right? It's about some form of integrity. If I lost to him, I promise on my daughter, on the Bible, on my dead brother, he gonna get the money. He gonna get every penny that I owe him, because that's how I rock. There's nobody on this app that say I owe him one penny, not a fucking drop. If I lose the bet, you got it. And if I owe you, or if you owe me, I get it, because that's what I'm gonna get, right? This I gave money to somebody else shit is weirdo shit. Like I've never heard of that in my fucking life, right? When you make a bet with somebody, that's who you pay. You don't give it to some random ass person that's not connected to the bet at all. Whether he's making a joke about his next pay, I don't even care about none of that. And it's not even about the money. It's about just keeping your fucking word, doing what you said you was going to do. If I really want the money, I would have hit him the same day, gave him my information the same day. I wasn't worried about that. Like, but now at this point, I do give a fuck about it. Because now you're playing with me. Now you're playing in my motherfucking face, bro. Like, you owe it, pay it up. You want to get some random money to Brooklyn, that's your random with me. That's between y'all two. Because I didn't authorize or associate with that on any level. Pay what you owe.
Okay, I don't disagree with that, and I understand your thoughts on that. That was never my point. My point is the people who were jumping in agreement with you, but don't apply it to other people that has done the same thing, and yet they're treating Trent like he's the scum of the earth. Like people on Clubhouse don't pay bets all the time. Like it's like, and it's like constantly a thing now. Oh, Trent didn't pay a bet. Trent didn't pay a bet. He's not a man. He's not a man. But y'all sit here and kiki well other people who didn't pay a bet for whatever reason. So now that is why I had something to say. People were jumping in, being funny, playing legal and all these things, and I thought it was funny, and I joined in too. But for whatever reason, because I'm paying legal for Trent, it's a problem.
Divine, you got the breaking news?
Yeah, Divine, break the news, brother.
Well,
I heard Divine say, don't ask him to break no African Bombada news now. He was trying to give it to y'all 3 minutes ago, and y'all told him hell no. So now he done took off on his skates and his motorbike, and him is gone.
I mean,
Him gone.
to be fair, First Lady, I know you heard me say Bombada was a trend any day, okay? So I know what I said.
that is a fact.
Yeah.
This is James from accounting. Hold on. This is James from accounting. I don't think we're gonna have a company picnic this spring. It's just a little too much tension. We're probably not gonna have it.
Y'all can't afford it.
We're gonna go with that. We'll take that. We'll take Brokey.
What do they call those programs for employee support? Is it an EAP? Is that what they call them?
Employee assistance program?
Performance.
He's an employee assistance program.
So we don't have enough money to even afford a good employee assistance program, child. So all that tension that you're talking about, Jane, I think we're just gonna have it out.
But I think if we have the cookout, Jane, we play a little bit of spades, we get a little bit of drink, and everything will be fine.
Okay, well,
And y'all eat my broccoli salad.
long as it's not over the food. Just don't put ban over the food.
Okay.
What makes you think y'all need alcohol?
Okay, they definitely don't need alcohol.
Half of y'all
Listen.
are sober, crashing out.
Okay.
What's
You're about right.
going on?
You're about right.
I think
Brandon want to bring his kids. That's why.
I do think I
Oh,
see some
absolutely not.
down with discussion.
Not even the AI kids. I would.
Bring AI kids around these savage beasts?
Okay.
You can't do that.
Hey, I want to bring this to y'all's attention, and maybe y'all can clarify it if you already discussed it, because it's not making sense to me. It's saying Trump warns Iran not to charge tanker tolls. It says President Donald Trump issued a stern warning today following reports the country was considering charging tankers to traverse routes. There are reports that Iran is charging fees to tankers going through the Hormuz Strait. They better not, and if they are, they better stop now. This Truth Social platform. I thought that was what they already said in their 10 points. They said was workable.
Yep,
Like, I'm confused.
everybody is welcome.
How's he pushing back when he said that was workable?
Well, he pushed on. Caroline Levitt the other day, yesterday, said that Trump proved the same point that Iran sent down. Threw it in the trash.
But he just used that as his out for.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean, Neo?
Yeah, it did.
He used it as his out, but now he's saying, what the fuck?
But there are still maybe negotiations. Everybody waits. Iran has said they have not sent the negotiation team to Pakistan. Now everybody's waiting if there is actually going to be any negotiations. It's very clear. But there was another criticism. Trump through social media. Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable, some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Not the agreement we had.
This is just getting more confusing to me now.
It is.
Alright, as long as it's not just me. Gotcha.
Galibaf is fitting, is running up, and the Iranian position is that they are working within the framework of the ceasefire, and they're not going to send negotiations and start negotiation. I don't know if they're going to send negotiation team. Reportedly, they said they haven't Time is running out.
So why would they send a team? Because this is only supposed to be a 2-week temporary ceasefire in the first place. This is not permanent.
Yeah, but they need to, if it become permanent, within those 2 weeks, they have to negotiate permanent ceasefire, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So
But
they're
if
not
they
even-
don't, that's the thing. They're betting on the fact that it may not go through. So they have to have the troops there in case the ceasefire isn't made permanent.
It's not.
Right.
If Trump is talking to somebody besides himself,
You know what we do know
Right.
is
Not a fact,
on
brother.
March 23rd, when he said he gave them 48 hours, right, to open up the strait or else. And then he said negotiations were going well, so that he was going to prolong that, or extend, I should say, that deadline. And then Iran responded with what negotiations, what talks are going well. So he was talking to himself at that point, so why wouldn't we assume he's doing the same now? It would make sense. It would align to that.
To be clear, stuff has changed on the ground, right? Whatever fighting is going on is fraction of what was happening, if any.
Right, it's a ceasefire, so that should be, right?
Yeah, the strait is still closed. The United States reportedly hasn't fired on Iran since the ceasefire has been announced. There are a few attacks on the Gulf, but they are mostly ceased. The UAE said yesterday that they haven't had any attacks. Hezbollah and Israel are clearly fighting. There are sirens sounding across Tel Aviv from Iran on Israel, but I haven't seen confirmation of that yet. But this is an hour ago. We don't know. I think there is ceasefire is in effect in some ways on the ground.
Neil, I see where you're they're not doing a good job, because they said in the subsequent post, Trump complained about the stalled traffic straight writing. Iran is doing a very poor, dishonorable job, some would say, of allowing. This is not the agreement we have. So he posted that as well.
No, but both sides are saying this is not the agreement we have, right? And Iranians are saying Lebanon must be included as agreed, as Pakistan, Turkey, and Egypt has also indicated that it was the agreement. They are mediators. They were the mediators, or are the mediators actually. So yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
So was Israel supposed to be included in the initial treaty, or that was they weren't? Like, I'm confused on that aspect.
According to mediators, if we discount, let's say we can't believe neither United States nor Iran, I think the mediators are credible. Mediators are saying that Lebanon was included.
So Israel just said fuck it right afterwards then.
Yes, it reportedly called Trump and convinced Trump to exclude Lebanon.
Wow.
Axios reported it.
Trump got himself got us into some. Man, this is a crazy situation.
Bull crap.
Bullshit.
Mom, I can't be nice. Some bull crap.
Trust Israel of all people. Like, what the fuck was he thinking?
we don't know if he is.
Has anybody seen this stuff today with Melania and Trump? Have y'all talked about that already?
Kind of, we touched on it, but
So the initial post, it was with her coming out and saying that today. Have y'all talked about the possibility? And Iran has been floating like they have information, or been like floating things on the file. Do you think that something's coming with what she did today?
I mean, I don't know. That would be weird. I don't know.
Well, Trent wrote in the chat that it was coming from France. So, I don't know.
So he did say something to that point. Donald Trump mentioned Macron's wife, saying that she looks better than Candace Owens in that post also. He was just going in. But apparently the White House was going to do that. It's a whole thing, but she called a press conference. It's like she's trying to get in front of something. So we live in crazy times. So again, we got all this stuff going on in Iran and with the Strait, but this just dropped today. So I just wondering if y'all just delved into it, but that was it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe something is coming, but do we really believe that unless it's really some type of a bombshell? I may regret saying this given how crazy the politics is, but does anybody care at this point? Like politically, I mean, obviously people care, but politically, how is it going to hurt Trump?
You know what? I actually agree with that, especially with the war. I don't know if it speeds, maybe gets more people to try to go for impeachment if this stuff comes out, because they're claiming that he was on the island up to like 40 times when he claimed that he never went to the island or whatever lie he told. But to your point, yeah, I don't know that it affects them much. I just think maybe Republicans are like forced, or maybe like there's more light on the Republicans to get on board with the impeachment process, maybe. I didn't mean to shut it down. I wait. That's why I came up, but I tried to wait to get through like HR and all that stuff. So, but
there was another piece of news that Israeli interceptors are down to double digits.
They would have to be. They've had to use a lot. That's why, like, they're getting touched so much now. They've have to be depleted.
This is according to
Wait, who's depleted?
the interceptors that Israel uses to strike the ballistic missiles fired by Iran are down to double digits, and this is sourced on Drogside News to Trump administration source with the knowledge of situation. So this is not somebody that counted up. This is from inside Trump administration.
I wonder if they just got bad intel as far as if the New York Times reporting that Bibi Netanyahu and I guess a delegation were in the situation room, were allowed in the situation room, and they presented a plan about this whole thing with Iran and sort of incentivizing or giving him like the proposal to do this. And in the report, they're saying that they talked about how it would be, pretty quick action. They could take out the missile capabilities. I just wonder if everybody thought that they didn't have what they have, the amount of weapons that they have. It appears that could be the case. I would just think that intelligence agencies would know what they were working with, but saying that to say, I don't know if Israel expected to get this kind of barrage where they would deplete the interceptors and, essentially like killing their dome or whatever.
Well, assuming this is not necessarily true, but assuming what Netanyahu presented to Trump is what Israeli intelligence assessment was actually, right? And it was presented to Trump, which is a heavy assumption, it's not necessarily true. They were wrong. American intelligence, we were talking about this earlier, Ben Ice, kind of a Trump supporter, was here. The Israeli intelligence assessment is either a fabrication or a lie, but what is that they presented to Trump, whether a lie or fabrication, they were wrong on basically every point on that Iran wouldn't be able to close the strike on American interests in the region. The people will rise up, the Kurds will join the fight, and a bunch of other stuff, all of it wrong.
It just never ceases to amaze me how they just underestimate brown people of the world, or people that are what they are. It's just such an intelligent country, and the empire's lasted so long. Yeah, it's interesting though. But that if it was that bad, which it appears that it was, that's just doubly just stupid on all parts. The fact that they would do that and just not realize that these people have been planning for decades. They've been threatening for decades. So to think that society, they know how intelligent that things are. Again, they come. I'm sure they're not involved in Israeli stuff, but in here in America, in some of our Silicon Valley, sort of some of our brain trust or whatever. They're adding to the intelligence level of America, and the fact that they thought that they were just in the desert, just fingers up the butt or whatever, just waiting, and they could just go over there and just take them out. They didn't have any defenses. They just weren't preparing for anything. It literally is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Mariam Mizarkani, she was educated at Sharif University of Technology, the university that was bombed in Tehran, and she's now at Harvard. She was Iranian. She was, I think, first woman honored with the Fields Medal in mathematics.
This is the nerdy for us, Neil. Continue, please.
Sorry?
It's too nerdy. We don't know what is the first medal. Continue, please.
Fields Medal.
Okay.
But that's another thing too. Even with our country versus theirs, the equality or the inequality that women and minorities have over here. And I'm not trying to be careful, but I understand that there are elements of what they do that aren't great, but women in the country, as far as education standpoint, from what I understand, they seem to be doing better, or there's more opportunity there in some areas, and I know there aren't in others. But it's just, I don't know, it's just the dichotomy with the way that it is for them over there. But overall, just understanding that how literate their population is as opposed to the U.S. population is just something. I just can't believe, I guess, that I can't believe this administration, because no administrations before this were trying to make this happen. But I just thought that Mossad was supposed to be one of the best intelligence agencies in the world, and the fact that they didn't know or didn't game this out, that this was going to happen, is just crazy. Unless it's just what the whole thing is, that just Netanyahu wants the world to go to shit, basically. So he understood we had this pushed in anyway.
Well, to be fair, from Israel's perspective, this is a win. So damn the rest of the world, right?
Right.
I don't see it.
It's a win.
Oh, someone asked how is it a win? Well, what you're saying about Israel just wants to weaken all the superpowers in the area. So weakening Iran, even if it destabilizes the global market of oil and the West's, especially America's reputation and military and whatever, that doesn't affect Israel negatively. I mean, for fuck's sake, they're bombing the shit out of Lebanon and Jordan right now, and Syria.
Well, I agree. You can argue that Iran has been degraded, but I don't think it's then you have to, it's not an easy answer in a sense. Is it actually strategically being degraded, or actually that this is still ongoing, right? Or equally plausible is that Iran emerges as a strategic power and a region, being able to Hormuz to push U.S. out of the Middle East, and then Israel would be isolated.
That's fair. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
The one thing instability does allow Netanyahu to do, which definitely he has the appears that when it, his is something different than what Trump's is. But like what's happening in Lebanon, they already had what happened in Gaza, but it doesn't allow him. It unties his hands. The whole thing, it was heartbreaking. I don't know if anybody saw the video with the daughter and the father, the 13-year-old that had her camera. She had a filter on, but they were showing when they did that 100 bombs in 10 minute situation, and they were running trying to get the shelter. It's just the brutality of what they're doing and the freedom of movement that he has, that he's using, based off of sort of piggybacking in Iran, and just sort of guys are over here and he's just using it to just do what he's doing. It's just it's crazy.
Yeah, there are latest numbers of 303 dead in Lebanon just from that strikes.
It's just crazy. That's the American aspect. There's a whistleblower. I saw the day. I don't know if anybody saw it. Literally saw it. But he was on CBS News, so it probably didn't just air today. But he was talking about Pete had mentioned that they had basically touched one of our bases. He was saying that they were on alert, that they were sort of on a target list. And so instead of keeping them safe or keeping them in a fortified location, the guy saying that they was closer to the front and that their location wasn't fortified. They had no anti-drone weaponry, and they were just there. And they talked about that they got hit. And he was describing people's guts open and just people trying to band themselves up. This strike that Hex had talked about. It might have been almost a couple weeks ago when he mentioned it, but it's just it's just there with this. I think I saw spiritual just a blunder, but it's just the loss of life is just crazy over something that literally didn't have to happen. The strait was running just fine. There was a deal on the table. All the stuff that was just going, and it's just the region was stable. So, and now we're here, and I don't know that there's any way that if we stop with the ceasefire, all that stuff, it's not going back to a stable state. I don't know how it can go back to a stable state.
How do you guys feel about? Oh, you guys might have already talked about it. Sorry if I missed it. About the huge blunder of the strait and how now it seems like Iran had posted their 10-point peace plan, and then Trump posted that they're in negotiations and that they opened with a 10-point plan that seems promising, which means he's, I guess, saying he's read it, he agrees to it, which is crazy. If you read the 10-point plan, it's a complete victory for them. No, I don't think that means that they're immediately going to get all 10. It could come down to negotiations, and they can get anywhere from 3 to 7, who knows, of the things on that plan that comes down. But it's he's basically saying he's open to it. But then after he posted that, Israel ended the ceasefire immediately. So, because part of that 10-point plan was they can't bomb Lebanon. So, what do you guys think?
True. To be fair, and anybody that knows me know I'm not pro anything to do with the orange one. But he said it was a basis, right? A negotiating base starting point. Not that he agreed with all 10 of what they were proposing. So it was like a baseline for them to start negotiating. From that's I'm paraphrasing, but that was my takeaway from what he said.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like they might end up getting like maybe 3 out of 10, maybe 5 out of 10. Who knows?
Because that's one of the things I brought up earlier when I brought up the fact that all of a sudden on True Social he's saying, I can't believe that they're trying to charge tolls to the passing tankers when that was in the 10-point plan. Matter of fact, they negotiated how they want to break it down and who with and everything else. And that was very clear, the price point and everything. That was there. So,
I see it.
Did y'all read his extremely long, most recent Truth Social post?
I read a couple of short ones, so no, I didn't see the really long one. Why don't you read it, brother?
Man, this shit is dumb long. I don't know if y'all want to read that.
I was talking about the one where you mentioned Macron's wife looks better than Candace Owens. Yeah. Read that shit. Read that shit.
Man, I'm gonna try to read it. The font is really small. I screenshotted it off of IG. Y'all know I wear glasses. I'm gonna try to read this.
Put on your bifocals and get to it, please.
I'm using the progressive. My head is all the way back. You know, I got a progressive. My head is all the way back so I can get to the strongest part of the prescription. All right, here we go. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owen, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon, because they have one thing in common. Oh shit. Low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it. And everyone else knows it. Knows it too. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. Oh, they never did. I'm sorry, y'all. The font is really small. They've all been thrown off television. I'm sorry.
He said they all got kicked
I don't know if I can get. I don't know if I can get through this. Should have done long. Okay. They've all been thrown off television. Lost their shows. Hold on, the lights went low. Lost their shows and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, troublemakers, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. Oh, sorry, I repeated that line. Cheap publicity. Now they think they got some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but the presidential election in a landslide. Well, I'll zoom in and try to finagle this. Hold on. All right. Nobody cares about nut jobs, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they can get clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but the presidential election, what? Oh, but nobody's talking about them. And their views are the opposite of MAGA. Oh, I would have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN 100% approval rating of Trump. Not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous first, what? Somebody else find this dumb shit. The way he writes in the font, I'm sorry, y'all. It's on True Social. Maybe somebody else with better eyes. This shit is stupidly long, and the way he writes is just, I can't even fuck with it. I'm sorry, y'all. Somebody else find it.
You did your thing. I think that the gist was I think you conveyed the gist of it.
It's just dumb. It's not even
it is. But it's interesting though because we're in the middle of a war, so he's dealing with that in the ceasefire and the 10-point plan and J.D. Vance, the negotiation, and he's doing this. I just say it for the timing because Melania, like, just voluntarily just having, she's calling people today and she's telling her truth, but saying that she was never in a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and that the lies need to stop. She mentioned something about some images. Also, she called for a hearing for the Epstein victims. And it's interesting because the Senate, the Oversight Committee is trying to get this done. I think, Garcia, they were talking about, okay, they've been asking for this, but the White House is like sort of putting the kibosh on it. And now the wife of the president is saying that she wants a hearing for the Epstein victims. So, like, her thing came first, and then this post comes after that. So just, you know what I'm saying? It's just, is there something that's coming down the pipe, basically, that we just can't see, but, that's got them shook, essentially? Okay. Y'all got me scared to talk about, but has anybody seen the new Lego video?
Is it music or is it the script?
I saw one today where it's like, it says our government's being run by pedophiles and it has Trump chasing little girls.
Yeah.
It's like, it's the orange pig or something like it was awful.
Yeah, it's not the orange pig, yeah.
Yeah.
I brought up a valid point earlier today. It seems, and I could be wrong, that many people on the right have had it. People who are actual elected officials. What are they waiting for? This is it? They're gonna just sit on their hands? Fuck it, he do whatever he wants. Just let him go. Because it's not making sense. Is it not enough of them? I don't know. I could be wrong.
Did you see the list the other day? The 80 congressmen and I think like one senator or something on it. But and I don't think Hakeem Jeffries and I think Chuck Schumer were like missing from the list. Saying that to say just as far as with is the whole Citizens United thing and the fact that just like is there the money interest? Is that why they're not moving? Because like they're sort of entrenched and sort of being financially enriched. Is that why they're not moving on this?
Talking about elected officials that I'm sure, what are they, scared? Like Michael said, it's not enough. I heard about what you were talking about, Mike, hints of invoking the 25th, but those are mostly Dems. What are Republicans waiting for?
Well, the 25th is a non-starter, but they can impeach him now. And I'm with you, because you got to get the cabinet to go for it. He doesn't have like a team of rivals. He has like basically a team of sycophants. So there's no way that they're going to get, 2/3 of his cabinet to 25th.
They'll still need 2/3 of this for all this stuff, which is why on this list that doesn't actually fucking matter right now because they don't have the votes.
Yeah, that's true. I just thought it was just like from a historical standpoint. I don't know how much people care about that stuff, but it just seemed like now's like a time when you sort of at least want to have your name on that side of history. I thought it was a good, just because I know it, it can't get anything done, but it's just at least you're like showing something. But we're in a crazy time. But the thing it does feel like things are starting to close in with the thing about the destruction or killing an entire civilization. and this thing with Melania today. It's just there's a lot of stuff that's going in an opposite way from it. It doesn't feel like he's winning at this point. Where before it felt like a lot of stuff he was doing, he was sort of like the dance between raindrops. It feels like it's sort of getting wet now.
Also, just a friendly reminder, all those people mentioned, the Megyn Kellys, Alec Jones, Tucker Carlson's, they're all fucking pieces of shit that supported him and for fucking a decade. So let's not have revisionist history about these motherfuckers. The enemy of my enemy is not my friend. And this is a great example of that being, that statement being true.
That's a fact. The only reason I get excited about it is just the fact that if those people, because, you know, they were in that sycophant of just whatever he did, whatever he said, no matter what kind of evil, like, to see them pulling away from him. And then the people that follow them, who are the non-critical thinking people that are just out there, just like, you know, loving Alex Jones, loving Megyn Kelly, loving Nick Fuentes, loving Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, those people that listen and follow them, it's dragging no way too. I just wanted, so regardless of whatever he tries to do with midterms, there's no way that we won't get the majority, or the Democrats won't have the majority.
Where's the content?
You're soaking in it.
This shit is dry. Yeah, y'all need to give me some.
Something's going on. The politics. When you're all ready to talk politics, let me know.
Yeah, let's do politics. Is it news?
Yeah, something's going on. No, something's going on. So the Democrats created welfare. Not welfare. The Democrats created the Klan. All that stuff is going viral again. I know it's elections. Republican get people going, but it's not hitting. And it's very interesting on treating blacks as dumb. But something's happening. I don't know what's going on. These election results are really bad for Republicans. So I don't know, see blacks as having some sort of ability to save them or at least pay some of the losses. But they seem to be, I'm not on Spanish language, so maybe it's there too. But they seem to be interested in Hispanics. Remember all the gains that Trump made in 24 with the Hispanics? They seem to have just conceded they're not going to maintain those at any level. So I guess they're trying to get the blacks. Not hitting. Are people saying that now, Congress, a lot in the last couple of weeks? Look at Omari. Fetterman is a no on impeachment. Fetterman doesn't have anything to do with impeachment, so he's not a no, yes, or otherwise. The Senate doesn't impeach. Has anybody seen that in their thing? We don't know if he's a no. We don't know what he would be impeached on. What'd you say?
I had a Klan post today, man. It was like from like the 1960s. It was actually interviewing Klan members. They were explaining like why they were in Klan and why they wanted the Klan. So I did see something on my feed today about the Klan.
But are you saying the Democrats created the Klan, which is really dumb? I don't know why people fall. It's like there was a DNC Tennessee, and they voted to get an organization. Very bizarre. But anybody, are people getting that? The Democrats created the plan stuff again, or the welfare stuff again?
Not my algorithm.
Yeah, it's
Hassan
interesting.
Piker shit. Still.
You getting what?
Hassan Piker.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's there too. They're crashing out on that side too. That's what I'm saying. Something's off. I don't know. You know, it might be a blue tsunami. You know, the blue wave. I mean, people are talking. Democrats have 235 to 250 seats. I've seen predictions that high up, 51, 52 Senate seats, but and I'm seeing a lot of like state legislatures flipping or the Republicans losing supermajorities and all that kind of stuff. But man, my algorithm has been on fire with a lot of like Biden presidency content.
Like the Hunter Biden versus Don Jr. Match, a UFC match or something. Do you hear about that?
I haven't seen any of that. No. I've heard about it, but I haven't seen any content.
That was a challenge by Hunter Biden to fight. It's a fight.
Before Cook or after Cook?
I mean, I hope it's after a nice couple lines, actually. But I mean, both of them will probably.
Exactly.
I think Hunter Biden kick his ass personally, but whatever. It's all fucking stupid. What timeline are we?
Yeah, it's very strange. I'm trying to imagine gas prices are high, cost of living is still very high. How do you think you're going to get people in 2026 by saying the racist white men in the 1860s in Tennessee who belonged to the Democratic Party started the Klan? Especially when part of your argument as a black conservative is the Klan is gone. Why are you talking about the Klan? What about the Platinum Plan? Did they talk about the Platinum Plan anymore? Remember the Platinum Plan? I had to hear about that, the Platinum Plan in 2024. We have to hear about him taking a meeting with Ice Cube, which he is not, by the way, taking a meeting with Ice Cube.
Did we ever talk about him wanting to eliminate the Presidential Records Act? You know, the one that they put in for, I believe it was Watergate, about basically having, saving all the records of, presidential, meetings and notes and all that shit, and wanting to eliminate it.
He wanted. Trump wanted. I mean, if it does become public, man, that will make some bestsellers, man. New York bestseller list. Throwing pizza on the wall and screaming at Peter Hexet. Pam Bondi on her knees begging not to be fired.
Y'all talking about how we won the war?
No. I was just talking about politics, my algorithm. A lot of this stuff around like the trying to get black men in particular to vote. And it's just a weird thing, like about welfare. Do they think Republicans voted against welfare when welfare came? What is the view on welfare? I don't understand the welfare thing. I also don't understand when they say you couldn't get welfare if there was a man in the home. Well, if the woman wanted the man in the home, have to take the welfare, and he could have gotten a job. I just don't understand. Like, oh, hey baby, I got a job. I'm working down at the plant. I'm making, $300 a week. Well, you gotta get out of here, you bum, because welfare gonna give me $80 a week. Like, I don't even like that argument is strange to me.
Actually, a documentary about it, and that is the line I've been told. And it's literally people in video interview. It's called the welfare
just be against. I don't know why you would blame the Democrats. That would just be her. She would just be trifling. Well, the man would be trifling. Like that's all I don't understand. You're supposed to be conservative, but you blame the government for something. Some of these arguments are so strange. And by the way, what does that have to do with the cost of affordability in 2026?
Nothing. But it's not like people are critically thinking about it. And to the point about the welfare thing, Claudine, the movie Claudine with James Earl Jones and Diane Carroll, they have a scene with that where they have the welfare, the white woman coming by to inspect the house. You have to Right. Yeah, so it's like, so it's been something that's sort of been, ingrained in the community for a while. And that's why, people, they've enforced it with stuff like that.
I never went up. I mean, I'm sure it was there, but again, if you wanted the man in the home, and there was a rule, and it's a little, because that's actually a Supreme Court case, I think in the 60s, I think it's Alabama v. King, you have to look it up, which ruled it unconstitutional. But if you wanted a man in the home, just been in the home. Also, what's very frustrating about the conversation is the majority of black people weren't on welfare. It's actually very offensive because it's suggesting everybody was on welfare. Most black people weren't on welfare.
You can't say that. You can't say that.
No, that's true. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we like now, all black people are in poverty. They're all incarcerated.
Yeah. Like the Democrats did X, Y, and Z. How many people were on there? Well, most black people weren't on welfare. I don't know. It's very. People be so racist and don't even know it. It's like, well, they pretend you try to leave the whole welfare. Oh, your grandparents were on welfare?
And it's trying to say that the women was trying to double dip. Like she needs a man at home as well as trying to get welfare.
Double dip? I'm a double dip. That's a dip thing. Go ahead and get your double dip on.
Yeah, but then you'll get in trouble if you do that way. Hey, Joe.
Again,
wait a minute. Maya said they was triple dipping? How was they triple dipping?
Maybe they had a Latino on something. Maybe Jorge came by, gave some dust and a little poblano chili, you know what I'm saying? Stuffed, deep fried, with tortilla. Again, how many black people? I'll just Google it. Let's see at the computer.
All of them.
How many African Americans were on in 1967?
No, you're delineating.
96%.
Yeah, it was 30% of black families lived beneath the poverty line in 1967. So, although interestingly, the non-white unemployment rate in 1967 was the lowest it had been since the Korean War. so.
Shout out to Johnson.
It's called 1967 documentary. Welfare Over Fathers. That's literally the name.
Is that the thing that Concrete wanted us to watch that day?
I don't think so.
Good, y'all. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. It's called Welfare Over Fathers. It just came out like 9 months ago.
Hey, Bonnet, you're super low on my end. I don't know if it's like below everybody.
It's okay. Now, I think, so I've seen some of these testimonies before.
It's my
And
bad.
so
It's my mic. I'm sorry.
If the women are saying unemployed because, work begins, there's unemployment, and they're saying, we chose to get this government assistance, this welfare, that's one thing. But people are talking like the men were gainfully employed and the women chose the welfare and the men had to go.
Yeah, it's in the documentary. A couple of ladies said that. Because
She was like, yeah, I can't do it. If you don't make enough to support me and my kids, then
Yeah, I'm gonna take the welfare.
I'm gonna take the welfare.
Yeah, and so if I'm a man, and it never falls back on the man. So if I'm a man, you know, I'm gonna say, I understand. I'm gonna be up the street. I'm gonna have a pedicure. You know, I would have said pedicure.
Well, they really they put it as it was a system problem because they weren't being paid enough to take care of a family. So they had to take what little jobs that they had available to them, and unfortunately, it didn't pay them enough. And so then the women had a decision to make. That's how the position did.
But I'm saying, how come people don't say, well, the man, to the extent he could, it was the 60s, so it would have been difficult.
Right.
Did he decide to go and make money so she wouldn't need the welfare? I mean, it's not like welfare was paying people $800 a week and you got caviar and Ripple. It wasn't that much money.
No, it wasn't. It was like, I think
that's the other thing. The ladies was balling.
I think it was like 30 cents per child per day or something.
Yeah, something is.
Well, it was really crazy, and apparently the men were not making at least that.
Well, funnily enough, the people who make that claim are the Republicans. Republicans, in their need for welfare reform, were making the claim that people were getting, you know, fat off the dole, right? That the excess was, you know, like, you know, the welfare queens. That wasn't a Democratic construction. That was a Republican construction.
It's their scapegoat. It's their scapegoat mechanism. They help themselves.
Right? Like, so it's funny. So, you know, that's the Democrats for the policy in 1967, but not the policy, or not the Republican construction that sort of ended welfare as it got better. Because let's be very clear, welfare, and it's been documented, welfare as it was constructed before, you know, sort of Bill Clinton did, was actually helping people get out of poverty. It was actually constructed to help people get out of poverty, and it was doing that. The reconstruction, the reconfiguration of welfare, and what was that, 96, 97?
Yeah.
That fundamentally changed the way it made it more onerous and burdensome on families. I mean, it just did. You know, that's where we get all that sort of, you know, putting the church back at the center of, you know, things, and, you know, the justification for removing money, the welfare state. And yeah, that you had documented in the past, because now it actually does the thing that people are complaining about. Welfare now readjusts what you receive based on the job that you have. So it actually de-incentivizes people to find, well, I'm not going to get into that, but it's funny how this construction works, and who gets blamed for things, as if Republicans have any policies to help people currently in the issues that they have right now.
Is someone speaking? Yes.
Did you want to say something?
You can hear her talking?
Butter wanted to say something. Okay. Well, then I'll continue.
Can you hear me?
No. Go ahead. You were on mute.
Just real quick. Am I wrong? Am I thinking that the welfare was initially
for people coming home from the war?
That's one sort of origin point. People look at widows, a pensioner's fund for widows, and that sort of thing. That's one way, but it depends on how you historicize it. But yeah, that's one way to think about it, perhaps. Yeah.
I remember driving, that's why I'm asking you if you can hear me, because I know I'm in some spotty places. But I'm good, right?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's perfect.
Girl, just spit it out. We'll tell you if we can.
So I remember a trope back then that went first fire, last hire. And it was due to the fact that there was a lot of factory jobs. When they needed help, they would hire, black men to work. But when they needed to lay people off, of course, they were the first fired. So I think that there was just that lack of steadiness, and unpredictability that really caused a lot of families to resort to where. I just want.
Oh yeah, I mean poverty was high for sure. I mean it had been coming down, but I think in 1950, black poverty was well over 50%. It had been coming down for sure. I don't have an issue with welfare. This is a rich country and people needed to feed their kids. I don't care, but yeah, people needed it for sure. But it's just odd that almost, 60 years later, people seem to be swayed by that. And people who themselves might need government assistance. Like, what's going on? So, I can't imagine, I can't imagine voting for Republicans because Democrats in 1865, by that logic, why am I voting at all? America didn't have most blacks to vote in the beginning anyway. By that logic, why would you say Democrats started the KKK and not white people? You ever notice that? How they try to disarticulate white from KKK and make it Democrats? It's so stupid.
But people literally come on these stages, and like you said in the feed, people literally say that, like black people.
They're stupid.
Yes,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, they're stupid. And what it is, it's really, they don't have an affirmative reason to vote for the people they vote for, so they use that as an excuse. So 7 dudes from Tennessee, former Confederates, get together, start a fraternal organization that turns into, they belong to the Democratic Party. So that means in 2026, I should vote for a Republican, even though I support the Voting Rights Act, and Republicans on the bench are against the Voting Rights Act. I support X, Y, and Z. It's just stupid. But I think it's actually insulting that they think they can persuade people with that. So something happened in 1865. Well, by that logic, should I have any white friends? Because in 1865, depending on where you were in the year, whites were enslaving blacks.
But they do convince people with that, though.
Who?
I'm saying they're arguing.
Who?
The people that come on stage, people literally talk about the Democratic plantation, the Democrats are the part of the KKK.
And they think they already believe that. Do you think Manfinity's convinced somebody or something?
No. Well, maybe somebody that's in his circle of friends might have a mistake. I think that a lot of people we talk to are immune to that, but there are people that are getting caught up in it.
Okay. I mean, it's a country of 300 million people. It's probably true there are some people who are convinced and decide. I mean, if you're dumb enough to vote based off of what happened in 1865 today, you're an idiot. So I'm not sure that person is voting anyway.
I'm fully convinced that most people on the right have no real political beliefs. They just regurgitate shit that makes them feel good. That's why when you debunk it, they don't care. I mean, look at
I think they have political beliefs. I think one of their political beliefs is that is around a lot of cultural, social issues.
I mean, look at my PTR. This is Obama in the tan suit. This should not be a meme, right? Like that kind of, you get what I'm saying? Like, this is gonna always move the goalposts anytime you deconstruct one of the, like, even the whole Dixie Democrat bullshit. I've been dealing with that since I was in high school. How is it me at 15, 16 was more equipped to debunk that than they are? But they're gonna, and I'm gonna believe I'm the first person to correct them. They just don't care.
So truth, they're uninformed, silly people on both sides. It's not foolishness. Ignorance is not the province of the conservatives. It's just not. It's not true.
Well, I'm not going to say there's not foolish people on both sides. What I said is that people on the right don't respond to their arguments being defeated.
You said people on the right don't have political beliefs. That's what I heard you say.
Oh, yeah, I actually, yeah. I didn't believe that before Trump. Trump has convinced me fully that that is the case.
Okay.
Well, it's just everything he ran on, he contradicts. They don't even pretend to care. They realize immediately, instead of at least acquiescing and going, okay, but no, they just double down like, this is good, it's always good. Everything that we do is always good. And I suspected it when I was young that, because it kind of makes sense. Like, okay, if your cultural heritage is being anti the freedom of a marginalized group of people, that's not really a political belief per se. I guess you could argue it is. But really, it's just
it is, sir.
No, I was gonna say I know.
They believe that they're willing to do whatever they need to do to get there.
Exactly. Yeah, I was really going to say it's more totalitarian and lacking nuance, which means that yes, technically it fits under an umbrella, but that their actual ideology is not constructed on real political belief. It's more like feelings.
I disagree totally. You probably might jump on me, and I'm not in favor of either party. I'm going to say that first of all. I did.
Come on.
Come on, man.
Okay, what's going on with you today?
Should I just leave? You don't want to hear a different view? Is that right? I'll just leave.
No, share your view.
Go some thick skin.
We want some echo chamber.
Oh my God. Like, if you want to leave, just leave. You don't need to announce it. Just leave, princess. Just say what you want to say.
Yeah,
I'm gone now. He gone because he wants the echo chamber.
Let me just say, hurricanes is out of control.
No, it's not. People want to act like words don't mean things. Like, after a while,
y'all gotta toughen up.
It's annoying. Sorry. Not sorry.
I was going to say, this is why Democrats lose, but we're not losing.
Oh, the list.
I'm a gay man from Virginia with a house in Virginia.
Oh my God.
Saturday out of here.
Let me just say this. As someone who has been called everything under the sun on stage, some of y'all gotta toughen up. Y'all want big opinions, but y'all don't want the pushback. You'll be okay. That's all I'm gonna say.
God bless. Are people still bringing up like Robert Byrd?
Really?
Okay.
That's a second or third level. You have to know how the Senate works and who Robert Byrd is. But it comes up every now and again. I did see that meme on Twitter a couple days ago. Like, it's a bunch of them standing out of, I guess at his funeral or something. So, that's always a funny one to me. So I guess, people, so the way that I try to think of it is, and this may be wrong, so I welcome the pushback. But most of these conversations, I feel like, are meant to just move the needle, a little bit in one direction. If they can sort of, I don't know if there's as much sort of, swinging over to the Republican side as it is sort of, creating or fomenting apathy and just sort of a disconnection, which means that, they depress, who comes out to vote in certain areas. I feel like, and I said this before the election, in 2020, whatever that was, oh my God. But I feel like, it hit with enough people to just make them upset.
with some of the frustrations that they already had, and unfortunately, I think there were some people who were upset with their local government. If we're talking about sort of in urban areas, mostly Democratic spaces, elected officials, and they were upset. And I think that some of that frustration triggered up as well. And so that led to some people not voting. And I think that may be what the goal is, more so than trying to actually actively get people to vote Republican. I don't know I'm not saying that that's enough to tip victory on one side. At least this part of the conversation. I think there are other people who are generally just upset. But I think that might be the goal. And so because these conversations only work, at least in my view, for people that actually don't have like things that are going on in their life. Like if I'm not worried about, we have chronic unemployment right now. We have people who are who like long-term unemployment, with people with no necessary prospects for jobs. We have the rising cost of food, of gas, of all the sort of of utilities, all of these things. I just can't imagine that enough people on a daily basis are swayed by the conversation of the man in house policy in 1967, and that'll be why they don't vote for Democrats. Like, if that is the case, then they truly are voting against their own economic interests, and we need to stop talking about how it's just white Republicans who are doing that, because it would clearly be Democrats who are doing the same thing, and I think that would be, oh shit, that might be something to explore. God bless. Oh, I was over there making a note. I got something to write about.
Yeah, there's a lot of the old race stuff. It's not hitting on it like it was, man. I think my friend, my boy, put it the other day. He was like, "Race is so 2015." It's like people on the left 2015 and people on the right 2023 or 2024. So shit, somebody's shit. This bullshit.
Yeah, it's not about race. It's about citizenship status. Yeah, I definitely don't want to hear about race. It doesn't move people the way we think it does.
McWhorter and Lowry did a video. I forgot when it was, a few months ago. They were basically saying they were asking if the race beat was over. It probably is for a while. They don't have anything interesting to talk about. To be fair, they kind of killed it, helped to kill it. But I think the race beat is over.
What are these people who think their business as anti-racist experts or whatever they would call themselves?
Let me tell you something. They need to be outlawed.
Well, they're at how
The big names are fine.
I mean,
we still don't know how many out to the public, like how many shares.
Well, look at how many shares are outstanding on NVIDIA right now, because they're well over the $1 trillion market cap. So how many billions of shares do they have listed as outstanding right now?
Give me a minute.
It's got to be in the billions.
Finance be questionable. So,
I could be wrong, but
almost here.
All right, I punched it into my AI because what are we doing?
Hey man, it's good. I'm getting that. It's 94%, which is sure. Yeah, I should have did like you
yeah, just listen, man. Stop fighting the AI, man. Just you can't be the
yeah, I gotta stop fighting the AI.
Yeah, just join the motherfucker, man. Come on, give us a stat.
This is what I told it, right? So
I told you it was based on.
Well, he's not far though. Based on known information about the aspects of IPO or of the IPO, roughly how many shares are going to be offered available?
Requiring the courts to apply scrutiny.
Okay, I'm going to respond to you, Ed.
Doesn't say anything about sex.
Here we go. No, affirmative action was not only about race. While rooted in the 1960s civil rights movement to address systematic discrimination against racial minorities, it quickly expanded to include gender, adding women as a protected class in 1967, and later included veterans and individuals with disabilities.
And what year was that?
Since 1967.
Right, in the 60s. This is way before affirmative action came in.
He just fucking won't listen. He motherfucking
Look at when affirmative action came in. I put the case in the...
Okay,
You do it twice, Abby. Did you do it twice, Abby? Because I swore you put it in the chat twice, Abby. You put it in the chat twice. Othello, just fucking go to the chat, man. God damn.
And by 1997,
Don't respond back, Abby. Don't respond back, Abby. Don't respond back. They got to come off their microphone for something, man. They just got to come off the microphone for... God damn.
Well, Othello's biggest problem is he can't let a white person be right.
Evidently, he can't.
By 1997, 6 million white women had benefited from affirmative action.
Don't worry. Don't say nothing, Abby. Just let the trash take itself out.
Yeah.
I love it. I love when niggas can't admit when they're wrong. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Well, you should stop talking to niggas and talk to people that's intelligent. That's it,
White women benefit more from DEI, and they benefit more from affirmative action. White women.
Okay, I'm gonna put the cases in the chat. You all can spend the time to look them up. I'm not going case by case, but the Frontiero case is the main case, the Weinberger case, and U.S. versus Virginia. But the Frontiero case was the main case with sex discrimination. That was Ruth Bader Ginsburg who argued that from the Supreme Court, and I'll put it in the chat.
You can put how you want to put.
1973. That was
Law is the
20
law.
years before O'Connor wrote her decision on affirmative action. They're different cases.
That's fine. The cases are specific cases, individual cases. We're talking about the outcome of what happened by us applying affirmative action laws. The outcome is it benefits white women.
Disproportionately.
White people.
What percentage?
Oh wait, what? We're moving to go. All right.
Did you guys talk to this percentages about the 30?
Yeah, we already laid this out.
Yeah, so like you keep coming back to that point and asking answer.
Yeah. Okay.
I
don't want to. Conversations like this are what make people like me that just want to be like, oh, nice, everybody's getting along, to just thinking about black people.
Who cares? Get some data.
No, like that's not a nasty thing I said. Speaking of
It's about personal attacks.
Yeah, we're talking about the fact. We're not talking about like that.
not saying you were being nasty.
Because you said that after I made the statement that you were quote unquote.
No, you're not saying you're nasty. You're saying you're dumb.
Don't say anything.
I'm not sure how you guys.
No, it's fine.
Okay, great.
I want to just say one last thing on this, because I don't feel like going into law school 101 with you guys, but there's a difference with the level of scrutiny used by a court. We have intermediate scrutiny, we have strict scrutiny. Race is treated strict scrutiny. Gender is treated with intermediate scrutiny. They're different classes. They are treated differently within the court system. The cases that enabled women to then have equal protection and to change the laws happened in the 70s. There's about 6 cases. I put several of them in the chat. What happened with affirmative action happened in the 90s. It was 20 years later. I will once again put those cases in the chat so you can read about them. But what was important was the decision of all those cases, O'Connor's statement, because that's what got followed when the Hard case came in front of the Supreme Court. Affirmative action had expired. It was over. It was done. What was intended to alter or change had, according to the court, finally occurred. Her prognosis of 25 years made sense to the court. That's what happened. You can like it or not like it, but that's what occurred.
In 1967, President Lyndon B. Johnson issued an executive order 11375, which amended the original 1965 affirmative action mandate to include women as a protected class. This crucial action required federal contractors to make active measures to ensure equal employment opportunities, effectively expanding anti-discrimination efforts to include sex. So it started there.
On affirmative action was only, 30 years later? Jesus Christ.
They're 2 different movements.
I know, they don't understand.
Against those protections? But you went to school. You went to school, and the thing is, the only one that's teaching them is Google. That's what that is.
Just read about stuff, guys. Open up the cases and read them.
They benefited from affirmative action and they benefited from DEI.
No, affirmative action was in 92.
But it was the cases, the Supreme Court cases in the 70s that changed what was happening with women. It changed it under the Social Security, it changed it under the military issues. I mean, that's what Frontiera was actually the groundbreaking case on that. But that's what started to change it with acceptance also into schools for women. I mean, I said, if you want a nice perspective on it, go see the film about Ruth Bader Ginsburg. It'll teach you all about the women's rights and the changes in the court. The Question of Sex. Does someone know the name of that movie? A Matter of Sex, or
Just because issue A predates issue B, so gender predates issue, the race issue. Like, that doesn't necessarily follow that
They claim that affirmative action was the reasoning for the
Rich, don't do that.
Like, that's not even a tight line of rational thought.
it is a tight line because things changed after those cases. They changed dramatically for women. The acceptance into professional schools changed. Excuse me?
And they also changed after DEI legislation. So just because they were for women first, it doesn't necessarily follow that there were no protections based on DEI legislation or privileges. And that's what you're trying to argue.
I wasn't arguing whether one assisted it.
They're distinct.
They're distinct. They are totally distinct. Correct. They are distinct. One happened 20 years before the other and had the inertia and the momentum to change society for 20 years. The inertia was there. It was happening. Go look at the acceptance into those professions of women coming into those professions. That happened in a 20-year period, and the inertia was there. Whether it got with DEI, it's not the relevant. He was making the argument DEI changed it for women. It did not.
No.
He made the argument that women benefited from DEI legislation.
That was not
actually true.
No.
that's not what he argued.
No, she's not talking to you. She was talking about Dominic.
That's fine.
Exactly, and that's not what he argued. He argued that it was benefit from DEI legislation, and he gave a percentage, a 30% increase in their, I believe he referenced like job increase. So that's not what he argued. No one here is insane. No one's arguing that DEI conflates the two, gender and race as a single protected class. We understand that they have been treated separately in case, but I also think we could go back ad absurdum to the beginning of the first case that dealt with the gender issue, in this first case that there was a race issue. If you stop at 70, then you have to start with civil rights legislation that happened in the 60s. Then you can go back to feminine issues that started in the 20s. Like, we could go back ad absurdum to talk about
Yeah, but you had the legislation, but the legislation had to be enforced. It wasn't.
Dominic's argument that, no, that doesn't, let me land, and then I'd love for you to rebut. That does not negate, I'd love for Abby to get a chance to rebut, and I will absolutely yield to you as well, man. That does not, just because one had momentum in the 70s, that doesn't negate, we can go back ad absurdum, but that does not negate Dominic's argument that women benefited from DEI legislation.
People love using words like this.
White women, you're supporting his claim that they were already considered
white women.
class.
First of all, he's white women, number one. And number two, it was a result of, he used the words, one resulted in the other. I'm making the argument that 20 years prior to that, when those landmark cases happened, yes, there was legislation, but legislation has to be enforced. And when you don't follow law and legislation, you sue. And they were suing in those cases. And in those cases, which were landmark cases, and once again, they were argued, a lot of them by Ruth Bader Ginsburg, you will see the change that happened in the workforce, in the professional fields, in our society for women. It changed. It changed in the military. It changed a whole dynamic for 20 years, way before the affirmative action cases. And the case came out. What was the case out of Michigan? Someone help me with it.
You moved the goalpost.
You're talking about something that happened in the 70s, and we're saying that women were added into affirmative action, protected class in 1967. And I understand you're saying that those cases were landmark cases because they actually had to apply. I understand that that's what you're saying. But what we're saying is when it comes to affirmative action and DEI, white women benefited the most. And there's data on that.
So, the momentum and the
show
matters.
We posted it in the chat.
Okay, but what's our point on this? Let's go in this circle. What's your point?
Okay, now you want to talk about the point. No, we got into the conversation. You weren't even in here when we started the conversation.
Where you go with this? Because you put in the chat.
You're right. Let's ask specific question. You gotta come with specific.
No, I've been listening for the long.
Okay, so let's did DEI and affirmative action help white women get into? Tell me, because what was getting accepted to Harvard, who were getting accepted to Harvard, were not white women.
You're not gonna force us to argue a point that we never made.
That's how you win an argument.
I think this all started because of the pilot thing, right? Someone said they didn't trust the pilot. He was black. And someone said that was racist. And somebody said, no, that's not racist. Is that how we got here?
I'm the one who said that if there was a black pilot or a black doctor that was younger than me, I would be, I would be very hesitant. And that is because they let them in. If I knew that they amongst the most qualified, I'd be perfectly fine with it. But when we knowingly let people in, they're not the most qualified, I'm going to doubt their competency.
You literally said because they're black, I'm going to question their credentials. That is racist.
It's not racist. You're just a lazy ass who wants government handout.
Motherfucker, you just said if I see their skin color, I'm going to question credentials.
Wait, Dominic, can you tell us what the definition of the word? Can you tell us what the definition of the word racist is?
But isn't it racist you keep calling him a nigga though? Isn't it racist you keep calling him a nigga?
Read the definition of racism or racist.
Assuming a race is superior or inferior.
I'm not, here's, okay, but you can't fly a plane.
That's like when you used to tell these homophobic.
All right, to the audience.
Rach, we just talked about this.
Okay. Go ahead, faggot.
So, no, so you're missing a step. It would be, if there was no, let's just say only the most qualified people got into medical school.
Your words, you dumb fuck. Go ahead, sorry.
Amazing. Only the most qualified people get into medical school. Only the most qualified people become pilots. If that was the case, and it was across the board, it would be racist of me to say, oh, I think black people are dumb, so this pilot is probably dumb, therefore I don't want a dumb pilot flying me. Okay, that's racist, fine. Now, if I know for a fact that they lower the qualifications for black people to be doctors and to be pilots, okay, it is perfectly rational for me to believe that these people are most likely not amongst the most competent and quite frankly, best doctors or pilots that you can get. Therefore, it would be safer for me, and it'd be my benefit to go to a non-black doctor and to not have a black pilot. And it's not because of their skin color, it's because of how they let people with their skin color into these programs.
Exactly.
So here's why I think I don't get when I'm listening to people who are so anti-DEI. So what the point of equity is to recognize people have different backgrounds and circumstances, which are oftentimes set up by the institution, should be remedied by the institutions. But it's allowing the exact resources needed to get the same outcome. So,
but that's where it's a recipe for disaster.
But that's the thing, though.
Even social, even communist, no.
The main outcome is that.
You know what? When we first started using IQ tests, for example.
I want to finish just this thought.
Okay, but you already stopped because that is stupid.
I'd love to hear your rebut.
You know, you're saying give you what you want. You're saying give you what you want, despite whether or not you deserve it.
What the same outcome.
He's a moderator.
Right?
All right, Rich, I don't need help.
Is they take the same classes, they have the same training, and they have become the same. They have access to the same career pathways. If there's no remedy for the institutional circumstances that are up, they don't have access to the same outcome. At the end of the day, the point is, DEI or not, the people in Harvard ideally have the same outcome. Once they're let in, there's no concession made for the quality of their
That's not true. That's not
there's
false.
no concession made
That is
once
false.
they're in that classroom.
That's not based on CRT and what we see also with critical race theory.
Okay, tell me more about that, because I've never heard of a professor in a classroom saying a black person can just do work.
No, the problem is, though, is that these black students are significantly not only more likely to drop out of medical school in comparison to their peers, and of course,
I don't see the stats, some people are still not.
Oh, yeah, that's readily available. That's very common. But even worse is black people are hold on.
Shut up.
Black medical students, after they graduate from medical school, are also far more likely to be basically lose their license during their residency. Basically, get kicked out of their residency programs for not being prepared. It's and of course, medicine is not. It's a serious business. It's not for everybody. But I mean, luckily we do. At least they do throw some of these people out, and they don't make it past residency.
Can I say something that Wait, let me make a little argument on something Pepe said. Guys, just stop for a sec. Take away race, take away gender. Something else Pepe said, and no one focused on it. He said a younger person. So let's talk about people that are graduating now, today, out of medical schools or out of their fellowships or out of law schools. And they have to take exams to then pass forward to the next level, boards or bar exams. So today, you have people in law schools that are graduating and taking bar exams that are open book bar exams. They don't have to memorize. They don't have to go through the process because it's an open book that the lawyer 10 years earlier had to go through, or 20 years. So now you're hiring the lawyer to go into court with you. You want the lawyer that didn't have to go through the memorization, doesn't have to know off in his head immediately the elements of the, you know, what he's arguing or all of the hearsay exceptions. They don't have to memorize any of it. They just looked in a book to get through the test. Finish. You're hiring. I'm not talking about race or gender. I'm talking about youth. That's something that he said. You're hiring someone today that maybe didn't have also the rigorous testing and know how it's changed in the medical boards or in medical schools, but its testing has changed. And testing maybe post-COVID became, you know, open books and less rigorous, and they didn't have ATs to get into schools. And you have a choice. Where would you go with that? Would you have a crisis in confidence because there's less rigor and you know, pressure or scholastic pressure put on that student as that student's going through the process? I'm throwing that out there as a question, thinking of what Pepe's.
It's the don't leave no student behind generation. That's all it is. And then people get mad because you're not on their side of passing these bucks. From high school to college to whatever you learning. It's a generation of just passing these bucks because, oh, yeah, well, he's that's DEI. And just like what she said, I was gonna say it before her. I don't want nobody to represent me in court who had three or four fucking years, and they just let him go ahead and go in court versus somebody who actually done it for 10 goddamn years. But you get people that get on this app and want to defend because someone give them pushback about it. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's not about your fucking color. It's not your color. You born in a flight school and you telling me gave you a fucking certificate less than the time that you're supposed to have? Because, oh, we don't want pushback. We don't want to say we're racist. Fuck that.
So,
a couple thoughts. Pushback on smart shit.
Yeah. So I'm an educator, not a lawyer, but yeah, I have very strong opinions about this whole No Child Left Behind rule. And I agree. I think that the rigor educationally is lowered all across America in every type of classroom, on all types of, in all demographics, in socioeconomic areas. That's a generational phenomenon. You're absolutely correct. But what I'm also observing is that is just now hitting the college campuses, and by now I mean in the last like 4 or 5 years, where college professors are having to lower their standards overall for the entire class, their curriculum across all syllabus, but in order for students to demonstrate any learning, right? So with that said, I think you're absolutely correct. I'm going to look at any young person and question whether they have the knowledge and information to competently practice in whatever field they're in. What I don't understand is what that has to do with race. Because again, this is a phenomenon of the last 5 years. Before the last 5 years, literally post-COVID, this was not happening, not based on age, not based on race, not based on anything. When you're in the class, you have to demonstrate your learning or you don't pass.
Well, I was reacting to what Pepe was saying, and I just harped on one of the things he said. That's why I brought that up.
Yeah, and that's why I did bring up I said younger than me for a reason, because that is when a lot of this shit would have really ramped up, and you know, I
did that. No.
And so, but I would say though, it does unfortunately have everything to do with race in the United States. You can look at how. I forget the name of the test, the standardized test they use to compare students internationally. East Asians in America, I believe
the International Baccalaureate.
No, I think it was something else. I forget. Just like this.
All right, East Asians.
Kate, yeah, sure. So East Asians do better, I believe, or they're either, or they could have been number 2. Better than any other East Asian country. The East Asians, the United States. Whites in the United States do better than whites in any other country. Blacks also do better here than blacks in any other country. However, they do worse than all of their peers in the United States. Hispanics do rather poorly, and so do Native Americans. Now, imagine a college admissions. Now you have to compete with some of the most educated whites and Asians in the world, with much better as a population in comparison to their Hispanic, Native American, and Black peers. How can you? Then that is kind of the problem that Harvard was dealing with. Is you're going to have an astronomical amount of overrepresentation with the East Asians. You're going to, and of course, whites are going to be slightly overrepresented. But now you have this group that does on average much worse than both those groups, and you have to find a way to get them in. You're going to have to kick out people that otherwise would have deserved to go into this, be granted admission in order to take in one of the Black or the brown people. I mean, statistically, that's how it works.
Or the white women too.
White women do very well. So I mean, and Asian women do really well. So I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Women actually tend to do better, I believe, especially up through high school. So the sex thing doesn't really matter. But so what do you do? Now you're saying, well, equality of you talk about equity. Well, it's really funny when people say this. The first people to use IQ tests, I don't know if it was I forget who it was. Basically, it was a socialist system where they did not want to waste any fucking time with people that they felt that did not have the capabilities to do the jobs that they were going to put them in. They're very efficient people. And you can look at communist Russia. Where did they take all of their smartest students? A lot of them became KGB. They fast-tracked them. They didn't put them in school with the other retards. Where does this equity come from? Because no society truly has equity. Because people are not equal. And I think that's where, you're kind of saying like, oh, well, you said something along the lines of, oh, we have the same opportunities. We go through the same classes. Like, let's say we go to medical school.
We're directed towards the same outcomes. That's what equity is.
Sure, but what happens, though, is when you get an Asian that has like a 4.8 GPA and a Black that has a 2.8 GPA. There's a world of difference between them.
But that's what I'm saying, but that's not who's competing at Harvard.
Yes, it is.
Unfortunately, it is. 8, and it's the Black with the
Jews and East Asians were overrepresented at Harvard. That's why they did all this.
Yeah,
Beijing and
so you have two groups of people.
No, because we were the top fucking performers.
No, it's in all the Ivies, miss.
Every Ivy League.
And went from being like 30% down to.
Quiet. Pepe, what were you saying?
I'm answering. It's in all the Ivies.
Okay, that was irrelevant. We were talking about a specific case. Like, I know.
The case of North Carolina and Harvard. The Supreme Court case was actually 2 schools. It was North Carolina and Harvard.
Talking about all the Ivies. That's a given.
All of the Ivy League schools were literally turning into fucking just nothing but East Asians. And
But if you were to also look post-pandemic,
because we overperform.
Okay, Rich. 93% of all of the jobs gained were for people of color, or they might have included women in there too. It was something astronomical, and there's been a couple decent articles that have come out about it, but like there's some where white people have absolutely been shafted, especially white pursuit of quote unquote equity. And this is in many industries like Hollywood. The media notoriously did this. A lot of the large media organizations, whether it's New York Times, they had a huge from like 2010. They had the proportion of women that in their editorial rooms which shot way up, and they were deliberately excluding white men. And it's and I have to say, this has nothing to do with equity. You're literally taking something that somebody earns through merit and giving it to somebody to make the population do better, but you're not actually helping that black person. What are we talking about today? We're talking about how, well, they let too many young black people into medical school. Now I don't want to go to a black doctor. Why would we do that?
Use it to why you assume they're picking the dumb ones. Like there are smart.
Because we know they're dumb in comparison to their peers.
I don't know how I can't combat your presupposition that they're picking the dumb ones when that's not what the record.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely. You can look up UCLA's. That's perhaps one of the most egregious examples. If you look at UCLA's medical school, it went from being top notch to now having, I forget, it was like half of their class can't even like pass very basic exams. Really fucking embarrassing.
They accepted more black people? Like what's the last?
Yes, exactly. They let in, well, not just blacks, but minorities. And they let them in based on non-traditional ways. In other words, it wasn't because of their MCAT scores and their GPAs. They were valuing other information. They had a real radical bitch that took over the admissions there. But yeah, they're doing horribly.
And so what's the numbers on like black doctor malpractice and whatnot?
It's a lot higher than it is with whites.
Okay, you found out, man, you gave us so much oral data. Is there any way you could like just provide one link?
Who's for free? Go ahead, finish, Pepe.
Pepe, why would you say that so quickly before checking?
Oh, because I've seen this date. I've seen this. You remember the conversations I used to have. So this is all information that I still remember quite clearly.
Malpractice suits for black doctors?
They lose their licenses at a much higher rate.
That's not what I'm seeing. That just a Chris research is showing that there's no major disparity.
Oh, there has been actually for decades, unfortunately.
I am God. This is your time not to just respond to me, but actually say something to us. We've been waiting all night.
Been waiting. Y'all been arguing over something that I'm just listening to. Othello, you ain't been listening. Y'all been arguing, and I've been quiet and listening. So I know you're trying to be smart out the mouth, but you're the reason why black doctors are playing. Because you're running your mouth and you ain't listening.
Because you haven't said anything. You like Rich. You haven't said anything. So
yeah, because I don't holler back and forth. Okay. I've been out in.
Has anyone read like Thomas Sowell's books? Because he breaks down all this data for you.
See, someone like me, I like to stay on mute so I can learn and challenge everyone and just run my mouth and like think. I've never been one of those individuals that have knowledge on things. And if it makes sense, instead of just coming off the microphone and just challenging someone because I think I'm right, I want to push back. Yes, she's right. Pepe is right because it was told to me before this fucking app even came up about how black doctors, it's not a fucking race thing. It's telling the truth, and if you don't believe me,
about how black doctors
and how they fail.
Oh, do you want the numbers?
And how they dropped out?
Yeah.
Hold on. You guys want the numbers or no?
Well, yeah.
Residency dismissal. Shut the fuck up, Othello. While black residents accounted for about 5% of all residency, they accounted for nearly 20% of those who were dismissed in 2015, according to unpublished analysis by Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education, ACGME. In 2015, 12% of black residents in surgical specialties were dismissed, compared to just 2% of white residents. Jesus Christ. You guys are
No one crashed that.
I'll come off the mic now.
No, I'm talking about the mics and the residency.
I'll come off the mic.
More like
I got something, but see how I come off the mic with some things don't need to be explained, Othello? I come off the mic just to get you right. See? I come off the mic. You told me to come off the mic. Yeah, but see, you see, no, I don't have to do information because Pepe said right.
The conversation.
Right. I don't have to.
Do the share. I don't know why you're being combative about it. If you don't know in the chair, that's okay.
Yeah, so they don't have nothing to share. Come off the mic, so now I came off the mic.
Okay,
I came off the mic and said, thank you, okay, I'm gonna come off the mic again. Thank you, Peppy. Thank you, Peppy, for your knowledge and that you knew that.
If you have somebody like Thomas Sowell, and I'm sorry to offend anybody here, he's probably by a good margin smarter than anybody here. He says this shit, and people get so triggered by him. And he was.
Okay, Pepe, let me ask you a question, and Rich too. So the information you gave was about black students being.
Do you want what I searched or no?
So do you look at the hold on, Rich.
Their license.
Rich. So I did put the link with the prompt, and of course it gives the citations. You can see exactly how I asked it. I asked about disciplinary measures, revocations, and suspensions for black medical doctors.
Amongst black doctors. And I looked up the data, and what I found was that it doesn't actually track to race. It tracks to specific specialties in terms of what type of doctor you are, what type of specialist you are, what the workload is, and what the environment is.
Would that make sense?
And it doesn't show black doctors being more negligent. Now, what they do show is who's practicing in high-risk fields and under-resourced systems, and that's where some of the numbers come from. But I'm not sure if you're looking at all that data.
Madison, what you're saying that if there's an expectation, if you go in to have a high-risk surgery, a heart surgery, or neurosurgery, that there's an expectation of less, the percentage of success versus going in and having a baby, which the expectation is greater expectation of success. So you might have more litigation coming out of OB gone wrong than you would out of a heart or a neurosurgical procedure. Is that kind of what you're saying, Madison?
That's one of the aspects of it, absolutely, in terms of the specialty, particularly OB-GYNs, but also patient volume is a factor, the case complexity, and where you are, and the resources, the type of hospital you're in, what type of funding is involved. So there are a lot of variables when it comes to credible malpractice issues.
Right, the demographics, a lot of it go into play, but there are certain practices that have the highest premiums for med-mal, and probably OB is probably one of the highest because there's that expectation that nothing will go wrong. But you'd have to look at what different ethnic groups go into what specialties. I don't know if it breaks down that way.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw in the chat, Pepe. I think the other issue I'm having with your line of argumentation is, by your own logic, the quote-unquote less qualified black doctors are being dismissed at really high rates. So the ones that are qualified and make it out of the program are the ones that have withstood the rigor. So again, I don't get why you would look at a black doctor.
Oh, sure.
They're less qualified.
Well, sure.
That isn't even followed by your own logic.
Oh, it does, absolutely. So unfortunately, once they make it past their residency, there's a much higher rate of them running afoul of the medical board because, they have such standard level of care that they provide for their patients, or it's incompetence in general. And I, quite frankly, do not want to be the result or the reason why that person has to go in front of the medical board in their state. So I'm just not going to risk it.
Yeah, I would give me an East Asian doctor or maybe a doctor. Yeah, it's just saying give me an East Asian doctor anytime. Even over the white
East
doctors.
Asian, Jewish, white.
Yeah, fuck the whites. I don't want the whites. I want the Jew or
Indians even are kind of like hit or miss because they get so many of them get medical.
They're usually arrogant too.
Hold on. No, that's not why. A majority of them do get their medical degrees overseas. I'm just going off of a hunch. I would have to back it up by statistics. I mean, personally, there's just a little bit of uneasiness with that in general, having foreign medical degree.
Yeah, I don't want any American whites touching me.
The American medical system is one of the worst.
Yeah, that was the next topic.
I wasn't gonna say it because I'm about to.
Wait, long-term survival, Jazzy, for cancer?
Yeah, treating, not treating, but
they're like survival rates for cancer. How about that?
I don't know. What are they?
I think it's
the highest in the United States.
Yeah, because cancer, if you catch it early on, which most people
Yeah, in the United States, you have the highest for heart disease, cancer, all these different severe things and stuff. We have the highest rates for.
Yeah, but most countries don't have cancer or heart disease.
Asians, for Southeast Asians, I think they have higher life expectancies than us. And I do think that's it. Hold on. Do you think that's probably a lot more genetic than anything? I mean, they're not very big people. I think this is widely known. Bigger people tend to. There's a correlation between the bigger, the taller, the more built you are. Generally, the lower your life expectancy is going to be.
There's not a lot of 6'6" people in the nursing home. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of 6'7" guys.
Genetics can be altered by your environment. So you're right, it is genetic, but a lot of it is environment.
Your black skin will still be black in Alaska.
Like the food you eat, but that has my black skin.
It'll still be black in health too.
That has nothing to do with the longevity of my life. So if you could,
it does in a way.
If you could stick to the topic, that'd be great.
Well, it does. I mean,
well, we weren't talking about people. We were talking about countries, and America has the highest rates of cancer.
Yeah, bullshit. What do you mean it does not?
Most of those people are white.
It does not. Othello, remember who has the great game?
If we had to,
your job is degrading the conversation.
No, bullshit, fucking shit. If we were struck back into the fucking Stone Age and we all had to live on the African savannah, okay, my people would have a lot more of a fucking problem in comparison to your people, just from that one little difference.
I'm not black. You can live. Can I ask a question, everyone?
You sure can.
As long as you're not condescending and talk down to people. Yes, guys.
You can't be any worse than you.
You can't be pretentious.
Well, first of all,
I don't do that.
Hey, Rich, shut the fuck up before you go to the audience, and Jasmine, you shut the fuck up too. Let Anthony speak.
We don't have to do that.
Okay, so right now, this has been pretty much an average 20,000 malpractice suits happening in the United States. We live in a majority, quote unquote, white country, right? So that means the majority of malpractice suits happen among doctors that do not an ethnic group of black. So when we have conversation, I think we should look at the data versus the health of everyone's individual health is based on what they're doing, based on their environment, not based on their ethnicity. And I know there's some pre-pitched thoughts that people are carrying certain diseases or not, but that's not across the whole board. That some people actually take care of themselves in life. So just look at the numbers because everything is documented, guys. That's the beauty. I land on this. Documentation and people file lawsuits let you know really what's going on.
Yeah, so a simple search will tell you that when it comes to malpractice suits, there really isn't a trend in terms of the doctor involved, but it's clear that there's disproportionality in terms of the patient that's involved, where minority patients are more often the victims of malpractice. There's no discernible pattern in terms of who the doctor is, though. So with that said, I also think it's really interesting how, like you said, there's definitely some bias baked into the medical system, and we're making great strides right now to take that out in terms of things like giving black patients an extra consideration for kidney issues, right? They assume our kidneys are weaker, so we move down the transplant list, and we're less likely to receive
saving measures like transplants. So like there's definitely strides towards reversing things like that, but it's so interesting because and I'm going to speak to the argument you just made. Like, we're happy to talk about the genetic propensities, and you're happy to apply points to Black people then, but not when it comes to education or success. So dissonance that I feel like, again, the current climate is through, but I'm not sure that on a popular level people realize and.
I have a question for you guys. When's the last time any of you went to a hospital and had surgery in a hospital or experienced hospital staff? I'm gonna say 90%, and I may be low on my number of the nursing staff were Asian when I went.
You're correct.
In two different cities, two different metropolitan cities, and that has been my experience in both of them. It was mostly Filipino, in two cities. Philly and Nevada and Vegas. It's been almost completely Asian nursing staff.
And you can actually look this up. That's actually true because they're doing investigations into this, and they're finding out a lot of these. They're calling it the Asian medical mafia, right? And it's on a nursing level, and they're getting in there, and they're only hiring, their friends and family, other Asians. And you can look it up. It's a whole investigation into it.
Yeah, well,
And by the way, they've been excellent nurses. I'm not disparaging. I'm at all saying I noticed it.
And it's actually the reason why a lot of African Americans are in support of ICE and things like that, because they're looking at this and they're like, hey, this is kind of infringing on our job.
Yeah, so Abby, I have a question.
What the fuck do we bring ICE in? Whoa, why the fuck you bringing ICE in now? What the fuck?
Yeah, Edward.
Sorry. So Abby, based on what you said, I work in the death care, but we go to a lot of nursing homes, and a lot of the nursing home nurses and their staff are actual Filipino or they are Asian, and that right there, we see that trend happening a lot. Even our primary care physician is also Asian, and we've had that primary care physician for a long time because we live in Orange County, California. So a lot of the doctors out here, because they take the doctors near your home. So these are the kind of things I think are misrepresentative. And it's when you share something about they're looking into these things, I wonder how many ethnically Black people actually have a doctor that's not Black. I don't know if that is available. Know that number.
I think 2-3 months ago.
Okay, so you mentioned something about organ transplants. Now, I should have looked this up before saying that, but this is where I think I don't know where racism, anything like that would have to do with organ transplants. Organ transplants, it's my understanding, generally, you can only get them from people that are largely of the same race. Some of the people that have the hardest time getting implants, and they often die because there's no donors that match them, are people that are biracial.
What?
No, dead serious. This is something that
You gotta have the same blood type, you idiot.
No. You can look at especially I believe bone marrow is the one that's the most difficult to get.
That's true when it comes to bone
Yeah, I
marrow.
know that you
especially
have,
but not
have some other proteins that match. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I'm not sure about the details, and every organ is different for the criteria.
When it comes to bone
I
marrow,
don't want to get in the weeds,
it's
but
difficult to find for Black folks because a lot of us don't donate blood marrow, and I do know that even for myself, in terms of donating organs, there is a trepidation that you start to think, that depending on who's working on you and you're about to die, that they really may not give a fuck. I have trepidation about organ donation for that very reason.
Do you think that's common medicine?
It's interesting. Stuff not giving up ribs. Fuck think you're gonna give up organs.
It's very common, Abby, to answer your question. I was just with my entire family, and as a matter of fact, some of the younger people had indicated organ donation on their license, and some of the other people in the family were like, what the hell were you thinking when you were doing that?
That's just anecdotal, but I think it is very common.
There are cases that are fucking horrible, Abby, and so you'll have like I guess it's a team of surgeons that are, they have to consult, of course, with the medical staff at the hospital that you're at, and then they'll have like these advocates, and so there are people where they're kind of unsure. And, ultimately, I believe the ER doctor that's in charge of the treatment of the patient has the final say, but they will try, there's been many cases where the people survived, and the team that for the organ donation were saying, no, yeah, she's gone, yeah, just don't worry about it, let's just hurry up and get these organs out. And to me, that seems like it'd be a pretty easy way to, not an easy, I just wouldn't want to be stuck in that situation.
They do it all the time, yes. You're talking about instances where you're not really dead and they could save you, but they need a heart, and your heart is good. So they're like, hey, just kill that motherfucker, and let's get the heart out.
Well, they don't kill you, they just, they don't necessarily kill you.
That, to me, that's killing you. When I could clearly help you and I just let you die, to me it's the same as murder.
Well, according to the oath, they're supposed to look at it the same way too.
Right.
Well, we have the worst ranked medical system amongst high-income countries like Australia, Netherlands, UK. We have the worst of the worst. If you look at the Commonwealth Fund.
Did you guys just stop it? Oh.
Look how that works. Look how that works, Beaver.
I mean, I don't think that. I don't know. Is that really how
it shows up? Then you bring me up.
All right, stop.
We also rank last in access to care, administration efficiency, and health outcomes, including the lowest life expectancy at age 60 and the highest preventable mortality.
Right. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
In comparison to which countries?
He said other high income.
I haven't stopped for an hour and a half.
Good, go ahead.
Okay, eat my dick. We're universal fucking healthcare. It's a joke. Go look at
That's not what we're talking about.
Okay, then mute yourself and then fucking chew my ass at the end. Thank you, Miss Ass. Fucking, if we're gonna talk bullshit, make this good bullshit. We're gonna talk about our ranking in health, ranking in education, stupid shit like that. Okay, cool. If you're against it, move the fuck out. Go to Europe if you want to go eat. I'm just saying, guys. We sit here and dialogue a whole bunch of bullshit from fucking. Yeah.
Nobody was talking about universal health care. We were ranking the healthcare and even places with universal health care. They have private time.
Yes, just let him finish, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, shut up.
He's not talking.
Shut up, Black.
You show up and you just start fucking talking. I've been here for fucking hours. Jesus, can this nigga shut the fuck up?
I don't know, can you?
No, man,
your mouth,
Jesus. Fucking put a fucking cork in your composter,
I don't think anyone wants to hear you except
like, come on.
Well, no, he just wants to say you've had two different people fucking jump up and attack him while he's fucking talking. I mean, for fuck's sake.
Right, one mic, y'all. One mic. We've managed to not make it too nasty so far. Just one mic.
Yeah, muzzle the black woman.
Attacking him.
Rich, you're gonna go to the audience. Shut up.
Well, Steffi is down on day drinking.
Nobody attacked
day drinking. Bitch, I got fucking sick. You got a fucking problem where I fucking talk, bro? All I'm fucking saying, dude, is I hear nothing but fucking blackness, fucking whiteness. Okay, you know what? It's a disgrace. The reason why the black community has not always something to bitch about is because they don't fucking solve the fucking problems. That's it. You know, Chinese were fucking slaves. Blacks were fucking
slaves. Where the fuck is the Chinese community above the black community? Why? Because they don't fucking linger around on fucking the past. They fucking cowboy the fuck up, move forward, and fucking say, hey, we're gonna be number one in the fucking educational system. We're not gonna let a white man fucking hold us back. We're gonna fucking take the realm and fucking go forward. Look at what they are. We were just in an hour and a half conversation about how Asians are in all the fucking top tier colleges. And then you guys were bitching about how the black community has to go through a deep fucking policy to be elevated into it. Show some fucking accountability. That's all I'm saying. You know, and by the way, I'm a mixed man too. My mom's black, my dad's white. I'm in that fucking community. So, you know what? I'm in a fucking situation because you know why? I want to project myself forward. I'm not going to go back on my great-great-grandmother's fucking life. It's tragic. But I'm going to move myself forward, my community forward. I'm going to project where a black man and my sisters as black women can do for themselves, and not come on Clubhouse or anywhere else and say the black community is held down because the white man can't move me fucking forward. Thank you. Now go fucking bitch.
And Steph, the thing is, I'm telling you, that's it right there, because they all get upset when you pull the truth out on their fucking ass, because you know you put the mirror in front of the devil, he don't like his own fucking reflection. They expect you to ride with them and settle. And the moment you say the word black, they say, shut the fuck up. And you just are not tripping off a Genghis Khan no fucking more. They're fucking got robots on stages and moving forward, coming over here. They're not. I'm glad to hear it come out of another person. But when we say it as black people, oh, you're cool, you're cool. Look, give a fuck. I don't hold hands with these stupid ignorant motherfuckers. You guys motherfucking goddamn fast. That's all they want to do. And then you sit there and complain when in this time and day age, I look towards the educated black people that are doing it. That's what I look for. I don't look to that negative shit. Look towards the negative shit. I look at the black woman that has the business. I look to, please don't come off the fucking mic. I don't come off the mic. I'm just like Steph. I kept quiet. And I'm saying something good. I look towards the educated black. That's what I do. That's why my spirit is good. That's why my soul is good. My body is healthy. I don't listen to that negative fucking shit. Still talk about that old ass shit. So you ain't say a dumb breath out your mouth. No, they don't like that shit.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that, like, why. Go ahead.
Hey, what's your credit score, bro?
We don't even have to go there. I just don't know why.
Well, I am.
So far, we've had disagreements, but we've presented points and we've had a debate.
Okay.
I don't understand why the people who want to
You got something to say to me, brother?
and be black lead
She's talking,
feel
man.
like we
Shut
have
up.
to be subjected to that weird tongue lashing.
Okay.
You can have your opinion, but I do think there's some. I don't understand why we all have to be subjected to that weird tongue lashing that you think that people deserve. When none of those talking points were said in this room, at least not since I've been here.
What's the talking point? I think they were just like
The talking points he was attacking. And
yeah, I think they just triggered.
Victims and none of those things were said in this room, so I'm just confused as to why we even entertained that. And you've been in the room for 2 hours too, guys.
Yeah, we weren't using any insults or mocking or disparaging each other.
Yeah.
Not from either side.
Let them have the
And
conversation.
nobody was playing the victim either. We genuinely were presenting facts and having this discussion. So it just sounds like maybe to the people who wanna pander and be black but not and align themselves with the black elite. You have to realize what's been voiced in here is that there's no respect for the black, quote unquote, black elite from the other side, and there never will be. One, so you're wasting your breath saying it in a space like this. Two, it also sounds like, well, he mentioned people who are educated and business owners. That's who he looks up to. So I'm basing it on his definition of who he feels has more inherent value. So that I'm just basing on what was said in this room, which I think is appropriate, right? So back to my point is, it just sounds to me like you have some inherent talking point rhetoric that again just didn't happen here. I'll just land.
Well, they don't want to like deal conversation. They want to like skim, you know, on, I guess, like these generalities, like, oh, it's just a bunch of black people in here complaining and crying, when literally, you know, we're just like exchanging data points, exchanging links, like, you know. I think it's a great conversation between Miss and Pepe. I want to hear
What
you
did he
guys
say
speak
y'all
more.
crying about though?
Yeah, I want to hear you guys speak more in the future too. And
What did he say? What did he say y'all crying about?
you know, it's that whole like,
I think it's like victimhood mentality, maybe, is what he was attacking. I'm not totally
like,
sure.
Oh, he was attacking people with victimhood mindset.
Yeah, with victim like mentalities.
well, that was the generalization that he made,
Right.
so he can like give his like on brand.
I mean, is he wrong though?
Again, he might not be wrong that people exist like that. That just did not happen in this group. Therefore, I'm not sure why he cleared the stage to say that. That's all. That's all.
I know, that's one of them things. I don't know, man. Why do people get triggered for things, man? I don't know, man. But I don't think he's wrong though, man. I don't like this. I don't like that type of stuff either, man. I'm keeping it up.
That should be a good conversation.
They just got to switch the narrative. You know, you guys were on ran for about 45 minutes about with Miss Abby arguing about DEI hires, talking about the white women, you know, and then it transitioned into because then they brought up a younger generation with the black pilots, which is a legitimate key. But hold on, you know,
about black violence.
No, pilots.
You keep
Pilots.
Oh.
It's a slur. My God, dude, a guy has a southern accent, and you guys automatically think I got slurred. But the thing is, I just want to see accountability in my community, you know? And when I say that, we gotta quit, you know, not just, I'm not going to say you guys in general, but when you bring up topics.
Like what?
What? Excuse me? Sorry. When you guys bring up, you know, a whole line of different good talking points, you guys gotta realize if we constantly gotta come in and have a question or a conversation based off between black or minority, let's just say minority, we're still holding our community as a victim. I have been in Clubhouse for, I'll probably say almost a year now, and mostly just observing. Most come up and talk. And the most I hear is in America alone, the black community and the white community were divided. And in the black community, it's always the white community holding us back. And then when we bring up accountability, when I say accountability, in my opinion, there's a difference between a good black community and niggas. I'm just sorry, I gotta put it that way. Niggas will pull a motherfucker down, they will pull a community down because they're niggas.
You don't have to.
A good community of black men and women are more, and it's a beautiful thrive because they're on point, they're with their family, they're showing the next generation how to be independent, self-sufficient, and those are the guys and gals that you see going into those major league community, those major league colleges, into great jobs, you know, and they project great forward. That's what we should see in society. And those are individuals that don't play the victim card. Those are the individuals that don't. And all I'm saying is we should be over here projecting how we should go and say, hey, everybody has an equal opportunity. And if you're gonna base it off your skin, you've already ruined yourself. And that's what I want people to understand. If you tell me that you can't go no further because you're a black individual or an Asian individual, and the only thing hindering your goals in society is a white man, you've already lost to yourself. I hate listening to these conversations about how we gotta go, pick the statutes and the laws about DEI and how it brought in women, white women, black communities, stuff like that. Let's just quit talking about it.
Why? Wait, hold on. Why do you feel like you have to interrupt the exchange of knowledge that would happen to,
I
to
want to
talk
interrupt
about something that's not
everybody.
even going on? It's not even going on.
I have that privilege like you guys. You guys have been molesting my fucking ear with your bullshit.
Well, you can leave too.
Yeah, if
I'm not here to support you.
ideas.
I'm not here to support you. I'm here to support Matt and Pepe.
Okay, but we're having a conversation.
Well, wait, what about me? I don't get any support?
I don't think Pepe needs nobody help. I've been in Pepe's rooms and we've agreed and we've disagreed for years. He don't need nobody help. He does not need anyone's help.
Beaver, I gotta say you, but you to be my guy.
Wait, what's your Venmo, bro? Let me buy you another Coors Light so you can chill.
Seth, I have a question for you.
I don't drink, sir. Actually, I don't drink.
I have a question for you. You're mixed.
Yes, sir.
What's the worst racist incident you've ever faced in your life?
Worst sundown town in Mississippi. Me and my wife. You know what a sundown town is?
Yes.
My wife is Hispanic. And by the way, I'm 23 years active in the military. I transitioned into reserve. And I literally got collared in Mississippi by a Mississippi State Trooper who explained to me and my wife, this is a sundown town. And this is 2 years ago.
That's it?
But that's so interesting though that you would then make this argument and in that same breath say that something like 2 years ago, right? That wasn't 200 years ago. We're talking about 2 years ago. And you're saying that these types of conversations have outdated themselves? Like I question Stepe, and with all due respect, and this is gonna seem inflammatory, but I really question bad saying it, but no, I'm not gonna say it. But I don't think it needs. I don't think it needs. I think everybody that needed to connect those dots already have.
What's that next number?
Come on. Listen, the difference between me and you both, I was injected with black. That's different.
But oh my God, I didn't have to clarify.
Say that shit, bro.
Just say it.
He's a lot better than Rich, so I don't mind him being up here.
So if it's okay, even though I think that people have a different experience, whether it happened 2 years ago or 20 years ago, that's his particular experience. At the same time, how we see life through our own lenses is how we decide to operate. So I've been on this app, Twitter, whatever you call it, before, Clubhouse, for a few years. And I've never come on here and used any negative language in any way. And the reason why is because I don't talk that way, period. But I do believe this, and I taught this to my children, I'm teaching to my grandchildren. The only person on planet Earth responsible for the outcome of our lives is the one you see in the mirror every single day.
That's true. That's true.
That's the only person. So listen, no one, and if they are, I'm going to say this clearly, no one is sitting around thinking about any of us, whether they're any ethnic group or not. If they don't, if anybody's sitting around thinking about you, they got more mental health issues because that's more their problem than yours. And unfortunately, I'm 62, guys. I've been on the planet a couple of days. And my wife and I have been around the world. I've been to 54 countries. It doesn't matter that I happen to be ethnically black. Yeah, I keep repeating myself the same all because I believe repetition is the foundation of success. And I think that a lot of people, unfortunately, they lead too much with their ethnicity, not their responsibility. And the more you are responsible for your own life, the better you will be off. You're better off you are. And I just shared that with you guys. And listen, people are going to share with you what they think. It's one of you. Your DNA, your fingerprints, only one of yours. You can claim a people group if you want to, but at the end of the day, you're still just you. I have a question for you. No, I have a question for you, Edward. You don't have to answer it. How much easier do you think the success you made for yourself in the funeral industry, do you think if you were white? No, not at all. Not even a little bit? Not even a little bit. Wait, what would you say? I'm a self-made man. Yeah, and I'm a for 30 years. I started working for corporate America 38 years ago in death care, my first year out of college, and I worked for the largest funeral home cemetery company in the world at the time. My first 10 years, they trained me, taught me everything, and it was a majority white company. I never thought about it. I just got hired out of college, and that was it. But no, I think that as I grew and all the tests I took and all the things I learned, it just gave me the opportunity and to help families every single day. And that to me is very, very important. I think that the more you work more on yourself than on your career. Because what you bring to any relationship is who you are, not what you do.
You said that you own a funeral home? That's back. Edward, you said you own a funeral home?
All over the world. We do international shipping. We work with over 45,000 deaths a year throughout the U.S. So my organization's been around. I worked for corporate America for 10 years. My last 28 years, I own my organization to where we help funeral homes, cemeteries, and crematories. But the majority of people that we help is families, what we call after reach. There's 17 legal things that family have to do after someone passed away. And we walk them through that with 10 different professionals to make sure they get their first step back to normalcy.
And somebody told me to open a funeral home, and they say you'll always be in business.
I was gonna say that. I was like, you must. Well, you're never gonna run out of business.
Oh, I got another question. That was smart.
Have you ever helped a customer say their spouse died? And they were very, like, you were helping them along, and then like 2-3 months later after the funeral, you find out that they killed their spouse.
Oh, that's not part of what we do. That's with that's the legal system. That has to do with the funeral.
Well, no, I know. I just wondered if you ever like helped someone through the process, and they were, the death was ruled like just a natural death, and then like a year later, you read in the paper that it turns out the person killed their spouse.
We probably have 1 or 2 of those, right?
Never happened in our organization, so I would not know that. But what you know? No, we would know if that person was part of our band, because we post all of our obituaries either on our website or on their Facebook page or whatever. But it's never happened to me in those cases. So
you don't get haunted by ghosts, bro?
What are these questions?
No, I remember walking. My grandpa was an electrician, so he would go turn the lights on at the funeral home. And one day he just took me back to where they working on the bodies, and I was like 11. And that shit like changed the course of my life. That shit was so scary.
You're trying to get you, huh? But yeah, I agree, bro. Black people, bro. We need to stop complaining and shit, bro. We need to stop complaining about Sunday shit all the time, bro. We need to stop complaining about these white folks. I don't think white people get up and think about us.
So here's my...
And hold on. But it's just like, a lot of people like to play this. There's a couple people I don't get in this world, right? Because it's like, the bigger you look at the picture, the less and less certain things matter. People that cry about racism and shit, or getting treated unfairly and shit, bro, like, I'll be like, bro, you a fucking pussy. Like, you a pussy, bro. Like, if you a man, you like, to me, it's like, you a pussy, bro. I don't even mean to say it like that. It's just like, you really just a weird type of person, bro. Like, your whole life is oriented around racism and people's perception of you. Like, that's not their God-given right to perceive you however they feel like. People need to start understanding that,
You don't control other people, bro. Man, like you said, Edward, man, if a motherfucker wanna be racist, so the fuck what? You know, it's already people in the audience tripping. These are the people I be talking about, bro. Because these people let a racist interaction dictate their whole day, their whole month, their whole year, their whole lives, bro. Motherfuckers be telling me the stupidest shit. Oh, I experienced racism. He gave me a microaggression at work. I'm like, bro, shut your pussy ass up, bro. You feel me? Like, shut your bitch ass up, bro. You was a bitch, nigga. Like, really, yo? That's gonna stop you from going to work. What you say, Edward?
How do you pronounce your name?
Kaz.
Kaz. So I have a question for you, Kaz, which is just a practical question. Do you think we pick people up in a different truck?
What do you mean?
When they pass away.
Do you think y'all pick people up in different trucks?
Yeah.
No, I think y'all pick people up in whatever they pay for.
No, we pick everybody up in the same truck. I don't care what.
Same truck, yeah.
Oh, you want to search for black people?
Not at all. We pick.
What about Indians? Do Indians put them in a different truck?
Oh. No. Listen, guys, I work with every people group on the planet. When they expire, we pick them all up in the same truck. And we don't care who calls us. Doesn't matter. We do every service on the planet. And people call our company because we do good business. They're not looking at us because there's a guy who looks like me that owns the company. You know, they just want to be served properly. Everybody likes excellence. I don't know any person on planet Earth that does not like excellence. And excellence has no ethnicity to it, guys. And that's why what you're talking about, guys, is so important. If you get up every day and you just walk outside, my mentor said, opportunity has a very unique way of presenting itself. It stares on every street corner around the world, waiting to be recognized. Life is too short. I go ahead. I'm sorry, guys.
You're right. And it's just like, I feel like certain people, I like these type of people, they get up and they have a dark cloud over their fucking head, bro. And they that shit everywhere they go. Always crying and shit. Always complaining about white people, bro. Like,
see, but that's not because it's not. Do you see the difference?
What?
So it's all environmentalism. That's what the whole thing is. Edward doesn't experience that. Listen to Edward has all these mentors. He has people that are able to guide him. They all the biggest self-help experts. They all say you're the sum of the five people the five people you hang out most with, right? They talk about psychology, how we could reprogram our minds according to what is presented to us, right? And so one of my greatest moments of realizing that was in a philosophy class, an actual philosophy class. It was in the Heights. It was a satellite office. And our philosophy professor asked us all to go to the window. And we all got up and we all went to the window. And then we looked up to the streets. And we looked up and he says, I want you all to give me the best explanation as to why in our county you can get for community this community college, you can register for free for this time. And I want you to tell me why there is almost 100% white people inside this room, and outside, I want you to know how many black people you see. And we did, and I mean, like right outside, we were right on Broadway, right? And so there was dozens, there was everywhere, and then inside we were all white, and so we had to come up with an explanation to that. What is the explanation? Is it that white people want education more? Is it that white people are smarter? Is it that white people are that? No, it's not. It's all environmentalism. It's what you grow up with, who you're around, the minds. Rather, it's philosophy. It's literally called environmentalism.
I meant to give a hard emoji.
That's not what environmentalism is.
It was supposed to be.
Philosophically, right? When you talk about determinism and free will, right? Environmentalism, right? Yes, it is. It is environmental. You're not going to. I just gave the fucking scenario. You want to challenge my philosophy professor? Challenge him.
Here's what I would say, right? Because I see what you're saying, but then again, how do you explain
see the bigger picture, right? So, like, let's say me, right, where I'm from and stuff like that, most people don't think, so what I've done is, like, only I've done it, only I wanted to do that shit. Only I saw that path, right? But it's like, I'm around people that they do other things. Most of them are. So, it's certain individuals that, even in those environments, they still go out and do these things though. But it's really just that victimhood, bro. Like, it's really that victimhood, and people just you're not all the way wrong though. You're very much accurate, but it's not only environmental aspect that has something to do with it for sure. But it's something deeper than just where you're at. It's just a collective mindset people have, and that shit kills them.
Yeah, let me ask this question, B-Mom. And thank you, Cass. B-Mom, and I hear you when you use the word environmental. Do you or have you been aware of the numbers of the United States, the population that we have?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Okay, so I teach children. My son's 41 now. He's been married. My daughter's, she's 34, married. So, but I used this when they were growing up. I asked them the question. I said, do you understand when they use the word minority, what that really means? Okay? And they said, no. So my wife and I explained to them very clearly that it only means that you live in a majority white country. According to the numbers, blacks are only 13% of America. Okay? Right now, there's 250 million Americans.
Right, but they're not all white.
No, hold on. I said there's only 50 million Americans technically black. So they the rest cannot be all white. I know that. Okay? But you got to follow along with the understanding, because it's unfortunate that most people hear the word minority and they think that means they cannot compete. And that's why I was sharing with B-Mob that some of the things are environmental, but when it comes to raw numbers, this is how many ethnically black people who were born in the United States of America. Okay? The same thing when it comes to the number of whites. There just happen to be more. But when you look at the numbers and you really break it down, and I'll land on this, guys. My wife and I live in Orange County, California. The community that we live in is 568 homes. There's only myself and my wife, another couple, my wife and myself and another couple who's married, are the only two people that look like us in the whole community. And we never once thought, let me finish up, and Nemo, I'm going to let you go. We never once thought that we should not move to this area. No, my wife wanted to be in a community that she liked. And that's why we bought the home there. It didn't have anything to do with our color or nothing. We could afford the place, we're comfortable, and we've been living there. It's our second home out there, okay? So we've been living out there for over 25 years. And you know what I've never had? Never. I'm telling you, literally never had. I'm 62, guys. I've never had any experience with someone coming. You know why? Because most people are the same economic bracket. Most people have the same education bracket. Most people live around people that's like them. Not because of ethnicity. And the unfortunate thing in America is we like division, not addition. I land there. Go ahead.
No, I think you make good points. It's interesting. It's a good story.
I will say, kind of backing off of what Bima said, I do think that this isn't going to be necessarily based on race, but there's obviously different racial groups in the United States will experience this at different rates. But growing up in what I would consider very dysfunctional environments, where your parent, like with your parents, maybe they're highly criminal, they're addicted, so are they're, you just have, and I've seen this like up in Native American reservations in particular. I almost would say that these people don't have a shot in hell. Luckily, one of those reservations, Abby probably knows we're talking Stick Resort, that Salt River Pima Maricopa community. I'm talking about this one in particular. Like, almost 20 years ago, some of the patients that I was assigned to on a caseload, that you would have to, you'd go there and be like, holy shit, it's the amount, like, a lot of violence there, a lot of interpersonal, or I should say, what is it? I forget, they changed the term, but intimate partner violence, a lot of domestic violence, I'll say that. The drug use, the gang activity, all of this stuff. Like, there was nobody to raise you right. You could try to do the best you could do, but you were gonna get dragged into all of the bullshit with your neighbors and your family. You didn't have a shot in hell, and that community's doing extremely well now because they have like spring training there. They have resorts and casinos, but I know one of the things they did, and of course, not most dysfunctional communities won't have this option. So everybody there gets a per cap check every, I believe, 3 months. And it's a pretty substantial amount of money. If you get into college, they'll pay for it. They really, a lot of perks to being a member of that little tribe. But they immediately off the bat, if you are a drug addict, if you have any kind of dysfunction, they are going to give you a forced payee. They're not going to let you handle your money. They ended up basically providing a whole ton of services to break the cycle of the kids having to be grown up or raised around, all of the generational dysfunction with a lot of these people. I'm not going to necessarily blame them, because I'd probably think people, you can talk about personal responsibility all you want, but I think there's some environments where the odds are extremely stacked against you.
Okay, so Pepe, I know you can tell me every day not to talk about personal responsibility, but this is what I want to ask everybody, all of us, which is kind of interesting. How do any of us purchase a problem?
Purchase a what?
A problem. Where can I go purchase a problem, Pepe?
Sometimes you're born into it, that's my point.
No, Pepe, I'm going to say it again. Where can I go purchase a problem?
Where do you want?
No, you can't purchase problems, don't sell them. I don't care.
I'll just find you a drug dealer.
Drugs. Yes. Hold on. Listen, that's not purchasing a problem. That's a person not having discipline over their own self. You're not purchasing a problem. Guys, they don't sell problems. Every problem, and I'm just going to use that word, that I've ever had in my life, because I made poor decisions. I made bad judgment calls.
But did you grow up it sounds like you grew up from what how you talked about your parents. You grew up in a nice household. And I do hear about children that grow up in poor communities, especially when it comes to immigrant families. Now, immigrants are poor for a lot of reasons. Largely, they just don't have a formal education. But they're not necessarily dysfunctional people. They're good parents. And you hear about these people, that's their home. And they're in charge of their children. So they will push their children. But what do you do when your parents are abusive and they don't give a fuck about you?
I hear you loud and clear, Pepe. But you're talking about someone being inflicted with something versus most of us having better opportunities than that number again that you're talking about is not all of us. A lot of us have survived a whole lot of pain, a whole lot of stuff. We've survived. You know why, Pepe? Because we're choices, and we've made better choices.
I didn't survive that environment. No.
You didn't survive, Pepe?
I didn't survive growing up in an environment like that, no.
No, you didn't survive. So you're telling me...
No, my dad was not smoking meth out of me. I wasn't getting molested or raped by family members. I wasn't getting the shit beaten out of me. No, none of that. I wasn't having to fight with kids my own age every time I wanted to do right. I'd get jumped, beat. And so I had to resort to the the same bullshit that they were doing in order just to be left the fuck alone. I mean, that is a reality in some of these communities.
Listen to me. Hold on.
I just want to say this. That's a weak mindset. It's just a weak mind. It's like patriotic warriors. That's some of the greatest warrior America has ever had the luxury of serving in the military. All came from dysfunctional families, but they went a different route and became some heroic men. You know, when
some of them make it, but
yeah. But Pepe, I'm gonna ask you a question. And everybody in this space, please help me. How many of you have met someone, Pepe described it, that, you know, I was doing methamphetamine, their mom was doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Well, how many of us in this particular place right now that had this situation actually happen to them? Or have most of us in the United States had relatively, even if you didn't have both parents in the house, you relatively had a pretty good, what we would call childhood. Even though you didn't have all the stuff you wanted, how many of us would say that?
Me, I've had a pretty good childhood. And that was before I was in a foster home. Because of course when you're in a foster home, they're not gonna put you in a bad environment, they're gonna check that environment. But before I was, my mother and my father, they were together, I mean, due to certain things of my brothers and everything, and the separation. And, you know, don't get me wrong, the hood was around the corner from me. I had no silver spoon, but I was in a pretty good environment. I wasn't beaten. I wasn't exposed to things that Pepe would say, that's all. But yeah, I knew of people.
Yeah, I am God. Check, 1 second, Remy. Right after this. I am God. I live in a community where we have trust babies. And some of my neighbors, when I talk to them, have more trouble with some $80,000. And he grew up with both parents in the home.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
So hold on, Pepe. What I'm saying to you, Pepe, do you think that the parent wanted their child to choose this direction? That child made the choice.
The child, I'm going to actually take another when you say that child has a choice. Okay, first of all, there are reasons why people have the problems they have. Some of them are environmental, and I would say depending on I'll just say your genes, which is largely going to be how you end up navigating that. Some people that will push them over the edge. They won't respond very well. When it comes to trust fund kids who have good parents, yes, and by the way, you can look this up. When it comes to drugs and alcoholism, there's a highly genetic, by the way. Some people are far more susceptible. A lot of what you call discipline it doesn't work the same. You're not working with the same tools as those people.
Oh, really?
Yes, absolutely.
Wait, were you done? Because I really want to hear where you're going with this. It sounds like you were, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like you are taking a moment to, you know, as critical as you can be, and I think you have a right to be that way, to just kind of look at and at least consider the environmentalism that that Bima was pointing out earlier, that might manifest as like a lack of discipline or a lack of vision or a lack of that will probably start in the home, parents, peers, all the things that influence people and maybe guide their decision making, right?
Yeah, well, I think the environment and your genes.
And genes too.
Those two things obviously are going to shape your life tremendously. We have examples of this where you have highly criminal. I would say that the gypsies in Hungary, when rather similar, and I'm going to be very. The culture is a criminal, corrupt, bad culture, and it creates criminals out of their children, and the cycle is going to continue. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah, however, so I work with that population. Can I offer a quick comment?
Okay.
So I work with that population, not particularly the Roma gypsies, but there's a high population of nomadic people who are very similar in northern Morocco. And they often immigrate to Spain. I lived in Spain for about a year with these nomadic youth. And exactly what you're observing is what they articulate to me. I didn't know anything about that population being in the area that I was working in and living in for a year. And so what they say is, when I talk to them in the classroom, and I was there as a English language and culture guide, so just talking to them about what their options are globally and how to be global citizens, and of course supporting their actual English instruction. What they communicate to me on a daily basis is they didn't give a piss what I had to say about their future, because their future was already predetermined by what their parents were struggling with. Their future was already predetermined because they could only think in terms of survival, because that's what nomadic gypsy culture is oriented towards. Around, they immigrate from country to country, space to space, to lowland, and they can't afford to think beyond. Now let's transplant that to some of the other American countries.
About Roma, if I can get back to that Roma gypsy example.
Go ahead.
So I wanted to give you an example of groups of people where the environment changed and then they change. Roma gypsies in Hungary.
Do they change or they move?
The Soviets, no, they couldn't leave. The Soviets basically said, hey, being gypsies, all of your kids are going to fucking school, all of this gypsy nonsense. That when it comes to, you're going to work, you're going to do all of this stuff. And yeah, within a generation, basically, all of that gypsy lifestyle disappeared. The gypsies actually, they're still the music, the food, which gypsy food was always kind of popular in Hungary.
Okay.
That disappeared. We can look at the Southeast Asians that ended up immigrating here in the 70s through the 90s. They were highly violent, highly criminal, big into gangs, and now they have very low crime rates. They surpass white Americans in terms of receiving college degrees, lower levels of interactions with the law enforcement. And that is environment. It's not, their genes didn't change over one generation. I do think some people, it's not just, like Edward would say, oh, maybe they just started to make better decisions. No, I think that their parents that were immigrants, a lot of these people were literal peasants from a very poor, violent place. They didn't know how to raise their kids really in America. I mean, this place was completely foreign to them.
Okay, I understand why I was thinking differently based on my experience now. So let me ask you this. So I want to make sure I'm understanding, you properly this time. In that particular cultural context, you said the government intervened, required them to assimilate into the educational system, and within a generation, the culture, or subculture rather, changed, right?
Yeah, they were not allowed to do any of the thieving gypsy bullshit.
Right, okay. So, I guess, would you say that was a net positive or a net negative?
Net positive. I mean, even if that's and I get it for Roma gypsies,
yeah,
that is a historical, we are in a way kind of like taking a knife and cutting a chunk of their actual culture out. But I'm sorry, if your culture is being a fucking thief and doing the shit that they do, I don't know what to tell you. You guys can go form your own fucking country, which you're not going to be able to. Otherwise, you have to exist with the rest of us, and we don't steal from people.
Bingo. You right there. Pepe, if you articulate that, then you could start to understand what equity is. They wanted to disrupt the systems and the culture of the gypsy class so that they have comparable experiences and outcomes and could contribute positively to society.
Well, the outcomes part is, here's where I disagree on the outcomes part.
Okay, tell me, because I'm not as familiar with that context.
Sure.
Correct me.
So I think that, like, compared to, like, white people, there's a few groups that do better. You have some, what I would call purely merit-based immigrants, which are, like, the Igbo, Nigerians, you have Northeast Asians and probably even the Southeast Asians to an extent. Jews do better than like these white non-Jews. There's groups of people that do better than us. Now, I personally, I think some of it is cultural. I do think that group averages are a result of genetic differences between groups. I don't think that whites, for example, are going to be able to surpass not as individuals, but as a group. I don't think we can do as well as them. When it comes to, Ashkenazi Jews, I think there's a gap in especially a few areas that, and I also think they really value education as cultural, but I think there's a genetic component where we're just not going to catch up to them. At least, maybe, hundreds of years from now will be the same, but I don't think culture can remedy that. I think with black people, there's kind of a similar thing going on. I don't think that as a group average, they can perform the same academically as, for example, whites can. And once again, I'm not talking about individuals, I'm talking about as a whole group. I think we can improve the conditions of African Americans. So, like when it comes to intergenerational dysfunction, them, taking shit out of their society, I think would be good. Promoting them being, educated, doing what's right, hardworking, all of that shit that successful groups, including groups that are more successful than whites do, I think would be a good thing. But do I think we can make it so black people, at least within any amount of time close to now, can be at parity with whites? Not really. That's just my opinion.
We have to go back to the Soviet context really quickly. So I want to think about, because again, I parallel it with equity. So are you thinking about the gypsy as also genetic inferior? Or
I just want to say hello to everybody. Hello. Gypsies have one of their jobs.
We just need Pepe to answer this, and I would love you to ask. Can we just get a yes or no from Pepe? I'd love to.
I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I don't know. When it comes to how they do,
how you're thinking about
as they do, I don't know how gypsies in Hungary do academically. I just know that they stopped being criminals. I don't know.
Right. And so my follow to that is, I'm going to yield right after this. What I'm also going to point out that when you ask people outside of the United States, particularly those Eastern Asians that you're talking about that excel academically, when you ask them their perspective about any of their counterparts, so white Americans or white people in the West.
Many times.
Okay, my experience has been that they attribute the lack of accomplishment and achievement to a lack of discipline, not to some genetic factor. So is that not the response that you receive when you engage them in their space?
I've had varying, so like they're just like, I would say much in a similar fashion that you'll see Westerners. Some of them will say that, some of them will think that there's they give plays a large role, and they do think that, like, for example, they are smarter than the Vietnamese.
Okay,
can I ask a question? Get more, just out of curiosity. And just Eastern Asians to whites.
Because I've had most of the conversations on here, I would say that, and obviously the people who would talk to me, it's going to create a bias. I'd say it's roughly even. So,
fair.
But that's not a fair.
I'll yield. I won't dominate the conversation. Thank you, guys.
You didn't dominate. So I'm going to ask both you, Pepe, and Miss a question. After the Emancipation Proclamation, for 100 years, how well did blacks do in the United States?
For how many years? For 100 years?
100 years after, from 1865 to the early 1900s, how well did blacks do in the United States?
Better than blacks anywhere else in the world.
Relative to what? Relative to blacks in the United States before that point?
No. Relative to when you use the term equity, because that term does not go. Look at better than today. Say it again, Holly. Holly tell you better than today. And the reason why? Because they focus on family. 1800s. My dad was born in 1919. Okay, they both was married to the same woman. My grandpa had 49 children. He was married 49 years, had 11 children. My dad was married to about 50. That's right. Both served in the military. You know what they did? They served not because they were black, honorable men. And I'm going to keep saying this to you guys. We have to stop thinking that people are doing stuff based on their ethnicity. People do things based on who they are as individuals. If you don't study, you don't show up on time, you don't do things you're supposed to do, I don't care who you think you are. Okay? We have to stop this stuff about, oh, you know what? It's because, no. Listen, both my children are very successful, not just because of their parents, because they did their homework and they studied hard, they bust their butt.
But do you think there's a bias there? Like, you're talking, when you talk about individuals and individual responsibility, that works on an individual level. If you were to look at, for example, groups of people and why there's group differences.
So nice.
What?
Yeah, no. One second, be mine. Go ahead, Peppy.
No, what I was going to say is, though, you see the group differences between people. Now, I would say even you would agree that, for example, East Asians and people of East Indian descent, how they raise their kids, on average, their culturally, their worldview, which extends to how they raise their kids. They take education on average more seriously than, let's say, whites or blacks that were born in America. I would say that's definitely true at a population level.
I don't disagree. Just because a people group focus on something and they spend 9,000 hours more than other people groups doesn't make them smarter. They spend 9,000 hours on a subject that makes them different. Do you understand? I know, because I live in a community where they have Saturday school. And most of the Asians in Orange County go to Saturday school. You know why they go to Saturday school? Because they want their kids to they want their kids to, you guys, listen. Everybody can focus on the same thing. We all have the same opportunity, but you're not going to get the same results.
But that's downstream of their culture, though. Like, they have to put a curfew at 11 p.m. in Asia for these schools, these study schools.
Listen to me. I studied when I was in high school, okay? I studied when I was in college. And you know what I still do today, 2026? I'm still studying. I'm still learning. I'm doing everything I can in my profession to become the best.
That's how you okay?
Well, let me say, no. Someone's speaking right now. Could you wait 1 second a minute? No problem. I just want us to make sure that we people group that I worked on at 2 people. You talk about individual guys. Every people group are nothing but a bunch of individuals. And if they lose their individual part, the whole group say, are making it or not going to make it. I'll land on this, Peppy, and answer this. No, you cannot, because I'm an actual I want to answer first. Okay? So, Peppy, why do they use the term, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link?
Well, because the weakest link will snap first. It will be the worst amongst you.
I learned from my mentor. The reason why
I would say this.
Let me just finish. The reason why, Peppy, is because it causes the most tension. I can tell you in every community, no matter who it is, there's a group of people, Peppy, that's going to make choices that they choose that will cause the most tension. But there's other people in the same group that do not cause that kind of tension. You know why? Because they're going to be responsible people. They're going to do what's right. And they're going to pay their bills on time. They're going to do everything they have to do. You know why? Because everyone, I don't care who you are, I don't care who you think you are, I don't care how long your driveway is. You and I have one thing in common, okay? We all have choices. I choose.
I want to answer all your questions, Edward. Can I?
Everybody move differently.
No, only one person.
The thing is, the culture of winning, the culture of the success, because they together. If you look at the Jewish community, they all work together. They all help each other. Like a Persian,
They don't backstab.
What the hell?
Yeah, you don't know about the Jewish culture.
No, I know. I know you must get canceled.
My house is with a block away from the Jewish school. I live in a Jewish neighborhood. I live in Skokie, Illinois. So it's all the Jewish are basically live in the neighborhood. The reason I'm telling you, they even helped other culture. I had a family friend, he couldn't pay the bills, their electricity bill, was behind for 1 month. It was the community, they were like helping the other Jewish people. They came and helped this person and this the Muslim. So even that person
talking about, man.
No, listen, the reason we not success because we can one hand. We are separate fingers. Separate finger doesn't work. One hand way better than separate fingers.
Well, I think okay, the Jews are an odd group in the sense that they were okay. So obviously, the Romans ended up. No, I'm talking about the Jews, not Israel. The Jews were they were expelled from Israel. So they went, to Africa, Asia, and Europe, and in all of those countries, they were like absolute minorities. And so, and of course, for main religious reasons, they were always, and of course, even a century ago, let alone 5 centuries ago or ago, was a huge fucking deal. And these people were that would really suck to be a fucking minority, religious minority in any of these countries really. And so I think they've had like centuries of having to kind of support each other, and in a way it's like a way of persevering as a but I'm trying to groups smaller than them that exist in places. But I mean, to this day, that you don't really have them. You had some in Europe, but that it's not really a problem for them now. But yeah,
my country.
But I think that Persians, there's like 90 million of you guys in Iran, and I don't know how many millions live outside. But you guys aren't like a super small minority.
There's a lot of separation in Iran. The Kurdish, the Turkish, and everybody runs out their own letter space, their countries, and that's the most problem we have in Iran right now, because they put this separation, they make the brainwash fighting with everybody. So if they're not together, they're not in one group, they always could take advantage of it. That's why they're keeping them always separate. They're keeping them all culture-wise, they brainwash them, and they're keeping them like, they don't let them keep as a one group.
Well, yeah, the IRGC, I think we all agree the IRGC sucks.
Oh, yeah, they super sucks, huh?
JR, when I was sharing
one thing I was going to mention before we start, I'm sorry. The gypsies we're talking about, gypsies have a job as a job, this, right?
Gypsies is crazy.
Yeah, no, gypsies do. Yeah, no. That's true.
I live with them.
We went from talking about Turkish, gypsy, where is going?
I'm saying, going back to you gypsies from earlier.
Listen, every culture has something bad, every culture.
Yo, you have ADHD, man, like, seriously.
Yeah, you guys are right. Okay,
I have a religion.
For JR, when I was sharing earlier, the actual, for both of you to share, what did you decide that you thought I said that was worthy of an X?
God, I don't remember what you were talking about, because it made, you had a lot of points I disagree with, honestly. We don't have to go back.
All I want to say is if you're too obedient to the system, you're a slave to capitalism, in my opinion.
I mean, even your illustration, the weak link causes the most tension. No, it just cracks under tension. Nothing you were saying made sense to me, honestly. And, I'm from, a similar background. home life, but in predominantly white towns and institutions, I live and work. You'll be surprised. I actually work for a very conservative organization, a legal advocacy group, one of the biggest ones in the country. If you know what they are, then you know where I work because it's the biggest in the country. So it's not that I inherently have something against white people or people who consider themselves white adjacent, black elite, whatever you want to call it. I do think, however, sometimes black people, when they consider themselves elite or the one who made it out, they tend to live in some sort of cognitive dissonance. And maybe that cognitive dissonance is because, like you said earlier, you have personal experiences with overt racism, whereas I do, and so maybe I can identify that cognitive dissonance a little bit better. But yeah, I just what you're saying just doesn't resonate with me, and I think even your illustrations fall apart as you continue to speak.
Basically, she says you were lame.
The reason why that's the case, Miss, you decide to see the world.
No, it's because you talk about your anecdote and your lived experience. So I'm going experience for experience. So don't try to cage me in as though my conversation was low or limited when all you talked about was anecdotes. So I've already conceded that point that we're both very informed by our backgrounds and our perspectives, which again you spoke to quite a bit.
Okay, and that's all I can speak to. I can't speak to your anecdotes or anything else. Okay,
exactly.
And the reason
that's
why
I didn't have nothing to say while you're talking, but you asked me, so now I'm telling you.
I understand, but you're telling me that my anecdotes, even though they're different than yours, are not valid. That's what you're telling me. That's why you put an X. Because instead of you saying, I understand that Edward's anecdote is Edward's anecdote, and yours is yours. Because you know what? I did not get to live your experience, and I would never do it. I can't live JR experience. I can't live no one on this platform experience. You know why? Because I'm not you. And this is the challenge that we have. We like to believe that people...
Simply not what I said. That's not what I said.
All right, so please explain to me again so that I can make sure I understand.
Sure. I think that you have the luxury of being removed from the realities of overt racism. And then, as a corollary of that, the way you think about things and the way that you talk about them in analogies falls apart. And it's demonstrated by the very a weak link doesn't mean that it causes friction. It folds first under tension. It's literally not even coherent, the analogy that you use. So that belies some sort of cognitive dissonance in your speech. I'm not saying your experience is invalid. I'm just saying you have the luxury of being removed from overt racism. And that's what you talked about.
See, they have to keep the rules like this to keep you guys. That's what happened. That's when they give you guys the easy access to the money. They teach them minority people. They teach them. I grew up in black neighborhoods all the time. I was working in black neighborhoods for 15 years. That's the only people I was dealing with that was the black people because I was selling cars, cheap cars for minorities. But the thing is, you guys, they brainwash us in America, I think. When you guys, even the foreign people coming in, you could use the welfare, you could use this, getting money from government. So the way they teach us did not work for success. When you come here to the country, from especially different countries, if you don't start working and you try to be getting money from government, and that way keep you lazy. They don't want to get success and growth. So give you money, government give you money working. You know what I'm saying? Because you, the low level you are, not thinking, easy money coming. Shut up.
Yeah, okay. JR, could you go ahead? I'm going to move on, JR. JR, could you share why you gave me an X? I'm just curious, that's all.
Oh, I even forgot the point, man. I really feel like, okay, if you're more obedient to capitalism, then you're right. So that's where I was going with that point.
Basically, the white people...
Well, hang on, man. You don't understand this.
You got to stop interrupting, bro. Just give us some time. Go ahead. I'm sorry, JR.
Yeah, I mean, you could do all the things right, but at the end of the day, you're just following a system, and that system is just making you a little bit of a slave, right? It's about time time we start questioning the system, we all get pitted against each other, in my opinion, and that's why it's always about this race versus that race versus this accent versus the other accent. Like I see this all the fucking time, and normal people get pitted against each other, right? So I think that's a big problem. I wish, you can do all the things right. At the end of the day, man, you're competing with beings, okay? And your kids did wrong, whatever the case may be, right? But at the end of the day, man, it's a race. It's a rat race, okay? It doesn't mean if your kids succeed, doesn't mean like, okay, other people are doing something wrong. That's all I want to say. Yeah.
No, JR, I hear you, but I'm trying to figure out, based on the things I've talked about, how did you get capitalism out of that?
How did I get the capitalism into it?
Yeah.
It's all about capitalism, man, at the end of the day. Trust me on this one.
Well, I can't trust you, because I'm just trying to figure out what did I communicate that you thought of?
Okay, so you said, your kids work really hard, right? They're not lazy. Yeah, there are many people who are not lazy. They're very hardworking people, but they don't really get the fare because of whatever the reason is, right? There are a lot of isms out there, okay? So, all I'm trying to say is like, okay, you can get lucky, but at the same time, it's not easy. Even if you're a hardworking man, like if you do all the things right, still you don't get your peace. That's what I'm trying to say. And like let's say if you see a bum or someone who is like failure, I would not judge that person. That's what I'm trying to say.
If you see a bum, that's his choice. That's the problem.
Hey, man, you gotta stop doing that. It's okay.
He was by the end, right?
Yeah, he was. Okay, no problem. Thank you for that. You guys are free to move on.
But pretty soon, they don't even want the humans, man. Pretty soon, the robots gonna take care of us, take care of our jobs and shit. So the slavery is gonna be on robots, not in human. So they're gonna get rid of all of us somewhere very soon.
No, really, Edward, I feel like what you presented was a winning mentality. And what's so profound about it is that it goes beyond race. Like, we can all take a little bit of that mentality and better our lives, so I appreciate it.
You guys learned it.
All I'm trying to say is, world is not a fair. Hang on, world is not a fair and square place. That's. You could be a very hardworking person, but at the same time, it's not fair and square. That's all I'm trying to say.
Edward, can I say something to you?
No. Can I finish talking to him and then you can say anything?
Sure. You just said move on. Did I miss something?
No. Yes, you did. I actually made a comment. Did you hear his comment?
And did he make it to you directly? Because I don't think that happened.
Yes, he did. Okay, please repeat what you said to me.
He didn't. He said you made a nice comment, and then he expounded upon that. He agreed with you, but I didn't know. You know what? Do what you want. Do what you want. Keep sending it. You acted right.
We're out. Because I didn't negative. I'm just trying to figure out. I have zero against you. Don't know. I'm not centering myself. I'm asking questions. It's really interesting.
I think she thinks you're I'm serious.
No, you know what? Frankly, I wasn't going to say that, but I do disagree with you fundamentally, but I was excited that you said move on and I want to hear other voices. But that's, again, my fault if I was out of turn and you wanted your shit to respond. You take it away. Go ahead, Victor.
I really want to ask you a question. I really want to ask you a question. I don't mean. Or me.
homes.
Yes, sir.
That's why I married a white woman, Mr. Edward.
Yes.
All you guys keep derailing the conversation, man.
So Junior. So when it comes to here's the thing about I guess you could say I'm more like if you had to define me as a capitalist, like a Jeffersonian capitalist, which was very wary of monopolies and large conglomerates that could basically have they could use their money and their influence to sway the government and in a way the democracy we live under. I do think that I am somebody who thinks that, like, when it comes to socialism, no, I get it. You know, I'll just be clear. I don't have a problem with how, like, the Scandinavians, they have super high taxes but like really big safety nets. That's fine. That's how they live. They are way less corrupt than we are. They're just much higher trust and altruistic societies than I think anywhere else in Europe or any of the fucking world, including especially the United States. That I don't know that we could do that because we are a very corrupt group of people that you increase taxes, that it's fucking wasted, there's fraud, there's nothing but abuse with their fucking taxes. And now, that's not what I would necessarily prefer, but I don't think I don't think it's like a morally a bad thing. Now, when it comes to when it comes to let's say capitalism versus socialism, I would say yes, capitalism. You have greed. You have people that are going to do a lot of things that are unfair to try to capitalize on, you know, whatever they have going on. But I don't. But that's always been the case, even in like whatever communist country you've had. And I do think that what a lot of people miss is that, okay, human nature, we do compete with each other, and we're not fair people. No, there's no group of people that is fair. The Jews, the Christians, the Muslims, the your fucking race, all of you people who want to say, oh no, you fuckers are not fair. Okay, that's just how we are as people. We're flawed. If we look at like what ends up producing the greatest benefit,
but is that a bottom line though? Like, is that like, okay, we just accept the system and
no, but I mean it's what we have now, and it's so. I guess my question would be: so that's what we have now. Technologically, we're probably. I mean, think about the level of technological advancements you've seen just in the last 100 years. That's unprecedented throughout human history. What is going to happen even 50 years from now? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, they all have iPhones, and I think a lot of people are isolated. There's a lot of depression problems, suicide rates are going up.
But that pales in comparison to But that pales in comparison to the what human beings were dealing with even 100. You could be the president's son. You got a foot infection and you fucking die. There's no antibiotics. You dying of starvation and cholera was the norm throughout most of the fucking world. The average life expectancy in Africa 100 years ago, I think, was in the 30s. Things have changed drastically under a primarily capitalist model. The most violent, oppressive people or systems in this world throughohout history, they were fucking communists. I mean, you can't really get around that. Yes, we had we've had groups like, you know, the Nazis, some fascism, which I think is more or less just a very reactionary movement that doesn't exist without wartime conditions. But, can you make an argument? If you look at everything that was created from capitalism, everything that you see today, you have Africans on the internet that were dying of simple diseases that are getting, basically sanitized water now that did not have access to it. You're getting, just think of how much under this, and I get it, yes, it is unfair. I agree with you, capitalism is unfair. But I don't see the other alternatives as being more fair. But with capitalism, that causes the least amount of human suffering. And that's the only reason why communism has been tried time and time again. It's always fucking failed. There's always somebody who thinks they can have another reiteration of it where it's going to work, and it never works. So why fucking do it?
I mean, we're going to talk about socialism and capitalism. I think communism is probably not really what a lot of people, hopefully, are looking towards. But if you want, we can define that too. But I think that if we're going to talk about those three things, we should probably define them so we can clearly identify different systems.
Yes, but it's not. Hang on,
Socialism is retarded. Capitalism means you're really retarded. That's the definition of socialism.
I would like that.
Get fuckers.
I do quite often.
Yeah, AI and job loss. Like, what are you gonna do with that? Like, let's say everyone loses their jobs. I hear Pepe what he's trying to say, but look, are we optimizing? Is the system actually really optimized, or is going to be a quick collapse, right? Meaning like AI, job loss, blah blah blah, right? Population is 8 billion people on the planet. We don't need a lot of labor. And then at the end of the day, the only people that actually benefit are all trillionaires, okay? People who make money.
I get that.
Okay, so where are we heading? I mean, like, come on, this is...
Okay, this is like an exercise would have, or I would have that, other broader, I didn't bring this up, but imagine you had extreme wealth disparity. Extreme. But this extreme would be, your house would be a house that would be equivalent to $2 million today. But your neighbor had a house that was, $100 million. And you had this extreme inequality where a bunch of people had these $100 million houses, and then you poor peons had $2 million houses. That you would see today, I'm using for today's, adjusted for today's, dollar. But everybody got access to go on vacations, to have great health care, to have whatever it is that you fucking want. Now, is that necessarily wrong?
Yeah, does everyone have access to healthcare right now? Like, let's...
No. I'm using a hypothetical. I use the hypothetical for a reason, with those parameters for a reason.
Yeah, but that's what, in 20 years, 15 years?
No, it's a hypothetical. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
Hypothetical. Can I do that real quick? So I think that is the nature of the question in the political climate right now. For some reason, a direct answer to the question, no. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that in that hypothetical, it's a good thing because at those levels, again, if we're assuming that all is equivalent and at least quality is what it is now, everyone's basic needs are met and beyond that, right? And I think that's what people are vying for. But I do think there is...
But AI will steal your job. Is that okay?
Okay, but now we're using hypothetical.
My last point. Yeah, I do think that there is a segment of the population that thinks that's a problem, and that having everyone's basic needs met is a threat to another demographic who lives very luxuriously and lives in the $10 million homes. But I do think they can.
Do you think it's threatening, or do you think that I do think that.
Thank you, right, girl. Let's
hear the rest of the thought.
Sure, but let her answer the question. So I don't look at it as them seeing people as a threat necessarily. I do think people like Jeff Bezos, they're going to do whatever they can to remain the most profitable and dominate in whatever sector they're in. Yes, and keep wages competitive, yet not pay them too much, because that's going to cut into profits. And yeah, absolutely.
Bezos is just, people are jealous of that man. He sold books on the internet, and they thought he couldn't do it.
Okay, Jesus Christ, this is not.
We're talking hypotheticals. And
yeah, we're not. Yeah, okay, God damn it, dude.
Yeah, let's just get through this. So I do think you're right. I do think there will be. For there to be any hierarchy, I'm assuming this hypothetical has to function on some sort of mixed economy where people can be capitalists, like you're saying. They can have their own upper mobility and set their own goals and negotiate in business the way they want to do it, right? But there obviously is some sort of limiter. There's some sort of equalizer, right? So it's some sort of mixed economy. What's so funny is I don't think it'll be the Bezoses who will have an issue with this. It won't be those people. It'll be people who lie somewhere in the middle between the 1 million and the 10 million. Because that's what's playing out right now.
Which people are you referring to? I mean, just purely on class, or?
Purely on socioeconomic class, yeah.
Okay.
Because this happens across racial groups and across other demographics. But purely on socioeconomic class, this is happening now. People are middle class, so regardless of whether we're talking about white working class, whether we're talking about the black elite, whether we're talking about high achieving, Asian model minority, it doesn't matter. The middle class always sees lower class as a threat, because in order to maintain their status, there has to be somebody lower than them. I don't know if we'll ever get away from a place.
The hypotheticals are pipe dreams. You know, come on. Why
because it's a mental exercise. I'm trying to gauge her.
But it's not really solving the problem.
Yeah, hold on. The reason I asked her that question in particular is to see how much the inequality part matters to her, or how much she cares about the well-being of the population in general. That's why I gave a scenario where everybody's very well off, okay, but there's disparities between the wealth of everybody. That's the only reason why. And yes, obviously they're not going to. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
So I think I would have more to say, but I think I've answered that. I think that would be a perfectly legitimate and acceptable society. I think the issue now is there are legitimately people who do not have their basic needs met. And I think in a society where everyone has their basic needs met, they have a reasonable quality of life. Because again, we're talking about 1 million now and 10 million now. So everyone has they all have access to vacations. I think that's a very reasonable society that I'd be happy to be a part of.
Well, I guess here's the question though. So JR has a lot of complaints.
Yeah, let's hear from now.
But JR, what do you think? What system? What form of system?
I'll ask you a question, Pepe, before you go to why do you believe that my
Wait a minute, for JR, just always think proxy server.
Why do you believe that my intellectual property should be shared with anyone?
I'm not a communist. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you just said equity. You guys want equity.
I never said I wanted equity. What are you fucking talking about?
Okay. You don't have to swear at me, Pepe. Okay?
My bad. I'm a Christian man. My bad.
No, I never took. I don't know why you keep saying that.
You're a typical Christian boomer. You're just don't say those curse words in front of me.
No, I didn't say not say them in front of me. Pepe, you cuss every guy.
Yes,
I said don't cuss at me. That's all. It's a big difference.
didn't say like fuck you. I just said fuck or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna ask the question again, and I know you didn't say it, but you were having a conversation with men, okay, about if someone makes, she said $1 million or 10 million, what gives anyone the right to take the money that my wife and I earn in our life and redistribute it to other people?
I don't think there's any man, a God-given man. I don't think in like in human nature there's any right.
That's socialism.
Yeah, so I don't think there's any right that exists. The reason I brought up that whole scenario was it was literally an unrealistic hypothetical. It was just to gauge where her values were, not whether or not either of us thought that was realistic.
I have a question.
I have one. I've been waiting. I know you've been waiting, but you can still wait, okay? Because I'm speaking.
You're so rude for someone who wants so much respect. But I'm assuming he brought that point up because I did read into I did speculate about what the economic situation might be in order to make that work. But I think Pepe and I realized that was not the central point of either of our arguments. So I'm happy to not argue it like Pepe is.
Yeah, I'm not. Neither of us, I think, are.
No, we're not interested in arguing that. That wasn't any of us interested.
I have answer for your question, Edward, and I have a question for you, if you want, about your point that you just mentioned. Maybe there is a right. Maybe there is like a point of view that there is a right that the government can take some money from you and give it to the poor people if you are very like rich. And this is like something good for you. Think about like think about the community, the whole country and the community. If they are not living in like such a good mental health, if they are not mentally in a mentally health status, you might be affected. Even if you are rich, you might be affected by poor people who are feeling that they are very poor and they are looking to their neighbors that they are very rich and they cannot live. You might be affected. Your children might be affected. So the government has the right not to take your money, but they should put like some kind of rule to make a minimum like right of life for each one in the country, and this is the responsibility. You already should elect a president and elect a government to do this job, which is everybody has the right to live a good life, so that there will be not a very big gap between somebody who's very rich and another person can't live, just live in the street.
What do you do? How do you make it so the person? You understand that like people exist spectrum, so you can have you have people that you a brilliant sibling. Let's say it's your sister.
Yeah,
and then you can be around average intelligence, but then for whatever reason you have another sister that is she's like 80 IQ. Kind of hard to do anything with that. And I don't mean this I'm not meaning this like in a mean way, but
I
literally.
I get your point.
Yeah, and so like, okay, so what do you do with the 80 IQ person that wants to, obviously they want to live like everybody else, but
no, I didn't say that everybody will be the same, but there will be a minimum of limit. Everybody should have like a good life, but some people, if they are smart and they are very active and they are working very hard, they should be more rich than other people. That's normal. I didn't say that we will divide that. How? It depends. It will be a spectrum also, but not like now. Do you think the government now is? I have another question for you and Edward. Do you think the government now?
I've been waiting.
One second, Stevie. 1 second. Do you think the government now is caring about
the people, caring about how the people is living to be living in a good life, or what thinks the government now?
They only care so much as they only care, in my personal opinion, they only care so much as it will affect their voters and whether or not they'll vote for them.
So they care about if the people will be silent. If they are just silent, just don't protest or don't turn against them. That's it. Even if
the system is not working right now, man. That's
hold on, guys. So how do you pronounce your name, sir?
Ziad. It's written in Arabic. Let me check. Yeah, Ziad. In my username, you can call it Ziad.
Okay, Ziad. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you a question. Okay. Do you think that the government have my interest in mind more than I do?
I can't tell this. I can't answer something around you, but I can give the answer in average. I can maybe about you yourself, or on average about the people in the country.
No. I'm gonna be very specific. Do you think that a government anywhere has my interest in mind better than Edward?
I didn't get your question clearly.
I'm gonna say it again. Do you think I have my interest in mind better than someone else that don't know me? Do you think there's some person out there who thinks they know Edward and know what's best for Edward better than Edward?
Edward. Okay, I get your question from the first time, but you change it in the second time. Okay. Your question is you ask about yourself personally yourself.
Yes, correct.
The government don't care about you, Edward. You're just one person in millions of people.
I know. Hold on. I live in the United States, and we have something that says we hold these truths to be self-evident. Self-evident. My mayor in the city I live in, the sheriff, my congresswoman, because I have a congresswoman, okay? The governor of the state of California does not have Edward's best interest in mind more than Edward. So I personally believe that our founding fathers made it very clear for Edward to make sure that I keep the government out of my life to the best of my ability.
Edward. I want you to finish, but you don't.
No, you can wait. You can wait.
I have a constitutional federal fucking republic, though. That is where we are empowered for the government to represent us.
To be interruptible.
I don't know why you guys believe in your mind that there's someone who has your interest in mind better than you.
Nobody does, but the government.
In average, one second, miss. On average,
who the fuck you calling miss? What the fuck?
Oh shit! No. My name is Miss, y'all.
What's your
name? Yeah. Happy Myra.
Miss, I almost got on someone's ass earlier for saying Miss you. I was like, oh wait, that's.
Fuck that. Hey, Pepe, I wouldn't take that.
Right, just let him go. Let him go. He's ESL. He's very ESL. Just let him go.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, Edward, I get your point, and I agree because mostly some people are just joking about my accent in the chat, but it's fine. Edward, I get your point, and I think maybe you think that way because maybe mostly because you think you are smart and you think that you have you can understand your life and but on average, Edward, some people are more than you in thinking and how they manage their life. And there is some people also maybe better than you. So on average, the government should have the job to take care about the people.
Ziad, would you say that Edward acts like he knows Ziad, yes or no? Do you think that Edward acts acts like he's an expert on everything.
One expert, yeah.
No, nobody is expert on it.
I agree, but he's a know-it-all, right?
Well, I would like to chime in, Pepe, if you don't
You
mind.
ask a very
I would like to chime in. So I would like to bring up a good. No,
Hold on, let's Snippy's been wanting to go forever. Miss, you can go. Miss, you can go.
Be calm.
Jeez, trying to fucking talk around here, fucking. Anyways, dude, the problem is when you talk about lower class, middle class, everybody likes to talk about lower class. Well, the problem is how I see it. Listen, if you're a poor individual and you're complaining that you don't have money, check yourself. Check how you spend your money. If you go out and get an extra job. Don't blame the fucking economy. Don't blame your dead-end job. Hold on, my guy.
What do you work?
I'm just saying,
how much you
there was a bunch of garbage that
I don't really care, JR. The reality is, if
you don't care about
you don't make any sense right now.
You don't care about poor people. If there is
Okay, guys, you don't have to agree with what he's saying. Just let him finish, and then you guys can go after. Well, Miss can go afterwards, and then just whoever else wants to go after that.
Alan, put me in the queue.
Okay, Alan, you can go after Miss. Okay.
There's a lot of people that don't like what I'm about to say, but the reality is, if you can't manage your fucking money, then it's your problem. It's not the government's problem. And the other thing is, why should I have any of my hard-earned income that I went out and I put the work for go to someone else that makes bad fucking decisions in their life choices? If they have too many kids, guess what? Close your legs or wear a fucking condom. It's not my responsibility to fucking take care of you for your decisions. It's like, okay, cool. Fucking, we can hook up later.
If you have an accident and have some disability,
we can hook up later.
Guys, shut the fuck up. So we're trying to get to him. Okay, after he finishes, we can get to Miss, and then we can get to Alan. Like, holy shit.
I know. I'm just I agree with Edward. Why should anything that I work for have to be taken out any more than already is? Socialism is bullshit, in my opinion. It is. And hopefully nobody here is smart enough to think that.
You sound like a blue-collar worker, man. That's exciting.
I am a blue-collar worker, and I'm proud of it. And why? Because, that's what runs the world. Blue-collar workers run the fucking world. And the reason why I say that is because we build what most IT and mostly everybody uses. So accept that. Just accept the fact that blue collars are, yes, it's the most underrated work in the world, but yet it's the most profitable. But the reality is, if you're poor, check your finances. Make the adjustments that you need to. And if you have to, better educate yourself or learn a trade. If you're poor, it's because there's a reason. You either battle your money or you make bad decisions. And you can say if you go, well, I live in an area that doesn't fucking pay. Well, guess what? You can move. There's a lot of people, and we see it with foreigners, where they come from nothing. That's what dumb fucks the shit out of me, is a lot of foreigners will come to America with barely anything. I mean, they drain the banks, and they come over here, and they make a great living. I have a lot of foreigners that have left from the Middle East, from Europe, and they literally had just enough in them to get them by for a few months, and they grind like a motherfucker, and after a year, they're living middle-class life. But there are Americans in here, in America, that will say, well, I can't do this because McDonald's doesn't fucking pay that much. And then bitch at every middle class or the wealthy because they're holding them back, but yet they like Pop Daisy I'm enjoying your guys' rhetoric, so there you.
Thank you for your submission. Go ahead, Miss.
I've forgotten half of what I had to say being on that roller coaster ride. But I will say this. I don't think anyone's advocating for it to come steal anything from anybody. I will say this. It was interesting that the Declaration of Independence was quoted because those truths that are self-evident are the inalienable rights that the Declaration acknowledges, and those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And when you also look at that in light of the 14th Amendment that discusses citizenship, right? So we were born here, naturalized, domiciled under the jurisdiction of what was just argued at the Supreme Court. I just watched these oral arguments for myself. Again, I work for the largest legal advocacy group in the country. Not a lawyer, but I'm in that space, okay? They argued that being under the jurisdiction of denotes a reciprocal relationship by which your allegiance to the United States and you're ensured the protection thereof. Okay? So part of that is the protections in all of our legislation. All the way back to the Constitution, all the way back to the Declaration of Independence, all that. So the government does have a responsibility to ensure those inalienable rights. And those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Someone working at McDonald's who cannot afford basic needs, food, water, clothing, shelter, is a lot less likely to be positioned to pursue happiness without assistance. So I just think that it's interesting that you quoted Edward, the Declaration of Independence, and tried to argue that protects the government from being in your affairs or whatever. And I think it does allow you freedom, of course. But I mean, all this was instituted on no taxation without representation. So if you're under the jurisdiction of your state and your country, which it sounds like you want to take part in, then your argument falls apart, especially when you cite the Declaration of Independence. I forgot what else I wanted to say, but I'll solve it there.
Is it my turn? Can you hear me?
Jesus
Yes.
Christ, your mic's loud.
Yeah, go ahead, Alan. Bitch, shut the fuck up before you get moved to the audience, okay?
Compliment them.
There's no. Yeah,
So
I didn't do it.
happiness is not. Yeah. So happiness is not based on money. So get rid of that. Happiness is an internal state. And we are each, as adults, responsible for our own well-being. There's a certain part of this whole discussion that we're dealing with adults, not children. Adults make their own decisions. They make their own choices. Some of them make good choices. Some of them make bad choices. Your bad choices are not a mortgage on my future or my own financial, physical, or emotional well-being. So let's start with that basic fact. Now, if we're discussing Marxism, putting aside the fact of Marxism, middle of the 20th century, realized that they were losing the battle, so they switched class-based distinction to a race-based. I've always noticed that the people arguing for Marxism
You're in the Matrix, Alan.
Is that better?
You're better now, but it's conflict. Yeah, that's better. You're talking about is conflict theory, which
I know.
Bourgeoisie versus proletariats, and they ended up using that paradigm for everybody else.
Yeah, well, I think I was saying, 200 years ago, if you spoke like this, your father would have taken you out, beaten the crap out of you, and made you work 7 days a week for not contributing to the family. This country, and I'll land with this because I don't know how much is being said, this country is based rights, not collective rights. It's that simple. We will take care of our poor. Using the government to do that is against American ideals, and that's the capitalists, the Marxists want the government to take over.
You're absolutely correct. Yeah, you're absolutely correct, and I do think that, like, look, somebody who is raised Catholic, the people that are like the most revered as being the devout Catholic is Mother Teresa. Someone who would just devote their lives selflessly. Of course, a lot of people hate her. Apparently, she did some bad shit. I never really bothered to look into it, but that's what they consider to be a good Catholic. At the end of the day, the world still has to run. You have to have people innovating shit, and they have to be motivated to be good doctors, good pilots, good innovators, all of that shit. And at the end of the day, which makes their lives way fucking better. And so, I do think I agree with what you're saying, and when I look at the biggest problem I have is that, like, when you have people like the negative versus positive rights issues that you see with leftists, that would be positive rights. Like, we deserve health care. What quality? There's a level of health care that I can't even come close to affording, and most Americans can't. There's all of these positive, which almost always ends up infringing upon the negative rights, which is like we have the right to freedom of speech, to be armed, that kind of shit. And so, like, when I hear a lot of this shit, it's like, oh, we have the right to have access to this. You end up having to take away from somebody else, and I'm thoroughly against that for many reasons. And you're right, we are a very individualistic nation. I would say, and that's kind of in the tradition of Western Europeans in particular. And a lot of people don't realize this. Back before our immigrants that came primarily from Europe, we weren't as selective when it came to who could come here back in those times, but a huge fucking chunk of those immigrants ended up coming home because we did not have safety nets for them. They either made it or they didn't. If they couldn't make it, they just left back to Europe where they came from. But yeah, I don't... And last thing, when it comes to the government being responsible, so in other words, you want a fucking nanny state? You're basically, at that point, it's just like, why would you give the federal government that much power to not only control, like, the money you make, but they can do whatever else? And the person who said that, he said, like, well, it would be better for the average citizen. Oh, okay, so how many freedoms are you willing to curtail for the betterment of the quote-unquote average citizen? Like, that is bullshit. And it's not what America's ever been about.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the
Agree.
the sister, Miss Ma'am, I wanted to ask, in your legal studies, is that what they're teaching, that life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, that's what they're teaching, that's what that means?
No. So first of all, I haven't done any formal legal studies. Beyond like maybe a freshman in college of like civics class, which that's addressed at the high school level. So definitely would have looked at the original language. I definitely understand that the original draft of the Declaration of Independence would have included the words "the pursuit of property," but the problem is not all white people had property. Surely none of the blacks did. So there was a problem with the language. And what they decided on was to switch that out for the pursuit of happiness. So it's not necessarily that I think that the Declaration of Independence is aimed at someone's personal affect and interpreting it, and of course someone in the legal space could correct me or nuance this, is that the right would be your right to pursue the tangible things that would assure your safety and security. And so happiness in terms of your lived experience, not just your personal aspect. And again, that's what's tied more to your tangible things, assets, your quality of life.
What about owning firearms? Because that would be one wedge issue on the that a lot of people disagree on the right versus left. Do you think that because it would be for the betterment of I don't know, the majority, that people in the United States should not own firearms?
That's a really good question. So again, I think the original language gives the right to bear arms in terms of like a militia if it's ever needed to defend people against like government, right? So what we have definitely is, as society has advanced, is a little bit different, I think, than what the writers envisioned. But I do think it is consistent with the language. So with that said, I personally, I don't take a stance with pro or.
But I'm just curious though. But how do you? Okay, so how can you have a militia if the federal government is in control of what arms the militia can have?
Well, that's the thing. I don't think it was ever intended to be the case that the government was in control of a militia made up of the people. It was intended to be that the people had the right to form a militia to defend themselves against federal overreach if it was necessary.
Sure, but that would mean you would have to have guns that are not
right.
That the feds cannot basically say you can't have.
Okay, so you want me to answer it purely from modern day context, basically, what you're asking me to do?
Well, no. I mean, back then, guns killed people. They kill people today. Right. Guns are bad. Right. You know, according to a lot of lefties, and yes, guns do cause a lot of harm. I'm not denying that. But at the end of the day, if we do have these guns to resist against tyranny, how? I mean, you would have to make it so that the feds cannot really dictate whether or not you can have guns, because at the end of the day, you have guns to resist them and to protect yourself, realistically.
Right. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think it's a touchy issue. I think we're in a really precarious situation where the government is always to restrain, moral evils in terms of keep people back from harming themselves, but also give them the liberties that they rightfully deserve, right? So the government always is a mediator between the best of people and the worst of humanity. And I think what we're tapping into now is the government doing a good job as that type of moral mediator? And of course, people would probably push back on this language, but I think the overwhelming, consensus, right? Well, I don't even know if there is a consensus, but there is an ethos where people want the right to bear arms with no checks in place. And so people say that the government is turning in the wrong direction in terms of mediating that issue.
No, I'm not one of those people who says no checks in place. I do think there are weapons that civilians should not be allowed to own, just because I personally don't trust them with them. The general public with them. I mean, me having a negative or negligent discharge into my neighbor's home, that's gonna probably result in me getting my guns taken away, and it will suck. But the chances of somebody dying or getting hit are pretty small. But if I own a shoulder-fired, rocket launcher, and there's a negligent discharge, that's a whole different story. I do think there should be, some limits.
But I think the reason that we run into problems with that is because if we have the right to bear arms, and if arms are initially intended to, again, protect personal property and also defend yourself against government overreach, federal overreach, then how far do we allow those checks to go? Because they can't have checks in place so
balances. That's why there's checks and balances.
Yeah, there has to be a balance. You're right. There has to be a balance to those checks because we can't put checks into place so far that people are no longer able to defend themselves against federal overreach. And that's what we're worried about now.
Pepe, you know, there was a letter that was written to President Jefferson, and it was from these merchants that were running ships, and they kept getting attacked by pirates. And they said, hey, is it okay, under the Second Amendment, is it okay for us to have cannons on our ships? And he said yes.
Yes,
so
we were allowed to own cannons back then, for sure.
The whole idea, like, we can't have repeater rifles or Gatling guns or, you know, select fire weapons.
I get it.
We have to ask for, like, tax stamps.
Okay, but I mean, should we allow people to make their own nuclear bombs? Are we supposed to radiation in making
those
it?
aren't, those aren't firearms. Those aren't arms. I mean, I would consider
well, no, they are arms. Literally arms.
I get what you're saying. They're armaments, yeah, but maybe we can make an exception for something like that.
They say firearms. They said, like, they basically, the Second Amendment,
the right to bear arms, yeah, to defend himself, yeah.
Which arms can be anything.
I mean, I don't know if you get it, like basically, like we are not talking about like banning gun at all, because that's the using the like, does it matter? Fuck you, I can say fuck you too, right? Doesn't matter. I just want to let you know that it's not about banning it's not banning gun, because that's the constitutional way at all. We are not talking about that. We are talking about like universal background check, universal gun registration, those kind of thing. It's more like how we can get a record, get a trace of it, those kind of things.
It's almost like a social credit score for Americans.
No, it's not social. It's not social credit score. It's like most of the state allow background check before you purchase a gun.
All states.
So it's just that kind of thing.
Depends on who you. So because firearms are federally under federal law, every gun store, pawn shop, doesn't matter what they are. If they are allowed to sell guns, they have to go to the federal government, and they
but
so
not
they have
for
to do this background check.
But not for private sector.
Yeah, for private.
Yes, that's the problem. That's the problem right now. We are basically losing control, and we are losing track of the record. So basically, we just want like a central database that track the record, who owning which gun, like some kind of background check. That's it. Like, let's do it like that.
You know what happened?
We're not talking about banning guns.
Hold on.
You know what's happening?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sig. 1 second. So Pepe, I'm gonna ask you a question. Is the government there to our rights or to our rights?
You were in the Matrix. What?
I said, is the government, to protect our rights? They don't give us rights, guys. Okay?
Yeah, they're in.
They should be there to protect our rights.
No. Okay, guys.
Constitutions are to restrict the government from overreach.
Hey, there you go. We restrict the government. No, we don't know.
We all know this, but you talk to us like we're third graders.
Okay, yeah, we are literally right wingers. Most of us, almost all of us on stage are right wingers. Actually, well, I don't know about Bima, but
No.
Yeah, but Bima knows the Constitution.
Hold on. This is what I
talking about the mods.
Edward, go talk about the hood book of black rooms where people don't know this shit. We all know this. You don't have to explain
we don't want. None of us want big daddy government.
to you. Because you're like, no, not all of us.
Okay, Rich, shut the fuck up before you get kicked to the audience. Holy shit.
Just discusses that language in government overreach in terms of arms. Like, we know what, we literally just discusses that lane.
I don't think Edward was speaking in a condescending tone. I think he was establishing a baseline for understanding.
Exactly. And I don't know why you guys believe that when you talk, that you're not talking in a way that's very insensitive. But you all believe that Edward is speaking condescending. Not at all. I had no reason to do that to anybody.
I will say the first time I met you, and look, I thought this was charming. I'm being 100% honest. This was several years ago. I forget what I was talking about, and you were kind of like a father figure. I don't mean that in a bad way whatsoever, but it was kind of like you trying to instill discipline and empowerment into me as an individual. And I was thinking, like, okay, yeah, what you're saying makes sense. Nothing against what you're saying. And I think that the message for individuals that you would give me was a good one. But I think that's when we extrapolate this to like a conversation regarding the whole fucking country and things like rights, that's where it's kind of gets lost. Like I don't want to being a nanny state.
But Pepe, I hear you. But Pepe, you and I have conversations back and forth, right? As individual people, we're not having a group conversation. We think we all are. In my observation, okay? I can only talk about my observation. But this is when I come and speak. Everybody gets to speak and say whatever they want, right? No matter what. No one's being condescending. No one's cutting anybody out. Everybody gets to have a conversation. But the moment Edward says something, it's condescending. It's not correct. It's this and that.
Welcome to being a boomer. That's how people are.
It's what you said earlier, Pepe. We've already established we're having an internal conversation. And so to keep beating that horse is crazy. Like, it's gonna be.
I know, Miss. I know. Yeah, I got it, Miss. I don't know why, Miss, you have such a challenge. You have zero mic control, but it's okay. I got it. And you believe that I'm supposed to be polite to you. You literally do right now.
Before I did. 3 people pushed back before I did. But I
got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make it personal.
3 people pushed back. I will make it personal because you're
I'm
talking.
the only independent / left-leaning person on stage.
No, you're not.
Hold on. So since I have the opportunity to speak in another space on a consistent basis, I'm going to give you my understanding. Okay? The government is only formed to ensure the rights that Edward has. They do not come from the government. Okay? I have a right to bear arms, which I do. And the government can't do anything about it.
But let me guess, you're a law-abiding Californian that has guns that are compliant and quite frankly very limit your ability to protect yourself.
Well, they don't limit my ability because I have an arm that will fire if you come in my home.
Okay, sure, but you see, here's the funny thing is that I had a CDU. It lapsed, but I'm just too lazy to use. If I want to, I can go with a nice 30-round banana round magazine taped with another one attached to it, and on an AK-47, drive around with it in my fucking car, no permit needed, and I'm not gonna do anything bad with it, but I can protect myself with it. Like, I literally have that right, and I can carry. I think you guys are limited to 10 rounds when it comes to carrying a fucking gun, which is fucking retarded. The reason it's retarded is even the police officers in California, they carry 17-round magazines generally, with several backup magazines. Okay. Amazing.
So Pepe, listen to what you just said. This is what we mean by the government overreaching, right?
Absolutely. California.
So this is why we want to push back against people who are elected officials that believe because they're elected officials, they have some authority over the people. Okay? We have the only constitution in the whole world that has limited government in it. We want limited government because our founders thought that we can govern ourselves. That's what they thought. So the overreach that I personally believe, again, only for Edward, is that people believe that the government should come and help them when they make bad decisions or poor decisions. And I just want to say hello, I'm going to land on this. Hello, Sig. Hello,
Just
So,
cool.
I know Sig wanted. So I got a wrench for y'all on clock.
Hold on, Truth. I wanted to address something Hank was saying. Hank, about the registry. So you were advocating for a gun registry, correct? Government sponsored gun registry.
Yeah. Basically, I'm agreeing on both like universal gun registry and universal like background check.
Okay.
Wait, what was he said government.
He's a Chinese communist supporter.
Oh, if he's
I'm Chinese. I'm Chinese communist. Yeah.
So are you aware?
It's so stupid, man.
What did he say? He said government.
So are you aware of what's going on in Canada right now as we speak? With that they drafted into law, Hank?
I'm not aware of it. What's going on?
Okay. Canada has sponsored central database for gun owners. They did what's called a mandatory buyback, where the government said, hey, every citizen needs to bring their guns, and we're going to purchase them for whatever price we deem necessary. Whether you pay $2,000 for your gun or $5 for your gun, we're going to give you the value that we think is adequate. So if you pay $2,000 towards a gun and they want to give you $150 Visa gift card or gift card or something, by law you'd have to do it. They had less than 20% of their residents turn in guns. Or it might have been less than 5%. It's below 20%. I know it was a really, really low number. The government was upset. So that central database that they've had for years ago, ordering their police to go door to door based on this registry and now confiscate the guns. And the police is saying, fuck no. Police is saying, fuck no, because now you're pretty much signing us up for a suicide mission. We go knocking on people's doors and man their guns. They're going to use those guns against us. So, the central database that you're advocating for, Hank, that this is the reason why governments use it. And every single dictator that we've seen in the past, historically, that hold a central firearm database. This is exactly what they've done with it. They've used it to go door to door to confiscate guns from its citizens.
Lex, we don't need the database. It's not going to solve crime. It's not going to, if anything, it's like, first of all, people don't really commit crimes with their legal weapon. Like, that's so fucking rare. That's usually some dude, spazzing the fuck out. Most of it was stolen. Come on.
No. Most of the reason, that's not true.
Who just said that's not true? What?
Hank is a proud and open supporter of the Chinese.
Yeah. That's fine. Just
Can I respond? Yeah. Go ahead. You can check the last couple mass shooting. Most of the last couple mass shooting, they use the gun. The legally purchased.
That's not typical gun crime. Most typical gun crime is like
I'm talking about mass shooting, man. Like look at all those mass shooting.
Right, so with mass shooting, hold on, real quick. With mass shooting, sure, you take the gun away. Now they're just gonna come up with.
I'm not talking about take the gun away, man. I'm talking about universal. And universal Asian down in Tokyo.
Listen, if you take their guns away, the people who do mass shootings would just make these or get illegal weapons.
I am not talking about
owning a gun is a
gun away.
Hang on. Owning a gun is
owning a gun. He said registry.
Wait, owning a gun is a setting time bomb, man.
Why you? No, it's not. The data shows.
Just real quick. Hold on.
The data shows. Guns have actually prevented more crime than they cause. A, guns don't cause crime. If that was the case, then countries without guns would have no crime. B, when that crime does occur, how are you supposed to defend you and your family?
Garbage. You don't trust your government.
Honestly, the conversation's dead because this is America. I'm American. It's in our Constitution. Fuck out of here. Go to your country.
Our Supreme Court.
Congress, bro.
Yeah, and our Supreme Court has ruled that the police are they're not obligated to prevent a crime from occurring, or to protect you from a crime occurring. You give them a call, they show up. And so, at the end of the day, like, owning a gun is,
I don't see why. I know. Well, I can kind of see why people are against it. There's a lot of people that. Okay, so the one critique which I would agree with the left regarding is that when it comes to how available guns and ammunition are in the United States, it makes it very easy for bad actors to end up possessing one. And to me, it's kind of, in a way, like a necessary evil. But I don't know.
Well, here's the thing: a lot of people, and just to respond to Hank,
Can I?
No, hold on 1 second, Hank. I'm gonna respond. I'll let you get to respond back. But Hank, to your point is that you're talking about the mass shooting. Again, if you have a database in a malicious way, so you know how many people clean record and then they get fired from their job, takes the kids away from them.
Look at that.
They go into financial ruin and then they fucking snap and they use that gun. So again, it logically you can't use a database, you can't use background checks to predict someone who might fall into a situation and then have a mental breakdown and snap it and use it illegally. So, and here's the thing too: a lot of people don't realize, Hank, is that we actually had less gun laws on the books, no registrations, no background checks. Not too long ago in the United States, you could literally order a gun from a Sears catalog and have it at your doorstep. No background, nothing. We had more access to guns. Kids had more access to guns. Kids used to bring guns. I'm sure there's people in this room who can attest to that. They talked to their great-grandfathers. They brought a fucking shotgun to squirrels on the way home from school, out in the backwoods and shit like that. We didn't have these problems. A couple things that, if you look at typically they happen in the areas with the most gun restrictions. So you're talking schools, places of work, places like Illinois, New York. You rarely ever see a mass shooting at a gun show, at a gun range, at a gun shop, where you have people that are actively carrying, multiple people are actively carrying loaded firearms on them. Why? Because most people know, Hank, that if I go to pull out my gun and use it, the chance of 30 other guns being pointed right back at me, I don't want to take that chance. And if you don't believe me, look at Chicago. Chicago's a good study. They had a very, very strict restriction. Citizens being able to still carry. They didn't allow for the longest time. Probably about close to 10 years ago, they finally restriction and let citizens file a concealed carry permit, and literally overnight, I'm talking really overnight, Hank, violent gun crimes dropped by like 33%. And you can Google this and look it up. So, it shows that most criminals are only going to be willing to take a risk if they know everybody else is defenseless. Once they know everybody else is carrying to protect themselves, most criminals, they say, fuck it, I'll go fill out this application at Burger King and try to do it the right way.
Can I respond? Can I respond now?
Yeah, go ahead.
The good thing is that FBI did a lot of statistics. You guys can go look it up. Like for gun violence, those that you guys call it like lefty state or like blue state, which has more strict like gun regulation, they normally got much lower gun violence percentage. Especially, I think like if you can look at Hawaii, one we can look at it because like for other state, basically we don't have border, so you can just cross from one state to the other, carry your gun and do whatever you want. We can look at Hawaii. Hawaii has real like European gun violence. Wait, why? Because like you can't find into Hawaii or firearm. I don't know, like if I would like everyone to look at the statistic to see like those with control state Normally has much lower
Look at
gun violence.
here. I'll challenge you.
That's it. Like, I know I'm not gonna change your mind.
Hold on. So I'm gonna give you some homework to do, Hank. What you're saying is a lie. So I've been a certified firearms instructor, NRA certified CPL instructor. I got over 2,000 students under my belt for the past 10 years. I've read every single one of those FBI studies. What you're saying is not true. But what I would urge you to do, and you can do this right now, Google the most violent cities in the United States, top 10 most violent cities in the United States, and look up the states those cities are in and their local legislation. And what you'll find is those 10 cities have and those states have very strict gun laws. But I challenge you to do that, and you'll see it for yourself.
Wait, can I say something real quick? We all worry about a civil war in America. We all do. Okay? When that shit happens, it's gonna be like fucking. I'm taking a plane. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
A civil war.
Yeah.
A civil war would never happen in this country.
You know, I don't know. I don't know. The way it looks like, you never know, man.
No, because the only way something like that happens is it has to have a ridiculous amount of logistical coordination. It would be anti the government, like the Confederacy was, because that would be going against state and federal law. And therefore it'd have to be state sanctioned. So essentially you're thinking that multiple states are going to coalesce to start the Confederacy 2.0. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. First of all, nothing happens in this country that doesn't make someone money. That would fuck everybody's money up for a long time. And there's no perceivable guaranteed conclusion. There's no perceivable outcome. Because if it was populist versus populist, sure. Like, conservatives would probably feel like they have the edge because they have the guns and the training. Realistically, it'd be them against the U.S. government. And it'd be like southern state military against northern state military. First of all, that'd be horrible for the country. It'd be bloodshed. No one wants that. It's not happening.
Jan 6th was a really good example. Jan 6th. Remember?
Jan 6 was a protest gone violent, which is common to happen. They definitely did try to seize the Capitol. They definitely did try to do a little something funny. That's not the same thing as a civil war. That's more like when George Bush stole the election from I just blanked on the dude's name.
It was only violent on the government's behalf as well.
Like, it's just a bureaucratic kind of, because realistically, they weren't going to take the White House literally by force. If the government wanted, they would have sent in troops. It'd be over in a second. Okay, a bunch of people yelling, drunk. Oh, they're all obese. Like, did you see that protest? Those are middle Americans. They're obese and out of shape. They're not a threat, right? If the U.S. government wanted, they
didn't use a gun, like, despite our gun rights, they didn't bring a fucking gun during the whole goddamn bullshit that went on. Yes, it's absolutely true.
The only violence that was perpetrated was by the government on the American citizens. Wasn't any American citizens that fired guns?
They didn't have guns.
That's not 100%.
They physically assaulted Capitol police officers. They absolutely did that.
You know, hey, Sig, there's one stat you forgot. Thanks to our lovely, thanks to everybody's favorite President Obama, he commissioned a study on gun violence. And what he found is it's anywhere between 500,000 to 1.5 million crimes are prevented every year from guns.
500,000 to 3,000.
Anywhere from 500,000 to 1.5 million. You look it up. It's Obama's study on gun violence, and that's if we take it down to million, that's 1 million crimes every year that is stopped because of guns. That's a significant number. And yet, what do? It's understandable. We focus on the mass shootings, on the crimes when people get shot, but the number of crimes that are prevented far outweigh the downside. So it's not just guns bad, oh, we got to get rid of them.
Well, Hank said, one thing you're failing to understand too is if you take away suicides,
So we're talking about homicides. Yes. When someone's and look at the numbers on suicides, the overwhelming majority, according to your link, over 27,000 were suicides and 15,000 were from homicides. So you got to take away the suicides because people who are hell bent on killing themselves, they're gonna hang themselves, they're gonna stab themselves, they're gonna slit their wrists, they're gonna take pills, they're gonna whatever. So you got to take that out of the equation. We're talking homicides where party A murders party B. Okay. Now, again, you take those homicides off that map. I guarantee that map's gonna flip up total 180. You're gonna see where the real trouble spots are.
I did that in 10%. 80% of that 15 arsenals. I did
inner city gang violence.
I did it in 10. Like something on it before. I just want to say my point again. I'm not against the gun ownership. What I'm talking about is just the universal registration and universal background.
No, we cannot have a registration.
We're not doing that. This isn't mainland China. We're not doing somebody.
Come on, man. Can I finish?
Mainland China. We're not doing that.
Can I finish?
Okay, shut up, Rich. Rich, shut the fuck up before I kick you.
Can I finish?
Threaten me with good time.
He said registration.
Yeah, I've been nice to you guys. Come on,
What
man.
was the other one he said? I can't.
You have been talking. Your Asian ass has been talking for 30 minutes, so you can shut the fuck.
Oh, you want to go that way?
Okay.
I actually, yo, Hank, respectfully, I mean,
Hold on.
Back check the gun.
We wanted Hank to finish, and then everybody's just like interrupting him. You shut your fucking mouth.
Pepe, can you tell me what he's saying, please?
Yeah, sure. Let the chimp speak before we can judge what he says.
Okay, now we've been having a decent room so far.
He wants to get
I was
some
joking.
background
I was
checks.
obviously joking, but
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, my Asian friend.
Ting tong, ting tong.
I think I'm done today. That's like whatever. I'm not gonna change any one of you guys. So it's okay. Yeah, like it's fine.
Your mother needs some precious thing.
That's low blow. We better than that. Okay.
You guys have a nice night.
Miss, did you think I was saying Gucci? I was saying in Mandarin. You're welcome.
He's gonna leave.
Yeah, Miss thought I said American culture. I
So
said
I
you're welcome.
went online, and there actually was 9 people brought on gun charges, and there was like over 5,000 rounds of ammunition collected. So I'm confused, but I do see where Trump said there were no guns on January 6th. So it sounds like there's two different narratives.
Oh, that's a fact, Miss. So I got a more interesting, I think at least, topic. I wonder how y'all feel about it. Free healthcare.
We've been dancing around that.
Should we stop with these commie talking points? Can we please stop with these commie talking points?
So, Alex,
There's no such thing as free healthcare. There is no such thing as free healthcare. Somebody's gonna pay for it, and doctors need to get paid. Otherwise, and then you die, and your grandma dies when she's having the open heart surgery, and everybody dies.
He brings up a good point. Whoever said bring up the free healthcare.
How about we talk about this? The reason why Iran conceded is because China made the phone call. China made the phone call and said, Iran, you better concede to their points, otherwise we're going to be pissed. I don't want to talk about. I'm tired of all these commie pinko Marxist talking points.
This nigga just called Denmark
disgusting.
Thank you.
I don't really want to talk about healthcare.
This nigga just called England communist and Germany communist and Denmark communist.
But it does.
Am I the only one that doesn't want to talk about that?
No, so here's why I brought it up, because I'm like, so one, to Alan's point, you raised a great point. I didn't disagree with it. You're right. Technically, it's not free. There's no such thing as free, and that's what I want to talk about.
True, bro. So Beaver's top left. This is his role. He's giving you the hint. He doesn't want to talk about it, so drop.
Hey, Truth, how you doing, by the way? Hope things are good.
Hey, guys, let's just go ahead and change the conversation. So now that we're all up here, how do you guys all feel about, a lot of you were being called, here's the thing, I don't hate Israel and I don't hate Jews. I really don't. Never hated them. But we ended up going to war, and then this is not to take anything away from Trump. Trump gets to make his own decisions, and he made, in my opinion, a very stupid decision to help Israel attack Iran. Now, I personally, I don't see how actually change the outcome without having a full-scale invasion, which Americans, they don't have the appetite for it. He knows that his voting base doesn't have the appetite for it. So he ended up, saying like, oh, we won a decisive victory. And that's cool. No, but in reality, you didn't. All of the shit that they're doing. To me, this is why I did not want this to happen. I thought this was like a no-win for America, and so
did he. When he campaigned in 2016, remember that shit?
Bro, I really did stupid people.
But even when it comes to, to be fair, we had this flawless military operation in Caracas, Venezuela, where we took Nicolas Maduro, into custody, which, he's an absolute piece of fucking shit. A lot of the problems we see in the Western Hemisphere, when it comes to mass migration in particular, he caused the largest humanitarian crisis in the Western Hemisphere. Like, this guy sucks. I do not care for Nicolas Maduro, and I applaud them for how they conducted that operation.
But can I just say something? I think America is looking like a bully right now on a world stage, to be honest with you. So,
what is that?
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, so the bully in the sense that, look, man, at the end of the day, you have to get along with every player on the table, every country, right? Yeah, it is true, because you can't be like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna fucking do whatever the fuck I want to.
Is that why everybody speaks?
No, but here's the thing, man. In 2 years, 3 years, it's gonna backfire. Or even in 5 years. Okay.
Backfire on who? Israel or America?
That doesn't really make sense.
No, backfire on America. I don't know.
What way?
Iran can't do shit to America. That's the reality.
No, but Israel is just looking like a fucking bully right now on the world stage.
That's right.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem is that you guys want to pretend like, look, I'm against this war. Or this is a military operation, whatever they want to fucking call it. But at the end of the day, the IRG are fucking pieces of shit. They're horrible people. They're enemies of the United States. There's nothing I can say positive about them. Literally nothing. And the Arabs feel the same way. Asia feels the same. All of us feel the same way.
Pepe, you don't understand the dominoes. Okay,
dominoes. What dominoes? Here comes the 4D chess.
When you choke the Hormuz, okay, what happens?
Can I order a cheese?
That is why. That is part of the reason why I say what Trump did was stupid.
China stars. That's what happens.
You know what happens?
Real quick, right? I don't necessarily agree with the war.
I'm worried that Trump will not come out of this on the other end. I just don't see a path. Do you? Is anybody?
No, yeah, he's shot the Republican Party.
If they choke
realistically, I think
they choke the channel, China loses.
Exactly.
That's what everybody's missing.
Exactly.
If we bomb Carg Island, they lose. If they force us to bomb it, they lose. If they cut it off, they lose. No matter what, China loses, and then China can't power its AI.
Well,
Will they know though? Will people realize this in time?
To be, yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, they know it now.
Our voting populace will know this by the next presidential election.
The whole exercise, but at the same time, we already have oil reserves. There's the Venezuela Connect. We already get oil from Brazil. So it's adding to that. Trinidad sells us oil. A lot of people don't know Trinidad is actually a major oil producer. So we're fine on the Western Hemisphere. There's really nothing. 70% of Asia's oil comes from that. Asia's cooked. Now, that's sad for our ally Japan. That's a realistic scenario. Australia. But outside of them, we don't really care about the Asian Pacific. Like, that's not our problem.
But when you sound so selfish right now, man.
No, we do, we do care. Okay, we can look at the large military presence we have in South Korea, in Japan. Which, by the way, these guys are our allies. South Korea and Japan. No, I'm dead serious. They are our allies, and so do we really want to make their lives harder? No, not really. It's not their best interest.
We don't care.
Okay, but they're our allies, and I do care.
Nah, you don't.
Truth, can you stop ankle?
Truth, you were fucking retarded.
Oh my God.
55% of China is.
I'm telling you right now, nobody cares about Japan. Look, so there's virtue signaling, which is cute, and we can all do it. And I can say, oh yeah, of course I'm a human with functioning empathy, and I'm not happy to hear about people suffering. I'm being matter of fact. I'm saying people don't care. You don't. That's why it's called virtue signaling, right? When you wake up and you drink your coffee, you're not like, oh man, those fucking poor Japanese, man. Like, you don't care. Now, if it's in conversation, yes, you can logically conclude that that is an undesirable reality. But when people are talking about geopolitics and these major life events, it's like, no, the average American's not giving a fuck about how they have.
Yeah, the only country that matters. Okay, cool, yeah.
It's not JR. It's not about me only focusing on my people and being selfish. It's about me being matter of fact. You can ask me my opinions, and I'm actually a fucking idealist. Fucking Alan just called me a communist. I'm an idealist. I'm being matter of fact, and I'm talking about broader geopolitical consequences. Downstream of hurting China, we're going to hurt Japan. But you can't really hurt China without hurting Japan in regards to fucking global oil levels. Like, what? And when it comes to the West versus Asia, we're fighting for global hegemony. This is a lot on the line. Do you see what I'm saying?
What's the connection with China and Japan?
In the big scheme of things, when the top guys, when the brass is having these kind of fucking high-level discussions, trust me, they're not losing sleep over Japan suffering. When this much is at stake, we're talking about the next 20 years, the next 50 years. I don't know if you know about China's 100-year plan. So no, we just kicked China in the nuts hardcore. That's part of why we did Venezuela before Iran. That's why he said Cuba's next. And to JR saying, hey, the world's this and that. Look, the world doesn't run on cuteness and niceness. The 50% of the globe's not speaking English because they just love their culture. Like, what are we talking? My case, right?
What's the connection? What's the connection with China and Japan that you were talking about?
Oh, so 90% of Japan's oil comes from the strait. Something like 70% of China's does. So they're cooked, right? And this is relevant because China is just beginning to become a threat to us, and this is going to kneecap them.
I could have sworn it's a lot smaller percentage. What was the percentage of oil that you said comes from Iran that the Chinese utilize?
I think so. And it might be mixing, but I think it's 70%. It might be that
China gets 55% from the Gulf states, 18% from Iran, 73% total.
Thank you.
That's what I thought. It was like a super small amount, or not?
That's not a small amount.
Also, the Gulf states can provide oil to Japan other than the Strait of Hormuz.
Nice.
But the only one that's really fucked is China.
Nice. And that's I see that good news.
No, truth. Here's the thing. East India Company was played. That chessboard was played 100 years ago. Trust me on this one. Wait, hang on. The global South. The global South knows how the board actually works. Okay. So right now, what you have is a problem. You can't be acting like, okay, I'm the only hegemony, and that it doesn't work like that on a world stage.
Are you an
It literally does.
No, wait. I'm just saying, man. Like, come on, you can't be like, oh, I'm the only thing here, and I'm the only,
What dildos have you had? Yeah, he's tore up on a scissor.
No, unfortunately, it definitely does work like that. Look, if the world ran my way, we'd all sing Kumbaya and praise Christ. But realistically, what's going to happen is factions will compete for resources, which is what always happens. And then the rate of efficiency in that competition will dictate their dominance. That's it. Even the American global reserve currency is largely supported by the petrodollar, which has become less relevant in the modern age, hence why we're heading to tokenization. We're going to be tokenizing.
Yo, what do you think they're ditching dollar to? What the fuck are we gonna do? Dollar, man. Like, it's not gonna be a dollar. It's not gonna be like a fucking U.S. dollar, right? They move to a different currency at some point. It's possible.
So the problem with that is, it's not that that's not what the world would like to do, and that China's not trying to help the world do that. It's that it's easier said than done, right? The global reserve currency, roughly 60% of the world uses the dollar for their day-to-day transactions and for their own nation-states' reserve capital. And the reason for that is because the dollar is easily acceptable and tradable. So for me, sure, I can have a ton of money in some currency no one cares about. Where's my incentive to keep it there? I can't go abroad and spend it, no one wants it. What does everybody want? They want a fucking dollar. And so that's such a giant mountain of an established status quo. You don't just overturn that overnight.
Look, here's the thing. If I was a fucking top guy, it's better off building building alliances rather than using a stick. Okay, it's not going to really work.
I agree.
In the long term.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I disagree with that. So the problem is the world is too properly divided and conquered. England did that very well. That was actually their deliberate move. And they didn't create division, they just inflamed it. So like, even if you go to BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, good luck getting India and China to stay best friends. That's not happening, bro. It's already just in the BRIC alone, you have to compete. They're no allies. India and China are not real allies, right? Russia's barely
South Africa.
People at. Well, again, even Africa and the global South nations, they're with one another. Now they're incentivized to join a movement that will lessen the weight of the Western Hemisphere, but realistically, Africa's better off creating their own trade.
Well, no, it's called BRICS with an S, plural, for South Africa. A lot of people think it's Saudi Arabia, but it's actually South Africa, the BRICS.
Oh, yeah. But what I was just saying in reply to that, I was saying that Africa's better off creating its own, like Gaddafi wanted, creating its own trade union and then currency downstream from that, similar to the European Union and the euro.
Yeah, we're never going to allow any of this to happen. Just like we did with Gaddafi, just like we're doing with BRICS. We're destroying.
Exactly.
Got a question. There was one who was saying that the only reason why, and this is, I think it's crazy, but he was saying that he wanted to get people to pay the oil in his own coin. The World Liberty something, whatever his coin is that they're trying to do with, they're trying to make it like a retail POS system kind of thing. Now, I mean, as crazy as that sounds, I don't know if that's even, worth doing on the oil part, but, it's something that it was mentioned, so I don't know. I mean, I didn't know what to think of that, because I was like, that just sounds crazy. I mean,
here's the thing. I don't know what truth is smoking on, man. Like, either the kind of dependency you have on the East. Okay, let's just go with fucking Tesla. Okay, Apple computers. The amount of Indian fucking CEOs that run top 7 companies in U.S. You cannot be tethered, or you cannot
That's by design, bro. That's by
design. It's not gonna work. It's not really gonna work.
I
I mean, no, it's not going to work.
Microsoft invented. You don't understand what you're saying. So the West is actually really classist and it's sick, right? This is why they don't invest into their own countries and educate their own populace. Instead, they'll go educate foreigners and get them for half price. This is why Microsoft invested into India. This is why we do the joke of the telemarketer calling up going, hello, my name is Bob. Right? And it's like, come on.
That's not the only thing they do, man. Come on, man. Come on. You can
I'm not making fun of them.
No, wait. You can make fun of the accent, but I know exactly how they work. Trust me on this one. Hang on, man. Here's the thing, right? Some of these people can't do the work that we can, okay? It is 110%. No, it is true, bro. I mean, like, you're like, I don't know what world do you live in.
These Indians are incredibly intelligent.
JR, who do you say when you say we?
No, I mean, look, I'm not even gonna get into that right now because it's not.
You said they can't do the job that we can.
Yeah, I mean, like some of the jobs are.
Yeah, but what do you mean when you say we? Do you mean Americans or?
Yeah, because
you have a kind of an accent, so that's all.
Yeah. So
where's your family from? Where are you from?
Here's the thing, right? So here's the thing. So some of the things, some of the people that can do, even in Bangalore, we can't do that shit. It is a fact. I mean, like, okay, hang on. So why is it that it's not racist, man? I'm just speaking facts right now. Okay, why? So, why are all these companies going to like other parts of the world?
Because it's fucking cheap.
Yeah, no, it's not about cheapness.
It is. It's 53 peso. Hold on, it's 53 peso for each US dollar. Like the majority of fucking call center jobs are actually in the Philippines.
Wait, you must be black.
They're not even in India.
Oh wait, are you black? That's what you said. No, because you know what? No, it's not.
Truth is black. I'm not black.
No, I mean,
black. Truth's black. I'm not black.
He's Jewish.
Yeah, I'm a Jew.
It's not Jewish, man. Like, come on. I can just tell from the accent he's fucking black guy.
No,
okay? Oh, shit, he's racist.
Wait,
I'm not. Why am I racist right now? Okay, why do you think? What the fuck? Yo, I'm
gonna use the fuck shit.
Yeah, hang on. All these.
I'm gonna use so I say.
Okay, why are all of these people top 7 tech companies are not black? Okay, why are they fucking
Jewish? I'm not black.
Wait, what?
What the fuck are you talking about?
No, you're making the conversation.
I'm Jewish and not black. I don't know what you keep referring to black.
Yeah, that's just random as fuck.
Yeah, truth is black. You can hear the black thing.
You started it. I'm fucking giving it back to you.
Yeah, truth is black. But I mean, truth is like yuppie black.
Yo, don't do that. Wait,
yeah, he's like suburbs.
At the end of the day, man, like, okay,
don't do that.
He drives the Lexus ES 300.
Wait, hang on, man. You're a black guy. You belong to Africa.
Or a Toyota Camry.
It's an SL55 AMG. You can get it on nuts.
Okay. Oh, SL55. You went cheap.
55, son.
Yeah, 63 or 65. That's the right option.
10 times more tunable. I get it. You want the V12. You want to feel like you're in a Bentley. Grow up. The V8 is 10 times better. Anyway, listen. Stereotypes and racial prejudice aside.
Yeah, Africa. Yeah.
Well, no, Africa. So, listen.
I mean, truth does sound like he's tethered.
No, I'm not. I'm actually pretty radical, but I like that.
No, tethered. Like your family's from Africa or the Caribbean.
Oh, you meant that? Yeah, the Caribbean.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's why it's successful.
Fuck off, bro. Oh my
it's
God.
True. It's accurate.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. I can.
Nigerians, and also people from the Caribbean are some of the highest
watch this.
money earner blacks.
Hold on, Tweety, watch this. And this is one of my most proud.
FBA are definitely not.
Tweety, when I tell you the story, my right hand is on my heart.
Listen.
Hold on.
Listen, we don't care about anecdotal stories. We don't care about anecdotal stories.
Don't make me big, Mike. When I tell you this story,
don't care about
my
anecdotal
left hand
stories.
is on my heart and my left hand is on my nuts.
Anecdotal.
No, fuck off, nigga. Anyway, my father's my father's father, his father, my great grandfather was shot in a sundown town because he was walking
his son, my grandfather, on the sidewalk. The biggest crime.
Wait, he was Caribbean?
No, you're going to have to hear this.
Was he
One
Caribbean?
And say, put your nigger son in the gutter.
You're not listening. Was he Caribbean or FBA?
He was FBA. It was.
Then he deserved it.
Where this is going.
You can't fuck yourself. Anyway, like
If he was Caribbean, he didn't deserve it.
Like I was saying, that man, my grandfather, went on to die a multimillionaire. Even though he was orphaned as a black man in Alabama at 8 years old, he went from picking cotton to graduating college at 16. Don't give me this, you gotta be Caribbean to be a black successful person. That's prejudice, it's racist, it's false. Go fuck yourself. You're an actual insult asshole for even saying that. And for you to say that as a J, don't get me started talking about your people. So you keep my people out your fucking mouth. People out your fucking mouth, and I'll keep your
I didn't say anything. All I'm trying to say is we have to get along.
What you said is, no, JR, not you. This ain't directed at you, JR. This is directed at, he left. Fucking asshole. This nigga Tweety said, okay, I shouldn't say nigga, I should say jigga. This Jewish man Tweety suggested that black people from America cannot be successful, and the reason I'm successful and well-spoken is because half my...
Yeah, that's garbage, man. I don't believe that. But look, at the end of the day, we have to get along with everyone. That's all I'm trying to say. That was my point.
I didn't say you couldn't be FBA and successful. I never said that.
That's what you said. You said that my success is owed to my Caribbean heritage, and that's my mother's side. My father's side is FBA Alabama. Don't even do it. But anyway, we were talking about a global conversation anyway. What I was getting at is that although I agree with JR in that the Western strategy, in my opinion, is anti-humanity, but that's just how the world works. Like, that's not going to change, right? So outside of that, realistically, no, what the West is doing is probably going to work for it. It always has. It's kneecapping Asia by cheating. Asia's doing everything fighting.
Yeah, but it's a short-term solution, bro. Like, it's not really good. I really want everyone to get along. That's my objective right now.
No, it's a short-term solution that always works. Think about it. They genocided. They literally kept doing peace treaties with the Native Americans. America violated 347 peace treaties with the natives. It worked. Those evil, psychopathic motherfuckers and their short-term solutions, unfortunately, keep winning. Even when it comes to utilizing East Asians. Look, they make them house niggas.
Hang on. Do you want to be North Korea? Do you want us to be North Korea? I mean, come on. That's what's coming down to right now.
India will never become North Korea.
U.S. I mean, like, come on.
No, the U.S. would never.
So which mod
It
kicks
doesn't
me?
even make sense. What are you
Am I gonna have to clip all 4 mods, or is somebody gonna fess to it?
Yo, he left.
That's because he Asian, man. Somebody paying him to do that, man. He Asian for real.
But yeah, America will never become North Korea. That doesn't even make sense, bro. California has the 5th largest economy on planet Earth. Like, what do you? I don't even. That's one state. New York City, one city, is competitive with the entire state of California. Like, what? There's just too much business that comes in that.
I just want us to get along with everyone on the planet. That's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. No. I mean, it has to.
Never have it.
Yo, we have a problem.
I have a question. I have a question for you, JR. It sounded like you rejected capitalism. Do you think that that's a fair statement or no?
No, we're not gonna get into that rabbit hole. That's a different rabbit hole. But I just want us to get along with everyone.
Well, it has something to do with it. It does have something to do with it. Do you support capitalism? Do you believe in private property?
I mean, yeah, capitalism is.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if it.
It's not perfect, but it's better than the other system.
Yeah, it is, and we can all optimize it. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So then that's good. So what do you think is the biggest issue right now that's keeping us not getting along?
Yo, I think it's the AI is the biggest threat,
I mean more principally. Sorry.
Hang on. Can I just finish, please?
Yeah, but I didn't mean that superficially. I meant more principally. Ultimately the underlying.
I really feel like the white collar jobs, if they get people making, I should make $200,000, $300,000 a year. Okay, if those kind of jobs get threatened, I mean, I'm telling you for a fact, okay, we'll have a chaos in the country. Because, you know, like, if you're not, I mean, AI is the biggest threat at this point, and I don't know what the fuck are they going to replace that with, to be honest with you. It is going to be a big problem. And global politics, you know, like global politics, you know, all these wars, choke points. I don't know. It's just
So AI.
we have to get along. We have to get along with every country. I really believe that. I don't believe it. Look.
What do you think is it? But Jared, I want you to think about this. Maybe don't answer right now. Maybe it's like a question for you to really dig into, right? Maybe take a notebook, do some brainstorming, put on your thinking cap. No, it's serious. But listen, really seriously, what do you think? Like, don't hold on. So if you were to really think about the biggest problems, like make a list of them, and then you said AI, you said the countries need to get along, and then just answer like do a little like question like why don't the countries get along, and then when you get that answer, maybe it's religious, maybe it's economic, maybe it's government belief in type of government structure, whatever, just keep reducing it.
Well, you don't even have to go that far, man. Clubhouse.
You don't have to go that far. What do you mean?
Wait, start with Clubhouse, okay?
Why? No.
Yo, Clubhouse is a really good example. Like, if you get a guy from Asia, like there was a Henry over here, whatever. He's from China, whatever. I mean, the way everyone, maybe he lives in California, right? And you guys are like fucking shitting on this guy just because of his accent. Like, this is the worst kind of fucking human behavior that I've ever seen. Like, why would you fucking shit on a person who's got a fucking accent?
Right. And so what do you think?
This is the fucking disgusting thing ever.
So hold on, so let's look at that. What do you think is the biggest cause of why somebody...
Yeah, let's just start with simple things. Accent. If someone has an accent, why don't you guys fucking give him you know,
I want you to do the work right now.
What am I supposed to do? Like, am I like a fucking PM of the whole world? Like, do I run a fucking UN?
No,
I don't want to run a UN.
It's an exercise. It's an exercise because, listen, we want to get down to the foundations. So we in here we're making fun of people's accents. What do you think would be the cause of someone making fun of somebody else's accent?
Yo, first of all, you check out, let's just say someone has I've seen a lot of times here, you know, with the American population, right? They just check out. The whole fucking conversation just checks out. And they don't even want to listen to what the other party has to say. This is fucking disgusting behavior. Okay, first of all, America is an immigrant country. Okay, number one. All of your parents had a fucking accent. Okay? Now, if you check out, just because someone has an accent, it's fucking disgusting. Why would you fucking do that?
That's not... I hear you, because look, just to be clear, because I'm going to say some things and you're going to think that means I agree with them. I'm just talking about reality. America as an immigrant nation, kind of hit or miss. This country was so racist when it first got founded that only white men, which meant Anglo, they didn't consider Irish or Southern European or Southwest European people white. Only white men who owned land, so no brokies allowed. What color is your Bugatti? Owned land could vote. Now, over the course of, you know, politics changing, etc., eventually that got extended, but mostly just because people within states wanted more voters so that they could have more control in the Fed and in Congress. But so, yeah, this kind of, and then even in regards to immigration, it's like, immigration has largely been they have been trying to keep it white. And even their concept of white has slowly grown, so now Irish people and Italians are also considered white, but they barely consider Hispanics white. Mind you, they're Spanish, they're white. They barely consider them white. So that's largely cultural. If you go to Germany, there's a totally different culture there from France. English people don't like French people. German people don't like French people. So even amongst themselves, they're fighting culturally, but they think they have enough in common that they can have a country together. The last thing they want is like other foreigners coming in. And this is universal. If you go to fucking Taiwan, China, Vietnam, these people don't necessarily want people coming in and changing their culture. They might appreciate people who come and assimilate to their culture in a small number so they're never replaced, but that's normal. And then even if you go forward, it's like, this is a fucked up, I didn't name it, this is what they called it. Operation Wetback. I shit you not, you can Google it. Like 10 million Hispanic people and put them in Texas. So this country has always had a problem with racism. It's always had a problem with trying to maintain the power within white people's hands. That being said, it's the perfect country to go away and throw that shit away. Right?
I agree. But you don't get along. You don't actually get along with the other humans on the planet, right? Like look, if you were American, right, a white person, if you go to fucking India, right, they actually get treated like a fucking, really well. Okay, people actually, they don't actually, they don't have a problem with people from the West coming to India, and they treat them really well. Meaning, like, okay, so but here's the thing: when the Indians go to America, and if they have an accent, a real problem. Okay, so this is a. I'm not saying it's a right or wrong thing on a human platform. Like you just have to get and now let's just scale this to bigger things. Okay, global politics. Okay, when the Asian guy wanted to speak, all the Americans were like, fucking check him out. I don't want to listen to this fucking guy. I've seen this time and time, I've seen this many times over and over again on Clubhouse. It happens all the fucking time, and it's fucking disgusting, to be honest with you. So, look, man, larger point is, it doesn't matter who comes from where, what accent he's got. You just have to treat human beings like human beings.
Okay, that's it right there.
That's a point that I'm trying to make. I mean, I don't know if you get it. Yeah.
You have to treat human beings like human beings. So what do you think would cause one human being to say, oh, look, listen to his accent. They identify a difference. Oh, look, I have this language. I speak this language. This person is different. Okay? And then instead of developing a curiosity, oh, what language do they speak? Oh, teach me about your culture. What are you saying? Whatever. And your perspective, and then respect for just another human being. You identify a difference. You get insecure, and then you want to ridicule the person. So that's a big difference. You're going from a person you don't know. You're hearing a difference, right? Both is identifying a difference, and one person decides to feel an insecurity or discomfort enough to ridicule somebody, while the other person, right, and the other person gets curious and respects the person. So what is that cause? Is this education? Is this empathy? Lack of empathy? Is this a cultural? Is this familiar? What is causing this? How do we fix something like this?
So the problem is, here's the problem in America, right? People don't even fucking travel. Like, they don't even go to a different state. They don't even go to a fucking, like a big city. Or, let's just say, UK, or even like other parts of Asia, right? A lot of these people are stuck in their own corner, and that's why they are the way they are. Okay? And I'm not saying like, okay, let's just fucking, why don't they go to a different place? I don't know why they don't go to a different place. I have no.
So this actually kind of ties into something I was going to say earlier. It's like, so human behavior is like all animal behavior is driven by incentive. And so, unfortunately, what you'll find in most countries and most societies is that the fringe is usually the radical, and the middle are the healthy ones. So basically, if you're coming from a family and it's healthy, it's stable, it's regular, you're not really incentivized into any kind of radical ideology. You barely pay attention to politics, and you're kind of just doing your thing. You know, you have a normal job, you have a normal social life. It is what it is. It's the people who fall outside of that who are now driven one direction or another. Some form of radicals are hyper-authoritarian, other form of radicals are hyper-liberal, and they're usually dictating politics throughout history, while the mainstream kind of deals with them. That's just like the reality. And so inside of those people, then their incentives are still driven. So like liberals, they're usually outcasts. That's just a fact. Like if you look into, it's not even today. Today's political landscape is such a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Because if you look at the Liberal Party, it is by definition a collection of outcasts. And what the language they'll use is they'll say marginalized minority, right?
Plus, to add to that, right? A lot of the Americans are very well informed.
Just to finish my sentence. And so the people on the left, like I said, marginalized minority, and then the people on the right will be the most extreme of the majority. So what you'll find if you go to the left is you'll find someone like a Bernie Sanders, who's a socialist. So then you look into his party, he's an atheist Jew. I mean, you look into his life, and he's an atheist Jew. He doesn't really, stop! He's an atheist Jew, and he doesn't really get along with his family. You look at Obama, right? His mom's white, his dad's black. He never really fit in anywhere, right? He kind of participates in the left and into politics because that's like his nerd special interest, but it is what it is. Like the gay community, all the minorities that join the left, right? Like even though they're culturally conservative, like Indians are culturally conservative, black people are culturally conservative, Hispanics are culturally conservative, but they vote with the Democratic Party because they're marginalized minorities. So versus if you go to the radicals on the right, they're all white, typical A-grade Anglo-Americans, but the authoritarian, hyper-radical variants of them, they're racist, they're prejudiced, they want to keep the country white and pure and proud, and they're looking at the other side radicals as a threat to what they think their country represents, and they want to kick them out. So those two bicker, while the people in the middle have to deal with the consequences of their debate. That's kind of like the history of the world on repeat.
I feel like a lot of the Americans are not really well traveled. They don't go to different parts of the world. They don't live. They just stay in their own country and in a box. If you live in a box, you're not going to know how the world works. And that's most people problematic.
Most people, period, don't travel. Like I'm pretty sure if I look it up right now, in every single country, most people don't travel. And again, humans are driven by incentives. So those who do travel, they probably don't get along with their family. They're probably outcasts, black sheep, scapegoat. There is some role in their family where they feel unwelcome or bored. And that's why they're traveling.
Come on. What's wrong with you? Look, here's the thing, man. If you're a human being, would you not want to see how the other parts of the world actually works? I mean, I would actually want to do that.
So you're asking.
What's wrong with you?
If you ask me as a person, yes, I love traveling. But if you ask me, do I think most humans would like traveling? It's like no. Like, why would they? If your family's great, right? If you love your family, if you and your mom and your dad are best friends and your parents never got divorced, and every year there's a family reunion and all your cousins show up and everybody knows each other and they're all best friends, and everyone in your school is still friends all the way to college, and you're like, no, you're not really. Oh, let me get out of this environment. That's awesome, and it's all I've ever known. No, it's the people who are incentivized and motivated because there's nothing there for them, and then they want to go somewhere else. That's how that works. Human behavior is driven by motivation and incentive. And it's important because what happens is our ego, which actually is a part of our brain, it's called the DMN, the default mode network. It rationalizes our choices and our thoughts and creates a story because we like narratives. So we'll tell ourselves, I just wanted to see the world and not no one at home respects me or understands me and I feel so alone. Right? Like they're not going to say that. They're going to say, I can't wait to just experience life. They're not going to say, I feel rejected by those who I was hoping to feel closest with. The brain rationalizes things that make us feel better about our choices.
Yeah, but you do still have core values. No, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know where you
Hold on, that's just such bullshit that you just said. I'm sorry, I had to come up. No, truth, it's bullshit. No, but no, someone needs to counter what you said.
Let's just hold on, let's just
because you've been talking for a while, Truth.
Let's hear Abby. Let's just hear her out.
Truth, you've been talking for a while, so just like put a little
85% of people have never left their country.
Sweetie, you've been talking for a while, so I think it's just complete bullshit. You just made a comment that people that are unhappy with their families have to travel. They have travel buses because they're trying. Listen to what you just said. Did other people here?
If you're gonna phone me, cool.
Okay, you said that's why. That's their motivation. Those were your words, weren't they? Okay, it is such bullshit. I think we'll have I like to travel because I like nice hotels and I like beaches and I want to see the Coliseum. What the fuck does that have to do with whether I get along with my children or my parents or my brothers and sisters? It has nothing to do with that. It has absolutely everything to do with having success in life and being able to afford to get on a freaking airplane on a flatbed and get over to Europe or get to Asia or go to a great beach. Like, what you're saying is just, I don't know where it's coming from, but it makes absolutely no sense. And it doesn't make sense to people that like to see the world. And maybe they were educated and they learned about the world in school and now they want to get on an airplane and see it. What does that have to do with how they interact in their interpersonal relationships with their family? I mean, like, I had to come on stage on that one. It's just mind-boggling.
Yeah, so, one, when we talk about general trends, we're not discussing literally every single person. Anytime you outline a law, anytime you outline a law, there's always an individual who wants to come up and say, but I'm an exception.
I'm not an exception. I don't know. I am absolutely not an exception. I am the rule.
Cool.
I'm anything but an exception. And ask everyone, why don't you ask everyone to put in the chat if they're fine with their families, but they want to get on an airplane and go to a great beach. Okay, no.
Asking me a question?
Because I wasn't done.
I've been to 50 words.
Yes, the fuck you were.
No, I was not the fuck.
Yes, the fuck.
No, I wasn't the fuck.
Wait a second.
And by the way, my fucking accent is better than your fucking accent. So go fuck yourself, because I like my accent better than yours. And I'll say water whenever I fucking want to say water.
You were done, but you're lying.
No, I'm not lying.
No, you weren't done. So
I asked everyone to put in the chat if they'd like to, if they have a fine relationship with their mom and dad, with their kids, and with their brothers and sisters, but hey, they like to get on an airplane from time to time and go to see a great beach or go see a wonderful city.
I'm not sure that that's... Hold on, I'm not sure that that's what Truth was saying because I interpreted it a completely different way. How I interpreted it. Well, how I interpret it is people who have issues with their you want to explore because you want to feel that identity, that place, that belonging. And I've seen a lot of people who've had identity issues. They do generally leave their area and they go and they travel. They go to find because there's something missing inside, and so they seek whether it's state to state. So they try to find that somewhere else. They try to find that familial community that they miss with their family. I know that there's a few personal examples that I could think right off the top of my head that's very accurate for. Truth, do you have, could you expand a little bit on what you were referring to?
Yeah, so just to finish what I was saying, sorry you caught me in the mic. Abby, what I was saying is the trend is the less one has at home or with their family, the more inclined they are to travel. Now, that being said, tourism is more popular in wealthy nations. And that's why I was like, you're personalizing it when we're talking about general trends. B, exceptions to a rule don't contradict the rule. In fact, often they reinforce it because when you examine it, it'll kind of explain. C, like I said, wealthy people and wealthy nations are more prone to do tourism than others. That's kind of something different. Also, tourism is not the same thing as like bouncing around. Those people wouldn't describe themselves as tourists. Like somebody who's like, oh, I backpacked through Thailand. He doesn't call himself a tourist.
What's he call himself? What's he call himself?
He would say things like, here's how you make sure you don't blend in. Here's how you make sure you blend in and don't seem like a tourist.
Wait, so what's he call himself?
He'll even say
If he's a
like,
native? Does he call himself a native? What's he if he's not a
traveler?
Yeah, so what's the difference if he's a traveler or a tourist? Truth, I happen to live in a... No, I gotta say this. I live in a city that is a travel destination. In a tourist city, okay? People come from all over the city. We have 40 million tourists, travelers, visitors every year that come into where I live, okay? You think that every single person is escaping their family? Maybe they just want to have fun. Maybe they just want to go and enjoy themselves. Is that a shocker to you? Maybe they want to grab a bunch of friends and go spend a weekend in a fun place. Do you think people do that because they have to escape the horrible realities of their familiar?
Year-old college kids.
Jesus Christ.
They go into Las Vegas to go party and bang girls and get shit-faced drunk.
That's tourism. That's not
travel. Childhood issues.
Horrible issues,
their
right?
parents and their mom and their dad who are so controlling and like
not travel.
Have messed them up.
That's tourism, not travel.
It's travel, sweetheart.
Same thing.
They get on an airplane.
It's not the same
They arrive in a 5-star hotel and they get a good steak dinner and they're traveling. They're touring.
They drink.
Don't see Hoover fucking damn. They're touring.
You can just tell me you're right.
They're trying to escape. They're trying to escape the performance of reality out of you.
You're just repeating yourself on repeat and not listening to the rebuttal. Like, you got it, bro. What the fuck? I said 5 words and you both started talking at the same time.
No, because you're an idiot. You're just set in your fucking beliefs and you're not going to concede anything.
Shut the fuck up. Next time
it's useless to argue with people like you.
Next time you're talking, I'll just talk over you and then say,
I don't care. You already do that. You've been doing it to everybody.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, now you're mocking me because you don't have an actual retort. Anyway, can I actually speak or do you just want to fucking do what you believe? Don't ask me no fucking questions.
I was talking about you living in the suburbs and talking about how, you know, there
Can we get back to, I don't want to hear, stop with some rambling. Like, God, I want to hear more about this because I really think
stop rambling. I agree.
Truth isn't
Do you
rambling.
travel?
Here's rambling.
Do you tour? Do you go because you're impressed or you're meeting your family? Or do you go because you're curious?
I traveled a lot. Abby, I would love to talk to you, but I'm not. Shut the fuck up,
Do you get on an airplane because you're curious? Like, what's your motivation?
I would, unfortunately, I don't want to talk about my personal situation in this room. This
I'm
particular
sorry,
room, but I would
about
love, no, it's okay, but I would love to tell you about that another time. But I think that there is a lot of empirical, because I mean, like, there's two things. There could be just regular travel for people who, you know, have the time, the curiosity, and what I think, truth, like what we're getting to is the idea that when you have family that's a good, healthy family and a support system, you're less likely to want to leave them. And there's a thing called like escape theory in psychology, where you want to basically just escape. You want to leave it. You search for identity. Yes, because you want to find that family, that connection, that community that you don't have, right? And so I think he's not talking about everybody that travels, but there is are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Are you? Well, hold on. Because we're talking about the minority. We're talking about the minority. So we're looking at everybody who travels. We're looking at everybody who travels, but specifically, we're looking at people who travel who have issues at home.
Did you go to college? Did you guys go to college? Did you go on spring break? Did you go on spring break because you were depressed and you had to like escape, or did you go on spring break
because we're trying to escape our deep-seated childhood issues?
Hold on, sorry.
Authoritarians.
Yeah, I'm going to try this one more time, and we'll see if I can actually speak without being interrupted. There is a distinction between traveler and tourism. A tourist typically, because you asked me this question earlier, you literally said, what the fuck is the difference? And then as I tried to answer, you just kept talking. So the different, and I think it's because
You
intuitively,
said a traveler
I think it's
wouldn't call
because
themselves
Rich, shut up, Rich.
That's all he said. God damn it.
I think it's
Fucking
because
annoying.
intuitively you actually know the distinction, but you're being obtuse. So I'll explain it to you.
You didn't say
A tourist typically stays.
Rich.
A tourist typically stays in a hotel. They frequent tourist spots where they speak their language, usually English. They don't learn the language of the people, and they kind of treat it as a temporary holiday and then go back. A traveler assimilates and acclimates to the environment, learns the language, and does their best to blend in. Almost deliberately, specifically, that's a key piece of it. They will literally have conversations on, here's how you don't look like a tourist. They will fucking say that. It's so common, I guarantee if you take your little fucking thumbs and Google, hey, how to not look like a tourist, there's gonna be like a million fucking articles that
It's
pop up.
only because you don't want to get ripped off this scam in third world countries.
Because it's a brother, you have to
God, you're so stupid.
You gotta learn.
That's why these people make me so pissed. No, you're just
Why
Let him just talk himself into like a stupidity.
All these videos he's referring. Hold on. All these fucking videos he's referring to.
Rich, do you need
third world country.
Rich, do you need attention
like
right now? Hold on, Truth. Everybody mute up. Go ahead, Rich. I'm gonna let you go for as long as you need
How not to look like a fucking
and then
tourist
when
in
you're
Cairo.
done, the first fucking time you unmic,
Or fucking Tokyo. How not to get taken advantage by the tuk-tuk drivers. You don't want to dress like a fucking American foreigner. Try to blend in. Try to see what all the fucking locals are wearing. Try to dress like them. That's all these videos are talking about. They're not saying, oh, you escape your reality for your fucking deep-seated childhood issues. No, they're saying, don't fucking look like an obvious fucking foreigner in fucking Barcelona because the pickpockets are gonna fucking target you. Don't walk around like a typical fucking Korean or Chinese with a goddamn Canon camera hung from your fucking chest. Fucking stupid. That's all these videos are about, you dumbass. You've never fucking traveled. Shut the fuck up.
By the way, if you want to blend in, you could dress like Elvis when you come here. There's a couple stores you can buy the outfits, or you can dress like a showgirl and get some feathers for your head. I mean, it's just ridiculous what you're saying. So every trip that you take as a college kid in spring, and every family vacation that you go on, and every cruise or any exploration that somebody does, you think is motivated because you're trying to escape. There are
Maybe you move to another country.
Oh my God, you're not even listening.
Or you live
I
over
am
there for more than a
absolutely
week.
listening. I heard what you said.
So
You
why
said
are
it's
you
the motivation.
describing
Because it's the same friggin' thing.
No, it's not. And you know.
It's the same. No, it absolutely. You're talking to someone who has traveled. I have traveled. I travel all the time. Every 2 weeks, I am on an airplane traveling, and I tour when I travel. I like to tour when I travel.
Yeah, you're a tourist. That's not
I like to travel. I travel all over. I business. Am I a tourist when I'm traveling for business? What am I when I travel for business? What do you think I am when I go to a foreign country for business? Am I a tourist? Am I a traveler? What is it? The words are interchangeable. It doesn't matter what you're saying for the reason someone gets on an airplane. Anyone gets on an airplane, you say is an escapism. It's just, what are you trying to attack? Americans look forward to getting to a point in their lives where they can have enough disposable wealth that they can buy an airplane ticket or stay in a nice hotel.
Did you get
They look
triggered and
forward
offended
to
by
that.
what I said? Is that
No, I think I came up because it was so stupid.
Okay, all right. Can we just relax, please? You guys are giving me anxiety.
I'm sorry, but I also came up because our business, where I am, is a tourism travel destination. And people don't come here because they have to escape the horrors of their family. They come because they want to have fun. F-U-N.
Holy shit, I'm gonna do this.
Oh my God, Trish,
Okay,
don't go.
so now,
Hold on.
no, Rich, you had your time. Please, just wait a second.
Just 2 seconds and I'll let us go. What if the person doesn't go to tourist destinations? What if they go to Vegas and they stay for 6 months? Are they not?
I don't hate anybody more than I hate Rich.
Fucking retard, goddamn Truth.
Okay, Truth, do me a favor. Truth, could you
knock it off?
Truth,
If
could
they don't go to
you do
the
us a
strip and they
favor?
stay there for 6 months, they're not a tourist.
What? Why?
He said, what's his actual name?
Why?
His name
Please go.
Al-Qaeda.
Al-Qaeda.
So here's what's so funny. Dog sent me a friend request, but I have not insulted him a single time. He's called me retard, slow as fuck, stupid as fuck.
Doc's a retard.
Have I insulted you once, bro? What did I call you? I'll wait.
Oh no,
Notice I'm not going to.
You were being stupid. You were being stupid by bringing up your fucking grandfather.
Now
Who's
you're
walking through
I think that you
Alabama.
guys wanna.
Here's the thing.
And
But
went
we're not
to the
gonna
sun
do that.
downtown.
Rich, if you don't mute up right now, you're gone. Thank you, Rich. Thank you. Rich, you're gone. Mute up or you're gone. If you unmute one more time.
Man, talk. Go ahead,
Okay.
Bima.
One more time. One more unmute. One more. I've given you so many chances. Truth, would you do us a favor? Could you please restate your claim? Take a minute. You want it. That's exactly what he wanted. Okay, fine. He wanted it. Okay. So listen, Truth, if you could just take a minute, think about your claim, and then re-present it to us if you could possibly.
Yeah, I'll put it real clean, and it's not really, I feel like they're not even listening. So, you have tourism and you have traveling. Tourism is largely like just a recreational activity, and is predominantly dominated by wealthy people. And people who live like in the city. Like people who live in the city are way more likely to travel and tour than anyone else, than people in like rural areas. It's largely connected to wealth. There's a reason for that, because they have the excess funds and they can do it, and they treat it as an activity, right? That's why it's distinguished from traveling, and it's actually why tourists are typically there's a pejorative behind that. If you call someone a tourist, that's usually somewhat of an insult, because the implication is, you know, they come into a city, they congest the travel ways, they consume the culture like vultures, but don't actually give back, participate, or appreciate it. Right, they kind of make a mockery of it, and then they go home. Like they come, they spend a few days, they go home. They never really leave the tourist side of the city. There will be a side of the city clearly designated for tourists, and they will never leave that side of the city, right? Then you have travelers. Travelers are a lot more rare. They're typically disaffected from their community and or politically like at odds with it, and they're looking to find something. They don't even know what it is, and they'll tell you. They'll say shit like, oh, I backpacked across Uzbekistan, or, I stayed in 3 different hostels across, Western Europe. Like, they're not doing the tourism thing, because tourism is, you go to the big sites. You go to Rome, and you see the vineyard, and you see the Colosseum, and you see the chapel, right? That's tourism. Traveling would be, oh no, I actually went to the slums and to the poor areas and interacted with I learned the language and like that's traveling. The distinction is when my statement was towards travelers, not tourists. Tourists is just a wealthy activity. No, wealthy people are not running away from their problems to go fucking tour or to take a cruise. And any interpretation of my point to think that is the result of actually not listening and waiting to respond and not actually hearing. Because anyone hearing would understand, oh, he's obviously not talking about rich people who are bored or wealthy Westerners. He's talking about people who literally leave their whole house, their life behind, and then go embark on a journey, right? 85% of people have never left their country. 85%. So that means 15% of the world is doing all the tourism. Most of them are just wealthy. The rest of them, who are not just wealthy, are the people I was speaking to. And that's actually, by the way, why you see marginalized groups of people coalesce in major cities. But, what do I know? Fuck data.
Yeah, so can I respond, Bima, for a couple things? I also grew up in a city that is a destination for people to come see history. And people would come from all over the United States. Maybe they didn't have a passport. Maybe they didn't leave their country, but they came to the city to see the history in the city. They were tourists, but they traveled throughout the sites, the historical sites of the city. So what are they when they travel through the historical sites? When they learn the history, are they tourists or are they travelers? They're tourists to you. They're not travelers. So if they decide to go up to the Italian market and have the experience of the old Italian neighborhood and have a rocky moment, they are tourists to you or travelers? They just experienced an ethnic area of the city. Are they a tourist or a traveler? Are they there for the wrong reasons, nefarious reasons, and a negative, as you said, a tourist is a negative? Or are they there for what you think are virtuous reasons because they saw live an area where there's ethnic or a population in a city? I mean, it makes no sense if they then go to the ghetto, as you're saying, in a city, or the slums in a city, and then they go to the art museum. Are they counterintuitive because they saw the art museum? Or are they counterintuitive because they saw the frickin' Liberty Bell? I mean, it makes no sense what you're saying. People can go to a destination. And by the way, yes, you're probably right. A lot of Americans don't have passports. I think they saw a certain amount of new members of Congress that didn't have passports. But they travel in America. Those same people, there's a good chance they've been to American cities. Or they've been to Vegas, but they never left the country. So if they go to Hoover Dam, does that mean that are they a tourist? Something that wasn't a craps table? Or if they go to the Chinatown area, or they see where the Chinese people live in the city, are they now a traveler because they saw an ethnic area? I mean, it makes no sense what you're saying. And they surely aren't doing it because they're distressed with their families, as you're painting Americans on this instability. I'm fine, but like, I just find it reprehensible to attack Americans and to say this. And
I knew you felt offended.
I know, it's very offensive. My country and our destination to travel to in our country. By the way, go see the Tetons. Tell me when you go up.
Thank you. Hold on. No, Jared. No.
Are you a tourist when you hike the Tetons, or are you a traveler?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. That's okay. So, he answered that twice, and I'm gonna two times, and he was very distinct with the psychology between traveler, and I wanted to, because I remembered. Have you ever heard of couch surfing? There used to be
couch surfing.
Yeah, couch surfing.
I've heard of it, but I didn't know it was like an action. I thought it was like.
Oh Lord. No. Couch surfing was tied to anyone fucking interrupt me. Anyone interrupt me? All right, that's it. I don't care, Rich. I don't care. I don't fucking care. You're gone. I told you not to. I'm not fucking around. God damn. That made me swear.
Don't you dare, my God.
Okay, you're gone too. Goodbye. Go ahead. So couch surfing, back in the day, there was this literal, you develop an anti-tourist identity. It's exactly what he was talking about, because tourists, like he had explained it. When you're a tourist, you're doing it because you have money. You're doing it for recreation, for leisure. You want a new experience. You're a tourist. Travelers are doing it too you're a traveler, like the backpacker lifestyle. Have you and he explained this. You get it, and it's more towards identity, right? Your self-reconstruction. You're looking to form an identity. You're looking to there's deeper psychology. You're not just trying to have a good time, right? So it's a tourist is like, okay, I'm taking a break and I'm gonna have this great experience, and a traveler is like, okay, I'm trying to figure myself out, and I have like this identity construction, and I want this self-change and this inner self-work, right? So there's like this whole thing. And if you remember, years and years and years ago, when there was woofing, there was a whole movement, right? Because I got into this back in like 2005, 2006. Couch surfing was a thing. There was this website where there was a bunch, and it was a bunch of us the same exact thing, right? And so much of us had so much identity of bad home experiences, and we were just like traveling just to travel because we wanted to travel because we needed it, because identity, because of trying to figure out ourselves. We were not tourists. We were traveling for something. We're seeking something great.
You have to be poor and have a backpack to be a traveler, because you just said you just made the distinction.
You could be rich.
So you have to have a backpack to be. Wait, you have to have a backpack to be a traveler, according to what you said.
No, I don't know how you took that. I'm talking about backpacking. It's like
you said the difference. You put the negative connotation on tourists, and then you said a real traveler is with the backpack on their back. So how else can you be a traveler? Tell me all the ways you can travel.
You have to. Right now, you're in a defensive form. You're saying a negative connotation. No negative connotation. Just a difference. That's it. There's no negative. I'm not shitting on tourists. What are you, crazy? I'm just saying that there's a difference. That's
And so you then said to be a traveler. Tell me how you can be a traveler. Can you be a business traveler?
Are you searching, as you're a business traveler, are you searching for some type of identity reconstruction or self-construction? Are you looking for something greater inside? You're trying to formulate your ideas and understanding about life?
But you can be a tourist while you're traveling for work as well. And I just have to say this is really gay. The reason why we are in this discussion, excuse me, Truth, we've been listening to your funky ass all evening, all right? Can you just please have some discipline? No, look at that, couldn't do it, could ya? We got to
No,
this
you're directly
position.
insulting me, you're baiting me, but you got it.
Oh, here you go. So we got to this position because JR made a comment that Americans do not travel and they don't leave the country, so they don't know what's going on in the world. So then Truth started talking about his definitions of tourism and travel. And then it got all fucked up. But the main point was that JR is making this generality, just blanket statement that Americans don't travel and they don't know anything about
I mean, they don't though.
Well, that's your opinion. That's subjective.
85% of people, regardless of their nationality, have never left their country. What?
What if they have an interesting country?
Why the fuck do I want to go to Nigeria? There ain't no Louis Vuitton and St. Regis there.
Okay,
you can travel to the New York City. You can travel to Hawaii. You can travel to Puerto Rico. You can travel to right along the border. You go to the Florida Keys. We got a big ass country that we can travel.
I said 85% of people on the world. I didn't specify
traveling and tourism
did not specify American.
And this is the thing. You can keep talking.
God, I did not specify
American. See, this is the issue. I was trying to explain how we got here, but you want to be combative and battle about a word. So let's kind of divert off. I just wanted to explain where we got, and we can get off the whole tourism start. It's really...
Okay, I'll be your queer boy tonight. Anyway, so I want to say something real quick.
Oh, are you going to...
Can you please?
No. You didn't insult you. You can't tell me. You insulted me. Insult me the very last second. You just insulted me. Keep going like that. Who the fuck do you think you are? Oh, okay. Oh, I'm gonna insult you, and then do this little slap. And then I'm like, okay, you're gonna come in here and you can think you're doing to every fucking person in this room. You did it to Abby. You did it to Rick. You did it to Bina. You did it to other people in the room. No. You're not gonna do that.
Okay,
no. I'm gonna call your ass out every fucking time.
You're just mad because of the last conversation.
No, I'm not.
I don't even take you seriously.
Stupid, and you're ignorant.
Anyway, cool. Are you done? Abby,
no, I'm not.
Oh my fucking god. Then go and let us know when you're done.
Hey, Virtues, have you been to the Tetons? Have you ever been to Wyoming?
Before we get back into that, so I wanted to say something.
Have you ever rode a horse in Wyoming?
Abby, please, yes.
Yellowstone?
First of all, I'm fucking... Oh, let me calm down. Sorry, didn't mean to cuss at you. Please.
Zion, Yellowstone, Yosemite.
Holy Jesus Christ. If you just want to say you hate me, I'll go on mute. I don't know what the fuck the point of this is at this point.
Talking about beautiful places in America.
Let's go. Let's just move on. Can we do that? And into a conversation.
Talk to someone else, bro.
Oh my lord.
Man, I said like 3 times another person's name and you heard me say it and you keep trying to...
We've been listening to you all fucking night. Let other people speak.
No, I haven't.
Jesus. Yes, you have. We have truth fatigue. The people in the blue have truth fatigue. And they're, well,
you hate me because you're a racist that I told you
Oh, you mad? You mad? So we're not going to sit here. We're not going to sit here and let JR sit there and say that about Americans. All right? So you can keep on going.
I took a phone call and she left. I wanted to lecture her.
Okay, so anyway,
I was just gonna simply say it's annoying when Beaver and fucking Bima do this shit. This is why people respect that anymore. because Bieber will like
now you're
use
trying to
people
suck some
and
niggas'
go
dick
off
wasn't
on people
talking an hour.
to like defend women and let women talk.
Bima's phone died. It's in the
Yeah,
chat.
that's fine. But Bima does the
I'll be right
same.
back.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
fine.
thank
Bima
God, I
does
can't
the
wait
same
to
thing
get
with
that,
black
bro.
guys.
Cool,
She'll
cool.
silence the
You're
whole
making it
room and be like,
outrage.
everybody
You're
shut the
making it
fuck up and let this black king talk. And then let him talk for 18 hours. And everybody's like,
That's literally not what
fuck.
happened. I was in an
Pepe,
interaction.
at least it'll be intellectually
I was in
consistent.
an interaction.
And Pepe will be like, shut your black mouth, shut your Jew mouth,
Now
shut
you
your
just
white
told me to
mouth.
shut my black mouth. What the fuck? Why
No,
did you
I'm
tell me
talking
in front
about
of
Bima has a soft spot for that particular
black niggers saying dick.
Well, I want the
I added your dick at the end, Beaver. Jesus.
Beaver, do you travel?
Nigger word, but
Do you travel or do you tour?
Well, I'm in a band and I tour, but I usually just travel.
Do you travel and
Do you travel with a basketball or do you tour with a basketball?
Really good about not traveling. I would always pass the ball in the cutoff.
Yeah, can't move that toe.
Do you dribble?
Sweet God. Okay, but yeah, so getting to what I was going to say. So,
Beaver's
I think the
doomed.
conversation...
If he travels with a basketball team, Beaver's gonna fuck the whole team in front
shoot my fucking self in the face right now. So I think that at some point the conversation was up. I think you took offense. That wasn't funny. Anyway.
Well, truth, what I'm in the industry, okay? So, truth, you have to understand. I'm in the industry of people traveling. It's important. It's the lifeblood of where I am. And I find it offensive, and especially because it's mostly Americans traveling in, and they're traveling, and a lot of them will come and they will go hike Red Rock Range, or they'll go to the Valley of Fire, or to the Hoover Dam, and then they'll do something that you're going to say is class tourism, and like the distinction is bizarre to me, and the thing that I really reacted to is you're saying it's coming from a place of escape, and it's just not. It's just completely not.
Just to be clear, right? So, one, I wasn't insulting anyone. I wasn't deliberately being offensive. I was speaking my mind. I think we all have opinions that people don't always agree with, and I would hope that we treat people how we want to be treated. And so when you hear an opinion you don't agree with or you find offensive, if the person's not trying to offend you, you probably shouldn't go out of your way to be offended, because that's kind of, to me, that's acting like a snowflake.
You should
And it's
listen to
also
your own advice.
And it's also incredibly hypocritical, because the next
Beaver,
time
can you please, like,
and it's
Pepe, are you
incredibly
awake?
hypocritical, because the next
Pepe,
time
silence
you
this
say
fucking
something
monkey.
controversial, you're probably gonna hope that people don't jump down your throat just because you said something controversial. And that was
Pepe, if you're awake, shoot this fucking nigger.
With that, oh my God, can you get him out of here, please?
Oh my God, can we get him out of here?
Wait, so this argument was about the use of
It's Rafi mod. At least Rafi will be intellectually consistent.
Did you hear what he just
You're in the Matrix.
No, you didn't hear correctly. He said if Pepe was awake, he would sit there and call you those names.
Yeah, no, but he just said
Did
that's
not
what I
say
said.
that.
That's what I said.
Lord.
He just said
I said if Pepe was awake,
King doesn't like
Pepe would he tell you to shut your nigger mouth. He would also tell the whites to shut their mouth.
She's literally
He would
calling
tell the
me a
Jews
hard
to shut their kike mouth.
Oh, yeah, I called you what?
Take Rafi a mod so
What
Rafi
did I
can move
call
this
you?
black truth guy to the fucking audience. Nobody wants to hear him anymore. We've listened for like 8 hours. It's annoying.
Thank you.
Mod Rafi up. Hurry up.
I don't know if I want to be a mod.
No, you want to be mod.
I don't know if I want to be a mod. Don't put a
Yeah. So and this is
my sword. I like sword.
Rafi,
so
just
crazy.
sit here. Rafi, listen. Sit here for 20 minutes and listen to Truth fucking ramble and diatribe and just pontificate on top of his soapbox.
This
If
guy
you want
thinks
fucking
he's
shit.
Why are they all
Fucking
bullying?
annoying.
Well, how did you fuck up that they're all bullying you, Truth?
Who's all? It's him and KK.
The whole room hates you, Truth.
Dude,
Who's the whole room?
are you kidding
Don't
me?
be my only like you. She wants to fuck you,
This
too.
on
You have to
stage.
understand.
I've been sitting in the studio the entire
And I called her out
time.
for her
Like,
Here you're
KK
gonna come
fucks
up
black
here
guys.
and sit there
KK
and say,
fucks black guys and she hates you,
bullying
too.
me. I've been in the goo the
KK's a
entire
racist.
time. I
KK
was up
KK
here
was married to a
KK
black
and me
man.
have always had beef. This
and
kid
then
every
I
time
feel
I
like,
go
KK was married to a black man. What are you talking about?
every single time I come in this room, this bitch KK's on my dick. She
Well,
hates
you're
me.
annoying.
oh, my balls are
Why'd you send me a friend request?
Black guys.
Why did you send me a friend request?
Then we're done.
Why did you send me a friend request?
Oh, no, I'm offended. KK.
I said everybody
There's something mean to me.
He left.
He was put into the audience. He was
don't know. We were planning our next trip, and this is what happened. We were all talking about a travel to somewhere meetup, and that's.
And Truth got mad at that?
Oh, I'm joking.
No, he got upset because he would not accept or hear others' definitions of tourism and tourists, and we were talking about it, but that was the gay part of the conversation. What was the starter of this was JR making a comment saying Americans don't travel outside of the United States, so they really don't know life.
She was doing the whole Americans are ignorant, they don't have passports to travel.
Exactly. That's
If you're a traveler, it's because you have deep-seated childhood issues.
Hold on.
What?
That Americans don't have culture?
Yeah, they don't have culture.
But it went more than that. It went into the
country. Even though our entire country is the size of fucking Europe, like we have everything.
But it went deeper. He tried to equate people that travel with people that are escaping and escaping some kind of problem or trauma.
Again, he might be speaking within his own circle.
Kidnapped here.
I'm just saying, again, people usually speak on behalf of their own circle or on behalf of their own experiences. Because that's the only thing they know. Because if they don't know other people that are doing it, they're gonna assume that
who's just doing the elitist
their
faggot
circle
shit?
doesn't do it themselves.
I'm superior because I'm from the suburbs and we travel, but we're not of you.
You know, what do you call when you go on a staycation? Are you a tourist? Are you a traveler? What are you on a
I don't know.
staycation?
We would have to bring Truth up and listen to him for the next
Well, it depends.
No.
Depends for how long. The first, let's take a staycation, is usually you're still gonna have to come back at one point, like every 6 months.
No, not that kind of staycation, Rafi. When you're in your own city, but you go to a hotel in your own city, that's a staycation.
That's not a staycation.
That's what we call a staycation.
I'm up on the stage and I'm standing on the edge
Hey,
of
what
the
do you call a
stage, squatted down.
staycation?
I call
I've got
that
my
a
pants around my ankles and I'm taking a big diarrhea shit
Staycation
over
has
you.
to be at least out of state, but
No, then it's not a staycation.
what do you mean? You're still in the, like we have like
You're staying in town.
You're staying in town. You're staying in town, Rafi.
You're staying in town and having a vacation. Staycation.
Yeah, but it's like going to a fucking from a suburb to a fucking national park. It's not a fucking staycation.
No.
I take a staycation often out of the store that's like 3 miles away from me.
I was gonna say the wild one in my neighborhood is everyone's business.
I see staycations, but like we had it during COVID because we weren't allowed.
Can somebody mute JR?
So we weren't allowed to travel, kind of. So what they were doing, they were incentivizing. It was like a staycation that basically to vacation within that country borders, but like to a different province, for example.
What the f-
But you're still within the same country.
Nigga, shut up.
Galaxy, if all you're gonna do is talk shit, you're just gonna get moved to the audience.
Oh no, Truth.
I didn't know why.
Why can't you, Galaxy? Why can't you just come off the mic and be like, actually, you know what? I agree with you guys, or I disagree with. Let's talk.
That's because I don't agree with shit that y'all niggas is saying.
Suck to faggot.
Yeah, nigga,
All you do is come off the mic.
Nigga, you're on my side. Everything is gonna be
Beaver, we can't read your poll.
Sounds like he's missing half of his feet.
We only see U.S. finish.
Wait, Ramsey, are you talking to me? Because, nigga, you don't want to be talking to me, nigga. I'll really box you straight into that bitch.
Can you mute everyone?
What are you saying, KK?
I was just gonna let you know that on your poll, we can't see what the answers you want us to. It gets cut off. It says U.S. finished with Iran and one ... The next one the blue dot looks like it's saying the exact same thing, 1. Then the purple is in 3, and then US in 5. So I'm just saying we can't tell what your intent was.
Oh.
So it was a little too long. That's what I was trying to tell you in case you wanted to actually talk about.
I thought it said 30 characters, and then I see it, so I thought that was under 30. Oh well, it was long.
I think you can never work for Pew at this point, Beaver.
Well, those other polls are not mine. I take pride in the poll.
I'm sure you do.
What the fuck is a Rossi, nigga? That's what I want to know, bitch. You looking at a bad Ross, bitch. You dirty bitch. Don't be speaking about me. Ugly ass nigga. Nigga, you sound like a rejected Filipino, bitch.
Yeah, why do you sound like you're from Scarborough?
Nigga, shut your dumb ass.
Make Rocky a fucking monster he can goof on the galaxy.
Why do you sound like you come from the ghettoest areas of fucking Toronto? That you sound like you're a fucking welfare check that's missing teeth.
Nigga, I could be a welfare check, but guess what? I ain't a bitch. I ain't a bitch. You a bitch ass nigga, remember that.
I know you want to rock, but I know it's expensive for you.
I would respect Galaxy if he could just come off mic one time and talk normal.
What do you mean talk normal? It sounds like he has a fucking dick in his mouth constantly.
Nigga, do you want to know what it sounds like? You sound like you a bitch. That's what you sound like. You sound like you a sick bitch. Like even Marvel, you just on your hands and get on your knees.
I don't even
need that. Get on your knees.
I just wish he'd come off mic and be like, you know what, guys? Actually, I agree or I disagree. This is my position. He's too fucking
I'd just like to point out that now that I'm a mod, you're all my bitches. That's all I'm going to say for now.
I could never ever be your bitch. You're stupid. You must have lost your
Apparently.
No, but it's crazy how I had to listen to y'all like.
Totally shut the fuck up. Nobody cares.
Recreate what
We're
actually
all
happened.
going to make a conscious decision.
I can't wait for
fucking
you to get back
talking.
and boot your bitch ass up out of here. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Why did
she'll really boot me with my $100,000 account.
I want to know.
Wait till FEMA gets in here, Rich. I'm going to put that woman to get after you.
Okay, one
Shut up. You're such a loser.
That's so funny.
Imagine having an ugly whore talk shit to you all down in the street.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
Okay, I think I'm your own.
You're a racist lunatic.
I'm a racist lunatic. I've been in the audience all fucking night. All fucking night. I've been up here trying to get the conversation back on track. I tried to do this 3 or 4 times, but you come up here
I don't care. Stop talking to me.
You keep addressing me.
Truth. I don't understand your part about most people that travel do it to escape, or that doesn't make any sense to me.
I created a strong distinction between travel and tourism, right? So if you go to a city because you just want to, for the vibes, that's usually tourism. When people come out to Vegas, I live in Vegas. They come out here all the time for that. Travel is different. Travel is like I'm leaving my hometown and who knows why. Who knows how long I'll be back. Now, there's a reason why, I think something like 50% of people in rural cities have never gone further than 100 miles. It's because humans are driven by incentive. If your Mima is lit and you love your papa and it's a small town and everybody knows each other by name, everybody knows your name. If you guys are lit like that, you're not necessarily incentivized to leave the town. The one who leaves the town is the 1 out of 6 who never fit in and doesn't.
But you could use any verb. You could say people that traverse, walk, transport. I don't understand this.
Oh no, travel isn't tourism. Tourism is a type of travel. So this is about nomenclature. So if you say to someone, I'm going traveling, that's literally comes with the connotation of, oh fuck, how long are you gonna be gone? I might be 2 years. Oh shit. But if you
travel can also mean tourism. People say I love to travel.
Everyone knows it's temporary and it's just a little hot spot and you're coming back.
Wait, so hold on.
I like pottery. I like to travel. I like the beach. I like dogs. Like I said,
people who like to travel are tourists.
Yes, they are.
Disagree.
They most certainly are. Truth, you make no sense. I travel. Truth, I travel. I travel. I go to cultures. I go to countries all over the world. I travel. Why are you saying that I'm not a tourist?
If you go further,
why are you saying that? I travel.
Just before I answer, just to do a temperature check, has anyone here ever a tourist used as a pejorative?
Oh,
an insult.
No. Wait, you say you live in Vegas and you're saying a tourist is a negative? What the fuck? You're not well. Or if you do say that, I hope people hold you to it. If you're walking around the streets here saying that, we don't call a tourist a negative.
So have you ever been to New York City?
Yes. What do you mean have I ever been to New York City? I'm from Philly, dumbass.
Tourist, I don't know.
You haven't done it any more times than you have.
And then ask.
I'll guarantee.
And in New York City, you never heard tourists used as a pejorative.
No. I'm a tourist.
Okay, then
Yes.
Yes, a lot of people use tourists as a pejorative. You rent a town, you come in and you gentrify or whatever. It's used commonly.
No negative. Wait, so I travel. So why are you telling me I'm not a tourist if I travel?
Just to be clear, because I think there's like a tone thing.
No, I travel for months at a time. So what am I? Am I a tourist?
I think there's a tone thing going on. I'm not coming from a judgmental place. I'm not
Can
criticizing.
we hear Ralphie, please? He's new to the state.
Hold on.
TKK
Hold on. Truth. Hold on, folks. Can we just concede the point to truth for the moment? Because I think he's trying to lead somewhere else. And I don't want to spend 10 minutes arguing whether truth and whether tourism and travel are two different things. What's your point, Truth, to all of this? Because I feel my brain seeping away at this. Okay? Tell me what your point was to all of this. Thank you. Moving the conversation.
So originally JR said Americans don't know anything about the world, and I got a little defensive about that. And I was like, well, to be fair, most people don't know anything about the world. Yes, I did. Oh my gosh! I literally said
When you make this point, hold on, KK. Let me make this point so it can be over, and the torture that exists in this moment will end. Thank you.
I'm actually so upset that you don't think I did, because I knew it. I kept saying, like, I said 3 times, let's do a tone check. I feel like you think I'm coming. You totally, Bima was there. She heard me say it the same way I said it now. So I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming you. I'm saying misunderstandings happen. Unless, I don't know, maybe that's just me, because you also have never heard tourism used as a pejorative. You've also never heard tourism used as a pejorative, so I don't know. But for the rest of us, misunderstandings happen. Sometimes that's an opportunity to go, oh, so you weren't even trying to be offensive. That's good. Not get mad and tell me I'm lying. And luckily, I have a fucking witness who was there, and she literally said it before she left. That's not what I said, dude. I was defending Americans. I was pushing back on everything JR said. Why would you think all of a sudden I was agreeing with him? That doesn't even make sense. Anyway, he said Americans don't know anything about the world. I said, well, actually, most people don't know anything about the world. Most people don't travel. 85% of people have never left their country. And then tourism got brought up, and I was saying, well, no, tourism isn't traveling, and only wealthy people do that. Most tourists are from the West.
You skipped the whole point of what you said about people being distressed or leaving. You happened to skip that part, which triggered every.
No, facts. To that part, I said, well, no, I stand by that. I said, to be fair, because tourism not being traveling, most people don't travel because most people don't have a reason to leave home. They like their family, they like their friends. Even if they work out of state, they try to come back to their hometown. That versus a traveler is typically someone who ends up like being an expat or who like spends more than half their life in other countries. That's not most people.
I see what happened.
I stand on that, bro. What the fuck?
I see what happened.
And by the way, how do you get that? You can disagree with me, but why?
If you read the chat, you can see what he was saying about people, and they were giving like college students as example, and that's why Abby came up.
That doesn't, okay, I see what happened. That doesn't apply, what you said is true, I think generally truth across the world, but that doesn't apply to Americans. I don't think Americans only travel to escape or to do that. I think we travel for fun, leisure. But like in Africa, people don't, there's probably people in Chad that have never seen any other landscape, that's all they know, and they would only have a reason to leave, whether it's for, survival or to flee a war or whatever. I think that's generally true, but that doesn't apply to Americans.
But also, people from countries that are Western countries, first world countries, citizens travel and they tour. I mean, I kept trying to say I'm in a destination for tourists that come from all over the world. And they come here for fun. They come here to see a boxing match. They come here to play, to enjoy. They're not escaping a horror and a trauma. They're just going to something fun. Like, it doesn't mean, by definition, you're escaping something negative. It just might mean you're going to something positive. Like, that's the point that I have pushback on what Truth is saying.
Those are tourist
and ride down to the Hoover Dam, and then get, and if you, no.
People use travel that way.
Well,
They
let
do
me
use travel
ask
that
you
way.
this, Cruz, then. How do you define vacationing, sightseeing, and
that's tourism.
globe-trotting? Because I personally, I'm not a tourist. I don't travel. I vacate, thank you.
But people use travel that way.
You know what? That's a fair distinction, Alan.
Wait, truth. People do use the word travel in the same context as tourism. They do.
They probably do. Just to reiterate, right? Like, we were mid-combo. This is some casual shit. I wasn't being... Yeah. No, it's not. Like, she just hates me because she hates me. But, it's funny when people hate me because I literally don't insult people, so I don't even know how that happens.
So this is what the argument was that...
Yeah, that's why I was like, even if they're mad at me, why are they this mad at me? I was like, what the fuck?
But truth,
people do use travel that way. Like, people love to travel. Like, my mom loves to travel. She's been to so many countries. She travels.
is she escaping you, Bieber? Because that's what he's saying. She's leaving something.
That's what he was saying. That's why he came up.
That's why I came up, Bieber.
That's not what I did. There's this deliberate...
And then you also characterize tourists as negative. I pray, you said you live in Vegas. I pray you don't live off of the industry that is feeding everyone in this town.
I never said tourism is a bad thing.
Yes.
Wait. But he is correct, though, about tourists being a pejorative. Like, in some places. Like, in the beach, those small beach towns... it's like the locals, like, oh, I fucking hate
Well, that's a shoe beat. That's a shoe beat.
That's like in Hawaii. That's in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Okay, but the words are interchangeable, guys.
Yeah, I agree with you. They are interchangeable. Well, travel can mean tourism, and tourism, they are interchangeable.
And Bima came up with you got to put a backpack on and touch the earth to be a traveler.
No, just real quick. The reason that I asked if she had heard tourism used as the reason I used I know, right, Sam? Holy shit.
What was that, Sam? What was that, Sam?
The reason I used the word, the reason I asked if she had heard it used as a pejorative was not to say I agree with it.
Can you move on in this conversation? We can see the point.
This is what I say when I mean, this is what I mean when I say I think that you guys are not, she was like purposely getting offended because I was not trying to be offensive. I was not saying, oh yeah, fuck tourists. I never said that once. I'm a fucking tourist. Why would I say fuck tourists? What I was saying is that I said I want to do a temperature check because if you have used the word used as a pejorative, then you actually understand why people would deliberately themselves they'll say, I'm not a tourist, I'm a traveler. They will say that. You will hear people say that. And if you look at them and connect the dots and notice the pattern, you'll notice that they're not doing tourist things. They'll tell you, I don't go, you go there.
What's a tourist thing versus a traveler thing?
Going to a tourist trap.
That's a tourist thing, going to a tourist trap. That's what you define.
Because if you know what it is.
Well, I don't know. Why don't you tell me what the difference between
a traveler going to experience true authentic.
You're saying going to see the Eiffel Tower in Paris is a tourist trap?
To go to the typical tourist places and be a
Wait. Going to the Eiffel Tower in Paris is a tourist trap. That's what you're saying?
I have a question for you, Abby. Why is this distinction so important to you?
Because number one, because he said it. I came on stage because he's backpedaling quite a bit, and there's a whole audience that heard what he said, and he specifically said he took it as a negative. That the only first of all, he said that you're traveling and you're leaving your home because you're escaping a problem. He first painted it that way, painted tourists as a negative and something that's shallow, and the only real value, he put a value judgment in, is someone who is a traveler, and a tourist is someone with no value. Now he just doubled down on it by saying a tourist is someone who goes to a tourist trap. So, think about what this dude is saying.
Okay, well, let me just say this then. I've known both of you. And as one who was involved in the spirituality movement of the 90s and 2000s, we understand that human beings are closed systems and we have a limited amount of energy. And I would suggest to both of you, with your superior discussion is a waste of both your energies. I'm argue these lofty ideals and debate human spirit and mankind in these turbulent times, and yet we're arguing over what the difference is between tourism and travelers.
But what's a trap, Alan?
And the worst, and here's the worst part. Nobody understood when I said vacationing that is a term that comes from like the Hamptons in New York, and for the upper societies, they don't travel, they vacation. And all of you missed it, and I'm very
No, I didn't miss it, Alan. I totally got it. And now you see Tiger, the classic comments in the chat. Many countries see Americans as unsophisticated buffoons. So now we have the American trashing that comes in every probably 20 comments, which is also something you should pay attention to as these people try to sow discord with Americans against other Americans. Truth, I hope that you don't see the city that you live in as a tourist trap. I hope you can enjoy some of the wonderful things that are within the city. Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way.
Things can be true, right?
But when I sit in a beautiful steakhouse here, I don't think I'm in a tourist trap. I think I'm in a beautiful steakhouse.
I saw the Lincoln Monument, that's a tourist.
The Lincoln Memorial in Washington, you think is a tourist trap?
It's by definition one.
Do you guys think that?
Is it a memorial or a
I don't think that's a bad
It's a
thing.
memorial.
No.
I think
I
you're
was joking. I knew that.
I would say like worth it when you to build a restaurant tourist trap, or like something that's not really the essence of a city, that everything's super expensive and you pay a lot of money and you don't really get anything out. That's what a tourist trap is.
But the Lincoln Memorial in Washington?
How many people
That's
know
all.
about
That's San Francisco.
There's memorials is state icon.
Thank you.
Beaver, I'll take that. That's fair.
How many people know about Wall Drug?
Oh, I know Wall Drug. Do you think that's a tourist trap?
That is a tourist trap.
Okay, is south of the border a tourist trap? Has anyone been there?
I don't know that.
Or the Georgia Line restaurant.
Thank you.
Is Spearmint Rhino a tourist trap? True.
You know what? It probably is.
Or the Olympic Garden? No, wait, it's not there.
Or Buc-ee's.
Is Dallas, Texas?
They just suck as football team.
Well, with your definition of tourist trap, that could be Los Angeles, or San Francisco, or New York, or Miami, or Houston.
Yeah, no, it can't be the tourist trap.
I have been listening to this for about half an hour. I deserve this question, okay? So, can you actually give an argument here? Okay, 85% of Americans don't travel. What does that mean? What were you trying? Yeah, what were you trying to get to? Can you actually give an argument here? I've been waiting for
this. This is crazy. So that was said in response to someone saying Americans are so ignorant about the world, and I said, well, everyone's ignorant about the world. 85% of people, not Americans. I don't know why that's the fifth time I've had to reiterate. I said people, because that stat doesn't apply to Americans. It applies to people. 85% of people have never left their country. And so that was in response to someone saying, oh, Americans are ignorant of the world. And it's like Tiger just did that in the chat. It's like, you think
not what you said. You and JR were tag teaming that anti-American shit.
No, what? How did you hear
yes,
the word?
We all heard it. I just copied and pasted Coco's comment from earlier on. Thank you, Coco. Yes, this retard is still lying. I have never even said the word.
You're lying.
Wait, Truth.
Truth, we all heard it. That's why I came on stage.
Truth, weren't you bitching? Weren't you bitching? Hold on. Truth, weren't you bitching about me doing the same thing to you, what you're now doing to KK?
Yeah.
Which is while she's trying to say something, you're...
I'm going to because you've been complaining all motherfucking night. You need to shut the fuck up.
You're the pot calling the kettle black. You're doing
You are the fucking black.
And if you're not doing that, then you say something.
She's a complete
Let's go ahead, KK. So is Galaxy. Galaxy
I copy-pasted what Coco wrote in the chat that she wrote up earlier, and that's what all started it. If you go up there, I copy-pasted. It's in there recent. It should be close. That is the thing. So you sitting there saying, "Oh no, I wasn't saying that." Yes, you were. You were totally tag teaming JR and saying these terrible things about the United States and how ignorant Americans are. We don't travel. We don't know anything about the world, and that's why Abby came up. So you can't sit there and say, "Oh, he said that, not me." Come on. Coco and I have been sitting here listening the entire time in the chat, making comments about it. You can read it.
Then how come B-Ma, when she reiterated
Yeah, but
without
Coco
me
is
bringing it up one time, how come B-Ma, when she reiterated
No,
it without me saying a single thing yet? It had not even come up, and I had not put my official record out. She said it like she read my mind exactly as I intended it. How come you have conflicting
She also said the way you travel is with a backpack.
No, but don't deflect. Don't deflect.
No, she most certainly didn't. And you worry about people traveling. You said it in a derogatory way. Yes, you absolutely did. That people have a problem, and there's some problem at home, and that's why they leave. Did anyone else hear that?
No, whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, Coco and I did.
It's fucking boring. Just drop it. I don't fucking care.
Okay, I tried to make the
I don't switch
conversation
up on my
on 4
opinions. No, I don't,
times.
because I don't do that. I literally don't switch up on my opinions. I don't care about you people enough to. What the fuck? What is the
You sat there and said when you move on.
Then I was like,
Wait,
Wait, you don't care about these people so much that you're willing to fight to get them on stage to argue against them.
If I could mute you, I would.
No, I didn't. I said you're
I
left.
wish this was Discord. God damn, shut the fuck up.
Calling you a nigger. He would also be calling whites white trash.
If it was in
And
real
he
life,
would be calling Jews kikes. And my point in saying
stop fucking talking to me.
Is intellectually honest.
Stop fucking
And he's an intellectual. He is a.
Dude called me the hard R. He wants to have a conversation.
Alan, where do you vacation when you vacation, by the way, Alan?
I said that Dima is not intellectually honest because she's biased. Oh, okay, go ahead, Alan.
Alan, where do you vacation when you vacation?
Breast reductions.
Well, I will tell you something because I'm going to answer the people who make fun of Americans and deride them because they think they're stupid. I've driven across this country 4 times, 3 times in the same direction. People in other countries don't understand how big this country is. I always use the example of France because Texas and France are essentially the same size, right? I didn't hear you. I'm ignoring that.
Oh, 3.9 million square miles.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Here's the point. We don't need to leave America to travel. There are people, they retire, they get a camper van or a camper home, and they spend 10 months out of the year traveling the U.S. for years and never go to the same place twice if they want to. That's how big America is. So if they decide to go to another country because it's exotic, it's fine. But this is another case. This is how big America is. We don't need other countries, including for travel or tourism. Thank you. Now go back to arguing.
What's a tourist trap?
Oh, a place specifically built to target tourists.
So, could something be built to target tourists and it's a positive? Is it a negative to call it a trap?
That would be called the spearmint
Some
rhino.
tourist spots are lit.
Yeah,
Some
because
tourist
it
spots
could
are
be.
lit. It's not like a bad thing.
So I put in the chat, is the beautiful pool at the Wynn Resort a tourist trap or a tourist attraction?
Tourist trap.
That's more attraction. The wind's pretty high scale. Most people
Okay, so if it's high scale, it's not a trap, you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying if it's...
So just so we're
He's
clear.
uppity and sedity, though.
Oh my God, I love the pepper
Just
noodles.
so we're clear.
Yeah, he's uppity and sedity.
Oh my God, uppity is a little.
Okay, so something as high-end is an attraction, not a...
I also, hold on, Truth. I also said sedity. I know that you're not southern enough to know what sedity
I know what
is.
sedity means.
Okay, so there you go. I said uppity
I
and
just said
sedity.
my grandpa's from Alabama. You dumb
God,
piece of shit.
so don't. Cindy's.
nigger, and I haven't insulted you.
I did not call you a nigger.
Yes, you did.
Never called you a
Yes,
nigger.
I did. So why are you denying it?
No, I didn't. I said Pepe. If Pepe were awake,
No, that's not
I
what
was.
no.
When did he do that? When did
You
he
said
do
that
that?
the first time.
I
You said
did
that
Did he do that
not.
tonight?
No. He did say if Pepe were awake, he would call you, or he would say that.
He said this the first time, and then the second time. He said that the
I was drawing a comparison.
Every time
I said the reason that people don't play the. Oh my God, Truth. Can I explain myself?
Hold on, Rich. Everyone, can we have a kumbaya? Can we have a kumbaya on the stage and all look at Tiger's comments in the chat about Americans? So can we all have a kumbaya? None of us like those comments.
Truth should be quiet for 5 seconds.
Truth, we're all going to agree on the same thing. We're going to look at the comments that the Chinese guy likes to put about America in the chat, and we're all going to agree, as Americans, that it's reprehensible, okay? We're all going to be on the same page about that, correct? Thank you.
Yes, we all agree. All right, let's move on to me explain to be my real Jesus Christ. Why you always got to do this, Rafi? Okay, that's a cool story. Fuck, she's left. Beaver said, oh, her phone died. And I said, well, I'm going to say it anyways. I said, the reason that people don't respect you and fucking Beaver is because Beaver will simp for the women and mute everybody a million times and be like, everybody let this woman talk. And then Bima will do the same thing and mute the entire room and be like, oh, let this proud black man talk because she's fucking, jungle fever and shit. And then I said, but Pepe will get up here and call him the N-word, and then we'll call white people crackers and honkies and call Jews the gay word. And that's what I was saying. And then he said, you call me the N-word.
Okay, I have to defend myself. I don't simp for women. I simp for people, or I look out for people that want to speak, that are having a hard time getting the mic, like Peter or Coco sometimes, or anybody.
Wait,
that's what I said.
Can you let Joe speak? Can you guys let Joe speak?
We brought him up, but then he asked us to put him back down.
Okay, Joe.
I don't know what I was thinking.
Coco is a woman, and Peter has Down syndrome.
Rich, let Joe speak, please.
I don't really
So you're saying women and disabled people.
Okay, Joe, it's okay. I'll put you to bed, okay, honey?
Rich, let Joe speak, please.
He doesn't want to speak.
Something right now. Anyway,
He
that's
doesn't want to
not what
speak.
happened, bro. So the first time that happened, yeah, you did. That's exactly what happened. That's like you just called me the hard R. That's not what I think. I think like, I don't know, a minute or two later, maybe 5 minutes later. Fuck, I wish I could remember it verbatim, but you said something. That's what you called me it. Then KK was like, no, he didn't call you it. He said it. Pepe would call you it. And I was like, no, he said that earlier.
I was speaking as if I was
Hold
Pepe.
on, stop interrupting me. And then I said, no, that earlier he did that when he was describing what Pepe would say, which is crazy because why would you quote someone and then say the word 3 times?
Bro, I was literally
but that was
quoting
Pepe.
I was quoting Pepe because if Pepe was awake, Pepe would be like, shut up, you fucking chimp, you fucking nigger. I was quoting Pepe. It was funny. It was funny if you know Pepe. Because that's what Pepe does. It's his therapy.
Demanded I didn't interrupt you, but you tried to be a hypocrite.
But then you also said
I was quoting
and now you're trying to jump me because you
No, I was quoting Pepe.
So how about you shut the fuck up
placing it on us and it's not
what the fuck
right.
I was saying? What the
You
fuck is
said
this?
that I called you the N-word
I said,
hard
oh,
hard, and
Pepe's not awake.
nor would I ever.
Why the fuck is okay?
So why are you lying
So now I'm just giving you a stick mic and you're saying it all over again because the boss are fine. I can get interrupted and I'm yelling over the people yelling over me. Like coincidentally, I'm the only nigga on stage.
Enough, guys. Guys,
Let me finish what the fuck I was saying and stop trying to talk about me.
So many times on the streets, you could say
I'm gonna hit mic and cup the mic and now we're all just yelling at each other in our fucking 30s like a bunch of grown children. I thought you let me finish what the fuck I was saying.
Don't let these people take you out of character.
Oh, yeah, he hasn't been out of character yet.
You want me to call you a nigger, you
was quoting Pepe.
So how about you let me fucking
Oh
finish
my
what I was
God!
saying?
Okay, hold on, Beamer. How many times have you heard?
I was saying.
Beamer.
If you want to tell me,
How many times have you heard me tell my version of the thousands of times, right?
Truth. Why are you still crying?
He's like making it sound like I'm scared.
Funny because the woman who tells the truth is trying to cover
Listen,
it up.
this guy came up. I listened to him. Hold on, because now I'm getting accused of weird shit. Listen. There's some weird shit going on. This guy was talking to this other guy, JR, and I guarantee you, and I'm not, listen, I'm just saying what's the case here. I'm sorry, Rafi, can I just mute you? The back. Sorry, thank you, honey. Listen, I bet you guys won't even be able to say anything else around what he was talking about. Nothing. Because you weren't listening to what he said. He kept saying the same thing over and over and over and over. He was 100% consistent. He was 100. Did you hear him talk about, what was it? DMM?
Thank you.
Do you guys remember that? Do you remember human behavior is driven by motivation and incentive? He was talking about that. He was talking about all these things, and he was the same exact thing over and over and over and every time. And now everybody's saying all shit. You didn't even listen to anything else he said. Nothing. You don't know anything else that he was talking about. Say one thing. Name one thing. Anyone before Abby came up and said, I need to put an end to this. Somebody needs to rebuttal you. I want one person to mention one goddamn thing he was talking about around that. What he was putting inside of it. You're not going to be able to because nobody was fucking listening. You guys changed it, and now you're all jumping down his throat, and I'm protecting him, and everybody's like, oh, you.
Let's ask the court reporter. Let's ask the court reporter, Beamer. Beamer, do you agree with her, and is that accurate?
Dude, I wasn't listening, but I don't know David to be a liar at all. So I don't be a liar.
You don't know her to be a simp for black people?
I could repeat
No, wait a minute.
What he was saying because I was actually listening to what he was saying. Right before Abby came up, I was actually listening to him. Nobody else could do that. So everybody else shut the fuck up. Get off my dick and get off True's dick.
And it's so crazy because why would you?
You're the only one on his dick.
Fuck him. Listen, I'm on the truth, baby.
You're the only one trying to fuck him.
I'm on the truth.
Oh yeah, she's on his dick.
That's what it is. Okay, I'll challenge anybody that is going to challenge me in truth right now. I want you to mention one goddamn thing he said before Abby came up. Go ahead. And if you could list it, if you could name it, because I was listening very intently, because he was talking about something that I was very interested in at the time, okay? One of you mentioned one thing he was talking about in the couple minutes before Abby came up.
Okay.
And I will not, I'll do whatever Rich wants me to do for a week.
Ooh, leave the fucking app for a week.
I will leave the app for a full week.
There you go. Watch it.
So they were talking about KSA repositioning in the region. That's what they were talking about. That's one part of it. Then they were talking about, what was the other part? They're talking about enemies of America.
No.
Then we were talking about globalists.
No, that's not how that conversation went. No, that's not how the conversation went. No.
What were we talking before Abby went off?
Who was Truth going back and forth with? KK.
Was going back and forth with JR.
And what was my position?
Your position was that you prefer white asses to black asses. That was your position. We all heard it. You don't like it.
It's a doggy style.
Oh my god. Real quick. So Abby, think about it. When I paused to say, wait, I think you misunderstand me, and I'm trying to remind you, like, well, no, we get along.
No. We gotta get back to Bima.
You don't think that was a red flag that maybe, just maybe, that's why I was like, misunderstandings happen, bro. Like, it's not a, like, why would you be like, no, you're lying. You did say the thing I want to be mad at instead of being happy that I, like, well,
what triggered me was your discussion
several things triggered me, but what triggered me was you commenting that people only travel and only go out of their home and explore if there's something wrong, if there's a negative in the home, if there's a problem. You went on and on about the people, and then you tried to statistically say that 1 in 6, I think was your number, or something like that, are people that have issues. You kept using the word issues, and that's why they travel. That's why they explore. They escape. And I came up to refute it because I deeply invested in the tourist industry and in an industry that serves people that travel. So when you said that, I had pushback. I do a lot to bring people and entice people to a destination. And I don't do it because I think people are having problems at home. I'm doing it to create a place that they're not leaving somewhere for negative. Everyone was triggered by that.
Did Truth say anything about, they mentioned him trap?
Talked about Americans.
No. I'm asking, did he ever at any point refer to himself as a traveler and talk about himself traveling? In a sentence.
When he and I were talking, he did.
Before you came up,
when he and I were talking
before you came up, Gabby, do you hear? Before you came up, he had referred to himself as a traveler. Why would he refer to himself as a traveler if all this other shit that just
maybe he's I cannot tell you why he would think that himself he has his own issues at home because he was painting he painted the picture that a traveler. I am not the only one. They have a room full of people. He specifically said people go out of a problem. They're leaving and they have an issue. He specifically said it. He gave a statistic for it. He said it over and over. He kept repeating it.
So real fast, right? So I understand now, and now I kind of feel bad. Like I can see how from your perspective that would come up. So let me just be clear here. I'm not putting down tourism. I'm not putting down people who are in the business of tourism. I live in a fucking city that depends and only lives because of tourism. Now I get why you were like, what? How are you going to say this being alone? So I was responding to JR talking about Americans. I then shifted to general global population. And I was doing that to reframe because he was trying to suggest Americans are ignorant of the world. And I said, I wasn't disagreeing with him. I was saying that it's a pointless thing to say because everybody's ignorant of the world, and that's just like atypical trying to shit on American shit. I hate it. And so it's like the cliche.
That's not what you said.
That's a cliche. No, literally, yes, I did.
JR agreed with Abby. Look at the chat. Look at the chat. What Abby said, JR agreed. If he was the person having the conversation with you, JR agreed.
People are ignorant of the world. I said all people. Why would I say that then? Huh? Why do you think I said? Why do you think I said all people are ignorant of the world?
And then I said,
and then I said 85% of people have left their country. Bro, what the fuck?
That's literally
you heard Americans.
I'm so sorry, but that's only American.
He said the world multiple times. He said the world.
And he's wrong. First time
John Kitover, are you in the room? Back message me if you're the Anon down there or someone else. Kitover, I know you're in here screaming.
Yeah, and I have a question for whoever.
Message me, Kitover. I want the recording, Kitover. I'll pay you.
Yeah. Does anyone here think that Truth has a ill intent or bad feeling industry, or people? Do you hear earnestness in his intent?
I heard condensation.
Your phone cut out, but Beamer, are you leaving for a week?
Yeah. Okay, how about
condescending?
I'll take that.
I wasn't Thank you. Right. You're agreeing. He was agreeing that him and JR were agreeing to JR's point. JR just admitted when Abby was saying exactly what was happening, he put his thumb up to Abby's comment. So there you truth. I never called you the hard N word or whatever. I don't talk like that. I don't speak like that. You only put, I don't ever do that. And you put that on me because you wanted to play victim.
You're just mad because I remember.
You put that on me so you wanted to play victim and try to shut me down and make me feel better, and I'm not going to do that. So you need to fucking apologize to me.
Nobody's gonna believe you that AK said
You need to apologize to me that I did not call
Just like
you
you did.
the N.
Okay, this is.
Alright, that's
Yeah, everything you say
That's like you just did that shit.
Yeah, so just keep lying.
I say it all the time.
I do want to know if south of the border is still there, but no one connects to me. Beaver, you're not far from there. It's right where South Carolina and North Carolina, right at the border, there was a place, and you'd see all the signs, 100 miles to south of the border.
No. Wait, is it a restaurant?
Yeah, it was like a big restaurant, like rest stop. Right. It must not be there anymore.
I think Anna wanted to talk about Iran.
Well, why don't we ask Sam? He's been trying to change the subject more than I have.
Hi, y'all. If you guys don't want to talk about it, we don't have to talk about it. I have my grandparents and my family there in Tehran right now. They're doing good. Grandma just said it's very scary, but they're only targeting IRGC areas, so they're not worried about getting hit. So it is what it is. Are people coming out into the streets? Have they given you any indication of like right now the people that are against the regime are staying indoors because they're waiting for Trump or the Crown Prince to tell them what the next move is supposed to be. So they're waiting for the next set of instructions. But they're ready to take over.
Do they have internet, or do you have...
No, they don't. They barely get, like, that call us. And I can't even call them. They have to...
I'm sorry, that has to be just scary.
It's horrible, but I mean, it is what it is.
So what can you share that again? So your family is they're waiting and ready to take over?
Well, it's my grandparents. My grandparents are in their 80s and 90s. They're not going to be taking over anything.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, the people, the general Iranian population hates the fucking regime. What you guys see or might see on the news, that's people celebrating the success of the regime.
We're all up to speed on the situation.
Yeah, okay.
If they're like actually wanting to like go out.
Yeah, no, they want to go out, but they're just waiting until the instructions to go out.
Who do you think do you think they're waiting to get instructions from?
From what I know, it's Trump or the Crown Prince.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, those are the only two people that they actually trust.
I haven't been following the Crown Prince because I know a lot of other people have, so I don't know what he's been saying as of recent.
No, he's just been telling them to be ready, and now they have this thing called the Immortal Guard, which is kind of a counter to the IRGC. And it's basically former military, regular army people that have defected, and they have their weapons and everything, and they're just waiting for the call to take to the streets because they have weapons that they can.
Do you think the Artesh is actually going to turn on the IRGC or no?
Yeah.
That's 390,000 for anyone that's interested. There's only 190,000 IRGC agents.
Yeah, that has to be
additional 200,000 Artesh.
My grandpa was killed by these motherfuckers, so I hope it happens.
So you were last there in 2013?
Huh?
You last visited in 2013?
Yeah.
How much different is it now than it was then? Or is it the same?
I mean, right now, I wouldn't be able to tell you because I haven't been there now. But back in from 2013, the last time I was there was 1998. So from 1998 to 2013. When I went back in 2013, the second day that I was there, I went to lay flowers for my grandfather's grave, the one that I was just talking about. And the Christian burial site is next to an IRGC boot camp site. And the second I found my grandpa's grave, they started chanting "Death to America" in Farsi, which is "Marik Bag on God." And when I just shot to my mom, and I was like, "We need to get the fuck out of here on the next plane immediately," because I wasn't willing to deal with that. But I mean, we still stayed the entirety of our trip, but I was on eggshells the whole time. And mind you, it was 120 weather, and I had to be wearing long sleeves, a hijab, and long pants, and closed-toed shoes, and everything. Yeah. Girl, I was sweating triple times.
Can I, since no one else wants to talk, Rabia, did you want to talk? I'll ask. I'll wait for you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Anna, I don't know you, but nice to meet you, Rabia, and I want to give you all of the support and strength to you and your family during this time. Like, I can't even imagine how scared, like, I would feel in your position.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, and I hope, like, you just don't feel alone with these feelings. And, you know, I don't know what kind of outlet you have, but I just want you to know that, like, there are people there with you who want to support you. And I know we just met, but, like,
I know,
even if it's
but Rabia, I want to tell you, one thing that I have to say is I really appreciate your comments just now, because growing up in the West and being raised in America at 6 years old, a lot of people don't understand that immigrant dynamic where it's like I have shit that's going on in the background that a lot of people don't see.
No, of course. And, like, I would be so scared, honestly, like, worried about my family, and I can't even imagine. I hope you're doing okay.
Rabia says
Thank you.
also all love from Islamabad.
No, I'm from Canada, but I've never been to
Canada?
Yeah, I'm from Canada, dude.
I could hear it in the accent.
Yes, well, Khushal Shodam. I don't know how to say it. Nice to meet you. Khushal Shodam.
Khushal Shodam.
Yes. Alright, anyway, whatever KK wanted to...
No, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That was beautiful. Now I just feel totally stupid arguing about the definition of tourist and tourism. That was beautiful. That was beautiful.
Tourist and tourism, I don't know what you're referring to.
We're not going there. We're turning the page. We're turning the page. Okay. Anna, I wanted to ask you, just to get some perspective.
Sure.
During the regime's 47-year reign in Iran, has it gotten worse in the recent years, or not as bad in the recent years? Let's say like
worse.
The last
it's gotten worse.
Like it's gotten worse, or
okay, no, it's gotten better in certain areas where at times they got more lenient with people showing more hair under the hijab, but then it got worse if people started protesting.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say, I recall seeing images where women in Iran, they were a little bit freer, didn't have to have an escort with them and whatnot. So that's why I was kind of confused how we got there. So when the protests started, that's when they lock it down.
No, not necessarily, because the Iranians that have connections with the IRGC will have their hijabs laid down lower and have more hair showing because they know that they have connections. Imagine if your dad or your cousin is a police chief. You're not going to give a shit if you're speeding down the street because you can call your family member up and you can get everything excused, right? But if you're a regular citizen, you have to abide by the laws as it's written.
Yeah, and actually, and I want to ask you, I heard a report, and maybe you don't know this, that inflation there is like 40%, that there's, I forget what it's called in Farsi, but like the merchant class, they shut down their shops because they're protesting the loyalty system. And then I also heard like there's a water shortage.
Yeah, there is, because of a drought.
Yeah. So that even before all of this started, 40 days ago, whatever it was, that the country was already facing some serious problems that the IRGC wasn't addressing.
Yeah, I mean, if you want me to be completely blunt with you, the reason that the economy has been such shit has been because of the you ask anyone that's from Iran, they're gonna tell you the Iranian nuclear deal that Obama made. I don't care about what anyone's opinion of Obama is, but I'm telling you that deal was shit because all the money that Obama gave to the Iranian regime from that deal went straight to Hezbollah and Hamas. And all of that, none of that money went to the Iranian people. And all that money that went to them now has served as a suffocating tool for the Iranian people because it's put them in such a weak spot where their money means nothing and anything they do to try to voice a complaint is returned with gunshots by the people that are supposed to be protecting them.
Well, look, Anna, you can take this for what it is. And you have the loudest voices in America come from the left and the media, and they're absolute traitorous assholes as far as I'm concerned. Before the Tuesday deadline, they were screaming that Trump is a maniac, he's going to cause World War III. When he reached a deal, they said, oh, he's chickening out and he never follows through. They are never happy. But I don't believe that those voices that you may be hearing accurately reflect the true sentiment of Americans. Yes, there's dissent. America doesn't want to be dragged into a long war.
I consider myself American right now. I don't want to be in a long war either.
Yeah, but I'm hearing, because you said, well, if you want me to be brutally honest in what you said about the Obama deal, you're not in the left. I mean, there are people on the left in this room now, but it's mainly a more conservative group here. I think most Americans understand that the IRGC is evil. It's been a problem with the world for the last 47 years, and there will be pissing and moaning from the left for years to come. But I think everybody understands that regardless of the long-term outcome, if nothing else, worst case scenario, they stunted the growth of the IRGC, and best case scenario, the IRGC is gone. And
exactly. That's what we want.
And you can go back to visit your family whenever you want. That would be the ultimate.
Alan, let me tell you one thing. Iranians are so desperate for freedom that they are basically like the revolutionaries when it came to getting the U.S.'s freedom from Britain.
Yeah.
They are willing to sacrifice themselves and get freedom for everyone else.
Yes, and I believe that. And, you know, the narrative from the left is, well, like, we're going to get rid of them. Well, there was a revolution in Iran 7 years ago. What's to say that, who says there can't be another one? I mean, is there some law that once a regime takes over a country that it can never be ousted? No, that's kind of, you know, it's idiotic thinking.
No, I think the thing that terrifies any presidential person or any administration that takes hold, and I know this from my ex-boyfriend who was in the Air Force, and he said all the war games that they played was regarding Iran, and their biggest fear was Iran is the actual psychopathic country that is willing to do any and everything that is off the tables in order to stay in power.
Yeah. And I had that discussion earlier today. And that's why Trump played this correctly. Look, if you've got an opponent who is willing to do anything for victory, you have to be able to match that. And
exactly.
That's just the way it is. And Trump made it very clear. You know, that was the whole point of his rhetoric. He was, I will send you, I will destroy, I forget the words now. You know, I'll send it back into the Stone Ages.
I'll end their civilization.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, but in that same freaking Truth Social post that he made, he also said something about the Iranian people at the end.
Yeah.
So ending the civilization, once you read the whole thing fully, is clearly about ending the regime, not the Iranian people.
Yeah, and but see, here's the thing.
People like to play dumb.
He also knew the left would freak out about it.
Exactly.
Because that's the thing, from my perspective. You know, the left is always, we have to do things the right way. There's a correct way. You can't offend anybody's feelings, etc., etc. You know, and yeah, sometimes that works. But sometimes you gotta lead with your fist. And let me just say, when it comes to certain, how can I put this delicately? I won't. When it comes to negotiating in the Middle East, you have to lead with your fist.
Yeah, you absolutely have to.
Yes. Otherwise,
you don't have to lead delicately with that. You absolutely fucking have to.
Alan, imagine if they were like really nice and sweet and they never did Dresden. Imagine if they were nice and sweet and they never did Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Like, sometimes you just have to fucking take the gloves off and get it done. And that's my biggest gripe with fucking Israel. You know, the whole, we need to worry about what everybody's saying on social media. We're losing the fucking world, and, you know, now people hate the Jews in Israel. No, everybody already hated the Jews in Israel.
That.
What we should have done is we should have carpet bombed fucking Gaza and killed everybody. Did them like the fucking Canaanites and the Midianites.
Okay, I would agree with that. I mean, given the pager technology that Israel has.
Fucking gloves off.
This guy
and
is
just
fucking
finish this shit and wait 20, 30 years, and then they'll still hate the Jews anyway. So don't worry about it.
No, I don't agree with that, but I'm just saying, given the technology that Israel has when it comes to the pager bombers that they implemented and all of that, I know that they have the ability to be specifically precise in who the hell they're targeting. So they should have done that from day one.
Yeah, but the difference is with the Iranian
See what just happened in Lebanon with the specific coup and what they just pulled off in Lebanon in the last 24 hours? No, I have not. It's very, very specific. They got intelligence. I mean, I can kind of read it to you if you want to hear it, but can you link it in the chat? I wish I could. I don't have a link for this. They got intelligence. It was according to reports. Okay, whatever you're going to read it off of, just link it. In about 10 minutes, they reduced 100 Hezbollah operating centers across Lebanon. I mean, to
Okay,
run
I'm
it.
sure there's a link
And
to
then,
it.
but the story goes, basically, that they had, that Hezbollah had lost the full logistical support of the Islamic Republic, because what is happening now, and intended to launch a coup to topple the government of Joseph Aoun, am I saying it right? And seize complete control of Lebanon. And after they would fully consolidate power, enter into direct negotiations with the United States themselves as a delegation consisting of a guy named Naim Kassan and Nabi Berri, attempting to work around Israel. Israel,
Okay,
however,
I'm just
telling you the last part of this, just hear this. With complete intelligence and dominance, caught wind of the plot, and a few hours before the coup, without any prior warning, leveled 100 Hezbollah centers across Lebanon within the 10 minutes. Basically, the bombings took out a particular area and just caused a little cog in the machine of trying to expedite the coup that they were attempting to have. So that happened in the last 24 hours.
Also, Anna, when I said about the Gazans, 99% of the Gazans hate Jews and Christians and want to kill everybody in Israel and everybody in the Western world. The difference is the Iranian people, out of your 90 million people, 80% of them don't want that. 80% of them want a
it's
free.
more like 95%.
99% of the Iranians want democracy. They love the West. They love Israel and the United States. And that's the difference. That's why I was saying, just when you have fucking rabid animals, you eliminate them.
This is why whenever people tell me, oh, this is going to be Iraq or Afghanistan 2.0, I'm like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like the Iranian people, it's not like Iraq. Absolutely not. And I know because my dad fought in the Iran-Iraq war because he was conscripted to do so when he was a teenager in Iran. I know this shit. I have first-hand, second-hand experience in this whole dynamic. And I have family there right now who are celebrating the fact that they're getting bombed.
What I would like to see is, because it's going to be, it's in that area, it's a power struggle. So you have Saudi Arabia and UAE, and they want to build and make money, right? Even as small as UAE, that's what their goal is. That's what they want to do. They're letting go of ideology more than building and creating for their own country. I would love to see Oman get on board, and then maybe get other Arab nations to join in Saudi Arabia and UAE. So there's a twisted, a turn of the tide per se, as far as that power struggle, because Saudi Arabia and UAE is like, Iran, the IRGC keeps fucking up the area. It's putting a whole black eye on the whole area. It's hurting their money flow too as well. So it's like if we.
KK, but you have to understand one thing.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. But the thing is that you have to understand that Saudi Arabia and the UAE, you're talking about two very wealthy Middle Eastern countries. Oman is not a wealthy Middle Eastern country. Not because it can't be, but because it doesn't have the technology to be one. Oman is definitely considered third world. The UAE and Saudi Arabia, people go there on vacations.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm.
There's something I don't get. Like, how can Trump say something about the IRGC? He wants to get it back to the Stone Age. That really doesn't make any sense. Not to mention it's really offensive to Persians. Like, I don't understand. Isn't the IRGC in the Stone Age currently?
He was talking about the military base, like their military being blown back to the Stone Age, where they would only use like sticks or rocks.
Sam, I don't know if you heard, but Anna was saying that's not her take at all. It was like she was saying, and Anna, you can answer for, what he was saying, but I didn't hear Anna say that. I thought her interpretation was like, yes, did you hear he's doing this for the Iranian people?
Hold on, what did he say? I'm sorry, I was away from my phone for a sec.
Go ahead and say it again, Sam.
Yeah, I was joking actually. Can we talk?
Sam, Lord Jesus, go eat some.
Come on, like send them to the Stone Age. No, not in the Stone Age. They're in the Middle Ages.
Get to the point. Don't waste my time.
Oh.
If you want to talk, you can talk more about the Obama deal because I really don't understand the history of that.
You have the accent that tells me that you understand exactly the history of that.
Yeah,
That's
I would call
hilarious.
bullshit on that.
Yeah, I know. You fucking know the history of that.
So is it true, Anna, that the palace is a $2 billion, it could be a very inflated number, that the Ayatollah's palace was like a $2 billion palace?
Girl, I have no fucking idea. I haven't been there since 2013.
We're trying to
before
figure out
that,
where the money
it
went,
was, the money went to Hezbollah and Hamas.
No, we know that, but how much went in the pockets of IRGC?
Oh, a lot. Because their families were living in the U.S. in the wealthiest part of Beverly Hills. And yeah,
What was your question, Abby? How much did IRGC
I
fire them?
had heard that the palace that the Ayatollah lived in was like a
but
which is a very expensive private residence. But I was just curious that number. I'm sure the number was inflated.
Did you hear Khomeini's? It was their niece or something was living.
It was Soleimani's.
Yeah,
Khomeini's.
Yeah, she got picked up by ICE. She's being.
Yeah, good for her. Her mom and dad got picked up too.
Yeah.
Fuck them. Deport their asses.
Yeah. It's pretty fun. She had like a social media account.
Yeah, she's enjoying all the freedoms that her family is preventing fucking Iranians from experiencing.
That's what I don't understand, is how do they justify that life, but they're living here in the United States, claiming the IRGC is so wonderful.
Rules for thee and not for me.
Well, no, it's not. It's more than that. No. KK, I don't know what your actual name is.
Galaxy, please just shut up.
No, nigga, you need to fucking honestly raise your fucking phone, bitch. And I hope you drop your phone and it cracks.
Oh, you sound so fucking gay. Just stop talking.
Okay, KK, the reason that they feel comfortable to do that is because they have the mentality that it's meant for others, not for them.
Well, why would they think that? Like, is it their family line?
No, they feel that sense of entitlement that I'm higher ranking than you are, so I don't have to oblige by these sets of rules.
Yeah, that's rules for thee, not for me. Like, the rules are for you, not.
Yeah, but KK, they don't publicly say this is my daughter. They don't publicly say that. Like, they hide them.
It's really fucked up. Islam, in a very general sense, is more so a political structure rather than a religious structure. And unless you lived... Huh?
We're all familiar.
Okay, yeah, sure. But I'm saying, in terms of if you were to split it in terms of politics or religion, it's more so political because of the demands it gives, where it's more so a set of rules for a political system. And that's why a lot of people that are they believe in Islam and they are Muslim, they will be anti-theocracy because they don't believe in that kind of theocracy where they don't think Islam should be tied with the government. I'm a Christian, so I can't speak on that, but I do know many Muslims that are anti-Islamist regimes.
Yeah, why did you this?
Rich is a black Jew.
Say that again?
Rich is a black Jew.
Rich is a black
me, they're talking about.
Okay, and?
Rich, aren't you Christian now?
We're calling him Juju.
Christian now?
No, that's Juju from Talking Apes. You know he actually lives near me. Juju does. Or no, I'm sorry, not Juju. Day Day actually lives in the same town as me.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I don't understand what him being a black Jew has to do with.
Because I'm not.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I have
He's an
Asperger's.
Israelite.
I should have disclosed with that. I have Asperger's, so I take everything very literally and seriously.
I know what Alan said to you was really an important comment, and I look at what Ben wrote in the chat. When Alan said that the worst case scenario is that we've, IRGC to become a very weak, and the best case is they're not the regime. So we have, people writing in the chat that we've lost the war, and there's no loss with that because they're weakened. Hopefully they're gone, but at a minimum, they're very weakened.
Yeah, Trump is even planning
If they're
to attack
weakened,
Mexico.
then that just means that the people have an opportunity to actually rise to the occasion, especially with the Immortal Guard now in place, and they can overthrow them. But what I actually believe is going to happen, I mean, I don't know if you guys want me to speculate right now, but I can.
Go.
But what I think is Trump knows how the IRGC negotiates. Let's leave it at that. And he knows that they're full of shit and they're going to make empty promises and lie in order to buy themselves time. And they're going to attack regardless, or they're going to continue running whatever operation that they have going that the U.S. is against. And I think that whether you like Trump or don't, he's not one to buy that bullshit, and his ego is way too fucking big to not give them an answer. And he's the one that is going to be like, see, look, I tried to do a ceasefire negotiation with them. They kept firing on Saudi Arabia. They kept firing on Qatar. They kept firing into Israel. They kept firing into Qatar and whatnot. And then he's going to be like, now they've pushed me beyond my limits because I tried. I had the American troops not fire onto them and they didn't listen to me. So now, fuck it. We're taking out everything.
Right. Can I ask you a question?
Go on.
You support Reza Pahlavi?
In the meantime, yes.
So
I don't think he's fit to run the entire country.
I was just wondering if you're supporting. Do you think we should have Barron Trump marry his daughter, Noor?
Oh, not too.
What the fuck are you even talking about, bro?
So that way, Trump, if they have a son, Trump grandkid could be, if Iran goes back to constitutional monarchy, he could become a king.
Bro, nobody said we're going to that.
Iran's granddad?
I said in the meantime, yes, in terms of a transitional
Miss
government.
Rich, man, where did Rich go? So you don't want constitutional
Your
monarchy?
name is Oshin.
You don't want constitutional monarchy? What do you want? You want republic?
I want a transitional government so that the Iranian people
later
can.
on. What would you like?
I want the Iranian people to vote for what the fuck they want.
What would you vote for? You personally?
I'm not Iranian. I have been in America since I was 6 years old, so I don't have a vote in that.
I'm sure you do.
I might, but I wouldn't vote because I haven't lived there to know what the fuck is best for the country.
She just said she's a proud American.
Yeah, that's fair.
We know what isn't good for the country, and that's the IRGC.
Exactly. Amen to that.
But not
You know,
according
that
to the
just-
person in the chat who's an IRGC supporter, Z.
Yeah, that's okay.
Z, why don't you join the chat?
No.
Yeah,
Come up here.
Z is not IRGC supporter.
Someone bring him up here,
Z
please.
is a Muslim
and
who hates everybody but Muslims.
Bring him up.
That's who is.
It's a he, she.
Does it? But she has the Star of David on his profile.
Funny, I hear myself talking. Anna, I always said that Islam was a military doctrine disguised as a religion. And I think what you're saying is accurate. And you're the first person I've heard that's explained that in more detail. And I think you're correct about it being more political. Was that the word you used?
Yes, it is more political than it is religious.
Yes, I agree with that. Because that's very accurate.
It's a religion of justice, not peace.
Yeah. So I think
It's not even justice. I'll get into that deeper later.
Yeah, let's not argue this. But I think the point with Muhammad God was the idea that, gee, if I claim I'm acting on the word of God, I can motivate soldiers to fight for me much better if I just say, well, gee, do it for me alone. And that's...
Exactly, because then it's a morality thing.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, so...
And you know what's interesting when you're talking about what you think Trump is going to do, when you just thinking about the timing of it, I agree with his negotiating strategy, the bombastic comments, the chaos, that's right up his alley. He loves that shit. But the timing of it, the posturing you said, absolutely agree, but it's the timing of it. So it's 2 weeks. So I've been following the second MU group that left California, and they do a traditional Westpac, and they usually stop at several different ports of call along the way, the first way, then Australia, Thailand, they go train in Kuwait, they train in Jordan, like that's like their normal thing, but they take the whole Westpac is 6 months long, so they don't rush. So I wanted to see, the date that I knew that they left to where they were and where they popped up, and it's confirmed. They did not go to Australia. They went directly to, which tells me, and they're supposed to be there probably between 7 to 14 days. Now, the importance of this MU joining the Tripoli group is this MU has a well deck which can allow AAVs, they're like floating tanks. They can be spit out the back of a ship, the USS Boxer, and then they can go from ship to water to land, and they're going to be in that operating theater in 7 days to 14 days. So that's why when you were talking about, okay, the timing of it 2 weeks then, because then Trump can say, well, look, I have the whole second MU group here. So you're talking about 2 infantry battalions, an infantry battalion on 2 different, each MU group has 3, you're talking about 800 Marines.
I'm sorry.
Rifle.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but KK, do you know how many cargo ships from Britain have deployed out into the Middle East in the past 48 hours since the ceasefire has been announced?
Cargo ships or they're military vessels? Because they have
they're cargo airplanes.
Oh, they're airplanes? I have no idea.
Around 13 to 14.
Well, that's piddlywinks.
That might be, but in terms of American cargo ships, that's heavy in terms of restocking.
Oh, I get what you're saying. I was just talking about the timing of Trump, the ceasefire for 2 weeks, what forces are coming in right now that are going to be there shortly.
It's just another leveraging tool. That might be. I mean, I have no idea. I don't know what the hell goes on in these geopolitical circles, but all I'm saying is the way that it's seeming to me personally is that Trump just bought time to restock his troops so that they can take on the next phase of whatever the heck he wants to do fully. I mean, I don't know, I might be wrong, but that's what it seems like.
I just want to correct something that Alan was talking about. Islam is not really, it's both a religion and political faction. It has it has two sects in it, where one of them is religious, more like more tolerant of other people, more loving, all that shit. And there's the other one, which is very militaristic, very aggressive, very conquering.
Jihad?
You forgot the third one. The third one is pedophilia.
No,
pedophilia is in both. Don't forget that.
That was 6. I'm not talking about, yeah. So it switches between those two. If it's losing, it goes to the Christianity one, to the loving Jesus thing. If it's winning, it goes to, yeah, you understand what.
Someone tell Z get up here. Z, come up here. I feel like he has more to say than us.
That's what I've been asking for. Someone invite him.
You just gonna come up and say, fuck Israel, fuck Jews, fuck everyone who's not a
No. Please let me talk to him. Please let me talk to him.
It's a she. It's a she.
He may be a she, like I think it's a he/she kind of person.
Hey, it's a girl.
I mean, they're all he, but let's be real.
Voice sounds like a he/she.
Let's be real. They're all in the, they love it up in sexual. They love to act like they have a dick.
We don't believe in transgender.
And every time I like
maybe that
I leave and I come back and all I hear is trannies.
Rich is back. Rich is back.
Still, I said I'm a Muslim. We don't believe in transgender crap. That's you people.
We also,
they just do female mutilation. They believe in that.
So you do believe in a prophet that went around and checked all the underwear of all the little boys so he could send them off into battle. He also said his grandson's penis. He said Hassan's penis. He lifted up, and I saw the prophet kneeling down over Al Hassan and lifting his gown and spreading his legs and kissing his baby penis.
The other
Islamic Muslim says that he was sucking his baby penis.
Rich, I have a question for you, Rich.
Oh yeah, I know exactly the question you're gonna ask.
Rich,
yeah. If I had a time machine, if I had a time machine, you know what I would do?
Z, can you please be civilized and just be quiet for a second? Rich, I have a question for you. Rich, I have a question for you. What would you do if you had a time machine?
Z, shut your sharmuta mouth.
What would you do if you had a time machine?
Yeah, sharmuta, khalas, sharmuta.
Do you know your dad? Do you know your dad?
Oh my God.
Do you not
So here's your question. Z, if I had a time machine,
what would you do? Rich, what would you do if you had a time machine?
If I had a time machine, I'd fly back. I would take the time machine, go back to Prophet Muhammad. I would get him. I would murder him. Well, actually, before I murder him, I'd allow pigs to anally rape him. Then I'd let the goats and the donkeys anally rape him.
Where do you live?
Oh, okay. Yeah, then I would chop him up into pieces, and then I would feed him to pigs. Then I would kill the pigs and burn the pigs alive, bury them in a hole, and then I would pour sulfuric acid all over them.
And this was all regarding to Muhammad, right?
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
Oh my God.
Jesus, Rich.
Allah is a shaitan! Allah is a shaitan!
No, I'm not actually shaitan. For sure.
This is why he's the greatest of deceivers.
All right. Hold on. You want me to prove it?
It technically says he's the greatest of schemers, but a schemer is a person who does anything and does peaceful things.
And she says, which means
And the
it says,
Shaitan would curse
yeah, it says
himself in the
Allah is the
Quran
greatest of
over
the
and
schemers.
over and over, right?
Allah says that the Christians were trying to scheme
Quran says
against
don't worship
Allah,
the
making it appear as if Isa bin Maryam was upon the cross. And Allah says,
Yeah,
I am the greatest.
we
I am,
don't
in your
fucking
sunnah it
care.
says,
We
Habibi,
are
it says,
Let him talk.
humanity.
Z, let him talk.
It says, and Allah says, I am the greatest of the schemers. To be a schemer means to do underhanded and deceitful things to deceive. So Allah is calling himself the greatest of the deceivers.
Planner.
He's supposed to be the messenger.
Yeah,
He said Allah
Akbar, shaitan, sharbota,
Okay, somebody translate
What's
this
up,
for me,
baby?
please.
Allah is a Satan.
asking for translation.
Allah is a Satan.
Cooked on fire.
Allah is Satan.
Yeah, Allah is Satan for sure.
Allah is the son of a whore and he's a Satan. Allah is a donkey too, Hamar.
Yeah, it is.
Remember, Allah prays to Muhammad. Remember, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, shaitan. Shaitan Allah.
He's the best of planner, you
Yeah, he's the greatest of deceivers. What is he? It says, it doesn't say planner, it says schemer. Schemer. The Arabic is translated by your scholars into the word schemer. A schemer is a person who schemes, does underhanded and deceitful things, a deceiver.
You trembling in
So
your
look at the etymology of the word.
your fucking legs.
Is that why you have the Star of David on your profile picture?
I do. It's
Z, are you wearing a hijab right now?
The Holy
I think
Land
it
was
sounds like a
given to
tranny
Israel.
guy, doesn't it?
Yeah, because Allah gave the land to Beni Israel, the Jews.
Exactly. That's why the Quran says,
Allah says in the Quran, yes, Ocean, he says, Allah says, for the Jews, for Beni Israel, enter into the land or you are cowards. And they do not enter into the land. Then they wander in the desert. And then eventually they enter into the land that Allah destined for them.
100%.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Yes, and after that, right away, give us the planet.
What is going on?
I hope he gives your husband 72 virgins as he owns.
Oh, bro. Wait.
No.
Have you guys heard about the 72 virgins?
He deserves it.
What you
Okay, when you're in Jannah, and your wife, you plow her like a field and you break her hymen, when she wakes up the next morning, her hymen grows back. She becomes a virgin again.
Isn't that
She gets 72 days.
Break her hymen every day.
Can you imagine
Okay,
that?
let's be real. The virgins that they get are goats, not people.
The goat is your mom.
Well, it's actually
No, that's your mama.
Why do you have to talk
Very silly. They fucking don't.
I'm gonna start it.
You cannot have a conversation. You cannot have a conversation.
Ocean, there's actually a hadith. There's actually a hadith that says, there's a hadith that says that even if you have sex, if a man has sex with a donkey, he's still clean to make hajj.
Oh yeah, I know that, bro.
You guys
Bro,
know
after you fuck a donkey, you're so clean.
they say the virgins
I get it from
Allah.
Ahmed ex-Muslim. No, I get it from Ahmed ex-Muslim on YouTube and TikTok. He was a Salafi for 35 years. He was a Salafi for 35 years. He is a great scholar. And then he realized that Allah didn't care about him and he became a Christian. And Rob Christian. Ocean, you remember Rob Christian? Oh yeah. My friends with Rob Christian, Ahmed ex-Muslim, Albial, Danny Davis, Study the Show, Black Doctor. Allahu Akbar is a shaitan.
It's fine. You think you matter?
Shaitan Akbar.
You think you matter. That's your problem. You think you
don't matter. You're a female. You're a female in your religion. You don't matter.
You don't matter.
Your God prays to Muhammad. Just think about it.
I would question the female
Your God
part.
prays to a man.
like
God married 7-year-olds. What the fuck are you doing right now?
He married Aisha when she was 6. He was 51. And he consummated the marriage when she was 9. He was 54.
I'm talking about Rebecca.
No, she actually wasn't. No, she wasn't. But you don't know how to read Hebrew, so no, she wasn't. You don't know how to read Hebrew, do you? You don't know how to read Hebrew, so you don't know what the word is.
Arabic. Are you kidding me?
No, she's going to Rebecca. She's going to Rebecca. She's going to Rebecca and the 2 kings. Wow.
Shut up. 1 second. First of all, Rebecca
Somebody named
was
Rabbi
promised. Rebecca was promised to David.
Alan, make Rabbi
Yes, promise. It's called an arranged marriage. What has that got to do with anything? She wasn't molested by. Wait, hold up. She was. You're not listening. If you're supporting the molestation of children, then you're fucked up. Because you're trying to justify the molestation right now.
And how just like a drop of a tear.
Wait, Z, I have a question. Why does Aisha say in her
The word in Hebrew, wait, hold on, can I just correct this? The word in Hebrew is not, silencer. The word in Hebrew is in the Bible is nara, which describes someone as an adult, a young woman, which, yeah, I happen to know this. And she was carrying heavy labor and watering camels at that point. They
Take it with your rabbi. He's the one mentioning it.
You know what?
Make the teardrop.
I already know this. I don't need to mention it to the rabbi. All you have to do is read the fucking book in Hebrew, and you can read the words. But you're so dumb.
She's a woman in a fucking
But she's not a woman. I think she's a tranny.
That's a possibility.
Muslim?
She sounds drunk.
My favorite conversation is
Muslim.
She's not allowed to drink alcohol.
Z, I have a question.
He's drunk as fuck.
Z, can you hear me? I never drunk. Z, can you hear me? Z, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So Muslims definitely claim that in Cave of Hira, which is the cave called Hira, Gabriel went to Muhammad, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Or Hera.
Yeah, well, it was not Gabriel. It was Shaitan saying.
Yeah, you were there, so you
But
know.
no, I tell you, I'll prove it to you. How about that?
You don't
I'll
have
prove
to
it.
prove shit to me.
How about I prove it?
You know how many
How about I prove it to you? All right,
All
can you be quiet? Okay,
Yeah,
can you be quiet? So the reason Islam and the Quran is very violent is talking about killing people and just slicing their throat and all that shit. And the main reason, Sahih al-Bukhari said what? When Muhammad left the cave and he went to Khadija, what did he say? He was sweating, he was fucking afraid, he was scared as fuck, and he was saying, cover me. Sahih al-Bukhari.
No, this is
right?
Quran. Yeah, you are Muslim.
Cover me. Why would he say cover me if he saw an angel? Why was he all afraid?
Because
why was he all afraid? Yeah, but the angel would come to him with love to show him the main religion for everybody.
Why would you think it's love? Why do you think it was?
Because it says it in the Bible, you idiot.
Yeah, the Bible is made up by some people. You don't even have that.
Don't ever say that. The Bible was made by the disciples that passed on the message of Jesus. Don't you ever do that. You say that your Quran is the final message of God that was fabricated. Don't ever say that. It was fabricated.
Just real quick, does anybody in here live in Israel? No, but I'm from the Middle East.
I'm in Jersey, close enough.
Is anybody in Israel? We have people that are in this, so do you want me to ping them into the room?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really enjoy hearing Jews and Muslims argue over which of their books claims to favor them more than the other. I mean, you're all depending on these scrolls written ages ago.
Okay, it's not about favoring.
Well, Z, do you?
I never said one favored.
Z, do you think that? So, are you saying that the Quran was written absent the Bible?
What do you mean absent?
You know what absent means?
I know absent mean, but I don't know what you mean by absent.
She wants to know the context when you mean absent.
Okay.
Meaning, did the Bible not exist at that time, or did it use it?
Was the Bible used to develop the Quran?
No, of course not.
For sure. Yes, it was. For sure it was.
How can you prove that?
Because your Quran, it dictates, you said, Muslims have said that the Quran is the final message of God, and you piggyback and take a lot of things out of the Bible. My religion came 400 years before yours.
Piggyback? Where do you get that? The Quran is written in first person.
All right, ask her if
you have multiple Qurans.
Hold on, did Gio come down? Who?
Rolf.
No, he's a Muslim. No, it's a Muslim terrorist piece of shit.
Oh, okay, never mind.
If the Quran's supposed to be the final message, when was the first message? Hold on, is the Quran supposed to be the final message? What was the first message?
I am not.
The first message is Suhuf Ibrahim.
Rolf, I've seen you at a marriage room.
Ibrahim alayhi salam, and then Mazamir Dawood, and then
you're a little musty.
And then the Injil.
Oh, okay, but you're a former Muslim, right?
No, I'm a former Christian atheist, you chump.
Oh, okay, so you just love hanging out in a mirror's room all the time and eating on Jews.
I enjoy the...
Oh, okay, cool. You hate Jews, yeah.
Okay, Z, what is your idea of muta?
Muta is a Shia concept.
Rolf, nobody's asking you anymore. Be quiet. You know.
Okay, I couldn't hear you. Everyone's talking.
I said muta is a temporary marriage that's not accepted. I consider it prostitution.
It's an arranged marriage for a short period, temporary short period of time.
That you claim that you are.
You can make muta for one day or whatever.
Yeah.
You just gotta pay them afterwards.
I think it's a
you get divorced. It is prostitution. Yeah, muta is prostitution.
Yeah, just like
haram.
And your religion allows
you were conceived in muta.
That's fine. You have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, and
Men can only divorce. I thought the women couldn't.
Women.
Well, yeah, women can.
No, this is basically a contractual. Like, hey, we're married for 3 hours, so we can have sex for 3 hours.
Yeah.
But wouldn't this be a one-sided contract, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
but you gotta take them afterwards.
What if the woman gets pregnant from that 3-hour marriage? What's happens?
Oh, then she's a whore who got pregnant.
No, it's her husband, but they don't do that. It's messed up.
Not under a muta contract, it isn't.
I don't think y'all even know, and this is sad.
Exactly.
No, I know what muta is. Muta is an arranged marriage for a short period of time, where you pay the person afterwards, and it's terminated after it's completed.
It's not arranged.
It is arranged in the sense that you arrange it. You come to a woman and you say,
yeah, okay. I thought you meant arranged in the general sense.
And let's fuck, and afterwards I'm going to give you $1,000. And the woman says, okay, cool. And then they get divorced.
And this is why we don't kick.
Yeah, that's why Sunnis do it all the time before it's abrogated by Muhammad.
Before? Like, who I
before it was legal, and then Muhammad abrogated muta.
1400 years ago. Yeah, you are so developed.
Do you know what abrogated means?
Yes, I do.
Do you know about the Book of Suckling?
Did you know
when
Aisha did prostitution in Las Vegas?
Mutarin, sharmutas. Listen, do you remember about Aisha when she's... Yeah, exactly. Do you remember when Aisha after Kitover,
she doesn't like facts.
I know, I'm just gonna keep saying that. I don't give a shit. I don't wear it out. After Kitover, the Battle of Kitover, Aisha went and she was peeing behind a rock. She was using the bathroom. And then the caravan ended up leaving her behind. and a young strapping man arrived on a horse, and he found Aisha behind the rock, and she was using, and then he offered to bring her back. She arrived 3 days later after the caravan arrived back. When he arrived with her, all the people started screaming, she was alone with this man, he's not related to her, and they're not married, we must stone them to death. And Muhammad shows up and he says, what's going on? Yes, Muhammad shows up and he says, the next morning, he says, Allah has given a message that a woman who breastfeeds the man 6 times, suckling, breastfeeds that man like her child, and then they're allowed to be in each other's presence. Then it gets abrogated down to 4 times, 9 down to 6 times, and then after Muhammad died, it says that a baby goat went into Aisha's room and went under her bed and ate the book of suckling. That's how it got abrogated. A baby goat ate it out from underneath Aisha's bed.
When Aisha came and they said Maria's a whore and you are not a man.
Maria the Copt. Wait, do you mean Maria the Copt? Maria the Coptic? The one that he captured her and he made her a sex slave? Wait, do you mean Maria the Coptic Christian? The Coptic Egyptian Maria?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter when it doesn't fit or not.
Let me ask you a question. Sir, I'm reading the Quran. I'm reading the Quran, Z. Surah 69. Ayah 44 through 46. Allah says, Subhanallah.
You could go do this somewhere else. I don't want to hear this shit.
46 in the Quran says, Allah says,
I don't want to hear this.
One false word of this prophet, he would seize him by his right hand and cut off his aorta. Sahih Bukhari 48 narrated Aisha. It says that Muhammad at the Battle of Kitover was poisoned by Zainab. The Jewish woman Zainab is the one who poisoned him. And it says the prophet, after he ate the poison, she was Zainab. I'm not talking about Zainab, his daughter-in-law, the one he married. Go look up Zainab, the Jewish woman who poisoned him after the Battle of Kitover, you fucking retard. It's Sahih Bukhari 44:28. And I saw the prophet. Yes, Zainab, the Jewish woman. Zainab, the Jewish woman who poisoned him with poison in the shoulder of the goat. It says, and I saw the prophet in his ailment in which he died, saying, oh, Aisha, I still feel the pain caused by the food I ate in Kaibar. This is talking about how he died.
But not how he
and if you
died.
read in the Quran,
Years after.
yes, he died 5 years later. And what did they do? What did they do to Muhammad? They used to have to carry Muhammad around. They used to carry him around because his aorta was cut off.
I don't want to hear you anymore. Abby, did you find anybody?
Annoying.
Don't care about what's your opinion.
Annoying Charter Mutta.
Before he leaves, can we hear
Your mom is
Did you pray today, Z?
Yeah, what's the book of suckling?
Alhamdulillah, of course.
Oh, it's the one that the baby goat ate.
You gotta do it 5 times.
It says that a woman has to breastfeed the man 6 times. 5 times, yeah.
Breastfeed the man?
Yeah, breastfeed the man, and then he becomes like family.
See,
Well, let me ask you a question, KK. Hold on, see, I'm asking KK. Oh my God. KK, let me ask you a question. If any of the men in this room were to breastfeed on you 6 times, do you think they would lose or gain attraction?
I wouldn't allow you
I'm just saying, KK's got big titties. If any of you in this room were to suck on KK's titties 6 times, do you think they'd lose or gain attraction? Think they'd become like her children? Or you think they'd be freaked the fuck out? They'd be like, please, give me that thing. Give me that Asian thing.
Ralph looked like he got some milkers on him.
Not the milkers.
Very fetish.
Anyway, I was gonna say, I heard Islam's like the religion of peace and doesn't really condone
Religion of
violence of
violence.
any sort.
It's all straight violence.
We invented
If
violence.
you think it's the religion of peace, then you need to read the Quran.
Read the
No, you
Quran.
gotta read the book.
Surah 9, Ayah 5, Surah 9, Ayah 29, Surah 9, Ayah 30. Terrible.
When it
This is what
calls
you get.
for
This is
jihad,
what you get.
read
This is
that
what you
part.
get when you give an autistic fucking energy drinks. Sorry.
Oh.
Excuse the fuck out of you. I'm autistic and I'm
Yeah, so am
perfectly
I, and I
fine.
drank a Bang energy drink. I'm fucking wired. Oh, yeah. I'm ready to do fucking battle against Muhammad.
He's
Chop
ready.
this motherfucker's head
It
off.
would be
Bro got banged and he's ready.
I want to chop your god Muhammad's head off.
Wow.
I don't think he's
Muhammad was never a god.
Oh no, he was definitely a god who made up his own religion.
Never.
Yes, he was the god of Satan.
Crazy.
It would be
Z,
fun.
you already admitted
Praise be to Satan named Muhammad.
I admitted what?
defeat.
Defeat?
Muhammad is not God.
Is not God, of course.
He made himself a god. That's what he did.
Christ is God, though.
He never claimed.
No, but he made himself a god. Do you hear the word a god?
Prove it.
The Bible talks about many gods.
Who would
They're all lowercase in the Bible. The only one that's large, the only one that's capitalized is
Hold on, Rich. Let me hear what this.
Father, the Son, and the Holy
Let me
Spirit.
hear
Eternally existing as one God, three persons.
Let me hear her
Wasn't
question.
a question. You were the one who asked me the question.
No, you said prove to me, and then I didn't hear the rest
Or
of that.
prove that Muhammad claimed that he was God at any point.
He did.
You got a quote?
When
When he created his own religion.
Research.
What Ocean forgot to mention, thanks. What Ocean forgot to mention is when Muhammad ran to Khadijah, he went and sit on her right knee and he said, "Hey, Khadijah, Khadijah said, do you still see him?" He said, "Yes." Then he said on Khadijah's left knee, and she said, "Do you still see him?" She's talking about the spirit that was torturing him, choking him, and forcing him to read in the cave, the demon. Then she turns and she lifts up her dress and she starts showing her bone. And then she says, "Do you still see him?" And he says, "No, he is gone." And she says, "Oh, he must be Jabril because he's modest and doesn't want to see my farge." Her pussy.
Wow.
Wow. What kind of...
Khadijah.
Jesus.
You're right.
Allahu Akbar, Shaitan.
Shaitan.
Shaitan. Is it
He
Shaitan?
did not answer the question, and the truth is he never claimed to be God.
Never.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. When he wrote in the Sunnah of Islam that Allah
Check it for yourself. Because
Allah says that he prays to Muhammad.
Okay.
Allah says that he prays to Muhammad. Not for Muhammad, he prays to Muhammad. Why is God praying to a messenger, you fucking retard?
No.
It doesn't say praying for. It says that he prays to. He prays to his prophet.
Muhammad said, "I am God."
He didn't claim to be God, but why is that happening? Hold on, because this is sleight of hand. So if it doesn't prove Rich's case, then what does it
He
prove?
happens to be a Muslim.
Yeah, I know. God prays to his prophet.
That's a contradiction then, right?
His God is kneeling before the prophet and praying to him.
Yeah, that's not right.
Kneeling? Is that what it says?
God has. Allah has two right hands. He has a shin. He has a foot that's in hell. He is veiled. He has a light that emits from him. He's like an olive. All this different shit that you can describe that Allah's his attributes.
Say kneeling before Muhammad.
Yeah. Allah is praying to Muhammad. How do Muslims pray? How does God pray? God prays on his knees when he prays to Muhammad. Oh, get on your face, Muslim.
Bro, I thought you were atheist.
Look, he's a little fucking shithead. He's a little revert faggot. He's a revert faggot.
What are you talking about, Ralph?
What I'm talking about is we have a guy here claiming that Islam.
Yes, that Allah prays to his prophet. Yes. Yes, Allah prays to Muhammad. I don't know what. How much more proof do you need that a God is praying to his prophet? Okay. You need a God. You need a God who's praying to his
Rich, how are you
prophet.
understanding anything this man is saying? I can't even make one word out.
Yeah, I want to hear him, but I'm confused on his argument, though, because I don't understand what Ralph is trying to say. Could you not find that as a red flag, Ralph? Do you not find that weird?
He changed the argument. That's what it is.
I came into this room.
No, he wants to hear. He's doing the exact word fallacy. The exact word fallacy is where he's saying, "Oh, show me the exact spot where Allah says that He prays to Muhammad as a god."
Letting me answer Frank's question.
Right.
What is praise, you retard?
Ralph, you need to enunciate because you are mumbling as fuck.
Let's hear Ralph for a second, so we can then reflect upon his.
Yeah, Ralph wants the exact word fallacy.
Sage wisdom and revel in it. Go ahead, Ralph.
I'm happy to answer Frank's question since it's not clear what I'm saying. I heard a guy in this room arguing with telling a Muslim that in his opinion, in the Quran, claims to his God. So Z said, prove to me, he said he's God. I, in the meantime, thought all this should be easy to look up. And somebody else in the room said, just Google it. So I did. And it confirms. Nowhere in the Quran does Muhammad claim to be God. And then Ray said, well, my proof is that in the Quran, Allah praises Muhammad. And that's his claim. That he claims
I didn't say praise.
Muhammad saying, I'm God.
Praise to.
Yeah.
Praying to. No, you said praise. Praise. Giving praise or admiration. You fucking retard. Oh my god, you're so stupid.
My student, I'm using a preposition because I use noun, praising the noun. But if I use a verb, I'll say I praise you, student. That's the verb form of praise. So what were you going to do? Preposition.
Okay. Now.
That's the argument I'm making, James. Do you follow?
Okay, Rich, Z, I'm going to speak now. Thank you. Rich, I've heard your argument. Rolf, I've heard your argument. And here's the final verdict. Again, Muhammad was a military leader who discovered that if he created a religion, that he could motivate his soldiers. It's based entirely on bullshit. So arguing over whether he said this word or said that word is moot, because it's like arguing over whether or not there was a fly in a pile of shit or not. It's all the same. And it is simply like trying to be scholarly about nothing. So with Rich, I understand. I understand his general condition, and this is I don't know what condition you have, Rich, but praise to God that you have it, that you know all about these verses. I would never concern myself with something that is objectively bullshit. And there is anthropological and documented, evidence that it is absolutely bullshit.
I can explain. Okay, hold on, Z.
You didn't know anything about his
Everybody
life.
stop. My question to you, Z, I don't want to hear from you. I will move you to the audience if you don't shut up. What I want to know from you, Rolf, is why you are so invested in defending the Quran and all of these distinctions. I know why Rich is. I've never spoken to you extensively, so I want to hear your motivations, why, if you are an atheist, you care so much about all of these distinctions. That's my question to you.
I think the word care is wrong. I don't care.
You understand the English language, you British cocksucker. Now answer the question. I don't want a scholarly commentary on what you think my words mean. We're speaking English. You know what I mean. Answer the question. Why do you care so much? Don't give me this academic debating bullshit.
Why do you give a shit?
Wait, why do you guys try to be all specific and pedantic?
It's a question. If you don't answer the question,
I have a question for you, Ralph. I have a question for you.
If you don't answer the question, I will remove you from the room.
So don't call me a cocksucker.
Because, now answer the question, because I needed to get your attention. You're not dealing with someone who's going to get sucked into your debating tactics and scholarly academic bullshit.
If you're going to ask me a question,
answer why do you care so much?
Motherfucker.
It's a simple question.
Don't ask me a question.
There, you called me a motherfucker. Now we're even.
Are you ready?
We're even. Yes, answer.
Right. You said, why do I care? I don't fucking care because I don't believe in any religions. They're all a load of bullshit. What I do care about, quote unquote, is what I'm bothered by is people stating false claims on any subject whatsoever. And if somebody makes a false claim, I want to challenge them on it, and I want them to prove or back up their claim.
Do you have that same authority when it comes to Christianity?
Oh, Anna, let him answer. Let him answer.
That's it.
Okay.
I don't like hearing people
all
say
right,
false
that,
claims.
all right,
If you
good.
could have proved me, I would have accepted it. I
Okay,
asked the
good,
question,
good.
just give me a quote, give me proof, and
Okay,
failed to
wrong.
do that. That's
Wrong.
all.
Okay,
That's the
good,
answer.
good. All right, now listen. We both insulted each other, so we're even. So we can hopefully we'll put that behind us. Now, why is it so important to you that if people make a claim that they'd be able to back it up?
Yeah, it's important to me because religion is backed up, is intertwined with the political climate right now. We can't pretend that religion is merely some academic topic. People's lives are invested in it, and we're in the middle of a war, a hot war, that has religion intertwined with the different ideologies and nationalisms that are happening. Therefore, people who choose to misrepresent belief systems, whether that's political or religious or otherwise, are basically potentially harming a group of people if they're misrepresented. And I do not like hearing any group of people misrepresented. Again, that's all I'm coming from. That's all it is.
Okay, well, let me make a suggestion to you. Think about your goal and think that maybe the way you're pursuing this is not the best way to achieve the result you want. That's all I'm saying.
I asked a very simple question, and
I know. Look, we're done. We're done. I think you stated your intentions clearly, and that's all I'm suggesting. You don't have to take it. Now, everybody go back to arguing.
With the situation, everyone that isn't religious, should we look at this conflict now at a religious standpoint or a political standpoint? Like, and which one would be the correct way of looking at it?
Political and religious.
Why do Americans have to look at it in their way?
Because they worship Israel.
No.
Wow.
Yeah. Shut up. Kiki, it's because... No,
Isn't
bitch.
that what
Shut
happened?
up. Sit down.
Don't you sit down.
Kiki.
Who are you? Who the fuck are you? You talk to me in that way.
The fuck are you gonna do about it?
Who the fuck are you?
I mean.
Stay in your lane, dude.
I am.
Doesn't
You're
sound
out of
like
your
it.
lane.
It doesn't sound like it.
Z's extremely out of her lane. You're cursing.
Hey,
you're you have a shahada.
Why do you have a pedophile as your PTR?
That was a good question.
This is a Jeffrey Epstein. This is that's Palm Beach P.
Why does the rest of the world have to yield? Why does the rest of the world have to yield to their religions? Excuse me.
We didn't come to you.
Can't you tell somebody you're talking?
We don't come to you. That's your problem.
In America, and motherfuckers don't give a shit.
Oh my God! You just got up here. It's Ray Abba. Hello. So why does the world think, or why do they think that the world has to yield to them?
You're asking me?
I'm just asking in general. Like that's like a sense of entitlement.
America's the one coming to the Middle East. We didn't come to you. You're the one who intervened into other people's business.
Z,
so
you're
when you kill 241 service members.
Yeah.
Your
Yes, when
proxy
you come and
territory.
intervene to
Yes,
when you're there
Wrap it the fuck
into the
up.
policies of other countries, yes.
Excuse me, Z. Then don't take our money.
We don't take your money. You pay
Yeah,
us
you do.
our money.
You sell us
What the
oil.
fuck are you talking
and
about?
You take our money. You sell us oil and you take our money.
Because
by the way,
because you need our oil.
Wait,
That's
one
free
more
trade.
thing. Z, one more thing. We invented air conditioning. There's a place you can go.
We invented math that invented air conditioning.
Back before Islam existed.
No, Z, excuse me. You invented the number 0. And you know what? You also discovered binomials. That's like x plus 1 parentheses x plus 2. But it wasn't until the 14th century the Italians solved that equation.
After Kitover done and you stole our book.
1,000
KK, I'm gonna put the answer to your question in the chat since no one's gonna let me talk.
It's a collective effort.
Our money. Don't sell us oil. Don't
drink Coca-Cola.
And we'll leave you
alone.
Don't be a bitch like Rich.
Dude, it's a
Ray, you
collective
thought that
human
was
effort.
Jeffrey Epstein. It's not Jeffrey Epstein. It's a guy named Palm
Don't be a bitch like Rich.
It's a guy named Palm Beach Pete. He's a guy
Yeah,
who
looks
just
like a
happens to
pedophile to
look
me.
like. He's a guy who.
All I said is it looked like a pedophile to me.
He looks like Epstein.
Palm Beach Pete?
You look like a white man too, Ray Abaya.
No, I didn't get clipped.
Bro, you look like a fucking white man.
I look like a motherfucker that'll devour you.
Wow, that sounded gay. You want to devour me? You want to devour me?
Secretly Cornholio.
Your last name is Butthead.
Yeah, you should choose your words a little more wisely there, Ray Abaya.
Choose my words wisely, bitch. Like devouring a motherfucker. You know what that means? It means I might fucking take a flamethrower and burn your motherfucking ass.
Okay, we've had enough eating.
That's what you ever heard of the consuming fire? You ever heard of that? Of course not, if you don't know shit.
Devour just means to eat up.
Why your service member
Exactly,
is
that's
in that region,
That sounds really fucking gay when you say it to another man.
Are you serving us or are you protecting us or what?
Maybe you learned that from your dad while he was incarcerated.
Maybe you learned some faggot shit in your time. That's metaphoric.
Ray, only one of us hangs out in trains.
All I'm saying is that motherfucker look like a pedophile.
It's a guy named Palm Beach.
Does it hurt your feelings? Hurt my feelings? I mean,
from TikTok.
How does it hurt my feelings?
I mean, you said something about it. You're getting very personal.
No. I'm just sitting up here. All I'm sitting up here is calling up spade a spade. That's all I'm doing.
Okay, well, this is an ace.
You know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is.
He's like, he got a pedophile in his PTR.
Rich,
Jeffrey Epstein.
you are a fucking simple-minded motherfucker who got laid off being a pothead. Goddamn.
No, I got let go because I ran over a piece of metal. And 130.
Oh, shit. I didn't know that Joe Hero's in the room. That psychopath. Another idiot. You know, just like Rich. Don't know shit.
KK, I put the
At
answer
least
to
we
your
can look
question
at
in the chat.
PTR, realize it's not
What a little beta bitch. You walk in here just like, oh, let me just go down a list. Are you in kindergarten? Joe hasn't even said shit to you or haven't even been on stage.
KK, are you tracking it?
Right now.
Oh, wow. So you didn't see what he posted? I didn't say shit to this cocksucker.
You act like a grown-ass man, at least like a high school kid.
So Khamenei's Afghani? Are you crazy?
Khamenei is Afghan. What the fuck are you talking about, bitch?
You mad?
I was born in Tehran. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
One. Second, what do we think and what the Americans did with the Afghans? Taliban was another Taliban, just like Khamenei was a Khamenei.
Bro, do you know your history?
Do you know their current
Are you
defense?
Iranian?
Do you know your current defense?
Oh, Anna, she's
Are
not
you
Iranian.
Iranian?
She's not.
I'm not Iranian.
Exactly. Let's
She's
shut
a
the fuck
Gulf
up, bitch.
Yeah, but
state
that
girl.
doesn't mean shit. You're not Iranian too. You're an American, remember?
She's Iranian.
Bitch, I was born in Tehran.
Bitch, you don't know Tehran. You just said I'm a proud American. I'm
Neither
not
do you,
ready to
Z,
go
so
back.
mind your way out of the
I'm a
conversation.
proud American because I immigrated
Fuck
here.
that. Are you not fucking Iranian?
Where do you live, Z?
Man,
She
Farsi
lives in one of the She lives in one of the Gulf states where she drinks Coca-Cola and drives American cars and drives on interstates and highways that were
You're in
engineered
our
by
country
Americans
talking
and
this
Germans.
radicalness.
Our money.
She lives in the same
Yeah,
environment.
Armani. She wears Armani. Oh wow.
Z,
Very Gulf state.
you're another Arab trying to tell Iranians
Why are you
what they
having
should
in a
do.
fight between two females, you clown?
Don't bring it by it. You thought that was Epstein. You're an idiot.
I just said it's like a pedophile. Look at it. Look at him
Exactly what I'm
smiling.
saying.
I understand the complexity of this
country? Yeah, fuck them.
Did somebody say
You're
Khomeini?
exactly like the IRGC.
Well, thanks. The
Congrats.
reason that guy's popular is because he does look like Epstein.
Yeah,
He's not Epstein, but Ray Myers, the reason we thought it was Epstein.
And everything rich, you look like
They
a retard.
destroyed bridges and
You live in
hospitals.
Easter Island head. Easter Island.
Z, I have a question for you, Z. Z?
Go for it, bro.
Did somebody here say Khomeini is Afghani, or did I mishear that?
Yeah, the Iranian bitch right there.
I said it.
Where is the evidence? Again, I don't know, but I've just looked it up and not seeing it, so I'm just curious.
He
What's the basis?
is Afghani. He was living in Paris at the time during the revolution, where Khomeini was, and he was flown in during the revolution.
Oh, that Khomeini. Okay, I thought you meant the rest.
Khomeini.
Okay.
Not
Yeah.
Khomeini.
Right. you
Most
meant
of the
Khomeini.
RGC is Afghani.
Right.
FYI.
I'm gonna look that up.
That
But
gives me
thanks.
a relief,
Yeah.
because that means the American wouldn't have shit on
Bitch, you don't know more about my country
You
than I
live
do.
in America, you hypocritical ass woman.
I live in America, but I was born over there.
No, not you, her. She's in America talking this way, which is crazy to me.
Fuck America, anyway.
Z lives in Egypt.
Then get the fuck
Someone
out.
call ICE.
Shit,
Someone
another
call ICE.
fucking
Z's
sign
from
is
Egypt,
jacket.
guys. That's what she claims.
The funny thing about Z, she's married to an African American man.
Yes,
Yes. And she
No, the
tells
funny thing is, Black Rabbi, you have a fucking child you're not taking care of, and you're 50 plus years old. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Habib, husband.
Baba and Habibi. Black America.
You come to this country, drive a Tesla, enjoy the BBC, and have the nerve to defend them.
So Z claims she's from Egypt. I don't know how true it is.
Right,
Sounds a
Baba.
little. Because I don't believe a woman
Right,
would be
Baba.
from Egypt.
Rocky, you want to put a bet for $1,000 in escrow that she lives in Canada?
Your voice is hella annoying.
Yeah.
You want to lock that in?
She sounds like she lives somewhere in fucking Scarborough or Jane Finch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that is, but fuck you.
I know exactly what the fuck you should know.
She's a sellout. She's a sellout to the
She was a shower worker.
She wanted the black man. She did not want an Arab man. She wanted the black
No, I
man.
didn't want an Arab man. I wanted a black, beautiful Muslim man.
Of course you do.
Straight from jail.
Just say you want to get beat. Oh my God.
Why?
See, I don't blame you. Just don't be a hypocrite.
About what?
Wow, that's faggot bad.
Hypocrite about what?
Don't say fuck this country when you're benefiting off this country. You got the Tesla, you got the BBC.
Fuck this country anyway. You remember Malcolm X? Fuck this country.
I'm not finding any evidence.
Malcolm X got shot. Don't listen to him.
I'm not finding any evidence
How
that any
dare you
Khomeini
try to
was
use
born in
Malcolm X?
Afghanistan.
Dude, Malcolm X
I'm not
was
finding
a
any
Muslim.
evidence for that.
That will fuck you.
Malcolm.
Did you know Malcolm X? Did you know Malcolm X actually left the Islamic religion when he first died? When he died, you know he left the religion.
Doesn't know that.
Died.
When they shot him, yeah, he left the religion.
Prove it.
But
see it right now. Hold on.
Please prove it.
It's
Because who do you think killed him? Who killed Malcolm X? Who shot Malcolm X?
Prove
Oh,
it.
okay. Oh, okay.
Well, it wasn't a Muslim, that's for sure, was it? Is that what you're gonna say? One of the
Malcolm X.
Of course, it couldn't have been the Mossad.
Remember the
Because
claim.
they never pretended.
Malcolm X.
We're going against them. This is at the end of this life.
Muslims are the best at killing each other. That's
Oh,
what we
really?
prefer.
What about the King David?
How many Muslims killed each other in the past fucking 20 years?
That's why the genocidal maniac Jewish state is committing genocide everywhere it goes. That's why Muslims kill each other.
Just because a bunch of people die doesn't mean it's a genocide.
The cancer is a state that keeps
Where's the really gonna kill each other?
division. That's what they want to do for Iran too.
Wait. Muslims have been killing each other since Abu Bakr and Ali were fighting each other after their prophet died.
Abu Bakr never engaged in anything like that.
You guys, take it easy on her. She's a new Muslim. She doesn't know all the details.
You don't know anything about Islam. Stay in your home.
Because there's no evidence Khomeini was...
There is no place of virgin Muslim ever.
I know, you mentioned that your leader, I can't find any evidence of him being from Afghanistan or any Khomeini.
He's a liar.
I'll find it for you. Don't worry. I'll send it. I'll put it in the chat.
Thanks. Z, will you allow your husband to have 72 virgins? Are you jealous?
Black Rabbi, he's still hanging out with the spy Jonathan Pollard. Do you want to tell the room about your friend Jonathan Pollard and his history of spying in the US? Do you want to tell us all about that, Black Rabbi? Because the connection you have there is very impressive. Do you want to tell us, Black Rabbi?
I have the picture.
You know that Black Rabbi is a personal friend of Jonathan Pollard who spied for the Israelis against Christians.
And he got
This
what,
is a very,
30
very
years
famous
old
spy.
in prison?
He was allowed to go off the fucking Israel and he's doing fine over in Israel. He's hanging out with Black Rabbi. There's a photo of them together. It was in his PTO. And he's proud to tell us this about it. Jonathan Pollard. Just Google Jonathan Pollard.
Your parasite state is nothing.
Wait, Z, where have you been on this app?
Been here.
Who's been in Alhamdulillah rooms?
I've been all over the rooms.
Normally you be in Amir's room.
All I have to say is fuck those niggers. White people, fuck niggers. Fuck the niggers. You see that nigger out?
Yeah, if there were no black people in this country wouldn't exist.
I don't think he's talking to you, Truth. He's not talking to you. Don't get tricked.
Who just said something?
True.
Get this fucking kid.
Where's the rest of these Zionist cocksuckers at?
Lately, considering they're getting their asses kicked.
Yes, I was going to say that.
Calm down a bit lately, you know. Haven't normal.
Interesting is that these
It's not one question. I promise. It's not a question.
that's speaking.
I think he wanted to actually
The troll and start screaming the N-word or something. Fuck off.
Why you guys put a kid fucking in a room like this?
I'm trying to understand why they're acting like they haven't been shelled over there in Israel. I'm trying to understand how some of the bombs got through and they're acting like they came out unscathed.
Let's talk about those bombs, right? So how many missiles has Iran shot at Israel since February 28th?
It's roughly 1,500 or more.
A lot, yeah. I mean, it have to be over 120, something like that, right?
No, much more than that. How much were off? Have they said?
I think the last thing I saw might have been around 1,500.
1,500 missiles. Okay. So 1,500 ballistic missiles that come at Israel, right? And not one IDF soldier has been killed. And 30 civilians have been killed. The vast majority of them were elderly people who could not make it to bomb shelters. That's what you guys have done. Now that we're in
Wait,
a
you said you guys.
Well, you're proud of it.
Oh, you
Rolf is an atheist.
Yeah, he means you, Rolf, who supports Hamas and supports all the Muslim fucking bullshit.
Got it. All right, carry
Oh, yeah,
on.
that's you, Rolf.
Again, I
Carry on, Black.
the vast majority. The vast majority. Wait. The vast majority of the people who died have been elderly citizens who were not able to make it to bomb shelters, and young children.
And they're proud of that.
Wait, no, it's not about part of it. It's showing that.
No, they're proud of that.
Wait, the Iranians are the biggest losers on planet Earth. They're losers. They're unintelligent. They're unfunctional. And even God rejects their missiles as they come into Israel. And so what you're seeing right now, the Jewish people have survived without any army, without any military.
Well, it's because Allah blessed the Jews and gave the land to Beni Israel in the Quran. Allah prefers the Jews. He loves the Jews.
So why they paranoid?
Do you know what it says? Do you know what it says in her statement? Do you know what it says? It says, he who fights in the name of Allah shall surely prevail. And look who's prevailing. Look who's winning. Allahu Akbar to Israel. Allahu Akbar to Israel.
Let me ask you a question.
We'll get to the missiles.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. You said Iran's prevailing? Hold on, everybody.
Against Israel.
One second. Against Israel. Hold on.
Come on.
Hold on, guys. Can I please have a second?
No, let's let Black Rabbi.
Hold on. There's
Let Black Rabbi.
Hold on. You just said something. Let me rebuttal it now. Hold on. You made a statement.
Later.
I want to rebuttal that statement. You're a big boy. Wait up. You can't control yourself. Are you getting excited there?
Control.
You're not control.
Wait, somebody make Rafi a mod. Hurry up.
Don't make me a mod. So you said Iran is prevailing and they're basically setting Israel back. Again, question. How many rockets did Iran send to Israel?
We'll get to that in a bit.
No. I want to know now.
It's very easy. We'll get to it in a bit. We'll do a numbers count in a bit.
No, you just confused the room. You stated this.
It's cool.
You stated something. No, hold on, Rabbi. You just made a statement.
I'm not your rabbi.
I want to know how many made through. And how many
get to that in due course.
No. We're going to go right now. No, we're going to go now. Why did you go into that comment, right? So we're going to go into it now. We're going to discuss it.
That's cool.
So
no, I'm patient.
about it.
I'm very, very patient. We can discuss the numbers later.
Let's discuss it. No, I'm very passionate too.
No, you can just Google the numbers. You don't need to ask me.
Again, so why won't you tell me? Since you made a statement.
I'd rather hear Black Rabbi.
I don't want to hear the rabbi right now. I want to hear myself.
You don't get to decide.
I can't get to decide.
I mean, he does get to decide if he says, hey, moderate. Hold on. He does get to decide because all he has to say is moderators, give me a green bean, and then he can silence you like the fucking dog you are. No. So he can't. All he has to say is moderators, make me a moderator, and then he can just moderate fucking.
The trouble of answering the moderator. I'm not any
Moderators don't need to. I don't need to be a mod. I'm being occupied right now by doing something.
I know you can hear my voice.
What's
I'm a moderator. I'm going to moderate. I would like to hear an interaction between Rafi
When did you moderate before, Ellen?
Thank you very much.
Ray, shut up.
So you made a statement just now to the room. There's people in the audience that might not be educated as much as you or me or somebody else that might want to put their 10 cents into this, but you made a statement that Israel is getting hit by Iran hard, correct? I asked you a question. How many rockets were sent by Iran into Israel? How many went through?
Yeah, and I'll answer in due course when I'm ready.
So please, go look.
I don't know.
Alright, it's 4%. Let's go fast.
Okay, 4%. How many rockets Israel hit Iran with, and how many were direct?
100%. 15,000. It goes up to 20,000 by now because 15,000 was last week.
Correct. How many infrastructures did Israel hit in Iran compared to Iran hitting Israel?
100% compared to 4%.
So basically,
The
who's winning again, and how are they winning? Can you, in your eyes, how did they win?
It's totally cool. We can discuss it when I'm ready. You guys already figured it out.
Again.
Figured it out. You got this.
Well, again, I don't need you looking at Al Jazeera or one of those alhamdulillah spots.
What's wrong with Al Jazeera?
What's wrong with
using Al Jazeera? You can relax.
I would just like to point out that between Israel and Iran, compared to the United States, both your balls are like tiny little peanuts. And the United States has water.
That's why they're begging.
So you can continue to argue over who's stronger.
Who achieve any of their objectives?
Z, stop it. The men are talking. Be a good Muslim girl and stay silent.
You have a wrong idea of women in Islam, lovely.
Yeah, no. Understand women very well.
No,
you're called a foreigners and deficient in mind.
Yeah, I do. Because when I went to church, when I went to church this week, the women were covering their hair. So shut the fuck up.
We invaded the church too.
I didn't know that Christian women would shut their mouths up in the
Thank you very much.
We Islamified
They usually talk a lot of shit in Christian church.
Now I'm done swinging my American dick. Now you can go back to arguing.
Alan, it was beautiful.
Keep your dick to yourself, Alan.
He's got a 70-something-year-old dick and he'll shove it down the back of your pussy.
For 3 months and then come back here and then tell us how you feel about it.
No, you come back to me.
To which
I lived in one.
What's that? Oh, you were talking to Rolf, the fucking retard.
Rolf.
Oh, it's no retard.
Again, Rolf, let me ask you a question. Why are you looking it up? But Rolf, why are you looking it up since you said it so confidently, like you knew and you could back it up? Why do you look it up now?
He's watching that Asian guy video.
Well,
where he explains it.
Yeah, but you know the thing is,
Hold on, don't change the topic. You're not changing the topic for a second, I beg you, please.
No, I'm on this point.
Ready? Don't give him an out, bro.
Yeah, he's gonna start answering.
Yeah, you're letting the Muslim escape. Don't let the Muslim escape.
He's not a Muslim.
No, he might as well be. He's Muslim adjacent.
No, not at all.
He's in Amir's group, sucking Amir off from the back all the time.
Religions are complete nonsense. And
Rolf just has a Pierce Morgan mentality.
He has a Pierce what? I think El Normos should speak.
No, God.
First time about the now you're fucking in for it. Don't get out. Norman's gonna get hung up on every fucking word you say. Good luck. You better submit, Rolf. You better go back and talk to Rocky. What do you mean when you say you're an atheist? Tell me what you mean when you say atheist. What do you have raw on Lebanon?
Wait.
And Hezbollah.
Wait. I think El Normo is a very shy.
Let me answer the question, but El Normo.
You better answer Rocky's question.
Yeah. No.
All right.
You want to just let this guy suck it? I think I'll let this guy in the
I'm happy to get a little bit. I'm a little shy.
Fucking cocksucker like
But
El
you
Normo.
All right. See, I was making an introduction, and you interrupted me. I think El Normo is a shy person. He's very hesitant to speak. He barely or hardly ever expresses his opinion and never interrupts anyone ever. So we need to make room for him to share his wisdom with us. Thank you.
Thanks. So, look, I have never seen a military campaign like this. I think it's unprecedented in military history. We hit more targets more accurately. We took out more leaders. We wrought more devastation than anything I can think of in recent history. And what we just did to Hezbollah in Lebanon, I don't know if you got the breaking news yet, but because Hezbollah was cut off from Iran, they tried to mount a coup in Lebanon.
So Israel immediately flipped the switch. We hit 100 targets in 10 minutes. And Hezbollah's on its back foot at this point. I mean, there's very little left of the Iranian war machine or the Hezbollah war machine. In the case of Iran, they're begging for China and Russia to come and resupply them because they don't have very much. And Trump is moving the 82nd Airborne and the Marines in. So there's no Ayatollah. The IRGC is going to have a very easy decision to make, and I'm sure they're going to screw it up, which is, would they rather have a ceasefire for the good of their country, or do they want what little is left of their infrastructure to be trashed? And they'll probably choose to get trashed because they're irrational, because they think
they were willing to murder 40,000 of their people. They don't give a fuck about the people of the country.
Well, that's clear. You're right about that. And they don't care about their own lives, but we're hoping we can find a few that do care about their lives, and maybe we can somehow work with them to save what's left of the country.
Yeah, we need to arm them.
Well, I think that's going to happen. So the 80% of the people saying
shut up. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
They're begging, yeah. They're in the streets.
Why do you want to see Iran bombed?
They're singing and dancing, thank you to be.
Bro, my grandparents and my family are in Tehran right now. They're getting bombed and celebrating it because they finally feel like this is the end of the regime.
What happened?
What the fuck?
What happened? They get caught in the blast radius though, like.
No, it's
because listen, America. I want to say this: America.
Everybody talking the same fucking time. Why don't we?
They're bombing indiscriminately over there.
I'm asking the woman.
They're not bombing indiscriminately. That's what the media will tell you.
It's not indiscriminate. One job, Alan. One job. Yeah. We're staying away from this.
Entire civilization.
Really glad we can order this
And your
conversation.
family.
That wasn't what happened.
Yeah. And your family.
For someone to verbally say that.
Thank you. Your family is grateful.
Can anyone let me talk?
Yeah, I want to hear it. They're grateful to the USA and Israel.
5 people say it.
Yes, they are.
Could you say it so they hear you loud and clear, please?
Yes, they are very thankful. And my grandma speaks to me in code. We call it our uncle, as in Trump. We refer to him as uncle over the phone. And she says, we are very thankful for you. Our
The
uncle.
one that called you animal and...
How about Bibi?
Shut the fuck up, bitch. No one's talking to you right now.
Oh, wow.
I'm just telling you what my grandparents have told me.
Anna, what does she call Bibi, Anna? What does she think of Bibi?
Keep sucking on Trump is dead,
Anna?
bitch.
Quiet. Don't be
You talk about my grandmother one more time like that.
Oh, Victoria, Anna's Iranian and Phoebe.
Anna,
Victoria talks to Anna in Farsi.
what do they call...
Anna,
what do they
who's
call
talking
Bibi?
about
Anna, what do they call Bibi?
for you. Talk to her in
They
Farsi.
don't call him anything.
No, are they grateful to Israel?
They're happy about Israel helping the
Anna,
U.S.
the
because they
Persians
know that
asked
other
if you're
people
Persian.
aren't.
Anna.
Huh?
Yeah, she's...
Porya's Persian.
I just want to say, I just want to say one thing. Just as an American who's moved to Israel and has been living here for the last 10 years, this is one of the greatest moments in human history. The fact that Israel has removed the idea that
Annihilated by
They're not getting annihilated. It's a beautiful thing, Mordecai.
Just for a second, let's just remove this Jewish, Muslim, all this type of stuff. Let's just remove that for a second, and let's just talk as human beings.
Yes.
What Israel represents as a society is a society that serves the people, even with all the flaws. We're not saying Israel's a perfect place, it doesn't have issues, but the goal of the society is to serve the people who live within it, and the same thing as the United States. With Iran and these other ideologies, they believe that the people are just commodities for the state to use for the state.
Exactly, and human shields. And they're human shields.
They want to kill their own people.
All right. Hold on, retards. Hold on. Shut the fuck up.
Anna, how do you feel about it? How do you feel about that?
Fuck up, everyone. I'm removed.
Z, you have not lived a single fucking
Don't
day
speak to her.
or a week.
And stop Tehran. She left Tehran when she was 6.
There's nothing to say.
All right.
And I'm going to speak to you in Farsi, okay?
Oh my God. What do you have to say about that school full of girls, over 100 girls getting bombed?
40,000 civilians that were killed and shot in the streets.
Okay, just talk to her in Farsi. And they were all ready to be nuclearly bombed.
If I can leave my...
Go ahead. Okay, why are so many people talking?
Yeah, I just want to lay my plane.
Did you hear my song?
Yeah, we heard you. It was very nice.
But you didn't know what it said. I'm asking Alan.
We did.
Yeah, Alan, it's Beaver.
All right. You know,
It's Beaver.
here's what's going to ask. I'm going to ask a question of the Jewish people, and the people in Israel. But before I do that, I want to make clear, this is an American victory. Yes, thank you, Israel, for helping, but this is an American victory.
Fine.
You're not taking credit.
Fine.
Thank you.
Great America. We almost had a fucking ammunition. Like we didn't trigger so much fucking ammunition and logistics into this fucking war. Like they like America fucking lost.
Down. I don't have any tolerance for this anymore. Shut up, shut up, shut up. This is what a moderator does. We've heard enough of that discussion. I'm going to propose a question, and perhaps you can answer it. Now, let's say that we get regime change. Iran becomes a democracy. Iran now comes into the Western world. We start having American investment in Iran. And things go well. All of that goes well. Doesn't that minimize Israel's role in the Middle East? Because there's 90 million people in Iran. There's more resources in Iran. It's ripe for Western, European, and American investment. And to me, I think that definitely puts Israel, they're no longer the defender of democracy in the Middle East. It now will become, Iran becomes the stronghold of democracy that Bush Jr. and that what we were hoping for in the Afghan war and in the Iraq war. So what's your thoughts about that?
So I can simply answer that. Alan.
Rich.
Oh, I was just gonna tell you it's Beaver. Beaver's a fucking dick, and he's doing this on purpose. He loves camels.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, Pepe sleeping, Beaver's in.
I don't care. I want people to answer that question.
Alan, I want to respond to you really quickly. So number one, as much as we can say that it was an American victory, America has been talking about this intervention in Iran for the last 40 years, right? Every administration, it's up. But the reality is, the only reason the United States was successful was because of Israeli intelligence. Like the people brought up me knowing Jonathan Pollard, right? I sat with him a couple of times for over 3 hours every time. He said the depth of the Mossad in terms of Iranian infrastructure, we've never seen in the intelligence world ever in history. I know guys that are in, I don't want to say the names of the units, but I knew the guys who went to the White House to show President Trump the AI airstrikes on the 12th day world. It's an Israeli intelligence, Israeli insights, the battle plans, everything is Israeli that you see is all Jewish. Everything you're seeing is Jewish. Now the Americans have the muscle and they have the power. But everything that you're seeing right now is Jewish thought. And the Jewish thought is freeing the rest of the world.
Very well said, Mordecai.
All right, hold on, Beaver. Ask me a question, Alan. Beaver.
Yes, I understand is the contribution of that intelligence. I think you're still overstating it.
Okay.
Having said that, now answer the other part of the question. And Rich, if you want to go.
Yeah, Beaver asked a question. That's what was I talking about? No, Alan was saying that somebody who's a moderator is awake and they want to see chaos and they're staying silent and they keep inviting all these people up, watch them fight like the slaves in Django.
Okay, Rich, I want you to answer the question. We're done commenting about my moderation.
I wasn't paying attention to what y'all were talking about. What you want to ask?
Well, then, what do you say, Norm? Well, you're never.
What was the question? I really want to answer
the question. Will Iran become the new superpower in the region and become the new focal point of democracy?
Will it become pre-1979? Probably. If we can get that.
It's going to be a while.
Yeah.
I mean, if we get this victory, then Israel is the victor.
It's going to be a bunch of civil wars first. Don't worry.
I hope not.
Oh, there will be.
But that was a different question. Alan wants to know if Iran will surpass us as the dominant superpower in the region. It has that potential. If they're good and democratic and Western, then I think everybody would love that.
Well, Norm, that is a very good answer.
Yeah.
And a grounded one, I think. You know?
The East will never be Western. That's
what
why we lost
we as
That is why you like to be here, right?
See, do you remember how you told Anna that she's not from Persia, she's not from Iran, and you can't talk on behalf? You're Egyptian. You can't talk on.
And Beaver, wait, Jesus Christ. And Norm, I sense what was I going to say? You numbnuts distracted me. You know, it's. I know what I was going to. I can sense that you're interested in the welfare of the entire region, and that you understand that if Iran is at peace, Israel is at peace, and then Israel can prosper more. And both countries, yes. Very good.
I agree with Norm completely, because actually that's exactly right. Israel wants peace for the region. In fact, Israel has been fighting
so much.
for
They want to
the
change the whole
peace
neighborhood
of the entire region. In fact, if you look at who Israel is fighting against, if you look at who Israel is actually fighting against, who are they fighting against?
the whole region.
The Gulf nations are behind us. No,
they're
Iran.
behind you.
They're fighting
against you.
We have an allyship with them.
Why do you think they didn't get into the
fighting
fight
against terrorism,
They did
which
get into the
is
fight.
they defended their land.
they've been fighting against terrorism.
UAE is
What is
fighting Iran
terrorism?
right
Define
now.
terrorism. Because what I see
I'll
now
tell you what terrorism is. I'll tell you what terrorism is.
Jeez.
Terrorism is, in simple terms for you, because I think you need to learn what terrorism is, although you're entrapped in it yourself.
Go for it.
Your mindset is so
What is
valued
terrorism?
in the destruction of the democratic state of Israel that in itself is terrorism in its full entirety.
It's a blind
You
state
can call it
producing
whatever you want.
soldiers to destabilize the region since its inception.
No, the beauty of Israel is that it's developed itself.
It's a stolen land by
beautiful.
imported population.
Stolen
And
from
the
who?
beauty of it.
Oh my God.
And the beauty of it is that it's got itself
And it's
in a position
all of the
to be able to
Western
defend
countries.
itself
It's not
after
defending itself.
3,000 years of persecution of a people that have wanted their own homeland.
True.
And have got their own homeland.
It's not.
True.
But even that point, I feel like it doesn't give the full picture of the greatness of Israel, because like even when you look at America and the idea of
bloviating over how great Israel is, please.
Why not? 19 years, we got a big victory. Give us a couple days.
It's nothing but a climb today.
I don't want
Give us a little time to celebrate our victory.
What victory? What did you achieve?
The one over Iran and Hezbollah.
What did you achieve?
We destroyed their military capability.
You're not.
We killed the supreme leader.
The bomb pile is still empty and they
We blew up half the Ayatollah and now we're going for your infrastructure.
They literally go into mental institute. Like the sirens every second.
What are you saying now?
Idiots.
Iran literally has to put their own civilians near the places we're gonna bomb because they know they can't stop us. Please stop
They
it.
put women and
What
children
do you mean? Of course.
around the electrical plant.
Because you can't stop it, see?
They want to kill
Yeah, your power plants. You can't stop the bombing, so that's why you put your civilians there to almost guilt trip us.
How can we stop the bomb?
You can't. That's why you lost, Z.
You're bringing 12-year-olds into the army. You have no more army.
Shame on you. Shame on you, Z. Very bad of you.
You're pathetic.
So you're telling me.
You're very arrogant.
Yes, we're telling you.
Somebody comes
I have a question. How does the Six-Day
to your
War go?
house with a machete.
The nation
And then go
of
ahead
Iran
and destroy
will rise up.
your shit.
I just want to finish.
I swear, you'll defend them if anything. They'll throw shit in your face and you'll defend it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the type of mindset. I actually like that. They will throw shit in your face and you will defend it.
100%.
Not only that, you will eat the shit.
Defend
You will
my
actually eat
land.
the shit.
Defend my land.
You'll actually wrap it up and go, you know what, this tastes good. This shit
The
is
assholes
good.
that want to take my resources?
You don't even live over there.
You don't have anything that anybody wants.
Bloodsucker vampire.
You've been black about it. You've been black about it.
You're African, Z.
You've been blacked.
You're an African.
You've been blacked. You've been blacked. You're no longer here.
What is this?
You're an African.
The point, no,
I am
not
an
African.
African. I'm an Egyptian.
No,
You're an African.
No, she's
Of
been
course I
blackified.
am. I'm an
She's been
Egyptian.
blackified.
Yeah. You have nothing to do with this. Yeah.
They're normal. You gotta separate.
Are you
There's African,
Chinese?
and then
And
there's
you're Jewish, Chinese, piece of
wait.
shit?
I got to
Or
delineate.
are you Ukrainian, Polish, all kind of
Norm, have you ever tried sweet and sour canola?
Are
From
you a
Judea.
Slav?
Judea. No, I want
Are
to
you
sign with
Slav? There's no such thing.
you. We're just from
Enough
Judea.
is the net.
There's nothing better than sweet and sour canola.
Make up stories. Make up stories. Live in your own delusional bubble.
Yeah, except we kicked your ass. Other than that, it's delusional.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it.
Who's your president? Who put him in?
Who?
Who do you think?
Sisi?
Yeah.
Oh, you think it's Israel, right?
Who do you think? Who
I'm
got rid of the Muslim Brotherhood?
I'm definitely thinking it
Yeah.
was like a whole Western coup.
You're thinking?
Why?
That's good.
Who
You
got rid of the
write,
Muslim
you write
Brotherhood?
your own rules for the sake of your
Really
job.
quick,
So your
We got
president
that.
thinks there's Howard
We got that.
finger.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. Totally agree. But you know what would happen? You know what happens?
I don't think so.
Everybody knows that now.
What were you going to
So
say?
get ready for another
I want to address Howard.
decade of
You let me know.
You'll never be able to
You
sleep.
have nothing. You're broke.
You will
Completely
never
broke.
be able to sleep.
You completely have no money. If it wasn't for the use of Israel, you wouldn't even have water.
Prove it.
Obama was giving you money. Obama was literally giving you money for peace. And now that that's stopped, now you think you on top of the world.
Of course.
You realize you have no economy?
And you have
You
to
go
pay
before
too.
you have no economy, you have no army, you have nothing.
Agreed. I'm normal. Agreed. But still,
Agreed.
one word. Go
Yeah.
fight Israel, and you will.
Sorry?
That's
not one
fight
word.
Israel.
Try
Just
again.
open the gate to Gaza.
Israel doesn't even have. They don't even have half of what we have. What are you talking about?
How? Just a little bit for the Egyptians to come in.
Years ago,
You know what we're going to do?
the
We're going
gates of Gaza
to
were
open
open.
Rafah and
You know
let
what
them go
happened
out
with the gates of Gaza?
No, it would be coming in. The
Yeah.
Egyptian would be coming in,
No,
not
we're not
the
gonna
not
let
the
them.
Palestinian coming out.
Do you know that Egypt has also got? Do you know that Egypt has also got a border along Gaza?
Why don't you come in now? What are you waiting for? You
Do
afraid?
you know that Egypt has also got a
Oh,
border
okay. When's
with
the right
Gaza?
time?
To
When
make,
you're not
to
afraid
make sure
anymore?
that your Iron Dome is old.
Oh, she has the game plan, everybody. They're definitely not gonna come for you.
Listen to how demonic she sounds.
Yeah.
Honestly. It's like you
I think he has cancer.
you
That's the
have been
problem.
I'm demonic.
warped.
You know what's demonic? Is
Your
the
brain,
one
your
that
brain is
targets
warped.
schools.
Yeah.
Targets schools and universities
He's like ugly,
and
destroying myself.
bridges and
He's like one of
hospitals.
these evil
You know, I know a
Demons.
couple of
Build your military base next to a school. Don't even go there.
And everyone see it.
Yeah, everyone
Everyone in the whole
You know what you're
universe
going to do?
see it.
You're going to be
You
a
know what
Zionist.
happened?
I definitely need psychiatry.
You're going to do what we tell you to do, see?
I hate to say it, but I just think it would be the best for you to go and see
Lovely,
somebody.
you cannot tell
You're going to do
anybody
whatever we tell you to do. And you're gonna like it.
You
You know
cannot
what
give
you're gonna say?
anybody.
You're gonna be saying, I'm Israel El Chai. That's what I'm gonna teach you how to say.
And you will die.
You're gonna say, I'm Israel El Chai. I know, put one on your hand. You're gonna give it
I thought these people were peaceful.
Very, very.
I mean, it's just
We not
difficult
peaceful.
language. I don't understand it. You will
Now
die.
we
I mean,
Iran,
die.
Lebanon, and Gaza. What are you gonna do now?
Honestly.
You guys want to have two nickels to rub together.
What do you mean? Gaza still Gaza.
Yeah.
Hamas is still there.
Gaza's now completely occupied by the IDF.
You didn't get anything done in Iran.
He doesn't want to hear what I have to say.
Talking about.
Gaza is completely occupied by the IDF as we speak.
It's not completely, it's half of it, and that doesn't mean shit.
And we control Rafah.
By the way,
We open up Rafah, they're all gonna come in.
Norm, did you see the 106 developments that have been approved by the Knesset in Judea and Samaria?
Tell me.
Honestly, there's a
You can shove up your laws, your Knesset, all of this is
106 new developments.
Really?
Yeah, brand new.
See, we should all vote to remove her citizenship. She shouldn't be in this country if she's talking like this.
I don't know what country she's in.
She's here in America, unfortunately.
Yeah, you sure.
Yeah,
They need to denaturalize.
Should I write a file on her?
Denaturalize, yeah.
I don't think she fits in this country. I think we might have to get rid of her. Would you do me a favor? Pack a little flip-flops, because I think you had enough time.
I have enough flip-flops
We don't
to
like
get it
you.
on your ass and.
Okay.
All your hijabs, pack all your hijabs.
Listen, if you guys want her gone, all you have to do is bitch and complain enough to Beaver, and he will kick her. Everybody at the same time, complain to Beaver that you want to see gone, so we can have a productive and good conversation.
This room has become a
Beaver's sitting there just smiling, laughing, watching the slaves beat each other to death.
I want to respond to Al. I want to respond to Al really quick because I'm assuming Alan's Jewish. Okay, he may not be, but I'm assuming.
No, wait. I am trans-Gentile. I am Jewish, but I'm
He's Armenian and he hates the state of Israel because he said they're doing genocide on Gaza.
Rich.
But he's a great guy, though.
Okay, I'm in the middle of a joke and you're interrupting me. That's a movable offense. Now again, I am trans-Gentile. I'm waiting for my foreskin reattachment surgery, and then I will be Gentile. But no, I'm not Jewish.
Okay, fair enough. So my point to you is saying if you love America, the basis of what makes America straight or great is the executive leadership, the structure of it.
Yeah.
That structure comes from imitating the Jewish king. The other people around the world, whether it's
Go fuck yourself. We're done.
Let me
Go fuck yourself. You're not going to.
Why are you mad at him?
America is based on the Jewish king.
It is.
Thank you.
It is.
Jews
Really?
Here's and let me make it even more clear. Jews were too stupid to recognize their own Messiah. America is based on Christianity, which clearly distinguished itself from Judaism. So we're done. Thank you.
I don't know what you mean, but the point is you're saying that I don't know what you mean by Messiah, but the point that I'm saying to you is that when you look at this,
Rabbi, you were born and raised a Christian and you converted to Judaism. Shut the fuck up and don't act like you didn't fucking know what he
I don't
meant by
think he
that.
was a Christian. I think he was a...
No, he was.
I don't think
Mazel tov.
Yeah, Mazel tov by us.
I was never
Fucking
Christian.
convert.
I was never. Yeah,
What's the matter with converting? That's very
It doesn't fucking matter. Like he's trying to pretend this fucking guy from the United States was a Christian, raised in a Christian household. And it's like, I didn't know what Alan meant, what he meant by the king and the Messiah.
Moved on.
My parents were Muslim. They were not Christian. But the point
He was raised in a Christian country.
He's not a Christian.
Were you raised in a Christian country?
I was.
Were you raised in the United States?
Yeah, secular
Okay, here you go.
democracy.
So you're raised in a Christian country, so you
The
can exactly
secular
what the fuck Alan meant.
democracy.
No, I don't know. I still don't know what he meant. But the point that I'm saying is saying that the structure of having a president, which is in the expression of
Who's this Messiah you speak of, Alan?
just let me finish the point, and we can debate it out. The point that I'm saying is that the President of the United States being governed by laws, which
we don't actually consider you really Jewish, right? It's like,
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Well, no, I don't think you're Jewish because you follow Jesus.
Blood ancestry. I'm still more Jew than he'll ever be.
No,
You don't actually accept him.
He's probably a black Israelite.
You'd be a black fake Israelite.
I respect
Like Rabbi.
He's right. He's a real Jew.
Yeah. No Jew on earth considers you really a Jew. They just all lie to you.
Every Jew on earth. He's a special God. He actually
We love the Muslims. We can go to the mosque. They're nice people.
Yeah, right. We know we all think about the same with the blacks, same with the converts.
Istanbul, actually. With my kippah and my tzitzis.
Well, the thing is, like I said, I understand the perspective of people who live in America. Israel.
Oh no, they don't either. I don't think of it as a Jew
Speaking
either.
of converts, you're the convert.
I was born to a Jewish mother, Norman, so I'll always be a Jew. Read your Talmud, you faggot.
You left the community.
Even if a Jew converts to a different religion and becomes a Christian or a Muslim, he's still a Jew.
But you're outside the community.
No.
He's not allowed to.
Your Talmud says I can never lose my Jewish.
I didn't say you lost your
No, you can't stop being a Jew. Can't stop, won't stop.
I
You can never become
Christianity. But you converted to
Anyway, the point
which is okay.
The point is the same. I don't battle with Gentiles about my Judaism. My point is just saying at the end of there is no battle. The point is just saying at the end of the day, the United States infrastructure is based off of Talmudic and Judaic law and structure. Whether it's the Supreme Court, whether it's the Congress, whether it's president, all these things could be seen in the Jewish tradition. The founding fathers, John Adams,
Alexander Hamilton.
All exactly. They all studied
Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin. They studied Talmud. They all studied Jewish mysticism. And when they did the Enlightenment, it was based off of Jewish thought that they established the structure of America. So as much as we want to say things are American victory, America is successful because it's the only government in the world that is attempting to emulate the Jewish governance, right? And because of that, they have success.
Yeah, and let me just say that our forefathers studied many different philosophies and many different religions. And again, I think you're overemphasizing the importance of the Talmud and the Jewish religion. Of course, they were Christians, and so they studied the Bible. They studied many different religions, and yes, Christianity was an outgrowth of Judaism and what Jewish people had experienced throughout the centuries. But to say, this once again, it reeks of we owe everything to Israel. I'm sorry.
He's just expressing some pride, Alan.
Well, I know that. Norm, of course I know that. I understand that. Okay. I get that. And that's fine. And I understand, especially as now someone who Elia? Oh, no, that isn't the right term. But as someone who's now living in Israel, he feels an extra sense of duty and pride for his country. I get that.
And he's been through a lot lately, too.
Yeah, well, of course, it's okay.
And he's given a lot. He's done work for all of us.
Yeah.
That's why
he's given us first.
And don't take anything I'm saying is that as an American, we appreciate it. That's for sure. That's for sure.
But even in the Torah, it talks about at the end of days there being a unity between Esau and Yaakov, right? In America represents Edom and Israel represents Yaakov. And so that what we're seeing now, that unification and dominating and helping Ishmael correct itself, right? That's what we're experiencing right now, right? And
okay, good. So let me ask you something else. Let's say that Iran, the regime changes, and and like I said earlier, comes into the Western world, and there's no longer war between, and conflict between Israel and Iran. Since you're involved, you seem high up. Is Israel going to stop selling weapons to Azerbaijan? And are they going to stop supporting the Azeris killing Armenians and selling them drones? Is that going to happen?
You have to ask Bibi.
Well, you see, yeah, okay. I guess that's the answer I'm going to get. Thanks. Because that weighs on my conscience too.
Regardless of what we do, I wish we would wake up a little bit and acknowledge our debt to the Armenian people and acknowledge.
Norm, I know. Thank you, Norm. I know you and I have had this discussion.
Yeah.
You and I are good.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I want other people to hear it too.
Okay, good.
Because we all don't know about it.
Then complete your thought then.
Yeah.
Can I jump into your good camp?
Could someone explain to me Israel's position on Armenian genocide? Like, I don't get Israel's position on it, or I don't have an opinion either way.
Israel waffled because we're afraid of Turkey. That's the whole story, I would say. It's the same thing. Turkey, I think, spends the most in the United States on foreign lobbying. I looked and they're like among the top 10.
Well, the biggest issue with Turkey is that they want to bring back the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, but you see, they committed the Armenian genocide, and they got away, and Israel doesn't acknowledge it because Israel's a big neighbor, and we've had to do business with them. The same thing with the United States, but the United States finally broke down recently and acknowledged it, I think on the floor of Congress. I don't know if they did anything big. But Israel should do more, and I think Israel has done more verbally, but they still have this alliance with Azerbaijan because Azerbaijan is against Iran. And so they
Don't forget that Turkey wanted to join the EU.
Yeah, and they're in NATO.
Yeah. So there is this expansionist program, which effectively suits Turkey down to the ground because it gives them much more clout in the region.
But one thing you can see, Alan, is that Turkey is defining itself increasingly as the enemy of Israel. So at least there's that, We don't have to so much be walking on tiptoes around them.
I find the relationship with Turkey actually quite strange. Because on one hand, there's been quite good liaisons with Turkey, and
in the past.
Yeah, in the past. I mean, prior to this war, but
now they're taken over by the Muslim Brotherhood. So
yeah, but on the other hand, you've had Erdogan, who's been very much in the pockets of the Muslim Brotherhood. Correct. So it's been a bit weird.
Not the Muslims, no.
Quiet.
Yeah. I mean, does anybody know anybody who works for the Brotherhood? Who deals with the Brotherhood?
What is this?
Does anybody know where the head offices are of the Brotherhood?
Lee's husband is in the Brotherhood, doesn't he?
I don't know. I'm just interested to know their views. We need to have open conversations.
So wait, who's going to have the biggest party in Israel since we're in a ceasefire? Were you guys for Shabbat?
What ceasefire are you talking about? There is no ceasefire.
Shabbat.
Shabbat's coming.
Black Rabbi, what ceasefire are you talking about?
I'm saying everything's back open.
Yeah, it might be back open, but
didn't the Jews? Yeah, y'all still bombing Lebanon. Yeah.
Hezbollah, yeah, but that's the side thing.
Wait, first of all, let's talk about the beauty of our strike in Lebanon. We hit over 100 targets in 10 minutes.
That's correct. It's unbelievable militarily. And they were big targets. But this is some military. This is some intelligence.
Precision and not like citizens. We spared thousands upon thousands and targeted hundreds of people that were just purely full of evil, and we removed them from planet Earth in 10 minutes.
Hezbollah, you know what's ironic, by the way? These people will still Shia people because they hate Shia. They hate Sunni as
serves the people, serves their souls, serves their bodies, serves their dreams, and not a state that tells people that you were just a piece of garbage that we could utilize for our agenda to conquer the world. That's the difference.
Just like you're a utilized piece of garbage that's sitting on here on Clubhouse, being fake black, being Jewish, being long nose, being short nose, being long dick, being short dick, being short dick.
Some people are going to say anything.
Anything.
I know.
He has a point.
No, fuck Rabbi.
By the way, I just want to tell you, if you've got a short nose, you've generally got a long dick. So, you know.
There you go. That's bullshit. Go ahead. Whatever he said.
My nose looks like Voldemort.
I guess my nose is in between, right? So I don't know how I feel about that.
All right, man. We glad they let you in the bomb shelter black.
What's this whole thing about the bomb shelters? Where did that come from? Like, why is that?
Well, yeah. You tell us. Can you explain that? Good. I'm glad I brought it up to you. Tell us.
I mean, bro, you understand the racialized society that you guys live in America is not what exists here in Israel. So, like, everyone here, our lives are on the line. Like, no one looks at when your life is on the line, you don't look at it like, oh, you have a different skin tone than I do. Like, no one thinks that way. Yeah. You know, we're all the same people when there's a missile that wants to kill all of us, right? And the bigger thing,
America is worse than
it doesn't exist here, bro.
I think the problem is that Israel has been sold to the Americans as kind of like the 51st state. So everybody thinks it's like an extension. So they think what happens in Israel is the same as what goes on in America.
Yeah, we don't think that way. Now, like there are cultural differences, and that could be.
You do. I'm saying the general Americans.
Yeah. No, I accept your point. You're 100% right. Like you're 100% right. That this notion of, like, I would say that in Israel, there's not racism. There's cultural differences, and that cultural differences exist amongst people that would be considered white passing, like meaning Hasidic Jews are much different than Litvak Jews versus Mignog. You know what I mean? Like it's just different worlds. There's nothing to do with the things that we have in America. There's Persians that don't agree with other Persians. There's Arabs from Iraq who are Jews that don't agree with other Iraqi Jews. You know what I mean? It's just we're trying to figure it out as a people to create unity for humanity, but it's not the same issue. So this whole thing of, oh, because I'm black, and then, bro, there's 400,000 Ethiopians here. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's most of the country would be melanated people. Most of the country would be pulled over for racial profiling in communities in America, right? So it's just that idea that you want to bring that I'm isolated is because you're jealous of me. You're jealous that I'm actually in a real community, that I'm accepted and I'm loved and I'm supported, and you're not, even amongst your own people that you come from, right? And so that dynamic, you want to impose that on me by saying I'm somehow isolated as a Jew, and actually I'm not. And not only me, my sister also converted to Judaism, and I have a nephew, Eliyahu, and they're all happy as well.
You can all be together. This very
Yahoo.
No, Eliyahu.
I don't give a fuck.
Let me just say unequivocally.
Thank you. I do.
You better sing that shit, El Normal. El Normal is fucking spitting out fire right
Let me just say, as a musician all my life who studied music from all over the world, Jewish music is really piss poor. I'm sorry.
But Eurovision. How many times has Israel won Eurovision? How many times has Israel won Eurovision?
I know people who play klezmer music and play it extremely well. I get it.
But you don't like it?
No.
Talk that shit, Alan.
Okay.
Talk that shit, Alan.
Do they have Armenian music?
Oh shit. Oh shit. Nah. You gotta answer that. Wait.
We're thinking Armenian song.
Wait, normal. Did you just ask that?
Yes, I did.
Wait, can you ask that again?
Yeah, did I have Armenian music?
Yerushalayim shel zahav.
Yo, Alan, nah, you care.
How many times has Armenia won Eurovision? And how many times has Israel won Eurovision?
Alan, please.
Asking
You
for a
know,
friend.
that's a good question. I think Armenia. Let's look it up. I think it has one. Let me look that up.
Look that one up, Alan.
I honestly can't listen to that kind of music. The lyrics sound like they're spitting at me.
Yeah, whatever it will be, it's true.
Listen, if you take an artist like Ghana International, I mean, that just shows you how far ahead Israel is in the way music should be. And wait until you hear this year's Eurovision. Friends.
Are you talking about the same music where they lift someone up on a chair and dance in a circle? You talking about that music?
No, Eurovision we're talking about. You ever hear it? It's a big music competition.
It's real music. It's not like Kanye West. It's real music.
Wait, what you gotta say about Kanye West?
Kanye West without the nitrous oxide.
But the thing is like this: Kim Kardashian is Armenian, and she made having a very big butt famous in the world. So
good for her.
She did not make the big butt famous.
Nothing
Black, you know who else
Let's
was
go,
Armenian?
Fangs.
You know who else was Armenian? Malcolm X's girlfriend, white girlfriend, who when they both got arrested, they told her, just tell us he forced you to do it, and he will go to jail for life, and you will get off scot-free. And guess what? She said no, and because of her and her integrity, Malcolm X was Malcolm X. So once again,
That's not it.
Malcolm X was a
an
pimp.
Armenian woman.
No.
Alan, he was his lady.
Alan.
That's the truth. Gildas was the one who told me that. I didn't know that. I knew from his autobiography that he had gone, on his crime spree in Massachusetts with the white woman.
No,
because he talks it. But yep, she's Armenian.
Alan, if that's true, that white woman should be honored. We should know her name.
Yeah, and if I can find it,
You have to find it. This is a huge moment. This is a huge.
You should get the NAACP Image Awards.
Well, I'm sure there's some people who wish she didn't make the decision she made, but I think overall
we gotta see how she looks. We gotta see how she looks, so then we could gauge.
Probably looks good.
Yeah. Probably. Yeah. She's probably Kim Kardashian's great grandmother or something.
No, I don't think so.
Well, you gotta prove it. We gotta know who she is. We gotta look at her.
No, because I don't think that's natural.
No, that wasn't. Kim Kardashian is that's natural. I think she's enhanced it. But I think first of all, goodness, I grew up with the Kardashians, as a kid. I grew up with them.
Sure.
No. With them? Yes, with them. With same community, everything. The youngest sister, Chloe, she used to come to all of my parties when we were in high school. All of my parties. Ray J, who she did the sex tape with, I known him and his sister since they moved to the Valley from Carson. I grew up in Calabasas. All these kids, I grew up with them in Calabasas. Brody Jenner's kid, I grew up with Brody, all of them. I wasn't friends with Kim at all.
You gotta check this guy's background.
Yeah. When she was dating Ray J, I knew her, but I didn't know her. You know what I mean? But her younger sister, I knew. Also, there's a singer named Christina Milian. You remember her? She also was friends with. But we all grew up in the Valley together. They became famous. I didn't benefit from any of it, but I didn't have.
I remember Robert, her father, from the OJ trial.
Where is my super suit?
He was there before I met him. That's when they lived in Beverly Hills. I knew them when they moved in the valley.
So Mordecai, I was very friendly with Johnny Cochran. I put him in a TV, yes, I put him in a TV show. And he would wake me up in the middle of the night. I went on myself a brother Norm. Yeah, I got him invited to some show. Isn't that funny?
He go, okay, so Johnny Cochran called you Brother Norm?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Get
I
the
put him on
fuck out of
television.
here.
True.
Get the fuck out of
I
here.
can show you the show that I put him in.
Show me the show.
I could give you, yeah, it's called Driving While Black.
Okay, okay. If you can show me that, I'll call you my nigga.
Have to do that.
I don't call Black Rabbi that.
Because I'm not.
Because
I'm a corrected man. I am not a nigga.
You're a corrected man.
The uncorrected man is a nigga. So he
They
doesn't
correct as your panties when you got over
he
there.
doesn't know the difference between good and evil. He doesn't.
They put you in a pamper.
Yeah, you're correct.
They put you in a fucking pamper.
But if you follow my ways, you would become corrected.
A lot of work though, Mordecai. It's not for everybody.
I agree. I just gave him the option, you know. So he doesn't think being a nigga is an accomplishment.
Yeah, whatever.
He could be proud of it, even if he hasn't put in as much work as you.
I put in more work than him.
Not the kind of work he should.
We're gonna have a nigger roll.
I'm more famous than him. He's a peanut.
El Normo is a real nigga.
Yeah. El Normal is a real nigga.
Thank you.
El Normo is my nigga.
I think Abby's the realest nigga on this app.
And you were my fella.
You're my fella.
I thought, no, when you said that, I thought you were talking about Othello. That's what I thought.
No, I was referring to that famous song by Jay-Z, Fellas in Paradise.
Fellas in Paradise.
Yeah.
I don't think it was Paradise. I think it's Paris.
No, it's
I don't think it was fellas neither. I think it was niggas.
Well, I didn't know. That's because I'm making a joke.
He didn't want to just like bring negativity to his tongue. So that's all you know.
This ain't naggers. Naggers?
No, I think it's clean.
Wait, what happened? What happened to the guy, the black guy? He left?
I'm right here.
No, the other black guy.
Oh.
The left winger. Your right wing guy.
Oh.
Yeah. He's still in that slave mindset. Like, he can't do it on his own. He needs someone to help him.
You mean that other nigga?
Yeah, whatever. He referred to himself that way, not me or you. So I'm just,
No, he thinks he's better than you because he prefers to be called house nigga. He thinks he's better than you.
Where the house nigga go?
Black people and white people in America are in a slave consciousness, right? They don't know what it is to be a human being. They identify as colors, as status, as economic brackets. And so therefore, even though they have a beautiful constitution and a beautiful Bill of Rights and laws of independence, all these great things, they can't actualize them because they're in these slave vessels, which is I'm a white person, I'm a black person, I'm a rich person, I'm educated, versus being a human that's divinely created by God, that's connected to other humans, connected to animals, connected to the vegetation world, connected to the mineral world, even rocks, these types of things. So you can't get to that place because you're under another doctrine that is anti-human, right? So that's the issue. It's like the Torah itself forces a human being to accept that they're a human. Even before they're a Jew, they're a human being, right? And so...
But wait a minute. It doesn't acknowledge ranks? Because certain people have higher ranks than others to where they're in
certain positions to where it is more responsibility. So if that exists, then wouldn't we all be different?
I mean, if you're gauging the world based off of who has the most responsibility, yeah, you could say that, but I'm not. I'm basing it based off of our divine creation from the Creator, right? And we all have different talents and different gifts, and I don't think that should be used. Just like the United Nations trying to say the transatlantic slave trade is the worst atrocity that happened in human history. How are you going to rank tragedy? How are you going to rank pain? You're saying I got American Indian blood inside of me. You're saying what happened to the American Indians is less, vicious than what happened in transatlantic slave trade. And what is your
Hey, that's easy. The Jewish tragedy is always the worst.
But I didn't even mention Jewish for that reason, right? I said American Indian.
Yeah, because no.
What concerns me is when you just talk about your divine connection to all things, including animals. How does that connection to animals express itself?
How's it good for you, Alan?
I'm not serious, Black.
No, we have literally halakha on how we have to treat our animals, how we have to feed them, how we have to provide for them. Even if we decide to eat an animal, we have specific ways to slaughter the animal to make sure the animal doesn't feel any pain, right? So it's like
mercifully, in honor of their life and their connection to God, that God made them.
Yeah. Like we have a whole responsibility. Same thing with plants. Like you can't just indiscriminately cut down trees and forest it because you want to build a highway. These things all have value points and they matter. So we do. We have a whole book of laws just on how to deal with animals and plants and everything in that way. I mean, obviously fellow human beings, but I'm just more so focusing on those other points.
It's funny because a lot of people, majority of the countries in this world, they don't like Jewish. As a matter of fact, a majority of the countries that the Jewish people try to, settle in, they kick them out.
I haven't found that at all. In fact, those countries now want us back and they're giving us tax advantages to come back. We actually have a right of return to places like Spain and Portugal and Germany and Poland. Yeah, they want us back. Yeah. They realize what a mistake they made in the past and they've changed their ways.
Look
of
at
course,
that.
Israel. Yeah. Yeah, it's a modern world. And I have never really encountered anti-Semitism except on this app. Maybe once in my life in the real world. So, I mean, New York is extremely Jewish friendly. And America is very Jewish friendly.
Of course, New York.
Yeah, and Marvin
Normal
was
is the king of Clubhouse. He has defended Jews against the Hebrew Israelites and is the best thing I've ever heard in my entire life. And I still to this day think it's probably the best content ever created on Clubhouse, I'll be honest. So,
what?
Probably that's it, El Normo.
Really? Thank you.
It really was. It really was some of the best content ever created on Clubhouse. You versus the Hebrew Israelites. I mean, the Hebrew Israelites were already coming on retarded, but you destroying them was just amazing. It was epic, and I applaud you for this.
Thank you very much. I think Ron Dalton running out of the room.
Yeah, it was amazing. I literally have some of those. I think I have somewhere in my hard drive. I would have to dig it up, but I have such funny clips of you, just you versus the Hebrew Israelites that are just gold content. So good.
Yeah, we should share it with me. I'd love to hear what it was like. I was just in the moment, I don't have a recording.
Yeah, no, I probably back in the day. I mean, this is probably over a year ago, but I think I do actually have some. I'm actually gonna look for it right now, and we'll see. But maybe I'll have a surprise for you guys later today.
So El Normo, you're Jewish, right?
I'm Jewish. Yeah, I'm a Jew.
Where are you from?
New York.
He's a real Jew. He's the best of the Jews.
Thank you.
I'm in Jersey. I have to know a lot of Jews here myself.
Yeah.
They're very awkward. They don't really talk to me. They just mind their business.
You think it's their awkwardness?
I think it's a little bit hostility.
Yeah.
I think they think that we don't like them.
Who's we?
Well, everybody. Blacks, Latinos.
Blacks and Latinos are different. I don't know if you got this memo, but they're the same thing.
Yeah, but it's two of the groups. Even Afro-Latinos. Afro-Latinos, they don't like them either.
I know we're very close with the Italians.
Italians like you?
Oh yeah, we do business.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, well,
I have to challenge that. Flag on the plate. There's no way it's happening.
And with the cream of the black community, we also do business. And with the cream of the Latinos, 100%. Maybe it's just not.
You're talking about Italians right now. You're talking about Italians that grew up very Catholic, very strict, and almost very ignorant like us.
We rock. We do biz. We do politics. Yeah. Who do you think has that state locked down, brother? Take a guess. Look around.
The Jews.
Go look at the biggest houses. See who's living in them. Yeah.
The Jews.
Go look who's in the governor's office.
The Jews.
Yeah. Go look at Atlantic City.
Oh, Atlantic City is crazy.
Jews, Italians, elite black folks.
Lakewood is Lakewood is infested with Jews.
Well, Lakewood is
It's
not
an
infested. But Lakewood is a
Jews.
very
Infested is that?
he's a little jealous. It's a very holy place. They study a lot there. They're very Torah oriented. They're very spiritual people.
The thing is, I don't really have an issue with Jewish people. I had one issue.
Sounds like you do.
No, I don't.
But
I
that's
had
not
one issue.
unusual. It's just typical ignorance. A lot of people are ignorant in that way.
That's probably the reason.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. But maybe you'll change. Maybe you'll be around some more elevated people and you'll enhance your stature.
I think it's mainly because, I don't know, I don't talk to a lot of them. A lot of them don't really conversate. They just kind of stay in their own, they kind of like stay in their own lane.
Well, what do you have to talk about with them?
Nothing. That's the thing.
Well,
It's kind of like
maybe
we're almost in different worlds to where we pass each other. I'll look at them. They won't even look my way. They'll just keep going.
Well, if you have some business to do, then you'll see how nice they are. You want to talk to
So the only way I can really talk to them is if I have business.
Well, if you have something in common, but you don't really study Torah, so that's what they mean.
But they're in our communities, though. I mean, if they're in our communities, I would almost expect them to socialize. They don't socialize with us.
No, they have a different way of life. They have a different calendar, different diet, different laws, different way of dressing. They have a different clock. Everything, you know,
They have
a different clock. It's a halachic clock. Yeah.
So you're basically saying they're on different timing right now.
Yes, that's correct. We just came out of Yom Tov. We just came out of 2 days of holiday, and we're going into another day of holiday.
How many holidays do you guys have? I feel like every month is a holiday.
It's nonstop. We just got through 8 days of fast.
The bonfire that you guys made, you made a whole campfire.
Burning the leavened bread, the chametz. We burn anything that we have left over. We burn the chametz. Right?
Very strange.
Yeah, it's very fun. It's a really fun holiday.
You throw things in a fire.
We get rid of our leavened bread. We burn it. It's like a bonfire.
No, they weren't throwing bread in there. They were throwing like other kind of stuff.
That's what we throw in there. It's our leavened stuff. Baked goods. It's chametz. Or chametz, depending on where you're from.
I just don't understand all the holidays.
Well, of course, because you didn't look into it. If you looked into it, you'd start to get it. Morty knows.
Morty, do you know?
He knows it. He knows it all.
He's not even here. But yeah, no, the Jews over here in Jersey, they're okay. Like they don't really bother nobody. But it's like, I don't know. They just tell them to socialize more. Tell them to say hello. Offer some sugar or something.
Yeah.
Like even when I lived in New York, I lived in Bronx, New York. I seen a lot of them. They don't conversate with us. They don't. It's almost like in our community.
You have to have something to talk about.
Well, there's not much to talk about. A lot of them don't watch sports. Well, actually, that's not true. That's not true. They do watch sports.
They could be fans up in the Bronx.
Yeah, but it's still, it feels like they're almost hostile towards us. You know, they're in our community, but they don't feel like they're a part of the community.
Maybe you're in their community.
Okay, see, now we're talking backwards. I don't like this conversation now.
That's all right. Are you Latino?
I'm Afro-Latino. I'm black and
When did
Latino.
your PR?
Yeah,
Are you Latino?
I'm black Latino.
Jewish community. I just want them to be a little bit more, you know.
What you talking
Are
about?
you a Hebrew Israelite?
No. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite.
Say I don't have issues with the Jewish people like 20 times in a row, people are going to start to wonder what's going on.
I mean, have you ever considered, like, I mean, if you want to have more engagement with Jews, you know, it's a good way. Is you offer your services maybe to a Jewish charity.
See, I don't want to do all that. That's kind of jumping the line, and I don't really know them that well, so it's like, why would I do that?
Maybe to get to know them. If you
So
really
me donating is me getting to know them.
not donating, just offering your services. Do you play music?
Yeah, like a human being.
You know, do you engage with the elderly? Do you want to offer services where you want to, because it sounds like you want to get to know them better.
Yeah, be of service.
I don't know. I want them to feel or try to be a part of the community. It's not just me individually. It's just them in general. Try to get them to like talk more, because I feel like since they don't talk a lot.
Have you offered anything? Have you offered anything concrete that would get them to engage more? Have you done anything to go out there to get?
I said, hey.
Hey, and also define them.
Do they nod their head at you when you say hey? Do they nod their head at you?
No. The last two times I can remember.
They just blank you and they just walk past you.
Basically, yeah.
All right, try something different. Why don't you try something different? Say, hey, how are you? My name is so-and-so.
That's a little weird. Like, from walking, just to try to introduce myself, they're going to look at me kind of funny.
Ask them a question about what you're interested in. Say, hey, what do you eat on Shabbos?
You got to understand, too. You got to understand. There's a lot of hostility. So a lot of people, even in Jersey, they don't like Jewish people. So when they stop them and they do something, they think it's like a scheme or like some sort of jackpot to where they don't even want to engage. So that's why I said like the hostility is almost there with them. The same thing with Muslims almost.
You know what, Fangs? Go with your instinct. What you're sensing, it's not in your mind. They're keeping to their communities. They're not interested in mixing.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. It's kind of weird.
But see, look. I know how you feel. Where I grew up, it was Irish, Catholic, Italian, and Jewish. That was the environment I grew up in. Now it was more open. It wasn't like Orthodox Jewish communities, but still, you always got the sense that they were keeping to their own community. That's just the way it is. And you know, I mean, what other people are suggesting, yeah, if you've got some business, then they're gonna talk to you, but you're expecting a level of American openness, and I'm using that term specifically because that's something that's unique to America. You go to Europe, people are not friendly in the same way. People are friendly, they're not friendly in the same way. So, yeah, don't sweat it. It is what it is.
I mean, I feel like they've been here long enough to know what makes this conversation.
It doesn't matter. I mean, I understand even that statement. I get. Like, yeah, you should get what's going on with America and be more open and not be so closed. But no, this is something that it is what it is. You know.
Right.
You know, what are you going to do?
But how are we going to judge?
You're going to walk up and say, talk to me, you know.
But that's what I'm saying, though. It's like when they close themselves away and almost be hostile to the majority of the people that they have to share a community with, the other people in the community almost get the same kind of reaction to where they don't even want to be friends.
Look up Rekindle Fellowship.
What's that?
It's a program bringing Americans and Jewish leaders together to build much deeper relationships and foster collaboration through kind of open face-to-face dialogue.
Yeah, but I think how we relate to each other, or how a lot of Americans or people that live in this country relate to each other, are from American values and other things like sports, like going to the bar, and I feel like they can't do what we can do, so it kind of like makes a gap.
But there are organizations that actually do work amongst communities to bring these things closer together. There's the foundation for ethnic understanding. All in America. These things do exist. You just need to, if it's something that you feel passionate about, which I hear you do, and I think it's a really good thing, actually, then, to break the ice or to bridge that gap that you find that's there.
But this is how everyone feels, though. Like, even in New York, the Jewish community has their own policing. Like, me and everyone else has asked that question, why do you have your own police system?
Well, actually, you're talking about Jewish police systems, you're talking about Jewish ambulance services, those sorts of things?
Yeah, it's fun because we're supposed to share these resources.
First of all, those resources are shared. Okay? So, although the primary objective is to protect your own people and your own community, you've got to understand there's a lot of hostilities against Jewish people for whatever reason. There's a lot of hatred towards Jews, and that's been around for, thousands of years. So what the Jewish community has done is they've built up a structure to be able to protect themselves first, but also offer their services out to others. And if you take, for instance, a very well-known ambulance service called Hatzolah, right, which is a Jewish-run ambulance service, allowing people to get that medical treatment as and when they need it, quickly, rather than relying on the state, which could take, perhaps hours to arrive. They arrive in minutes, but they open up their services to the whole community. It's not just Jews.
I didn't see.
And they're all they're charity-run organizations. These are charitable organizations, and it's not a police service like the general traditional police service. It's actually more of a security service. To be there for people in need when somebody decides to, because they don't like the look of a Jewish person, pull a knife out at them. Or attack them, or abuse them, or firelight their synagogue, or burn down their house, or throw bricks through their windows. All these things are what makes us, or what makes Jewish people, should I say, weary of the world around them. And it's not to, these things haven't been built to ostracize the community from others. It's others that have used hostilities to bring us together as a community to protect each other. But what are you saying? And yes, for an outsider, it may look a little bit hazy or strange, but just think of it from your own community perspective. Would you feel safer if your own community protected you first? Would you feel safer? Yeah, exactly. So it's natural, and we're a family. We are one worldwide. We're a family.
They have these, but do you think the Jewish community has their own policing, their own ambulance, because they feel that they don't necessarily want to share it with the people that they also share communities with?
Not at all. So I've explained to you the policing, which is effectively
you said it's shared among us.
Security. So let's say, for instance, you've got a predominantly Jewish area. Let's say New York, for instance, and you service. In fact, I'm not overly familiar with New York, but let's take, for instance, South Africa or London. Let's take London, for instance. London's got a Jewish ambulance service, and London's got a Jewish service. Right. That security service works primarily in predominantly Jewish areas. Like North London, where you'd find more Jews living together in communities. But if there is any form of attack on a community in those areas, no matter what the community is, it could be a Christian community, it could be even a Muslim community in that Jewish area, there are Jewish security services which will be there to sort of protect the local populace in that area. And the same thing with the ambulance. If somebody who is not Jewish needs an ambulance and is living in that area, and that ambulance focuses and services that area, they can use it. There's no stopping them from using it. It is an open option. Now you may have seen recently that actually 4 ambulances in London, Jewish ambulances in London, were burnt down. They were burnt. They were ransacked. They were firelit, and they were burnt to cinders. I don't know if you saw that. It happened about 3 weeks ago in London. 3 arsonists decided to go up to the area where 4 of these ambulances were parked, and just thank God nobody was in them, and thank God nobody was hurt. But they just decided they didn't like the fact that there were ambulances being run by a Jewish community, servicing everybody in the area, it doesn't matter what denomination or creed or religion you were. And they burnt them. They burnt them down. The perpetrators have been caught. These criminals have been caught. There's going to be you can look it up. Just Google ambulances burnt London. Your it will pop up. And people are shouting, on media, why do the Jews have their own ambulance service? Why should they have their own ambulance service? But that ambulance service is there to save lives, and not just Jewish lives, all lives.
Do they feel like they can't trust them?
Do they think all lives matter, really, though?
Absolutely, yeah. 100%. All lives matter. To save one life is to save the whole world.
Name one example where it saved a non-Jew life.
You want me to name an example? I think when people fall, first of all, when people fall ill, there is something called sort of personal identity and regulations around knowing who's fallen ill and why they've fallen ill and why they've been saved. But I'm sure if you Google it, right? Because I can't name one person. I don't think people give out their details when they've been sick and they've been. Do you know how many people do you know who've been saved by an ambulance? How many? Can you name me anybody apart from family?
Jewish ambulance or just an ambulance?
Any ambulance.
No, I can't give you that.
Exactly. So how am I supposed to say to you, like when you say name one?
Does the Jewish ambulance serve anyone other than the Jewish community?
Yes, it's open to the whole community in that area.
Okay, name one example.
Yeah. So I'll give you an example. Okay, in fact I've got a great example. Okay. So a lady's in a shopping area locally to where I live. Okay? She falls over, right? She hurts herself. She may have broken a hip or perhaps...
Wait, is this a real person or you made this up?
Well, D did try to burn down his own house to collect insurance money while I was sleeping in it, and then the Jewish ambulance...
Pepe!
He left me behind.
Sorry? Pepe? What was that?
Aw, Pepe, what's up? It's been a while. Hello.
Anyway, so that's what happens. They come to the aid of everybody in need when it's needed. If your local area is a Jewish ambulance and you see somebody having a heart attack and you phone up the Jewish ambulance, they'll send somebody.
No, but I wanted a specific example.
Okay, let me.
That you know about.
I'll tell you what. I'll find one that's. Hold on.
You don't know one?
No.
Not a single one?
Yeah, I do, but I'll find one that, but rather than coming out of my mouth, that you'll believe what I'm saying when you read the articles. Okay. Hold on.
Let's hear it.
1 second.
Waiting on it.
Okay, hold on.
I'm very eager to hear.
Okay, here we go. There's an article from the 24th of March, the Jewish Chronicle, on Google, exclusive, which says, Hatzolah, which is a Jewish ambulance service, saved my non-Jewish au pair when the NHS could not. So a Jewish Londoner has revealed how a Hatzolah medic saved a non-Jewish au pair's life while an NHS ambulance was still en route. Catherine from Barnet was inspired to share a story after Monday's arson attack targeting 4 Hatzolah ambulances in Golders Green. These were the ambulances that were burnt down. She said to the journalist, I was living in Hampstead Garden suburb, which is close to Golders Green. Hold on, 1 second, where does it say here? She talks about, I'm just going to scroll down to the bit.
Can I just say, places like New York, New Jersey, and Philly, they're more suspicious of Jews than them actually having a problem with them. Because you ask anybody what their issue is with Jews, they can't tell you directly. Like, they're obviously not going to have a response towards it, but they're going to just be suspicious of them almost. Because, mind you, there's already controversy of Jews owning everything in America. There's already controversy of us going to war for the Jews, and them walking around is almost if, they don't have to talk to us. And, everyone that lives in communities, and even inner cities, they just see them as, oh, we live with those people. Oh, we're just neighbors. So it's a weird thing to say, oh, yeah, we're cool, but we're not enemies either. So it's a weird because even with Muslims, we know how Muslims can get. We know how extreme they can get, and we know how nice they can be. But with Jews, they're not really like that. Jews are not really extreme like that in the streets, and they're not too nice. Like, they'll be nice as far as, give you your space and respect you, but they're not overly friendly like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I shared an article. That was who was asking about.
You lost? I assume you're Jewish?
Yeah, I am.
What kind of Jew?
I'm practicing Jew.
A good one? As opposed to the bad ones.
Yeah, look, I mean, Jews are Jews. Look, I mean, when you say what type of Jew, what do you mean? What type of Jews do you know?
What do you mean?
I don't know what kind.
The good ones or the bad ones?
I was asking you because you said what type of Jew, so you must have a view on different types of Jews or thoughts.
Well, there's different versions. You got the Jew with the little hat, and you got the Jew with the big hat, then you got the Jews with the croissant. Like, there's different types of Jews I've seen.
Yeah,
Like
Jewish name only, or
you could almost say those are different sort of tribes, but part and parcel of.
you have the atheist Jews that are aggressive. You have the
Look,
those are the worst ones actually. But
atheist Jews.
if you guys remember, what was his name? George.
Anyway, that article that I shared.
He was the worst Jew on
That article that I shared just for you, because you asked for the article, just shows that it's not just a Jewish service. It serves the whole community. So, have a read.
I think the real question is, what is the number to the Jewish ambulance? Because if I get hurt, I think I want to be picked up by that ambulance.
That's a great question. Let's go.
What number do you
call 911? They have to go work to the city.
Yeah, who do we call?
It's American ambulance. It's American.
No,
ambulance.
I want Jewish ambulance only.
Yeah.
They don't have their own.
Only
Oh, yeah, they fucking do. I love them. They have their own ambulance.
Palm Beach.
In Florida, they definitely, they are here. I've been with Jews and they, have told me that they have their own ambulance to call whenever it's needed. So, but they didn't give me the number, so I am curious. What is the number?
I don't know in America.
I don't know why you want to call them. They'll double bill you. They'll double bill you and then sue you. It's fine.
Only if you give a real name.
You're gonna get in the ambulance. They're gonna be like, okay, so what's wrong with you? I'm sure it's fine. Then just give you a fucking bill.
What's wrong with you? I'm Palestinian.
No, dude. Actually, that's the beauty of it is there's no bill.
No bill. Now I know you're lying.
This is a charity service. There is no cost to using the service, my friends.
No cost in a Jewish ambulance? I call cap.
Bill you, sue you.
I promise you, it is a fully funded charitable service.
By who?
I definitely have to get picked up by this ambulance. I'm getting hurt on purpose just to kill this ambulance.
Let me just, I'll let you into a little secret.
Who's the main contributor?
No, let me let you into a little secret.
Let me know.
Okay. Jews believe in charity, And the highest form of charity,
Is stealing from the goyim to give to you.
Well, yeah, who's the most deserving as charity?
The highest form of charity is saving lives. That's the highest form of charity.
Who's the most deserving of charity, you think?
So those people, those philanthropists who go out there and put funding into these services and they do it completely anonymously, right? They're not looking for praise.
That way, a Jew, you can't tell them. Jews don't actually do it. They do it anonymously.
Yeah, was it a Jew or was it not? Because it's anonymous.
Look, you can come up with whatever you want. Look, you can joke about it as much as you want. That's fine. I don't care. That's up to you.
Wait, who are they contributing to?
They are funding these services.
The IDF
go around there and save people's lives.
Wait, who's people? Who's like the number one receiver contributions to charity?
Jews.
You mean the number one receiver?
Yeah, okay, Jews are.
They're not receiving. They're not receiving.
Who's receiving? Who's on the other end of receiving this charity?
We're talking specifically about these ambulances, right? We're talking about the service.
Charity.
So the number one receiver, this is a charity. These ambulance services are double services. So the number one receiver is you and me, the person whose life is being saved.
Name one example of a non-Jew receiving these services.
I've just sent you an article. I said to you, have a read. Okay. No, if you want to laugh about it, it's fine. You want to kind of like twist every sort of question to try and get something out of me.
No, I just wanted to get one example.
That's just because this is Hasbara. This is all Hasbara.
Well, this is not Hasbara at all. This is a beautiful opportunity for you to read.
No, it's Ashkenazi logic. It's.
You see, once again, you're just finding like stupid points to bring up to try and.
But you want to talk about it, you'll only like spread links. Like, you should know.
Okay, do you want me to read the article for you? Should I read it? Shall I read it? I'll read it for you.
Off the top of your head, like, what's the best example that you have?
Yeah, even better. Accountants, plumbers, surveyors, whatever it might be, they've all got day jobs. Everyone has got kids in their car. Everyone responds from wherever they are. Okay? These are trained volunteer paramedics. Okay? The ambulance service funded by Jewish giving. Okay? Completely free to the communities. Doesn't matter whether you're Jewish or not. It's not just a Jewish service. If a call comes from within the area, they'll come to your aid, whoever you are. There's no cost to anyone, even on the Sabbath. They'll go to any case. That's it. Okay.
You can't give one example of a case that you like just one case of like where this was actually delivered to a non-Jew.
As I said to you, people don't share the personal details.
Just one, just like literally one. Like one time where these services were given to a non-Jew. Like, do you have any one example?
I need a number.
A big.
So a lady falls in the street, breaks her hip.
What's her name?
Patty.
Okay.
Patricia.
And then they see that she's wearing a necklace with the cross on it, and they spit on her, and then they wait for the next ambulance.
They're like, you Protestant bitch, get out of here.
Anyway, gave you the details.
Wait, no, that was not it. Okay, you just gave a fucking random ass name. Like, anyone could say that.
Okay, well.
Do you have like an actual real story?
That's the real story.
That can be linked to these services being like applied to a non-Jew. Just like literally one example, whether it's ambulance, whether it's police forces. Give one example of these Jewish groups like that are within the community being applied.
I didn't even know they had an ambulance. I only knew that they had a police system.
No, this is one time. I'm just asking one time when they've helped a non-Jew. Like literally just one example. I'm just actually curious.
I've just given you the example.
No, you just literally gave a fucking random name.
I gave a whole link with a whole article about it. I mean, there we go. Here's another one.
Patricia.
Okay. Here's another one. The Spectator. Have you heard of The Spectator?
Spectator?
The
That's not even a name. That's just a fucking, that's a noun. to describe a person.
The article is Hatzalah isn't only for Jews, and that was written on the 23rd of March 2026.
A spectator was. And how were they saved?
No, that's called the journal. The journal is called The Spectator.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. And?
Alright, so, I'm not going to, look, can you give me one example? Can you give me one example? I think I've given you plenty of examples through...
I'm like literally looking in the chat. I don't see one link to it.
I mean, it is like, I did see this Jew, he slipped in a store and started screaming like murder, and then that ambulance service came and picked her up, and then they successfully sued the store. True story.
What, a Jew? Did they save a Jew, or they did not save a Jew? Or
well, they saved the Jew.
What happened to the person?
And basically that Jew sued the store because they had a slippery floor, apparently.
Listen, I hope you're in a situation.
Give the case of the non-Jew was helped.
Look, I hope for your sake one day you're never in a position where you need to call an ambulance. But if you ever did, alright, and your local state ambulance was not efficient enough to get you to save your life, then you'll have the option to call another ambulance which could come out.
I don't need my wallet stolen.
What's the number?
Oh, if not, I could call the Jews and rely on them. Yeah, right.
What number are you talking about?
Okay, let's say I'm in New York, and God forbid I sprain my ankle, and I don't want to call 911 for regular ambulance. I want Jewish
I'm not
ambulance.
familiar with the services in New York. I can't answer that. I'll find it. Look it up. Yeah. I think spraining your ankle is a little bit over dramatic. I think if you were having a heart attack, it would be a different story.
No, not a heart attack.
Nobody calls an ambulance for a sprained ankle. And if you do...
Yeah, unless they're pussy.
What if I say I sprained my ankle stepping on glass that is covered by a napkin? They assist me. Yeah, they probably help me. They go, he sprained his ankle doing the Mazel Tov. We have to help him. This is our friend. No?
I look like you're a faggot.
I do a good Jewish voice. I noticed that. Do a good Jewish. The trick is to sound like Martin Scorsese.
Yeah, you guys really need to like hear these old El Normo clips are so fucking good. Like they're so funny. Of El Normo versus the Hebrew Israelites, they're like the best version of a Jew that you've ever heard. I gotta
be in my room. The next time where a whole bunch of Jews start arguing, please invite me.
I mean, this was like fucking long ass time ago, like years ago. Like I literally have not been on Clubhouse for probably 6-7 months till tonight because I just like got bored today. But these like clips I have of they were fucking. You remember? Wait, is Ricky still around? Ricky's recording rooms. He had like 2 big rooms with Hebrew Israelites, and they were so fucking funny. Like they have the best sound bites of I think any room that was ever produced at Clubhouse. I'll be honest. They're so fucking funny. And El Normo, like he sounds so Jewish. He's like he started saying like Negro like it's the funniest fucking clip I've ever fucking. Okay, I just gotta find it and like tell you guys because like it's not funny when I say it. If you guys
I actually know it, bro. Yeah, I know.
It's actually so fucking funny, dude.
Like, why do you guys steal Judaism from black people?
Yeah.
Sorry, what's that?
Why do you Jews steal Judaism from the black people?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wow. I love how you're such charitable people, but then you won't admit to how thieving you guys are. You stole Judaism from the blacks because you're Jewish.
How?
Edomite.
How?
Because the original Jews were black.
What's the color of the skin got to do with religion?
Because the white Jews steal. You're not really Jewish.
White Jews steal. That's weird.
The white one.
Weird, man. You're weird. Seriously, do you think what you're saying is making a difference, or do you think what you're saying is just?
Yes, because I'm calling out thieves.
I'm going to be honest with you. I just think you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay.
Because blanket statements like that just show how infantile you.
Okay, thief.
Yeah. Whatever floats your boat, mate. Whatever floats your boat.
I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. This has been a funny laugh.
Adios.
There you go. Just remember, there's always a service out there for you.
How many goys do you want to steal from today?
Nah, all jokes aside though, man, I think we all need to take notes on how Jewish people treat each other and kind of emulate that within our own communities, man.
No, they fight with each other nonstop. They're actually pretty funny.
But they're pretty charitable, bro. Like he said, you know, like they look out, after each other, and like they give each other free services and shit. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, but that extends to others as well. It doesn't just go to Jews, of course, to like ambulances, for instance. So what you're saying is correct. I do sometimes wish others would take a leaf.
Well, do you think that more Jews are ambulance chasers, like the attorneys, or paramedics and EMTs?
Look, Pepe, I got to be honest with you, dude. Like, sometimes I enjoy being in the rooms, and sometimes I just think that you just ask questions to try and stir up hatred. I don't know why you do it.
Am I being hateful?
Yeah, you are. You actually.
Oh my God.
You're actually being obnoxious for the sake of being obnoxious. But I know you don't care. That's fine. But it's not. I don't really.
You're just a very easy person to troll. That's all it is.
No, I don't give a shit what you say. You can say whatever you say. Dude, you just sound so dumb. You really.
If you take anything, if you're taking what I'm saying as literal, yeah, it may sound dumb, but you fall for it.
Well, I'm not falling for anything. I just think it's dumb conversation. It's like idiotic. Yeah, no, you're a clever guy. Why don't you use your intelligence to have proper conversation rather than just being so stupid? It will help you.
Well, I just because I kind of thought it was humorous to troll you. That's why.
Yeah, but nobody else thinks you're humorous. Only you.
Okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, only you, mate.
Okay.
But carry on doing what you're doing. I don't give a shit. You can say what the fuck you want, but if you I'm not going to engage in your stupid conversation. I'd rather engage with you when you act a little bit more intelligently and you come across as being a bit more adult-like. But to be honest with you, I'm not going to answer your stupidity. Because you just what you do is you just for the sake of it spreading hate for no other reason than your own enjoyment.
Yeah, because people I think are taking me so seriously right now. You're right.
Whatever.
KB, where have you been?
What's up? I just like found all these like sound clips that I'm laughing at right now. Of mostly, yeah. I mean, I've mostly been working, but I still have found I have all these like crazy sound bites on my computer, which is funny. Good to save for a later time, like now. Which crazy person do you guys miss the most? I got like Dawn, Silver Star, Cardano. What happened to all of them?
I miss Cardano the most.
Oh my god, Melly.
Somebody's Cardano hates his life.
Later, Mike, you're a
This is my bitch.
Evolution is just instruction for a person to how to live the life. Y'all judge me. Because actually, the real people that fucking study the Bible and know about Christ and know about Christ consciousness, you should fucking know that while you sitting on your fucking pedestal looking down on other people, that's not how this fucking works. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Y'all fucking think whatever. I don't care. I know my fucking connection, God. Y'all be sick.
Don't be drunk in the town square. That's a good.
Nah, I'm a. You're a fuck.
There's a snippet of a pastime. What was that from? I don't even know. I just like clicked on a random audio clip named Millie LOL. Dude, I have so much probably random ass content on my computer that I've not looked at in years. That's probably pretty funny, not gonna lie. But how have you guys all been?
Alright. This app is a lot more boring now.
I know, it sucks. It really needs a competitor. Dude, Clubhouse sucks. I was literally trying to even send one message to Fever earlier, and like I tried like 10 times, and every time it was like, your fucking language is too censored. And it was like not even like, I'm like literally just trying to send a message, and like everything that I tried to send apparently was too fucking crazy for this app. I don't know. They don't. Which is just like, I don't know, probably like fag or retard or like nigger. Like I can't say anything on this app. Fuck this app.
Sure.
And it's very actually like actual comparable app to Clubhouse. Like Clubhouse came and it was like really great, and then they like fucked it all up, and then there's like nothing else that's an alternative. So it's just like, okay, well, fuck.
I went to X Space yesterday. It was like, yeah, for the first time in I don't know, a pretty long time, and yeah, I was arguing in a room full of it was a Zionist room. It was interesting. I'm gonna say that.
Right. I just don't like the way that they're set up on X. It's like very like yeah, it's not the same like, you know, like kind of like intimate conversation or debate that you get like, or that you used to get in Clubhouse. Like in X, it's very like, you know, it's like, oh, like here are like the elevated speakers, and then it's like everyone else. But it also like if you try to like, go search for a topic that you're interested in, it's only gonna give you like 5 rooms. Like you can't actually like how it used to in Clubhouse. Actually, like if you like wanted to say like talk about a certain subject or whatever, like X only gives you like 5 rooms and that's it. Like it doesn't give you like shit to scroll through, or like it's a very like closed window of probably what's actually going on in X Spaces, which is very annoying.
Yeah, it's not as good.
It sucks. And there's nothing actually even close. Like there's not actually any like replacement that's come close at all. They all suck. And Clubhouse sucks. They still Jewish. Which I don't care because they deleted all my houses anyway, so they can go fuck myself.
Why did you delete all your houses?
Because I'm like, talk about Jews. Well, they deleted my conspiracy theorist club after I hosted a room called Who Are the Rothschilds. And that club had like 15,000 members. They deleted the club. They deleted my account. They blacklisted my phone, so I could not create a new account on my phone. That's when I knew. I was like, okay, the Jews are up to something, because like I was having a very mild room about something, and like I just asked one fucking question: who are the Rothschilds? And it was like immediately prove a band of everything. And I'm like, okay, this is kind of crazy. Like I can't ask one question. If you ask about any other group, like you will be allowed on the space at least for a little bit, you know. But if you ask one question about a Jew in power, goodbye, you will be destroyed immediately. That's what I've learned in my days on social media. Yeah. What's your guys' experience?
I mean, I've been flipped for talking shit about everyone, pretty much.
Yeah, but like I feel like I get it. It's like even people like, okay, Nick Fuentes, I think it's like cringe and like probably an off, but like I get how he initially got into places of like him like literally asking one question about a Jew, and it was like bam, like banned accounts, bam, like it's like an insane amount of like banning that you will get a little bit from other groups, but it's a different vibe when you question a Jew versus when you question other groups, like which is like already going to spur some questions of like, whoa, why are you so defensive, bro?
I mean, the group that.
But I have a lot of friends that are Jewish. Like, it's not like I think all Jews are bad. I just think it's like there's a weird thing of like why you can't ask questions, and like why like India will like come at you for like certain things, and it's like, whoa, like I didn't know this was like a thing. You know, because it's like, oh, if you ask about genocide of like any other like fucking race, I mean, nobody gives a shit. Everyone's like, whatever, fucking Somalian, Congo, you know, Yemen, whatever, genocide. Nobody gives a fuck about them because they're just like whatever races. But if you say like anything about like Holocaust, it's like, fuck you, you're gonna die, you're gonna go to jail. You ask one thing, how fucking dare you? It's like the only genocide in like across all the countries where it's like, ban, don't ask any questions, don't you fucking ask nothing. like even if it's just like a non like bad question, which is like weird to me, and I'm like, it's off to me that like that there's like ongoing genocides right now that like are okay to be talked about, but like there's other genocides by others that you ask one thing and it's like we will fucking destroy you, bitch. You're done. From the internet. It's like wow, my family members are here. It's like come on, calm down. You know what I mean? Or maybe that's just my experience. I like to use all my friends in fucking Florida are Jewish. They know what I'm talking about too. They agree. it's like at a certain phenotype of Jew, but well not. Yeah, they get big mad. See, I'll probably be planned. They're already reporting me and banning me as we speak. But anyways, on other topics of other races. What do you guys think about Somalia?
I mean, I think everybody agrees that Somalians are trash, but
And also like India, like Canada is basically India now. So
yeah, that fucking sucks.
I was like literally watching a hockey game, and I was like watching a streamer, and they were like showing the hockey game, and they were basically putting out the Canadian anthem, but like in Indian or Punjabi or whatever the fuck. It was like Canada, and like half the crowd is fucking pissed off. They're like, what the fuck? Because they're like singing the Canadian anthem, anthem in Indian, and they're so mad. And I'm like, dude, this is fucked. It really is fucked over there though. Like, and if you they like go around, they're like asking like Indians that are working at like fucking Tim Hortons, which is basically kind of like their Starbucks or like coffee or whatever. Like it's like their go-to breakfast, for example. And they go there, and it's like all these people that like don't speak English, and they're like, even if they ask them like, hey, would you rather be like here or in India? And they're like, India, fucking Canada sucks. And they're like even them, like they've created such a disaster here that like they'd rather be back in India.
Yeah, that was.
Not to mention the MAID program, where they're like literally just fucking killing off healthy 20 and 30-year-olds that have autism and like depression, seasonal. It's really fucked up. But anyways, does anyone have good news?
I just woke up like a little early.
Oh my god, have you guys seen Jazzy recently? Do you remember Jazzy?
Yeah, she was in this room earlier.
Well, Jazzy lives in Florida. I recently moved to Florida. I gotta hit up Jazzy.
Where did you move?
I've only met Andrew Meyer in real life. He's like the only person in Florida that I've met in real life.
Where did you move from?
I was in Pittsburgh in Texas. And then I like recently moved to Florida. And yeah, Andrew Meyer's the only one from Clubhouse that I've like, met in real life in Florida. And his wife. If you guys remember Andrew. Or LeBron.
Yeah, LeBron. You and him were quite the duo. You ever, was it you guys that had Monica removed from the house and she flipped out? Or was that Valerie? I don't know if you were involved in that.
Valley. Oh, wait. Wait. Fuck, I can't remember people's names anymore.
Yeah, Valley.
Yeah. I had some funny ass clips of Monica.
with some kind of startup company, right? And then somebody, or no, MG got your boss or something.
Oh yeah, it was like my old fucking like. She's so fucking retarded. She was so full of shit, like with all her threats and shit. But it was quite funny. But like she put like my CEO at the time like as her profile picture. I was like, dude, what is wrong with you? You fucking psycho. But yeah, that shit was funny. Good times. You know. Darky Slave.
Was the best. And Alex Silver.
Darky Slave. Darky Slave all day. That was probably the best clip ever made. Was the Darky Slave one, not gonna lie.
I have memorized it before.
Yeah, is your black, bald head and ugly, you...
It was better looking possible with your ass.
Because you're black, bald head and ugly. You retarded bitch, go fuck yourself. Classic. Classic. I wonder if I can find it. Let me see.
Like an obsession.
Wait. Fuck. Damn, where is it?
The point is, y'all can't explain.
What is racist? Explain what anything is a racist.
Y'all can't explain what y'all do. So why y'all do retarded shit? You know what I mean? It's not even funny. It's not nothing. It's funny. Oh, white people rule.
Yeah.
White people rule.
Oh my god, my mic was on this whole time. I just like randomly was on this. Okay. Here, I'll play
I come from white people rule because y'all racist as fuck. No, actually, I do follow ballot. And so I come to the room not because y'all. I follow ballot. Valley follows. No, Valley follows me. But y'all are just more like y'all worse than Valley. At least.
Okay, you just said that like Val's the worst, and then you just said you followed her and like you love her.
No, at least Valley can talk one-on-one. But I can't talk to none of y'all.
Where's you retarded?
No, nigga, you don't have me blocked.
I'm not blocked.
Fucking.
Not an N-word.
Oh my God. But you can shut up. Shut your ass up.
I like that.
But anyway, Riley don't have me blocked. The whole thing about it, I follow her. And so when I see her on this podcast, because of yeah, but the whole point, she loves us. The whole point is, y'all are retarded in the world. Ashley, the Nat, Safety, Ali, you're the worst one of them all, nigga. I love Steven. Steven's cool. But Roger, like, all y'all motherfuckers are dickheads.
So many sounds playing all the time. I did not mean that. I was like, where are they coming from? And it's funny, they still exist though. That is pretty funny. Anyone else, feel free to chime in and silence me out. I didn't even know that I was actually playing noise for that amount of time.
That was Bruce, I think. The drunk.
Yeah, no, there was like three different clips playing at once. Where are they coming from? I had to like escape out of all. They were all playing at the same out than like Dark Slave. Cause like MD is just like a dumb bitch, you know, but like El Normo is like a dedicated Jew, like against the Hebrew Israelites, which is what makes it so good. It's so good.
You remember the video you made of Alistair York, like in Game of Thrones?
Which one?
Joffrey, or whatever it was.
Yeah. I saw that last time. God, I'm just having like fun and like making fun of it. Working and being an army. I miss making like memes and dumb shit. I wish I could do that instead of a career. That'd be way better. You know what I mean?
I mean, you were
if I
the
could
best
just
at it.
fucking like fuck around and make memes all day, that would be like the best job ever.
You had Bruce arguing with himself for like an hour.
Oh yeah, with the LeBron sound clips that were like, remove for being a faggot, bye bye.
He was pretty good.
Yeah, you.
Remember Dawn? Disingenuous bitch.
Disingenuous bitch. PTR proof.
They can also see my son.
What's with this? Wait. Damn, I don't know.
This crazy lady on this social media app called Clubhouse that was calling somebody a darky slave. This crazy lady.
Oh, that was Andrew on Temple.
Yes, I remember that one.
When I bet him $100 to like say darky slave on air. And he found a way. Aw, good time.
Y'all sell. At the end.
Oh, that was the one that's Bruce. Okay.
Yep.
What's this?
You're retarded.
That was a classic one.
You're retarded. Yeah, you look pretty gay. LeBron. Removed for being a faggot. Bye-bye.
That was a pretty good one. Yeah.
Yep, those are classic. It's an ad for a game.
It was Ricky and Alex had some good clips back in the day. Damn, there's still people in here? Oh shit. I assume everyone would just leave. But I really want to find that El Normo clip. That was my main goal for searching my computer. So funny. It's literally the best clip on the internet.
There was one quick word.
He sounds so Jewish in it. I love it.
Dawn was talking to Denot. Remember that guy named Denot, the black guy?
Oh, that fucking retard. Yeah. God, so many retards in Clubhouse. Hard to keep up.
Sarah, what's her name? Sarah Fogg.
Oh god, I met her in real life one time. With who did I meet her with? Shit, who was it?
Was it Johnny?
No, that was a different time. No, I met her with two girls. Wait, fuck. Who's his name? And Sarah Fox was so high and retarded. Like, we, like, lost her at some point, and, like, then she went to, like, go get drinks, and, like, she came back with, like, 3, like, drinks in her hands, and we're like, what the fuck? And then she, like, had, like, all these edibles and shit. We're like, what the hell?
You remember Ashton? Ashlyn? Maybe Ashlyn.
Ashlyn was there, yes. Ashlyn was one, and it was, Instagram. God damn it. I can't remember. I can't even believe I can't remember this right now.
Jazzy met her and Ollie Alexander somewhere.
Oh my god, I'm so happy I never went to meet them with Ali Alexander because he's definitely a pedophile. I'm very glad I never met them to meet in person because they wanted me to come and I was like, no, in Texas. I was just like honestly too lazy that day, but I feel like my intuition was telling me a good thing because yeah, he's definitely sauce. I found out a lot more information later on that I was like, whoa, I feel bad for not investigating this like further. Even Andy Meyer, like I like told him about it, he's like, yeah, he's fucked. Like they're not on good terms anymore. Like he's just don't engage. I would just say that. Don't engage.
They were like good buddies, and then LeBron came up here.
You want to have good, good intentions. I mean, this is like also a time when like everyone was being accused of shit, and so it's just like, oh, like they're just fucking faking or whatever, But then you really dig into it, and you're like, oh, he is, fucked up. Shit. Well, glad I'm not in any pictures. That's all I have to say. But yeah, that's my chapter of Clubhouse history. That's probably people look it up. They don't want to be associated with anything to do with that person. That's for sure. It's no bueno when you start looking in deep. I will just say that.
Remember seeing the chat screenshot?
No, I literally don't even remember anything. Like, honestly, I kind of dismissed everything from Clubhouse. But it was only when I was, I started following these two Canadians called Kino Casino. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. It's like my favorite show now. But they like dunk on a lot of people. Like, they are like have more like right-wing like values, but like they like just dunk and like shit on a lot of people that are like fucked up on the right, like Nick Fuentes and like the quartering and Ollie Alexander. Like they literally have a fucking like 9-hour thing called the Ollie Alexander Files. And it was the Ollie Alexander Files that like made me go, okay, fuck. They like presented a lot of evidence that is like kind of non-refutable.
Oh, did you see the clip of Cardano? He's at one of those rallies with his Nazi group. He takes his mask off, and then he exposed as Fred the Felon, like these guys' message.
Oh, I can't remember that name. Like Fred Felon.
Andrew Yang or whoever who ran for president.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They were like, you just supported a Nazi, and it showed him with his mask off.
Is he like a plant or something?
I don't know. I can never tell.
He like seems very like planty. Some of these people I don't know about all those things honestly. Like he's like kind of weird, but like he kind of just like abused his like position to like get people to suck his dick basically, which is like okay if you go on YouTube and you look up Kino Casino or Ollie Alexander Files and watch this thing. It's like literally 9 hours. But like if you watch through it, like I don't think that you can come out of there being like there's a chance he's innocent. Like you can't. Like it's very conclusive being like okay. I'm just like never gonna associate with this person again. That's how I would recommend you just look it up yourself, do your own research, and it'll make you like, okay, yeah, this is fucked. This is really fucked up. Shit. Which sucks. It was at a time where, I feel like people on the right, it's like, oh, you want to assume automatically that everyone's like good on your side. But it was like a time where like the left being annoying was actually like correct, and it's like you kind of have to like correct. They were actually right. Because when you look into it, actually, it's like, yeah, okay, this is actually a bad person. And you want to sift out the bad people on the right, like, because there are people that are bad on the right, and you can't have them associated with, the collective if you actually want to do anything that's worth value. So you got to be truthful where it matters, I guess. Oh, fuck. I hope he's not in this room or anything. Fuck. Am I gonna get like psyops or something? Shit. Have you guys watched any of the recent news with the quartering? About how he's a cuck? And he's a cuck. And other bulls plow his wife. And he's going you know who the quartering is?
No.
Oh, he's a retard. Like, pretends to be, like, on the right. But, like, now he says that he was never on the right. And he's not a political commentator. He's just all jokes. And he basically just burned bridges with Kino Casino, Rex Jones, which is Alex Jones' son. Who else? Like, Tim Pool. Basically everyone. He's like, burning all the bridges. Brittany Venti. He's just, because he was exposed as a cuck, like, he's going nuclear and he's trying to destroy everyone, but he can't, because all the forces of the right have come against him, so it's pretty funny. Guess you had to watch this, part of the sector, I guess. It is very funny, though. I love watching wool cows. That's like my new favorite thing. I just like watching people destroy their lives online. It's so funny. So I've not been on Clubhouse. All I do is just like watch people destroy their lives online and like laugh at it. That's my life now. Oh my god, I think I found the norm room. Nobody's even fucking talking in this room, so I might as well just play it. Fuck it.
From some of the brothers in the Hebrew Israelite